Ling Qingshua's face immediately turned red. Her face was already red after drinking 2 glasses of wine, and now she was even more shy, making her look even more beautiful. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little lost. Ling Qingxue pouted and said, "Bad guy. What are you thinking about all day?" Xia Ruofei showed an innocent expression and said, "I just wanted to find a place to rest. Today, your dad forced me to drink a little bit of white wine. I'm very dizzy now, and want to sleep." Xia Ruofei pretended to be confused and asked, "Qingxue, what do you think I'm thinking?" Ling Qingxue bit her lower lip, her eyes wide open. She looked at Xia Ruofei for a long time before saying, "You're a bad guy." "He did it on purpose," Xia Ruofei burst out laughing. However, Ling Qingxue was really concerned about Xia Ruofei. She quickly asked, "Are you au fait? Is your head really that dizzy?" Xia Ruofei immediately groaned. "Yes. Not only do I feel dizzy, but it also hurts. It's as if something is shaking in my head, then hurry up and lie down for a while," Ling Qingxue said in a hurry. "Let's go. Let's go upstairs." Ling Qingxue did not notice Xia Ruofei's sly smile. After she finished speaking, she held Xia Ruofei's hand and walked upstairs. Very quickly, they pushed open a door and entered a room. Once he entered, Xia Ruofei could smell a faint fragrance. He looked at the furnishings in the room, a light pink dressing table, a princess bed with a muslin curtain, and all kinds of cute dolls. Obviously, this was Ling Qingshue's bedroom. "Qingxue, just find me a guest room." Xia Ruofei was a little embarrassed. Ling Qingxue blushed and said, "It's the same. Quickly lie down for a while." Ling Qingxue then pressed on Xia Ruofei's shoulder and made him sit on the edge of the bed. "Ruofei, I'll go make you some honey water to cure the alcohol." Ling Qingxue said, "You should lie down and rest for a while." After speaking, Ling Qingxue turned to leave. But Xia Ruofei hugged her waist. Xia Ruofei was sitting on the edge of the bed, while the tall Ling Qingxue was standing. So, when Xia Ruofei hugged him, his face was immediately stuck near Ling Qingshue's small belly. Ling Qingxue groaned and struggled to say, "Are you au fait? Are you au fait, what?" Xia Ruofei finally stopped and looked at her with burning eyes. Ling Qingxue shyly avoided Xia Ruofei's gaze and said in a low voice, "I can't today. I'm not feeling well." The fire in Xia Ruofei's heart immediately subsided like the tide. He lay on Ling Qingshue's body like a deflated ball. Ling Qingxue pouted and said, "Hurry up and go down. You're so heavy." Xia Ruofei turned over with Ling Qingxue in his arms. The two of them lay on their sides and looked at each other. "Qingxue, why didn't you say so earlier?" Xia Ruofei said gloomily. "How would I know you're so evil?" Ling Qingxue glared at Xia Ruofei and said, "Do you expect me to tell you not to move when you enter the house? My relative is here." At this point, Ling Qingxue couldn't help but blush and giggle. Xia Ruofei turned over gloomily and lay on his back on Ling Qingshue's fragrant princess bed. He looked at the muslin canopy above his head and said, "You little evil spirit." Ling Qingxue turned around and gently placed her face on Xia Ruofei's broad chest. She said softly, "All right, Ruof, in a few days, it will be fine. In a few days. By then, you can do whatever you want." Ling Qingshue's face was already red from embarrassment, as if it was about to bleed. Seeing Ling Qingshue's shy look, Xia Ruofei's heart couldn't help but flutter. He reached out to hug her. delicate body and said, "You said it yourself. You're not allowed to run when the time comes." Ling Qingxue bit her lower lip and nodded slightly. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but hold Ling Qingxue's beautiful face and kiss her deeply again. Xia Ruofei stayed in Ling Qingxue's boudoir for a few hours. He only drove out of the Ling family villa when the effects of the alcohol had subsided in the evening. Back at the farm villa, Xia Ruofei and Yi Lingyun had a simple dinner together and then went upstairs to their room. He took a long, cold shower in the bathroom before the fire in his heart was slowly suppressed. Thinking about how Ling Qingxue had said shyly that she would let him do whatever he wanted in a few days, Xia Ruofei's heart could not help but flutter. His face revealed a look of anticipation. For the next few days, Xia Ruofei mainly stayed in the farm. He had originally planned to travel around, but Elder Song was currently recuperating in Sancheon City. He had to prepare Chinese medicine every 2 or 3 days. Although Xia Ruofei did not have to personally send her to Guling Courtyard, it was the security staff officer, Su Wu, who brought a doctor from the medical team to collect the medicine from Xia Ruofei. However, he would definitely not be able to leave Sancheon for a long time. Moreover, if anything were to happen to Elder Song's condition, he could deal with it immediately if he stayed in Sancheon City. Therefore, the travel plan was temporarily put on hold. Xia Ruofei had invited Ling Qingxue to the farm to play a few times, but the girl probably knew what was going to happen and was still a little shy. She kept saying that she was busy with work and did not come. Xia Ruofei did not want to be too impatient. Of course, the main reason was that he did not want to put pressure on Ling Qingxue. Everything on the farm was running smoothly, and the construction progress was also very smooth. For a moment, Xia Ruofei, the boss, had nothing to do. And Xia Ruofei was someone who couldn't stay idle, so he started thinking of ways to get some money. The last time, the Spirit Map Space's upgrade was only half completed, and Xia Ruofei had been thinking about it all this time. Xia Ruofei started to take stock of the resources he currently had and quickly made a decision. Xia Ruofei was thinking about the wild ginseng in the medium. Ginseng was hermaphrodite. In the natural world, wild ginseng seeds were planted by birds and beasts. After birds and beasts ate ginseng seeds, because the ginseng seeds had a relatively hard shell, they were not easy to digest. Therefore, they would be excreted by the bird and beast's feces. The relatively high temperature in the bird-beast's body would have a catalytic effect on the growth of the seed. So if the fruit fell in the right place, it would grow new teeth, and finally achieve the reproduction of ginseng. The environment in the spirit map space was blessed by the heavens, with rich spirit qi supporting it. Therefore, after these ginseng seeds fell off automatically, most of them would germinate and survive next to the mother plant. Now, the land where he had planted the ginseng was already densely covered with ginseng, and the ginseng that had been planted in the beginning had already grown very big. The last time Xia Ruofei dug one out and gave it to Elder Song, even Song Jingping and Song Jilan, the descendants of the wealthy families, were shocked. It was obvious how precious it was. If Xia Ruofei wanted to buy jades to complete this incomplete upgrade, he would have to prepare at least a few million yuan worth of jades. Otherwise, he might not even have enough. After thinking about it, only this ginseng could be exchanged for so much money in such a short time. Hence, Xia Ruofei randomly picked 2 ginseng and carefully dug them out. These 2 ginsengs were slightly bigger than the one he had given to Elder Song a few days ago. By industry standards, they were at least 100 years old, and each Could be sold for at least 2 million. Xia Ruofei skillfully processed the ginseng, packed it in a paper box, and placed it in the medium. This time, he didn't plan to go to the Tongren Hall in the Shan City to sell it again. After all, he had already sold 3 sticks in one go. If he brought out 2 more old and better looking wild mountain ginseng this time, it would inevitably attract the attention of people with ulterior motives. As for the other pharmacies in the city, Xia Ruofei was not sure. After all, they did not have the century-old foundation of Tongren Hall. He was not sure if they had the ability to buy 200-year-old ginsengs at one time and whether they could afford the ideal price. In his mind. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided not to sell the 2 wild ginsengs in Shan City. Elder Song's Chinese medicine had just been taken away today, and the next time would be 3 days later when Suwu would bring people to Taoyuan Farm to get it. Hence, Xia Ruofei had plenty of time. He searched on the internet and quickly chose a place that was adjacent to the Southeast Province, the capital of Jiangsu and Zhejiang Province, Qiantang City. It only took about an hour to fly from Sanshan to Qiantang City, and there were many flights. So there was no problem even for a day round trip. Xia Ruofei immediately booked a return ticket online. Considering that he had plenty of time, he booked the return ticket for the next day. At the same time, he searched on the map and found a 5-star hotel near the largest Tongren Tang pharmacy in Qiantang City. He booked a single room. Today's flight to Qiantang City was at around 8 o'clock in the afternoon. After Xia Ruofei had lunch in the villa, he informed Yi Lingyun and Peng Hao and drove the pickup truck straight to Chongping International Airport. Xia Ruofei arrived at Qiantang City a little after 2 o'clock. He didn't bring much luggage with him, just a small travel bag with 2 paper boxes for wild ginseng, so he took a taxi at the airport and went straight to Tongren Tang Pharmacy. The Tongren Tang branch in Qiantang City was bigger than the one in Sanshan City. The moment Xia Ruofei entered, a shop assistant came over to ask about it. "Sir, do you need medical treatment or medicine?" The sales assistant revealed a professional smile and asked, "Our Tongren Hall also has experienced Chinese medicine practitioners." Xia Ruofei looked around and said, "I have 2 old mountain ginsengs for sale. Do you accept wild ones?" The shop assistant was stunned for a moment before quickly saying, "If it's old enough, good quality, and we verified that it's a wild old ginseng, we, Tongren Hall, will buy it. The ginseng is definitely not a problem." Xia Ruofei smiled confidently and said, "Get someone to appraise it." "Okay, please wait here for a moment, sir." The shop assistant nodded. Then, the shop assistant led Xia Ruofei to a counter and quickly found an old Chinese doctor in a white coat. "Dr. Huang, this is the gentleman who said that he has wild ginseng for sale," the sales assistant said. Respectfully. The old Chinese doctor was about 70 years old. His hair was all white and he was wearing a pair of reading glasses. He adjusted his glasses and sized Xia Ruofei up. "Young man, we don't accept ordinary ginseng here. It must be wild ginseng that is more than 20 years old." Xia Ruofei smiled and took out a paper box from his travel bag. He placed it on the counter and gently pushed it in front of Dr. Huang. "Please take a look first. If you don't accept it, I'll go ask someone else." Dr. Huang was stunned when she saw Xia Ruofei take out such a long paper box. Was there a need for such a large paper box to store a wild ginseng? It was no wonder that Dr. Huang was so suspicious. Normally, wild ginseng wasn't that big. Even a chopstick-sized authentic wild ginseng could be sold at a high price. Dr. Huang opened the box with a puzzled look. When he saw the thick, wild ginseng, his pupils shrank and he took a deep breath. His breathing became rapid. He quickly bent down to examine it carefully. He carefully picked up the wild ginseng and examined it over and over again. Finally, he even took out a magnifying glass from his pocket to observe some details. Finally, Dr. Huang gently put the wild ginseng into the paper box and said to herself in a trembling voice, "The 5 forms and 6 bodies are perfect, and it's definitely a wild ginseng that's more than 100 years old. It's so rare." Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, "Sir, do you accept this wild ginseng?" "Yes, yes, yes. Yes," Dr. Huang quickly said. "If you don't even accept this kind of top-grade ginseng, what other wild ginseng is worth collecting?" Xia Ruofei had already expected Dr. Huang's reaction. He gently closed the box and asked, "Then state your price. If the price is right, I'll sell it to you. This wild ginseng is too precious. I'll have to ask the general manager." "Young man, please wait a moment," Dr. Huang said after a moment of silence. After that, Dr. Huang quickly left the counter. Her steps were so vigorous that she didn't look like a 70-year-old man at all. Soon, a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes walked over with Dr. Huang. He extended his hand to Xia Ruofei from afar and said, "Hello, sir. I'm the general manager of the Qiantang branch of Tongren Hall. My surname is Lin." Xia Ruofei shook his hand and said, "Nice to meet you, President Lin." CEO Lin briefly examined the wild ginseng. Dr. Huang must have already reported to him, so he quickly said, "Sir, we are willing to buy this wild ginseng for 2.1 million yuan. Are you satisfied with this price?" After President Lin finished speaking, he secretly observed Xia Ruofei. When Xia Ruofei heard the price of 2.1 million, he didn't even lift his eyelids and his expression was still very calm. This young man is not an ordinary person, President Lin thought. If a person from an ordinary family heard that a stick of ginseng could be sold at the sky-high price of 2.1 million yuan, it was impossible for their expression to remain unchanged, no matter how good they were at maintaining their energy. Xia Ruofei's reaction could only mean that he was either very rich and 2.1 million was nothing to him, or that he was very familiar with the price and had expected it. President Lin muttered in his heart, "Isn't the price too low?" To be fair, this price was relatively fair. But this rare 100-year-old ginseng couldn't be measured by conventional standards, because it was in high demand but not in the market. The rarer something was, the more precious it would be. President Lin was thinking about whether he should raise the purchase price a little more. After all, if he missed out on such a precious 100-year-old ginseng, he didn't know when he would be able to find another one. Just then, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "This price is quite appropriate," but, at first, President Lin's heart was slightly relieved. But when he heard the word, however, he couldn't help but feel nervous again. Xia Ruofei continued, "I still have one wild ginseng. If I sell both of them, how much can you pay?" With that, Xia Ruofei took out another paper box from his bag. Dr. Huang's eyelids twitched when she saw a paper box of the same size. Could it be that there was another wild ginseng of similar size in there? Dr. Huang was shocked by his own thoughts. He thought to himself, it was impossible. Absolutely impossible. Such wild ginseng could only be encountered by luck, and finding one was already a great fortune. How could he have two at the same time? President Lin gestured to Dr. Huang, asking him to verify that Ran wasn't an expert in this area. Professional things should be left to the professionals. Dr. Huang nodded and opened the box. Hiss. President Lin and Dr. Huang gasped at the same time, and their eyes were filled with shock. It was such a big top-quality wild ginseng. A situation that they didn't even dare to imagine had actually occurred. Dr. Huang's breathing became heavy. He immediately bent over and began to examine it carefully. President Lin looked at Dr. Huang nervously, and his palms were sweating. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Chief Lin, I was thinking of selling one at a time. After all, if I sell two at the same time, you might lower the price. However, I see that your price is quite realistic, so I might as well sell them all to you. Of course, the premise is that the price can satisfy me." Dr. Huang finished the identification process very quickly. He nodded slightly at Mr. Lin, indicating that there was no problem with the ginseng. The excitement on President Lin's face hadn't faded. He quickly calculated in his mind and said, "Sir, thank you for trusting us so much. We'll take both of them for a total of 4.35 million yuan. What do you think?" After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, President Lin naturally did not dare to lower the price. He had asked for 2.1 million for the previous one. The two ginsengs were almost the same size and weight. The total price should have been 4.2 million, but President Lin added another 150,000 in hopes of making sure that Xia Ruofei was satisfied with the price and could get these two precious 100-year-old wild ginsengs. It was really too difficult to find pure wild ginseng these days. It could be said that it was almost extinct. These two ginsengs were purchased at the price of 4.35 million. If they met a rich big boss, Tongren Hall would make a big profit. In the eyes of an old Chinese doctor like Dr. Huang, such a precious wild ginseng should be kept as the treasure of the shop. It could be a rare medicinal herb that could save lives at a critical moment. Xia Ruofei did not hesitate. He nodded and said, "Sure. That's great." President Lin said happily, "Thank you, sir." "Thank you." Soon, the pharmacy staff prepared the relevant transfer documents. After both parties signed, the pharmacy immediately started to transfer the money to the bank card that Xia Ruofei had provided. When the staff was transferring the money, Mr. Lin personally chatted with Xia Ruofei. He sounded like he was trying to test him, but Xia Ruofei always changed the topic. At this time, a fat, middle-aged man with a big belly walked into the Tongren Tang pharmacy in a hurry. The fat man was wearing a monkey down jacket and a thick gold chain around his short and thick neck. He exuded a rich aura of a nouveau riche. As soon as the fat man came in, his eyes fell on President Lin and he said loudly, "Old Lin, I heard that you have the special grade iron skin maple?" When President Lin saw the fat man, he quickly apologized to Xia Ruofei in a low voice and greeted him with a big smile. "Boss Hu, a new batch of goods arrived yesterday. I called you early in the morning to tell you about it," President Lin said. "That's nice of you, Old Lin," Boss Hu said with a satisfied smile. "Boss Hu, do you still want 1 kilogram? President Lin asked tentatively. "Give me more this time," Boss Hu said casually. "You'll run out of stock from time to time, and I don't feel at ease buying from other places. All right. President Lin laughed. Then, how much do you need? 2 kilograms, I think. No problem. President Lin said happily. Then, he quickly ordered the shop assistant to prepare the goods. Soon, the shop assistant brought out 2 large boxes of exquisitely wrapped iron, skinned maples, and handed them to Boss Hu. Boss Hu was obviously an old customer. He took it and opened it briefly, then said straightforwardly, "All right. The bill please." Xia Ruofei was standing right beside the cash register, so when Boss Hu came over, he moved to the side. Boss Hu took out a platinum card and handed it to the shop assistant. The shop assistant skillfully entered the price and handed the password device to Boss Hu. Xia Ruofei glanced at it and realized that it was 200,000. He couldn't help but be a little speechless. He couldn't help but look at the 2 boxes in Boss Hu's hands. This iron, hide-keyed bucket is so expensive? If it's 200,000 yuan, then 1 kilogram would cost 100,000 yuan. Xia Ruofei calculated silently in his heart and couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. Very quickly, Boss Hu finished swiping his card, bade farewell to Lin Zhong, and left with the iron maple bucket. At this moment, Xia Ruofei also received a text message. President Lin walked over with a smile and said, "Sir, we've already transferred the money. Please check and receive it." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "Yes, I have. Thank you, Mr. Lin. You're too kind." President Lin quickly said, "Sir, this is my business card. If you have such good goods in the future, please consider our store at once." Xia Ruofei took the name card and smiled. "No problem," he said. Then, Xia Ruofei asked curiously, "By the way, Mr. Lin, can you introduce to me the Fingdo that the boss just bought? Why is the price so high?" "Sir, what Boss Hu just bought is the authentic Laoyan Mountains iron, skin maples." President Lin quickly said, "The iron skin maples are a very precious Chinese medicinal herb. It's a dried product made from fresh iron, skin, dendri strips and is rich in dendri glucose, dendri alkali, and dendri amonite. It has the effects of nourishing the 5 internal organs, anti-aging, lowering the 3 highs, inhibiting tumors, and so on. It's a life-saving, immortal herb that many critically ill patients dream of." CEO Lin was very familiar with the business. Once Xia Ruofei asked him, he immediately spoke with confidence and eloquence. "Mr. Lin, is there anything special about the iron, skin maples of Laoyan Mountain that can be sold at such a high price?" Xia Ruofei asked again. President Lin smiled and said, "Since ancient times, Mount Yendang has been recognized as the best producer of iron, skin dendrobium. It has been known as the hometown of China's iron, skin dendrobium. Because of its high quality, it has been regarded as a sacred product. It has been enjoyed by the royal family and aristocrats for generations. During the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty, there was a record in the this grass is renewed iron, skin dendrobium, at the top of Laoyan Mountain." Then, President Lin said with some pride, "Our Tongren branch in Qiantang City has a great advantage in this regard because it's close to the production area. We can get the best iron, skinned maples in the first place, and many bosses from other places often come to buy from us." Xia Ruofei asked some more specific questions, and CEO Lin answered everything he knew. Through his understanding, Xia Ruofei knew that wild iron, skin dendrobium, was very rare. It was a second-grade protected plant in the country. The high-grade iron skin maple currently on sale were all processed from the iron skin dendrobium fresh strips cultivated in an artificial wild environment. This was also within Xia Ruofei's expectations. After all, if they only relied on collecting wild iron skin dendrobium for such a precious medicinal material, it would not be able to meet the demand at all. Moreover, it would soon become an endangered species due to excessive collection. At the same time, Xia Ruofei also found out that the best wild iron skin dendrobium grew in Laoyan Mountain, which was the northern Yandang Mountain. Although it was rare, iron skin dende mostly grew on the steep cliffs and cliffs. There were many places that ordinary people could not go up, so it was not extinct. Xia Ruofei asked in such detail, because he had the idea of growing iron skin dendrobium in the medium. He had been thinking about this problem for a long time. The space was not fully utilized, and the species was still too singular, so there were less profit points. A few days ago, Xia Ruofei had planned to go out more often to look for high-value crops that were more suitable for planting. Today, when he came to sell wild ginseng, he happened to see Mr. Hu buying the exorbitant ironhide maples, which gave Xia Ruofei inspiration. After Xia Ruofei understood the situation in detail, he expressed his gratitude to Mr. Lin and left the Tongren Tang pharmacy. He didn't buy some old Wild Goose Mountain iron skin maple donuts as Mr. Lin had expected. Xia Ruofei had the wonderful spirit map space and the petals of the strange flower that could cure all diseases. Why would he need other healthcare Chinese medicine? President Lin was a little disappointed, but he still warmly sent Xia Ruofei out. Xia Ruofei took a taxi to the hotel that he had booked online in the morning. After checking in, he first checked the room carefully to make sure that there was no equipment that could take photos secretly. As a former elite member of the Lone Wolf assault team, Xia Ruofei was very familiar with this kind of inspection. If there was really a pinhole camera, or something like that, it would be impossible to escape Xia Ruofei's inspection. After making sure that everything was safe, Xia Ruofei locked the door and windows. Then, he summoned the spirit painting scroll from his palm and connected to the space with his mind. He took out a change of clothes, a laptop, a mobile phone charger, and other items. Ever since he had the spirit map, it was much easier for Xia Ruofei to travel. He did not need to bring anything with him. All his daily necessities could be stored in the medium. Of course, Xia Ruofei kept them in the new space where the time flow was the same. Otherwise, their lifespans would be reduced for no reason. One day in the outside world was 1 month in the space. Xia Ruofei turned on his laptop, connected to the internet, and started to search for relevant information. Since he was going to plant them in the interspace, he had to choose the best species. Moreover, they happened to be in Jiangsu and Zhejiang province this time. Xia Ruofei decided to go to Laoyan Mountain tomorrow and try his luck. It would be best if he could find a few pure wild dendrobium candids. With the unique environment of the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei was confident that he could produce enough iron skin dendrobium in a short time. Even if he couldn't find it, it didn't matter. There were many planting bases around Yandang Mountain, many of which were planted in an environment that imitated the wild environment. The worst-case scenario was to go to these planting bases and buy some fresh dendrobium strips, then breed them by cutting in the medium. Xia Ruofei did a traffic check and realized that it took about 2 hours to get to Yandang Mountain from Qiantang City by high-speed rail, which was longer than the time it took to get here from Sanshan City. However, Xia Ruofei had more than enough time, so he did not hesitate to book 2 round-trip tickets. At the same time, he changed his ticket back to Sanshan the next day and postponed it by 1 day. Then, Xia Ruofei took a shower in his room and called Ma Jiming in Hong Kong. He told him that he wanted to buy another batch of jade worth 4 million yuan. Ma Jiming naturally agreed. The ticket was for the next day, so Xia Ruofei went to visit some of the famous attractions in Qiantang City, Shizi Lake, and tried the local delicacies. The next morning, Xia Ruofei checked out of the hotel and headed to the train station. 2 hours later, Xia Ruofei appeared at the Yendang Mountain train station. He was dressed in casual clothes and carried a small backpack, looking no different from an ordinary tourist. After leaving the train station, Xia Ruofei found the bus station to the scenic area according to the information he had found on the internet. After about 20 minutes of bus ride, they arrived at the Yendang Mountain scenic area. As soon as they got off the bus, many tour guides came to attract customers. "Handsome, do you need a tour guide?" "Young man, we're official tour guides of the scenic area. I'm a 3-star tour guide. Each scenic area only costs 60 yuan. It's much better than you wandering around aimlessly." Xia Ruofei smiled and rejected all of them. He walked straight to the ticket counter. He was not here to tour. How would it be convenient for him to hire a tour guide? Seeing Xia Ruofei's firm attitude, the tour guides quickly dispersed and looked for their next target. Soon, Xia Ruofei queued up to buy a ticket and successfully entered the scenic area. There was a green bus in the scenic area, but it would only start when there were 10 people. Xia Ruofei did not want to wait, so he paid 100 yuan to book one and took the bus to Lingyan Scenic Spot. After paying the fare, Xia Ruofei walked along the scenic route up the mountain. After a short walk, Xia Ruofei checked to make sure that there were no other tourists around and no surveillance cameras. So, in a flash, he left the main road and burrowed into the bushes nearby. Xia Ruofei walked through the mountain forest as if it was flat ground. Very quickly, he left the area of the scenic area and entered an undeveloped forest. Xia Ruofei had undergone rigorous field survival training in the Lone Wolf assault team. Yendang Mountain was not like the primitive jungle in the southwest. This kind of forest was not difficult for Xia Ruofei. He could easily identify the direction without the help of professional equipment. As for the snakes, insects, rats, and ants in the forest, Xia Ruofei was not afraid at all. Moreover, he was already prepared. After going 1 or 2 kilometers deep into the forest, the environment had become very quiet. Occasionally, birds and insects could be heard chirping in the forest. They could also vaguely hear the rustling of waterfalls and thin streams in the distance. Xia Ruofei's eagle-like eyes scanned the surroundings, and he perked up his ears to listen for a while, to make sure that there was no one nearby. Thus, he found a big tree and sat down, summoning the spirit map scroll from his palm. Then, he contacted the space with his mind and took out a big mountaineering bag. This was the set of outdoor equipment that he had received for free when he bought the all-terrain vehicle. It came in handy today. There was a complete set of equipment inside. Xia Ruofei picked out everything that could be used and put back the rest of the things like tents, sleeping bags, and picnic mats that were too heavy to be used at the moment. He quickly changed into his windbreaker, pants, and hiking shoes, then threw his clothes into the origin space. Then, Xia Ruofei fiddled with the handheld GPS in his bag. After removing The battery and putting it into the GPS, Xia Ruofei realized that the GPS was quite professional. It came with contour lines, terrain data, an armometer, a pressure meter, and everything else. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but grin. With it would save him a lot of trouble. He didn't have to observe the terrain and direction of the mountain. This GPS could not be compared to the military-grade Beidou navigation system that Xia Ruofei had used before. However, the operation was almost the same and the function was enough for Xia Ruofei. He put his backpack on his back and leaned against it comfortably, fiddling with the GPS. The GPS signal was quite strong. It was indeed a special equipment for outdoor use. In this dense forest in the wilderness, they found a satellite signal very quickly. Xia Ruofei found his location on the map without much effort. Then, he compared it with the map that was pre-installed with the GPS and quickly designed a route. This was also the route that he thought was most likely to find wild iron, skin dendrobium. According to the information he had obtained after asking CEO Lin of Tongren Hall and returning to the hotel, Xia Ruofei knew that the iron, skin dendrobes were mostly grown on the semi-damp rocks of the mountainous region, which was about 1,600 meters above sea level. Therefore, the route he set was targeted at such terrain. After setting it up, Xia Ruofei stood up and put on his backpack. Then, he held the GPS in his hand and continued to explore. This forest had not been developed and, naturally, there were no roads. However, Xia Ruofei did not feel uncomfortable walking through the bushes and thorns. He took out a machete from the medium and walked forward as he opened up a path. From time to time, he would stop and match his GPS with the Colonel's. Overall, he was moving quite fast. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not forget to observe the surrounding situation along the way. The terrain was similar to what was described in the information, and it was more suitable for the growth of wild iron, skin dendrobium. Xia Ruofei would stop to take a closer look. Without realizing it, he had walked for more than half an hour according to the route he had set. However, he still found nothing. Xia Ruofei was not discouraged and continued to venture deeper. The 7 years of training in the Special Forces had allowed him to remain calm at all times. During the sniper training, he would often hide in a hidden spot for an entire day, unable to move at all. Gradually, Xia Ruofei heard the sound of water getting louder and louder. The GPS indicated that they were approaching a waterfall. After pushing aside a bush, Xia Ruofei felt as if he was suddenly enlightened. There was a pool in front of him and water was flowing down from the cliff above the pool, splashing white water on the pool. Xia Ruofei walked over and took some water to wash his face. Then, he started to look around. Suddenly, he felt that there were a few plants on the opposite cliff that looked similar. He quickly took out the telescope from his backpack and looked at it carefully. It had a cylindrical stem and was segmented like a bamboo joint. Its leaves were long, round, and needle-shaped, with a faint purple edge. It was exactly the same as the picture that Xia Ruofei had found on the internet. Xia Ruofei immediately revealed a look of joy. The iron, skin dendrobium that grew in such a deserted place was definitely pure wild. He counted as he looked through the telescope. There were a total of 6 iron, skin dendrobes on the cliff. Xia Ruofei put down the telescope and started to plan how to collect it. The cliff was almost 90 degrees vertical, and because of the waterfall next to it, the humidity was quite high. The rocks were covered with moss and could be said to be slippery. Xia Ruofei felt that there might have been herb harvesters who came here before, but the steep terrain made it impossible for them to pick the iron, skinned dendrobium even if they saw it. However, for Xia Ruofei, who had a lot of experience in surviving in the wild and was very skilled, although it was a little difficult, it was not to the extent of being helpless. He quickly observed the terrain and compared it to the terrain data in the GPS. He quickly made a decision. Xia Ruofei carried his backpack and walked a few hundred meters towards the east, bypassing the pool under the waterfall. There was a relatively gentle slope. Of course, this was only relative. To ordinary people, it was still very dangerous. Xia Ruofei reached out and grabbed a protruding rock. Using the strength of his hands and feet, he climbed up the slope nimbly. Soon, he was like an agile monkey. Then, he gradually turned to the west and soon arrived at the top of the cliff. Xia Ruofei could see a stream flowing at the side. It was also this mountain stream that formed the waterfall in front. Xia Ruofei took out the safety rope from his bag and found a thick tree. He tied the rope firmly to it, put on gloves, and descended with both hands holding the rope. He was also bold because of his skills. Other than this rope, he did not make any other defensive measures. To Xia Ruofei, such a surrender was as simple as eating and sleeping. He had done this countless times in the army and in training. Very quickly, he landed beside a stalk of iron, skinned dendrobium. Xia Ruofei wrapped the end of the rope around his waist and turned his ankle nimbly to form a noose, which he put his foot in. Then, he grabbed the rope firmly with one hand and reached for the iron, skinned dendrobium with the other. At this moment, Xia Ruofei caught sight of something from the corner of his eye. He froze and quickly retracted his hand. He, who had always been at ease, showed a rare trace of nervousness. Xia Ruofei was shocked to see that next to the iron, skinned dendrobium, there was a crooked tree that was almost parallel to it. On the branch of the tree, there was a huge hornet's nest, and a few hornets' nests were coming in and out. The hornet's nest had a diameter of 20 to 30 centimeters and a length of nearly 1 meter. Xia Ruofei could not help but feel a chill in his heart when he looked at it. The wasp's poison was very toxic. After the wasp's poison invaded the human body, there would be symptoms of muscle dissolution. In serious cases, it could cause kidney failure, and even heart function and respiratory system multiple organ failure. There were often news reports of people dying after being stung by hornets. Some people died after being stung in 40, 50, or even 20, 30 places. The hornet's nest was so huge that there were at least 1,000 to 2,000 hornets' nest. If he accidentally attracted a hornet's nest to attack him, Xia Ruofei might not be able to use the petals in time even if he had the exotic flower. It was impossible to see the situation here from the top of the cliff. Just now, on the other side of the pool, due to the cover of the leaves and Xia Ruofei's focus on identifying the iron, skinned dendrobium, he did not notice the hornet's nest. Now that the rope had descended to this position, it was equivalent to hanging in the air. Xia Ruofei didn't even dare to breathe as he was afraid of alarming the hornet inside. He carefully observed for a while, then gently stepped on the cliff with his feet and grabbed the rope with his other hand. He was ready to quietly climb up before he was exposed. Hanging in the air was equivalent to a live target. No matter how agile he was, it was impossible to escape the hornet's attack. Xia Ruofei was already very careful, but he still had to make some noise. Soon, his windbreaker accidentally brushed against a small branch beside him, and it immediately made a rustling sound. A few hornets turned around and flew towards Xia Ruofei. He had been discovered. At that moment, Xia Ruofei's hair stood on end. Years of living on the edge of a blade and licking blood had given him a keen sense of danger. There was no sky or ground here, and it was very likely that the hornet nest would come out in full force in the next moment. Faced with thousands or even thousands of hornets, Xia Ruofei couldn't use the petals in time even if he had the ability to. Even though he had outstanding martial arts, Xia Ruofei had no way of defending himself against the hornets' attacks. As long as a tiny bit of poison from each hornet entered Xia Ruofei's body, 1,000 to 2,000 hornets would be enough to kill him instantly. Xia Ruofei's mind seemed to have entered an ethereal state. The more critical the moment was, the calmer he would be. This was also something he had trained in his many years of military life. Within 1,000th of a second, Xia Ruofei made a decision that might be the only effective one. Without any hesitation, he summoned the spirit map scroll from his palm. Then, he quickly put the painting in his pocket, grabbed the rope tightly with one hand, and kicked hard with his feet. His whole body swung directly in the direction of the hornet's nest. The giant hornet's nest was getting closer and closer. At that moment, everything in front of him seemed to be in slow motion like in a movie. Xia Ruofei could clearly see the regular holes on the hive that was constantly enlarging in his eyes, and the terrifying hornet inside. Xia Ruofei's mind was extremely calm, and his eyes were filled with determination. In an instant, Xia Ruofei used the momentum and rushed to the hornet's nest. He gritted his teeth, reached out, and grabbed the top of the hornet's nest. Then, he pulled it down. Buzz. This was really poking the hornet's nest. Xia Ruofei could hear the buzzing sound in his ear. Under normal circumstances, there would be 1,000 or 2,000 hornets coming out of their nest and Xia Ruofei would be killed in a very short time. However, just as the hornet's nest was about to leave, the entire nest suddenly disappeared into thin air, along with most of the hornet's nest that didn't manage to come out in time. Yes, this was the solution that Xia Ruofei had thought of in an instant. He knew that he had nowhere to hide after being discovered by the hornet. The only way to escape was to take the risk and store the entire hornet's nest into the space. The entire process had to be decisive and precise. If Xia Ruofei hesitated, the hornet's nest would have already swarmed out. By then, it would be useless even if he kept the hive in the medium. Besides, Xia Ruofei had to succeed on the first try because there was no chance of a second try. Using the rope to swing over, pull down the beehive, and collect it, there was only one chance for the entire process, and there was no room for a repeat. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei had been in the Lone Wolf Commando unit for 7 years. His mental strength was strong, and his physical condition was even better. He was the best Special Forces soldier. In addition, he had absorbed so many strange flower petals. Even he himself could not directly see how strong his physical condition had become. That was why Xia Ruofei was able to make a decision in an instant and succeed in one try under extremely difficult circumstances, resolving a life and death crisis. After the giant hornet's nest was kept into the dimension, there were about 20 to 30 hornets' nest that managed to escape. Xia Ruofei didn't dare to let his guard down. If he didn't deal with them carefully, these 20 to 30 hornets could still kill him. As Xia Ruofei kept the giant hornet's nest into the spirit map space, he immediately pulled out the military dagger that had been with him for many years. Now, Xia Ruofei's reaction speed and skills were far better than when he was serving in the Lone Wolf Commando unit. He held the rope tightly in one hand and waved the dagger in the other. In the cold light of the blade, the hornets were cut in half and fell into the pool below. However, the hornet's flight speed was very fast and its trajectory was erratic. In a short while, 22, 30 hornets rushed up, so Xia Ruofei was inevitably stung twice. The location of the sting was on the arm that was holding the rope, because there was no way to avoid it. The wound quickly swelled up, and the pain and numbness were instantly transmitted to his brain through his nerves. After confirming that he had dealt with all the hornet's nest, Xia Ruofei had an idea. He took out a porcelain bottle from the spirit map space and poured some of the flower petal solution on the wound. He felt a cooling sensation, and the swelling in the red and swollen area quickly subsided at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xia Ruofei only heaved a sigh of relief after he kept the petal solution and the painting in his palm. He realized that he was already drenched in cold sweat. It was too dangerous just now. If he had reacted a second slower and the hornet's nest had burst out, not even the gods would have been able to save him. Now that the giant hornet's nest was in the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei didn't care about it for the time being. When Jianjia was collecting the hornet's nest, Xia Ruofei was worried that the 6 puppies in the new space would be hurt by the hornet's nest, so he kept the hornet's nest in the original space. As for how to deal with the hornet's nest in the original space, that was the next step to consider. Xia Ruofei then quickly gathered the iron, skinned dendrobium, together with its roots. Then, he continued to descend and dug out all the iron, skin dendrobes in other places. There were a total of 6 stalks, all of which were pure wild iron skin dendrobes. Xia Ruofei followed the rope and climbed up the rock wall. Then, he returned to the pool. He packed all the iron, skin dendrobes in his hiking bag into plastic bags and stored them in the spirit map space. Then, with the handheld GPS in hand, he continued to set off along the predetermined route. Since he was already here, he naturally wanted to find as many dendrobium candids as possible. This way, when he carried out his cutting planting in the spirit map space in the future, he could create a larger scale in one go. As for the giant hornet's nest, he would have to deal with it after he returned to the 3 mountains. As Xia Ruofei was moving forward, he took the time to summon the spirit map scroll from his palm and used his mind to observe the situation of the hornets. He found that the hornet bees were flying around in the original space in a panic. When Xia Ruofei felt the thousands of hornets covering the sky, his scalp went numb and he felt a lingering fear. If he hadn't reacted in time, he wouldn't have stood a chance against so many hornets. The hornets flew around in the space for a while, and it seemed that they were very comfortable with the rich spiritual energy and the unique environment in the space, and gradually calmed down. The giant hornet's nest was lying quietly on the soil of the dimension. It wasn't damaged, so the hornet's nest slowly returned to its own nest. Sensing that the swarm of hornets had calmed down, Xia Ruofei was slightly relieved. Of course, there was nothing in the original space that could be destroyed. It was full of plants, and only the red arowana in the fish pond were more precious. However, they lived in the water, and under normal circumstances, hornets could not attack them. It was because of this that Xia Ruofei put the hornet's nest into the medium without worry. Xia Ruofei kept the painting and continued to move forward. Along the way, he walked and stopped, and successfully found 5 or 6 wild iron, skin dendrobes. He put them all in plastic bags, and kept them in the spirit map space. In the evening, Xia Ruofei found a rock and prepared to set up camp. He took out a tent, a sleeping bag, and other things from the spirit map space. Although these were civilian equipment, it was not a problem for Xia Ruofei, who was very skilled. After fiddling with them and reading the instructions, he successfully set up the tent. To Xia Ruofei, survival in the wild was as simple as eating and drinking. He was not uncomfortable in the mountains. After setting up the tent, he took the dagger and went into the forest. Half an hour later, Xia Ruofei returned to the campsite with a wild rabbit and a pheasant. He went straight to a small stream 50 to 60 meters away and skillfully handled the prey with a military dagger. By the time Xia Ruofei returned to the tent, the sky was already dark. Xia Ruofei hung a camping light in his tent. He had charged it in advance in the hotel last night, and it could last for 60 hours. The orange-red light illuminated the tent, creating a very warm environment. Then, Xia Ruofei lit a bonfire in front of the tent. Xia Ruofei took out the camping pot, some vegetables, and a big carp from the medium. He used the water in the spatial pond to cook a large pot of fish soup and fried 2 vegetables. Finally, he cut the pheasant into pieces and put it into the pot. He poured in the water from the spatial pond, added a little ginger, cooking wine, and salt, and began to boil the chicken soup. While the pheasant soup was boiling, Xia Ruofei placed the prepared wild rabbits over the bonfire and began to roast them. Xia Ruofei was very familiar with this. It could be said that the current conditions were much better than the wilderness survival training in the army. When he was training in the wilderness, he had not brought any rations for more than 10 days. He only had a military dagger, and according to the rules of hiding, he was not allowed to start a fire. Xia Ruofei had even eaten snake and rat meat raw. Now, with comfortable tents, warm sleeping bags, and all kinds of equipment to use at will, it was like heaven. Roasting wild rabbits was also Xia Ruofei's specialty. He skillfully sprinkled some seasoning as he flipped the rabbit. Soon, the surface of the rabbit began to turn golden, and the oil dripped into the bonfire, splashing sparks. The alluring smell of roasted meat began to fill the air. After the wild rabbit was roasted, the pheasant soup was almost done. However, Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry to turn off the fire. Instead, he tore off a rabbit leg and started to eat. The crackling of the bonfire rang in his ears. He took big bites of the fragrant rabbit meat and the delicious crucian carp soup. Xia Ruofei felt that this was the ultimate enjoyment. After eating half of the wild rabbit, Xia Ruofei turned off the small camping gas stove and brought over the delicious wild chicken soup. After drinking another big bowl of warm pheasant soup and gnawing on 2 pheasant legs, Xia Ruofei felt that his stomach was about to burst. Of course, he did not waste the rest of the food. The roasted rabbit was directly packed in a sealed preservation bag. And the carp and pheasant soup were also covered and sent into the spirit map space. This spirit map space was even more useful than the world's best refrigerator. As long as food didn't come into direct contact with the ground, it wouldn't go bad no matter how long it was stored. After eating and drinking to her heart's content, Xia Ruofei washed up by the stream and returned to the tent. First, she scattered a special medicinal powder around the area to prevent snakes, insects, rats, and ants from invading. Then, she added quite a lot of dry wood to the bonfire. Then, he went into the tent, opened his sleeping bag, and began to rest. Xia Ruofei would not risk entering the spirit map space, so he went to sleep. A special forces elite like Xia Ruofei would still be alert even if he was asleep in the wild. If any wild beast were to approach the campsite, Xia Ruofei would definitely wake up. He slept all the way until dawn, and the night passed peacefully. In the morning mist, Xia Ruofei woke up to the chirping of birds. He got out of the tent, stretched, and took a deep breath of the fresh morning air of the forest. He immediately felt relaxed and happy. After washing his face and brushing his teeth by the mountain stream 50 to 60 meters away, Xia Ruofei returned to his tent feeling refreshed. He took out the rabbit and chicken soup from the spirit map space that he had not finished last night and quickly heated them up to settle his breakfast. Then, he dug a pit and buried all the ashes of the bonfire that had been extinguished long ago. This was the most basic knowledge of camping, to prevent people from reigniting a mountain fire after leaving. Then, Xia Ruofei packed up the tent, sleeping bag, and other things, and threw them into the medium. At this time, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel that it was great to have such a spirit map space. He didn't need to carry heavy equipment like those backpackers and could go into battle with light equipment. After packing up, Xia Ruofei carried his backpack and continued on. In the morning, he had found a total of 8 wild iron, skin dendrobes by 2 rocks. In this way, Xia Ruofei had found a total of 20 wild iron, skin dendrobium in the forest of Laoyan Mountain, which had basically met his expectations. So, he began to return by referring to the route of the handheld GPS. By noon, Xia Ruofei had successfully returned to the scenic area. When they were about to leave the forest, Xia Ruofei kept all of his travel equipment back into the medium and changed into ordinary casual clothes. On the way, he stopped an empty green mini bus and rented it for 50 yuan to return to the entrance of the scenic area. Then, Xia Ruofei took a taxi to the train station. There was still more than an hour before the train back to Qiantang City would depart. In the evening, Xia Ruofei boarded the flight from Qiantang to Sanshan. The trip this time was relatively smooth. Not only did he exchange 2 old mountain ginsengs for more than 4 million yuan in cash, but he also went to Laoyan Mountain and found 20 wild iron, skin dendrobes, which added new species to the space and brought new growth points of profit. But at the same time, there was a problem. There was a group of uninvited guests in the original space. Xia Ruofei had been worried about how to deal with them on the plane. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Xia Ruofei's flight landed smoothly on the runway of Sanshan Chongping International Airport. After getting off the plane, Xia Ruofei received a text message as soon as he turned on his phone. The message was sent by manager Feng of the southeast branch of Hengfeng Jewelry under the Hengfeng group of the Ma family in Hong Kong. She told Xia Ruofei that the 4 million yuan worth of jade that Ma Jiming had asked her to prepare was ready, and she could go over to get the goods at any time. It was already night time and there was still a hornet's nest in the spirit map space. Even if Xia Ruofei got the jade, he could not use it to upgrade the space immediately. If the hornet's nest mutated during the space upgrade, it would be even more troublesome. Although the previous upgrades had not affected the animals in the interspace at all, the hornet's nest was different from the red arowana and the puppy. They were very aggressive. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided to deal with the hornet's nest first before upgrading the interspace. Hence, Xia Ruofei replied to manager Feng's message and Made an appointment to go over tomorrow morning to trade the jade. After picking up the pickup truck at the airport overnight parking lot, Xia Ruofei drove back to Taoyuan Farm. The car's headlights lit up the courtyard of the villa. Lightning came out from the doghouse in the corner of the villa. When it saw that it was Xia Ruofei, the aggressive lightning immediately changed its posture and lovingly wandered around the car. Xia Ruofei opened the door and got out of the car. He hugged Lightning, who was standing on its hind legs, and affectionately rubbed its hair. He smiled and asked, "Lightning, how have you been these past few days when I wasn't home?" Lightning immediately barked twice and wagged its tail even more vigorously. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Good girl. I'll prepare something delicious for you tomorrow. Let's go back." Lightning stuck out its tongue and licked Xia Ruofei's palm. Then, it went back to its kennel. Yi Lingyun had already seen Xia Ruofei's car enter the farm through the surveillance camera in his room, so he walked to the door at this time. "Brother Xia Lingyun, you've worked hard these past 2 days." Xia Ruofei smiled and continued to ask, "Is everything normal at the farm and construction site?" "Don't worry, Brother Xia. Everything is normal." Yi Lingyun replied, "The construction progress is very fast. The first layer of cement has been completed. You've worked hard." Xia Ruofei patted Yi Lingyun's shoulder and said, "Brother Xia, have you had dinner? Do you want me to prepare something for you to eat?" Yi Lingyun asked. "I ate on the plane." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I'm going back to my room. You should rest early too." "Woof. Brother Xia, you should rest." Yi Lingyun said, "I still have to bring Lightning for a patrol around 10 o'clock later." Ever since the Peach Blossom Farm officially started operating, Yi Lingyun, the head of security, had been fulfilling his duties and would patrol a few times every night. Xia Ruofei took 2 steps and turned back. "Lingyun, I think you're too tired. You have to check the surveillance cameras and patrol the area. There's no one to change shifts with you." "This is nothing, Brother Xia." Yi Lingyun laughed. "It's much easier than when I was in the army. Even so, you can't do it in a row." Xia Ruofei said, "How about this, Lingyun? Let's recruit 2 more people and make them the first batch of employees for the security department of Paradise Corporation. Otherwise, it won't be good for you to always be the commander. See if there are any suitable candidates. It would be best if they are our retired comrades. Help me recommend 2. Brother Xia, there's no need. I can do it alone." Yi Lingyun said. "This is an order." Xia Ruofei did not give him any room for negotiation. "You can hold on now, but what about after a long time? Also, we'll have more and more business in the future, and the scale of the farm will also grow bigger and bigger. Can you take care of it alone?" Xia Ruofei continued, "It's settled then. Look around these 2 days. We'll try to get the recruitment done within a week." Seeing Xia Ruofei's determination, Yi Lingyun could only say helplessly, "All right then. I'll contact my former comrades and ask." Xia Ruofei nodded and continued to walk up the stairs. "Brother Xia, thank you," Yi Lingyun said from behind Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei waved his hand without looking back and went upstairs in a hurry. After he returned to his room, Xia Ruofei immediately locked the door and summoned the spirit painting from his palm. This time, he didn't rush into the medium. Instead, he used his mind to sense the situation of the hornets in the medium. When he noticed that the hornet's nest was very calm and only a few hornets' nest were flying around, he entered the medium. Under Xia Ruofei's deliberate control, he appeared more than 30 meters away from Hornet's nest. Once he entered the medium, Xia Ruofei was on high alert. If there were any problems, he would leave the spirit map space at the first moment. Fortunately, everything was calm and the Hornet did not notice Xia Ruofei's sudden appearance. In fact, they enjoyed the environment of this space very much. The rich spirit qi made them want to linger. From the time the Hornet's nest was put into the medium until now, only a little more than a day had passed in the outside world, but 30 to 40 days had passed in the medium. These Hornets' nest had already adapted to the environment in the space. Xia Ruofei used his mind to connect with the space. Very quickly, an invisible force wrapped the Hornet's nest up as if it was covered with a transparent cover. Xia Ruofei carefully approached the Hornet's nest. In reality, it was rather easy for Xia Ruofei to kill the Hornet's nest. In the space, he just had to use the invisible force of the space to restrain the entire Hornet's nest. Then, whether he used a flame torch to burn these hornets or simply moved the entire hornet's nest under the water of the fish pond, he could kill them all without missing a single one. However, when Xia Ruofei thought about the terrifying killing power of the 2,000 hornets, he suddenly felt a little reluctant to kill them so easily. If I could use these hornets, it would be equivalent to having an extremely lethal hornet army out of thin air, Xia Ruofei said in his heart. At this thought, Xia Ruofei tried to control the hornet with his mind. After many attempts, the 4 or 5 hornets outside could be controlled. However, Xia Ruofei had to use the power of space to control them. To put it bluntly, the hornets were controlled by the power of space. Xia Ruofei couldn't give the hornets instructions with his mind and they would follow them to the letter. Forget it. I'll keep them for now and look at them after the space is upgraded, Xia Ruofei said in his heart, but before that, I have to make sure that these hornets will not pose a new threat. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and thought of a way to get the best of both worlds. After making his decision, Xia Ruofei did not stay in the medium for too long. He was not even in a hurry to plant the wild iron skin dendy. He flashed into the new space and played with Blackie and the others for a while. After giving them some food, he left the space with a thought. It was a quiet night. The next morning, Xia Ruofei left Taoyuan farm in his pickup truck. However, he didn't go directly to Sanshan City to find manager Feng of Hengfeng Jewelry to trade for jade materials. Instead, he turned the car onto the national highway leading to Chongping County. Xia Ruofei first found a mechanical factory in the suburbs, Chongping, and entrusted them to process a rectangular iron cage with a length and width of 1 meter and a height of 2 meters. He also asked them to install the same kind of metal mesh on the inside and outside of the iron cage. Since Xia Ruofei had offered to double the price, the mechanical processing plant naturally did not say anything and immediately started to process the iron cage. It did not require any technical content. Xia Ruofei did not even have any requirements for the appearance, nor did he need to paint it. As long as they pushed back the other work, they could earn double the reward, so why not? After Xia Ruofei paid the deposit, he drove to Sanshan City. At the southeast branch of Hengfeng Jewelry, Xia Ruofei got a piece of jade worth 4 million yuan from manager Feng. Just like the last time, Xia Ruofei took the goods first, then immediately went to the bank to transfer the money and happily completed the transaction. After leaving the bank, Xia Ruofei made a call to the machine factory and found out that the cage was ready. So, he took the jade and drove back to the machinery processing plant in Chongping County. The large iron cage was placed in the yard of the machinery processing plant. According to Xia Ruofei's request, the length and width were 1 meter each and the height was about 2 meters. The entire rectangular iron cage was covered with metal gauze on all 5 sides, both inside and outside, and was tightly wrapped. The last side was also emptied according to Xia Ruofei's request. It was equivalent to a 2-meter-tall rectangular cover. The boss of the machinery processing plant was very friendly. He immediately called for a few workers to carry the iron cage to the back of Xia Ruofei's pickup truck. After Xia Ruofei paid the remaining amount, he drove back to Taoyuan farm. On the way, Xia Ruofei found an empty spot and stopped the car. He summoned the spirit painting scroll from his palm and went to the back of the pickup truck to cut all the steel wires that fixed the cage. Then, he held the spirit map scroll in one hand and the iron cage in the other. He sent a command to the space with his mind. The next moment, the iron cage disappeared into thin air. In the spirit map space, the iron cage fell from the sky and covered the giant hornet's nest according to Xia Ruofei's instructions. Xia Ruofei's original intention of making an iron cage was to add a protective shield outside the hornet's nest. This way, if anything happened, he would be able to control it. After all, there were too many of them. If it was like last night, Xia Ruofei had trapped the entire hornet's nest. Otherwise, once all the hornet's nest flew out, it would be very difficult for Xia Ruofei to control more than 2,000 hornets at once, even with his strong spatial control. Adding such a cover was equivalent to adding a layer of insurance. Xia Ruofei sensed the situation in the space and saw that the iron cage had appeared at the predetermined position. He then returned to the driver's seat with a peace of mind and drove back to Peach Blossom Farm. When Xia Ruofei reached home, she carried the large metal box filled with jade and went straight upstairs to her room. He quickly locked the door and windows, opened the metal box, and summoned the spirit map scroll from his palm. Xia Ruofei deftly fed pieces of valuable jade to the painting. The jade, that was worth 4 million yuan, could not withstand the absorption of the spirit painting scroll. It did not take long for the metal box to be empty. During the entire process, Xia Ruofei did not try to sense the state of the space. After he had absorbed all the jade, he entered the space with a thought. Xia Ruofei reappeared in front of the nameless plant in the original space. The first thing he felt was that the spiritual qi in the space was much denser, but he didn't have the time to feel it carefully. Instead, he couldn't wait to look at the spiritual fruit. With one look, Xia Ruofei was overjoyed. The spirit fruit had already turned completely dark red and was emitting an extremely alluring fragrance. As long as one took a deep breath, they would feel as if their bodies were floating. This spirit fruit was completely ripe. Xia Ruofei was very clear that this meant that after absorbing more than 14 million yuan worth of jade, the spirit map space had finally completed its upgrade. Xia Ruofei turned his attention to the other spiritual fruit. It had grown out again after being picked last time. The evolution of the realm this time clearly had a catalytic effect on this spirit fruit. It had also grown a lot in an instant. Previously, it had been growing slowly. Xia Ruofei could not even feel its growth. But this time it had grown to the size of the ripe spiritual fruit. Other than the fact that there was a hint of green in its color, this spirit fruit was basically the same as a ripe spirit fruit. In other words, it wouldn't be long before the spirit fruit ripened. This was really good news. Xia Ruofei carefully plucked the ripe spiritual fruit and stored it in a Tupperware. Then, he began to observe the changes in the space. Just as he had expected, the size of the original space had not changed at all, still about 8 acres. Of course, the spirit chi was much denser than before. The upgrade. Xia Ruofei felt that this place was similar to the spiritual mountains and treasured places in novels. He felt relaxed and happy just by taking a deep breath. In such an environment, even without the acceleration of time, animals and plants would still grow faster and of higher quality than the outside world. Xia Ruofei walked around the original space and did not notice any other changes. He then went to the new space. As soon as he entered the new space, Xia Ruofei suddenly felt that the whole world had become much wider. The density of the spiritual energy here was the same as the original space, but the size of the space was completely different. After the upgrade, Xia Ruofei felt that the entire space was vast and boundless. Of course, this was only what he saw with his naked eye. In fact, he still had to measure how much it had expanded. However, there was a more obvious change. The entire terrain had changed. The original hill had at least doubled in height, and it looked a little steep and towering. And the stream that flowed around the small mountain had also widened a lot, becoming a river, and also faintly had the momentum of surging. The small lake at the end of the river had expanded several times. This small lake, which was originally only about 1 mu in size, was now sparkling and no longer looked like a small pond. Xia Ruofei was mentally prepared. He knew that after the upgrade, the new space would expand and change to a certain extent. But he didn't expect the change to be so great. In the past, the original space would double in size every time it was upgraded, but the new space was obviously larger than that. Whether it was the area, the river, lake, or even the mountain, they were all several times larger than the original size. The evolution this time could be said to be earth-shaking. He climbed to the top of the mountain and looked around, which further confirmed his judgment. It was no longer easy to see the space membrane in the distance with the naked eye. Xia Ruofei jumped into the all-terrain vehicle and drove straight to the space membrane. He walked around the entire space along the space membrane and roughly estimated that the total area of the new space was close to 200 acres. Compared to the last time, it was not fully evolved, it was 5 times larger. In other words, the complete evolution this time had caused the entire space to complete a leap from quantitative change to qualitative change. This explained why the space had only expanded from 20 mu to 40 mu after absorbing 10 million yuan of jade last time, but this time it had expanded to 200 mu after absorbing only 4 million yuan of jade. Xia Ruofei parked his car and went to the mysterious stone tablet with a trace of anticipation and anxiety. Xia Ruofei had examined the stone tablet before it evolved. Although he did not find anything, he could not forget the golden light he had glimpsed. Now that the space's evolution had been completed, and his spiritual connection with the space had been significantly improved, would he find something new in the stone tablet? Xia Ruofei walked to the stone tablet and slowly reached out with his right hand. Then, his slightly trembling hand gently pressed on the stone tablet. He closed his eyes and focused his mind to sense it. Blackie, de Mao, and Mao, who had been following Xia Ruofei, seemed to have realized that he was doing something very important. The few puppies did not make a sound, but stood around Xia Ruofei warily, even if there was no danger. In this space, Xia Ruofei immediately felt that familiar connection. Although it was still faint, it was obviously much closer than before. Xia Ruofei's mind was still filled with endless fog. With his previous experience, Xia Ruofei immediately focused his mind and explored the fog. After a while, Xia Ruofei successfully found the golden spot that he could not forget. The golden light in the mist seemed to contain all the truths of the world. The moment Xia Ruofei's mind sensed it, it was as if his soul let out a comfortable sigh. The last time Xia Ruofei sensed this golden light, his spiritual energy had been exhausted and was quickly expelled by the stone tablet. This time it was obviously much better. Perhaps it was due to the strengthening of Xia Ruofei's spiritual connection with the space, or of course, the improvement of his own abilities. Lao Ai would still absorb the petals of the strange flower regularly to strengthen his abilities. Xia Ruofei focused all his attention on sensing the golden light. Xia Ruofei could feel the golden light getting clearer and bigger, as if he was zooming in on it. Xia Ruofei felt as if his entire soul was bathed in a soft light. The joy that came from the depths of his soul made him tremble. Gradually, Xia Ruofei felt that the golden light turned into a small golden person. Furthermore, this tiny golden person wasn't standing still. He was demonstrating a set of extremely strange movements. Hands, feet, body, head. Different movements combined into a strange posture. It looked similar to yoga, but only in form. Xia Ruofei could feel that it had nothing to do with yoga in essence, although the movements were equally incredible. Although the little golden man's movements were very strange, it gave Xia Ruofei a feeling of unparalleled coordination. His hands and feet were obviously twisted at an incredible angle, but it was very comfortable to look at. It was as if this was the most suitable posture for heaven and earth. Soon, Xia Ruofei felt that his spiritual energy was almost exhausted. He gritted his teeth and focused his mind on sensing the little golden man's every move. He discovered that the little golden man demonstrated a total of 9 postures, and after each demonstration, the little golden man would start from the first posture again, over and over again, repeating it. Xia Ruofei concentrated on sensing the surroundings, not wanting to miss any detail. Soon, he felt a sharp pain in his mind. He groaned and his mind was quickly expelled from the stone tablet. Xia Ruofei took a deep look at the wordless stone tablet and felt that it was unfathomable. He knew that this was all he could sense from the stone tablet after his evolution. If he wanted to continue exploring, he would have to wait until the next evolution. Xia Ruofei thought of the little golden man's 9 postures that he had just sensed. His heart skipped a beat and he sat down. He tried hard to recall the posture he had just sensed. But the result made him pale with fright. Xia Ruofei realized that other than the first position, which he could remember clearly as if it was imprinted in his mind, he had completely forgotten the other 8 positions. However, he clearly remembered that the little golden man had been repeating the 9 postures. However, when it came to the last 8 positions, Xia Ruofei had no impression at all. He could not remember at all. Xia Ruofei could not understand. He had clearly tried his best to remember the 9 sets of postures, and the time he took to look at these strange postures was the same. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to only remember 1 set and completely forget the other 8 sets. Selective memory? What was going on? Although Xia Ruofei was puzzled, he had to accept the truth. However, he was even more curious about the only strange posture he could remember. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided to give it a try. This weird posture required a lot of flexibility, but Xia Ruofei thought he could do it. He quickly put on the difficult pose according to his memory. However, other than the slight pain and a few ligaments that were pulled, Xia Ruofei did not think that there was anything special about this set of movements. He furrowed his brows slightly and carefully examined his own movements. He compared them with the little golden man's movements that were deeply engraved in his mind. Then, he realized that there were slight differences between his movements and the little golden man's movements. Hence, Xia Ruofei made some adjustments. In fact, there were only small differences such as his head not leaning back enough and his feet not being straightened. However, the moment Xia Ruofei adjusted his body to the right position, he felt an intense pain. It was as if all the meridians in his body were pulled. Xia Ruofei sucked in a breath of cold air and broke out in a cold sweat. However, Xia Ruofei gritted his teeth and persevered. He could vaguely feel that the little golden man's set of movements was extraordinary, and wanted to persist as long as possible. 7 years of life in the Special Forces had honed Xia Ruofei's perseverance. He was enduring pain that ordinary people could not imagine every second. Large beads of sweat kept dripping from his forehead, but he persevered. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. After about 5 minutes, Xia Ruofei's lower lip was bleeding from biting it. He finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed on the ground. He could no longer maintain that strange posture. It was strange, but as soon as Xia Ruofei got out of that position, the bone-piercing pain immediately disappeared. What replaced it was an extreme comfort. Xia Ruofei felt as if he was in a hot spring. His entire body was warm. After a short rest, Xia Ruofei stood up. To his surprise, he realized that his skin had started to exude a foul, smelling black impurity. This had only happened after Xia Ruofei had absorbed the petals of the exotic flower. Could it be that this set of seemingly simple and strange movements was actually more effective than absorbing the petals of the strange flower? Xia Ruofei suddenly had this thought. He walked down the mountain. When he took his first step, he immediately felt that his body was much lighter. He quickly came to the flat ground at the foot of the mountain and tried to do the standing long jump. Xia Ruofei easily jumped more than 3 meters without using all his strength. This was the result of a high-level athlete. I've actually become as light as a swallow. Xia Ruofei was a little dumbfounded. Xia Ruofei was more aware of the value of this seemingly simple yet strange movement. Xia Ruofei didn't have time to check if there were any other changes. He immediately left the spirit map space. Because his body was sticky and reeking of a foul smell, Xia Ruofei couldn't stand it anymore. He couldn't wait to take a shower. P.S. I can only watch 2 chapters today, so I'll owe everyone another chapter. The child's fever did not go down, and his body temperature even got higher at night. He took anti-inflammatory drugs and physical cooling. His body temperature exceeded 38.5 degrees at 11 o'clock, and he even took fever medicine. He couldn't calm down and write his story. Please understand. Oh, by the way, the book doesn't have any thoughts of letting the protagonist cultivate for the time being, and the content of this. Xia Ruofei returned to the outside world and took a shower 3 times in the bathroom before she was finally able to wash away the sticky black grease, like impurities on her body. After changing into his sportswear, Xia Ruofei returned to the new space. He was full of anticipation for that strange-looking movement. Xia Ruofei could not wait to feel the changes in his body when he was in the bathroom. He felt that the changes were enough to be described as being reborn. To be able to achieve such a remarkable effect in just 5 minutes, this posture that looked like nothing special except for strangeness was definitely not ordinary. Xia Ruofei also remembered that the little golden man had demonstrated a total of 9 positions. He couldn't help but look forward to it even more. What kind of changes would the later positions bring to his body? However, no matter how hard Xia Ruofei tried to recall, he could not remember anything. It was as if that piece of memory had been blocked. Xia Ruofei did not have a better solution. He speculated that there were 2 possibilities. First, when he practiced the first posture to the extreme, or to be more accurate, when he reached a certain standard, the next posture would be unlocked. Second, it could only be unlocked after the space was upgraded again. No matter what the situation was, Xia Ruofei had no way to deal with it. Besides, the information he had obtained from the stone tablet was pitifully little. Everything was just his own speculation. After Xia Ruofei entered the new space, he couldn't help but try that weird posture again. But he found that no matter how hard he tried, he could not succeed in doing it. Every time he was about to complete the entire movement, the tearing force from the meridians in his body would immediately become extremely huge. All the meridians would feel as if they were being pricked by needles, so he couldn't maintain it for even a second. This was no longer a problem that could be solved by willpower. It was completely out of his control. Xia Ruofei also felt that going too far was as bad as not going too far. If he really forced himself to do this, his body would probably be seriously injured. Without any more information, Xia Ruofei could only try to figure it out. He knew that this posture could not be repeated after the first time. The biggest possibility was that he would need a certain amount of time to recover. Perhaps his body had not yet adapted to the changes brought about by the first practice. The meridians in his body might still be relatively fragile and could not bear the second practice. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, Xia Ruofei decided to put it aside for the time being. He would try again after a longer interval. Xia Ruofei returned to the original space and took out a bottle of diluted flower petal solution. She consumed it and quickly recovered her mental energy. Then he went to the stone tablet in the new space and tried a second time. In the end, he was not surprised. He could still sense through the stone tablet that the little golden man was continuously demonstrating the 9 sets of movements, but as long as his mind left the stone tablet, he could still only remember the first set of movements, and the other 8 sets seemed to once again be shrouded in a vast fog. After trying twice, Xia Ruofei finally gave up. The first set of movements had already brought him great benefits, but one should still be content with what they have. Xia Ruofei decided to put all these aside. He played with Blackie and the others for a while in the new space and gave them food. The flow of time in the new space was the same as the outside world, so Blackie and the others were still puppies. Of course, the unique environment in the new space allowed them to grow very strong, not inferior to the adult dogs in the outside world. Xia Ruofei decided to let Blackie and the rest stay in the medium for a while longer. After all, the spiritual qi here could transform their bodies and improve their intelligence. When they grew up, Xia Ruofei would bring them to the outside world. Xia Ruofei returned to the original space. After feeling the changes after the space upgrade, his attention returned to the giant hornet's nest. Xia Ruofei walked to the hornet's nest that was surrounded by the iron cage. He saw the huge hornet's nest quietly standing in the cage, and occasionally a few hornets' nest would fly in and out. It seemed that the limited range of movement didn't make the bees feel uncomfortable. Perhaps it was because the spiritual qi in the space was extremely rich, but the bees didn't go crazy and fly around in the iron cage. Xia Ruofei did not use his mind to contact the space. Instead, he focused his mind and gave an order to one of the hornets. The hornet seemed to have stopped for a moment and hesitated. Then, to Xia Ruofei's surprise, the hornet started to circle around the beehive, drawing a circular trajectory. This was what Xia Ruofei had requested. Xia Ruofei's spirits lifted, and he immediately gave another order. The hornet immediately made a turn in the air, and then flew around the hive in a clockwise direction instead of a clockwise one. This time, it was confirmed. Xia Ruofei was very excited. The reason why he had kept the hornet's nest the day before and did not get rid of it immediately was because he had a glimmer of hope that there would be new changes after the space was upgraded. If he could control so many hornets, it would definitely be a great killing weapon. Just imagine if so many hornets' nests were to come out, under the situation where the other party was caught off guard, it could really be said that they would kill whoever they saw, and it would be successful in every way. Furthermore, bees were different from bees. Bees had barbs on their tails. Under normal circumstances, after a bee stung a person, the barbs on the tail would remain in the person's body. When the bee flew away, even its internal organs would be pulled out. Therefore, bees would pay for their lives when they stung people. After the sting, the bees would also die. But hornets didn't have reverse hooks on their tails. In other words, if these hornets could be controlled by him, they would not only be a great killing weapon, but also a great killing weapon that could be reused. Xia Ruofei tried to control more bees. There were about 30 to 40 bees outside the hive. Xia Ruofei tried and realized that he could only control a dozen of them. The bees formed a long line and followed Xia Ruofei's instructions in the cage. Although a dozen was a small number, Xia Ruofei was satisfied. This was because he knew that the longer these hornets stayed in the medium, the deeper his control over them would be. In the future, he would be able to control thousands of hornets with a thought, and it would be as easy as controlling his own arms and fingers. Just thinking about it felt great. In order to confirm his thoughts, Xia Ruofei even ran to the fish pond and gave instructions to the grass carps and crucian carps in the pond. He did not use the invisible force of space to restrain them, but directly gave instructions to the fish. Sure enough, the fish, which were much larger than the hornets, followed Xia Ruofei's order and lined up in the fish pond like soldiers on inspection. Xia Ruofei tried it out and realized that he could control at least 50 to 60 fish at the same time. He was finally able to put his mind at ease. He had been able to control more of these fish in the medium for a long time. And as long as he had enough time, it would not be a dream for him to control an army of hornets. Xia Ruofei started to plan his next step. The hornet's nest definitely couldn't be left in the original space. Time passed too fast here, and the hornet's life was too short, so it had to be moved to a new space. This was the most urgent matter. Xia Ruofei's mind moved slightly. The invisible force of space wrapped the iron cage and the hornet's nest in the iron cage and moved them into a new space in an instant. Xia Ruofei also flashed into the new space and ordered Blackie and the rest to stay away from the big iron cage. In addition, he was going to mark out an area in the new space and surround it as a special area for the hornets to live in. The land in the new space was very spacious, and it would not be a problem to allocate 1 or 2 mu of land. The next step was to start cutting and planting the wild iron, skin dendrobes that he had painstakingly collected. Xia Ruofei suddenly felt much busier. After Xia Ruofei left the medium, he went to the farm to patrol. In the greenhouse, Chao Taishu and his workers were carefully taking care of the growing vegetables. When he saw Xia Ruofei, Chao Taishu excitedly reported the situation of the vegetable greenhouse. After the seeds that had been soaked by Xia Ruofei had sprouted, they grew much faster than similar vegetables even in the outside world. Each of them was growing very well. Xia Ruofei had even specifically instructed them to plant the vegetables green and not use any fertilizers or pesticides. Even so, there were no worm holes on the vegetables. In other words, after seed soaking and watering with a very small amount of flower petals, the pest control of these vegetables did not need to be worried at all. Xia Ruofei felt a sense of achievement as he looked at the neat rows of vegetables in the greenhouse, as if they were soldiers being reviewed. To be honest, the profits from growing vegetables were insignificant to Xia Ruofei. However, his goal was to build a high-end brand. High-end food brands had to have a rich variety, whether it was ordinary vegetables, fruits, truffles, or other high-end food that might appear in the future. Only by covering daily ingredients and high-end premium products could the brand's popularity continue to expand. And it was precisely these daily ingredients that could expand the brand's popularity and influence. It was not feasible to be a widow, it had to be fully developed. This was the thought that Xia Ruofei had been following. Xia Ruofei acknowledged the work of Chao Taishu and the other workers. After giving them a few words of encouragement, he went back to the construction site. As usual, Manager Li was personally guarding the construction site. The entire construction site was also in full swing. The workers each had their own duties, and each one of them was agile and skilled. One look was enough to tell that they were experienced construction teams. Liang Qichao was still very concerned about Xia Ruofei's affairs, and Manager Li naturally spared no effort in his work. He put himself in the farm's shoes in many places and tried to save costs while maintaining quality and quantity. In addition, in order not to interfere with the farm work and cause damage to the factory's road environment, Manager Li also specifically asked the construction team to open a temporary side door here, so that all trucks and slag trucks could enter and exit from the side door. The first floor's cement board had already been built. Some workers were watering and maintaining the cement board, while other workers were building scaffolding, cleaning the site, loading and unloading building materials, etc. In short, there was not much work on the main building, but the staff were not idle. He had used the scientific method of coordination to the extreme. Xia Ruofei was very satisfied. He told Peng how to order some food and wine from the county in the afternoon to reward everyone when they finished work in the evening. Xia Ruofei returned to the villa after walking around. Now, only Xia Ruofei and Yi Lingyun lived in the villa. After Hu Zi's mother returned to the city, Yi Lingyun also took on a part-time job as a chef. He was the one who took care of the meals. Xia Ruofei and Yi Lingyun had lunch together. Then, without taking a break, they left Taoyuan farm in their pickup truck. He found a factory that specialized in making barbed wire fences, and ordered some fences that could be assembled. Xia Ruofei was going to set up a plot of land in the new space, which was about 1.5 mu, and seal it up with barbed wire to allow the hornets to breed and live. Therefore, he had to add metal windows on both the inside and outside of the wire fence. Xia Ruofei's plan was to form an area of 30 meters by 30 meters with a height of about 10 meters. The top of the area would be made of steel bars and covered with a wire fence of the same standard. Xia Ruofei had ordered a fence of medium quality. With the addition of the top steel frame and other materials, the total cost was about 20,000 yuan. Xia Ruofei paid the deposit and gave the address of the warehouse he rented to the manufacturer. He asked them to call him when they were done and send it to the warehouse directly. After setting up the fence, Xia Ruofei was ready to return to the farm villa to take a look. He wanted to find some time to plant the wild dendrobium candids that he had found at Laoyan Mountain 2 days ago in his interspace. As Xia Ruofei was on his way back, his phone rang. Xia Ruofei slowed down the car and picked up his phone. When he saw that it was his future father-in-law, Ling Xiaotian, calling, he quickly put on his Bluetooth earphone and answered the call. "Uncle Ling," Xia Ruofei said. "Ruofei, did you forget something?" Ling Xiaotian asked. Xia Ruofei was stunned. Was his father-in-law unhappy because he had not visited him these few days? He had been very busy the whole time. Besides, the last time in Ling Qingshua's room, if it wasn't for Ling Qingshua's relatives coming, he would probably have done something outrageous. At that time, Ling Qingxue had shyly said that she would let Xia Ruofei do whatever he wanted next time. Xia Ruofei had asked Ling Qingxue out twice, but she had not turned up either time. Hence, Xia Ruofei was too embarrassed to pay her a visit. This was to avoid Ling Qingshua's awkwardness. At the same time, he did not want to be seen as a lecherous person in his girlfriend's eyes. At the thought of this, Xia Ruofei said, "Uncle Ling, the farm has been very busy these past 2 days, so is there anything I can help you with? Could it be that there's something wrong with the blood dragons?" Ling Xiaotian smiled bitterly. "You brat, you've really forgotten everything. To think that I've been looking around for information these past few days. Ah? Drunken 8 immortals." Ling Xiaotian reminded him in a bad mood, "Do you remember what you promised me the last time?" Xia Ruofei slapped his forehead and said, I really forgot about it. Uncle Ling, I'm really sorry. The last time they had a drink, Ling Xiaotian had a lot of admiration for Xia Ruofei's improved drunken 8 immortals. He even had the intention to cooperate with Xia Ruofei to acquire the Dingfeng winery that produced drunken 8 immortals. The two of them would manage this improved liquor together. At that time, Xia Ruofei had said that he would bring the mass-produced version of the drunken 8 immortals to Ling Xiaotian as soon as possible and would only make a decision after he had tasted it. Xia Ruofei had been busy for a few days, and he had forgotten about it after his trip to Mount Laoyan. Xia Ruofei was naturally embarrassed to forget the first task assigned by his future father-in-law. "Kid, you don't seem to be very reliable," Ling Xiaotian said. "This is a business worth tens of millions, can you put in more effort?" Xia Ruofei quickly smiled apologetically and said, "Uncle Ling, it's all my fault. How about this? I'll give it to the person from your company who's here to pick up the vegetables tomorrow morning and ask him to bring it to you as soon as possible." Let's not wait until tomorrow. If you're free, come over now. Ling Xiaotian said. I'm at home. I'm free. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. Please wait a moment. I'll leave. Now. Good. Ruofei, remember to bring a few more bottles. Ling Xiaotian said with a smile. He wasn't really angry, and Xia Ruofei had admitted his mistake so nicely. He naturally wouldn't blame Xia Ruofei. No problem. Xia Ruofei said readily. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei sped up and drove back to Taoyuan Farm. After returning to his room and locking the door and windows, he took out the spirit painting scroll and entered the medium. He found an empty porcelain bottle and went to the area where the wine jars were stored. He filled up 5 bottles of drunken 8 immortals, which were not fused with any exotic flower petals. Then, he calmly sealed the wine jar again. The time flow in the Swan and I area was 30 times slower than the outside world. Xia Ruofei did not have to speed up in order to save time. After leaving the realm and putting away the painting, Xia Ruofei found a bag and put the 5 bottles of wine in it. Then, he quickly went downstairs, got into the Night 15, and drove towards the Qingjiang Villa area in the city. On the way, Xia Ruofei's mind was filled with thoughts. He would definitely be able to see Ling Qingxue once they reached Ling Xiaoyan's villa. It had been so many days, her relatives should have left by now, right? Did that mean that he had the chance to get intimate with her in her room today? It was a little inconvenient to have a father-in-law at home, but Uncle Ling didn't seem like the kind of person who would spoil the mood. He would probably take the initiative to avoid going to the company, right? Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei felt that the evil fire that he had been suppressing for the past few days seemed to be on fire again. Thinking of Ling Qingshua's graceful body and her long, seductive legs, Xia Ruofei's eyes were filled with passion. Wife, I'm coming. Xia Ruofei, who now had the power to drive, sped all the way and soon arrived at Ling Xiaoyan's single riverside villa in the Qingjiang Villa area. He jumped out of the car with a bag full of 5 bottles of wine and quickly walked to the door to ring the doorbell. With a click, the metal door opened automatically, and Ling Xiaoyan's voice came from the communication device. Are you Ruofei? Quickly come in. Xia Ruofei walked into the villa's courtyard with a bag in his hand. Ling Xiaotian was standing at the door with a smile on his face. Uncle Ling, Xia Ruofei greeted. Not bad, you're quite fast, Ling Xiaotian said with a smile. Xia Ruofei laughed in embarrassment. Uncle Ling, I was so busy that I forgot what you asked me to do. I'm really sorry, Ling Xiaotian laughed and said, we're all a family. What's the point of saying this? Come in quickly. Ling Xiaotian let Xia Ruofei into the house. Xia Ruofei handed the bag to Ling Xiaotian and said, Uncle Ling, this is the improved version of drunken 8 immortals that I mentioned last time. It's the kind that can be mass-produced. Good. Ling Xiaotian took the bag and said happily. Xia Ruofei looked around but did not see Ling Qingxue, who he had been dreaming of. He could not help but ask, Uncle Ling, is Qingxue not at home? Ling Xiaotian couldn't help but laugh. So you've come so quickly for that last Qingxue. I told you that an old man like me wouldn't have such charm. Xia Ruofei scratched his head in embarrassment and laughed awkwardly without saying anything. Ling Xiaotian asked, didn't Qingxue tell you? She's on a business trip today. Ah? Xia Ruofei was a little disappointed. Business trip? We're planning to open up a secondary market, Ling Xiaotian nodded. We'll open a few chain stores in some prefecture-level cities outside of Sanshan City. Although Qingxue is temporarily in charge of the finance department, my family business will be handed over to her. In the future, sooner or later, she will be able to take charge of everything on her own, so this time, I let her be in charge of market research. It can be considered a form of training. After Duan Ishan, Ling Xiaotian's good friend and the vice-mayor of Sanshan City, fell from his position. Ling Xiaotian had been keeping a low profile. However, now that he had Xia Ruofei, it could be said that the haze was gone. Naturally, Ling Ji restaurant would start to expand. I see, Xia Ruofei nodded and said. He was naturally very disappointed, especially when it seemed like he would have to continue suppressing his evil fire for a while. However, Xia Ruofei could not show it on his face. He could only smile bitterly and shake his head. Are you au fait? You wouldn't blame Uncle Ling for sending Qingxue out, would you? Ling Xiaotian laughed. No, of course not. Xia Ruofei quickly said. Alright, let's not talk about Qingxue anymore. Ling Xiaotian said, let me try the wine you brought. After he finished speaking, Ling Xiaotian opened his bag and took out a bottle of wine. A rich aroma of wine filled the living room of the villa. Ling Xiaotian leaned close to the bottle and took a deep breath. Then he said with a happy expression, not bad, not bad. Just the aroma of this wine alone is much more mellow and rich than the original drunken eight immortals. After he finished speaking, he took out a white wine glass from under the coffee table and filled it to the brim. Then, he picked up the glass with his thumb and middle finger, raised his head, and drank it all in one go. Ling Xiaotian closed his eyes and opened them. After a while, he said excitedly, Are you au fait? This wine is really good. Although it was less agile than the last time, the wine fragrance and taste were almost the same. I think it's better than those high-end white wines on the market that cost hundreds or even thousands of yuan. The taste is very unique. Uncle Ling, so you're saying that there's a reason to acquire the winery? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. There's too much. Ling Xiaotian said without hesitation, Ruofei, I won't hide it from you. The day you came the last time, I had already ordered my subordinates to start the acquisition plan. After tasting your wine today, I'm even more certain that the decision I made that day was the right one. All right. Since Uncle Ling is so confident, let's work together. Xia Ruofei agreed readily and continued, but regarding the shares, I think I should invest some money in it, or you can have more shares. It's not appropriate for me to take half of the shares without spending a single cent. Are you au fait? The technology you've mastered is the key to the winery's development. Ling Xiaotian said. It's not a problem to take half of the shares, because without your technology, this acquisition plan is impossible. This, Ruofei, don't be so modest. Ling Xiaotian said, don't tell me you won't even listen to me? Ling Xiaotian's words implied that he was his future father-in-law. The daughter had not even married over yet, and the son-in-law was already not listening to her. No. Uncle Ling, I just feel that I'm taking too much advantage of you, Xia Ruofei quickly replied. Of course, if it was another business partner, Xia Ruofei would have taken 50% of the shares for granted. However, Ling Xiaotian was different. After all, he was Ling Qingshua's father. Ling Xiaotian smiled and said, Ruofei, my intuition from being in the business for so many years tells me that even if I only have 50% of the shares, I'll still profit greatly from this cooperation. Alright, let's stop fighting over the shares. Just do as I say. Alright then, Xia Ruofei said helplessly, but, Uncle Ling, if the winery still needs more investment, we can invest according to the shares. We can't let you pay for it all by yourself. Alright. Ling Xiaotian also said straightforwardly, I'll get someone to draft the contract later. When you have time, come to my company to sign it. Alright. Xia Ruofei said. Oh right, Ruofei, after we acquire the winery, how are you going to produce the improved version of Drunken 8 Immortals? Ling Xiaotian asked, do you need any additional equipment or medicinal herbs? I'm going to put these into the budget first. Xia Ruofei smiled. No need for that. After the winery is acquired, we can just produce it according to the previous process. Xia Ruofei continued, but this is a technology that my friend and I have mastered together, so the production may be a little more troublesome. I'll rent a warehouse in the suburbs. The winery only needs to send the produced liquor to the warehouse regularly and leave the rest to us. When we're done with the improvement, we'll inform the winery to bring the liquor back for bottles. After listening to Xia Ruofei's explanation of the process, Ling Xiaotian did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. After all, this was a core technique. It was right for Xia Ruofei to be cautious, so Ling Xiaotian agreed without any hesitation. As for the initial acquisition of the winery, the design of the new packaging after production, and the release of advertisements, I won't be in charge. You're more experienced, so you can make the decisions. Xia Ruofei said. With a smile. No problem, just focus on the technical side. Ling Xiaotian said. The two of them chatted about some details, and an hour or two passed before they knew it. Ling Xiaotian enthusiastically invited Xia Ruofei to stay for dinner. Naturally, Xia Ruofei could not reject his future father-in-law's request. It was almost dinner time, so the two of them ate at the table. At this moment, Xia Ruofei finally understood why Ling Xiaotian had asked him to bring a few more bottles of wine over the phone. It turned out that Ling Xiaotian had already prepared to drink the wine he had brought for dinner. The father and son drank the 5 bottles of wine one on one, and they had finished 3 bottles. Xia Ruofei had drunk about 1.6 or 1.7 pounds. Despite his amazing alcohol tolerance, he could not help but feel a little dizzy. Since he was drunk, he could not drive tonight. Hence, Ling Xiaotian asked Xia Ruofei to stay the night. Xia Ruofei gave Yi Lingyun a call to inform him and followed Ling Xiaotian upstairs. The room that Ling Xiaotian had arranged for Xia Ruofei was Ling Qingshua's boudoir. Xia Ruofei was a little embarrassed as he declined. Ling Xiaotian laughed and said, "What does it matter? Qingxue was not home." At this time, the housekeeper, Madame Chen, had already gone back. "Who would prepare a guest room for you?" It's one of us, it's fine, it's fine." Ling Xiaotian had drunk so much that his tongue was a little loose. Since he had already said so, Xia Ruofei could only accept this arrangement. "All right. Thank you, Uncle Ling." Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. "Ruofei, you should rest early." Ling Xiaotian's footsteps were a little unsteady. His body swayed as he said, "I I'm going back to my room too. Good night, Uncle Ling, Xia Ruofei said politely. After closing the door, Xia Ruofei walked over to the bed with weak steps and laid on the bed. A faint fragrance assailed his nose. This was Ling Qingshua's bed, and the sheets and blankets were the same as Ling Qingshua's yesterday. Xia Ruofei imagined the scene of Ling Qingxue lying on the bed, and the evil fire in his heart burned even more fiercely. Xia Ruofei could not help but smile bitterly, thinking, my future father-in-law's arrangement is really. Xia Ruofei couldn't sleep peacefully in Ling Qingshua's room. He sat up and tried to do the strange pose that the little golden man had demonstrated in the spatial stone tablet. Xia Ruofei skillfully got into that position. When the familiar pain appeared again, Xia Ruofei was stunned. I can do this position again? Xia Ruofei was so overjoyed that he even forgot about the intense pain from his torn meridians. It seemed like he could try again after a certain amount of time. Xia Ruofei said in his heart. It had been almost half a day since he had tried to do this strange posture. Xia Ruofei judged that his body was in the process of recovery and reconstruction. After his meridians were completely repaired from the previous attempt, he could naturally try again. Furthermore, this process of restoration and reconstruction would definitely make his body and meridians stronger. Xia Ruofei started to concentrate and grit his teeth. The pain was still very intense. There was a cute pink clock on the opposite side of the princess bed in Ling Qingshua's room. Xia Ruofei could feel the passage of time. In his eyes, the second hand was like a slow-motion camera on TV, shaking for a long time before moving one square. Xia Ruofei knew that the pain had amplified his nerves and made him feel that time had passed very slowly. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. 3 minutes. Xia Ruofei's facial muscles started to tremble. He gritted his teeth and tried his best to hold on. Fortunately, his perseverance was far beyond that of ordinary people. If he were an ordinary person who had not undergone the cruel anti-captive training, he would have lifted his posture and quit the training as soon as the pain hit him. Xia Ruofei's eyes were red. He looked at the clock on the wall and saw that 5 minutes had passed. The intense pain made him dizzy, but he still grinned and revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Last time, he had persisted for 5 minutes. And this time, he had obviously improved. Xia Ruofei's entire body trembled. Finally, after about 5.5 minutes, he could not hold on any longer. He could not help but withdraw from that strange posture. It lasted half a minute longer than the last time. Xia Ruofei's mouth twitched. He felt weak all over. He lay on the bed, panting. After a while, he recovered and slowly sat up. The feeling of warmth after the intense pain was so comfortable that Xia Ruofei felt drowsy. He got up and moved his limbs. Suddenly, he heard a series of cracking sounds as if his bones were colliding. Xia Ruofei clenched his fist and a series of cracking sounds could be heard. He casually waved his fist and there was a loud whoosh. Although there was no reference, he could feel that his strength had increased a lot. This strange posture was really heaven-defying. Just maintaining it for a few minutes had such an obvious effect on strengthening the body. Xia Ruofei said in his heart. Furthermore, after drinking a pound of white wine, the dizziness had disappeared. Xia Ruofei was now very clear-headed. The alcohol must have been expelled from my body along with the impurities, Xia Ruofei mumbled to himself. As he said that, he suddenly realized something. He raised his hand and saw that there was a layer of black grease, like impurities on the surface of his skin, and it was still emitting a foul smell. However, the impurities this time were obviously much less than the last time. They did not cover the entire skin, only thin pieces. In some parts. Xia Ruofei hurriedly opened the window and turned on the air conditioner. He adjusted it to the ventilation gear so that he could get rid of the bad smell as soon as possible. Thinking about how he had made Ling Qingshua's fragrant room stink, Xia Ruofei could not help but scratch his head in embarrassment. Then, Xia Ruofei's expression changed slightly. He quickly turned to look at Ling Qingshua's princess bed. He had been sitting on top of it practicing that posture just now. After practicing, he had even laid on the bed sheet the impurities that his body had discharged. As far as Xia Ruofei could see, there were 2 or 3 black stains on Ling Qingshua's light pink bed sheet. If Ling Qingshua's blanket had not been folded neatly at the head of the bed, it would have probably been stained as well. What should he do? He had dirted Ling Qingshua's bed sheets. After staying here for a night, Xia Ruofei felt his head throb. He even regretted that he had been in such a hurry to practice this movement. Xia Ruofei couldn't stand the sour smell coming from his body. He decided not to care about the bed sheet for now and rushed into the bathroom to wash it. Fortunately, he had a change of clothes in the space at any time. He washed the long johns in the bathroom and hung them in the space to dry. As for his coat, although it smelled a little, he couldn't change it. He didn't bring anything else with him today except for a bag of wine. It didn't make sense that he would change his clothes the next day. Hence, Xia Ruofei hung the coat on the balcony outside Ling Qingshua's room. It should be well ventilated for the night and there should not be any smell. In the end, Xia Ruofei came to the bed and looked at the bedsheet helplessly. After much consideration, he decided to wash the stains off. He couldn't just leave such an obvious stain here, could he? Besides, he was going to lie on it to sleep tonight. Hence, Xia Ruofei removed the bedsheets with a bitter face and took them to the bathroom. He repeatedly scrubbed the dirty spots and hung them on the drying pole on the balcony after confirming that they were clean. Xia Ruofei did not know what Ling Xiaoyan's expression would be like when he saw the bed sheets being dried out in the sun tomorrow morning. However, it was useless to think about it now. He made up his mind and decided to sleep first. So he opened Ling Qingshua's cabinet and looked for the spare bed sheets. While he was looking for the bed sheets, Xia Ruofei accidentally opened a cabinet door. It was filled with all sorts of lace underwear. He quickly closed the cabinet door, but he could not help but let his imagination run wild. He could not help but imagine Ling Qingxue wearing those lace underwear. Can't we just have a good night's sleep? Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. After a while, Xia Ruofei finally found the bed sheet. He laid it out, spread out Ling Qingshua's fragrant blanket, and got into bed. His mind was filled with Ling Qingshua's graceful figure, and he tossed and turned until very late at night before he finally fell asleep. The next morning, Xia Ruofei only woke up when Ling Xiaotian knocked on his door and asked him to have breakfast. He got up and answered first. Then he ran to the balcony to put on his coat. He touched the bed sheet and it was still wet. It seemed that it was impossible to change it back in the morning. Xia Ruofei had no choice but to open the door. Ling Xiaotian still did not leave and stood at the door, waiting. When he saw Xia Ruofei come out, he smiled and said, "Ruofei, go and have breakfast." Xia Ruofei nodded and said after some hesitation, that. Uncle Ling. I accidentally dirted Qingshua's bed sheets last night. I've already washed them and hung them out to dry. It was so obvious that Xia Ruofei could not possibly hide it. He might as well take the initiative to say it, so that Ling Xiaotian would not make blind guesses. There was not enough time for the bed sheets to dry. In one night, Xia Ruofei suddenly realized that he had made a stupid mistake. Time. Why didn't he leave the bed sheets in the spirit map space last night? A few days had passed since he had spent the night in the spirit map space. The bed sheets must be completely dry by now. It was too late to say anything now. Xia Ruofei looked at Ling Xiaotian. As expected, Ling Xiaotian had a strange expression on his face. Staying in the boudoir at night and dirtying the bedsheets, no matter how one heard it, it was full of meaning. Xia Ruofei quickly explained, Uncle Ling, I was too drunk yesterday. I accidentally vomited it out. However, I have already cleaned it up. I have also washed the bed sheets. Ling Xiaotian smiled and said, so that's how it is. It's okay, Ruofei, you can just leave it there, Madam Chen will take care of it. It's fine, it's fine. It's just a matter of convenience, Xia Ruofei said with a sigh of relief. Let's go eat. Ling Xiaotian said with a smile. The two of them went downstairs together. Xia Ruofei thought that Ling Xiaotian should have accepted his explanation, but he did not expect Ling Xiaotian to say in his heart, little guy. I've had 2 drinks. With you, how could I not know your alcohol tolerance? You're going to throw up from that little bit of alcohol? It seemed that the firepower of young people was exuberant. Should I have asked Qingxue to come back earlier? If Xia Ruofei knew what Ling Xiaotian was thinking right now, he would definitely vomit blood. This was like jumping into the Yellow River and not being able to clear his name. After having breakfast at Ling Xiaotian's house, Xia Ruofei got up and left. Ling Xiaotian was also very busy. The Lingyun Hotel under Ling GF&B was competing for the target of being a designated reception unit of the Municipal Party Committee. Their F&B business was also developing into the secondary market. At the same time, the acquisition of Dingfeng Winery had been put on the agenda. He was also in a hurry to go to the company to deal with complicated matters, so he did not ask Xia Ruofei to stay. Xia Ruofei drove back to Taoyuan Farm. After his routine visit to the greenhouse and the construction site, Xia Ruofei went back to his room. After locking the doors and windows and drawing the curtains, Xia Ruofei took out the spiritual map and entered the medium. He first checked the status of the hornets in the new space and tried again. He found that he could now control about 20 hornets. Although it was only a small improvement, Xia Ruofei was still very happy. Xia Ruofei played with Blackie and the rest for a while. After checking their food supplies, he went to the original space. The 20 stalks of iron, skin dendrobe he had found at Laoyan Mountain a few days ago were all packed in plastic bags. Xia Ruofei was planning to plant them today. Before this, Xia Ruofei had searched for relevant information on the internet. The cutting planting technique of the iron, skin dendrobium was not complicated. All he needed to do was cut the old stem into sections every 2 or 3 sprouts, and then proceed with the cutting. In the outside world, the incision might need to be disinfected and there were other things to take note of. However, in an environment like the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei basically did not need to consider so much. He took out a military dagger and cut the iron, skinned dendrobium he had collected into small strips. Each iron, skinned dendrobe had 6 or 7 long old stems, and each old stem could be cut into 7 or 8 sections. Therefore, after processing all 20 iron, skinned dendrobes, Xia Ruofei had obtained nearly 1,000 stalks. He first threw the ears into the sorting box, then poured in the diluted flower petal solution to soak them. During the soaking process, Xia Ruofei went to the place where he had planted the vegetables. Now, most of the vegetable field was empty. There were wicker baskets stacked beside the vegetable field. These were the vegetables that Xia Ruofei usually picked to meet his daily supply. Xia Ruofei used the hoe to turn the vegetable field around and then walked over with the sorting box. He inserted the tassels into the vegetable field one by one. After planting vegetables for so long, his movements were very skilled. It didn't take long for him to plant all 1,000 plus tassels into the field. Next, Xia Ruofei took out a watering can and filled the space pond with water, thoroughly watering the iron, skinned dendrobium. In the end, Xia Ruofei even filled a pot with diluted flower petal solution and poured a little on each ear. After 2 hours, Xia Ruofei was done with the planting of the ironclad claustrophobia. He was very confident in the spirit map space and was certain that the iron, skinned dendrobes would not disappoint him. They would all survive. Xia Ruofei packed up his tools and left the spirit map space. He went to the bathroom to wash the dirt off his hands. Then, he took out his phone and habitually checked that he usually didn't bring his phone into the spirit map space. There were no missed calls or text messages, but there was a WeChat message. Xia Ruofei opened his WeChat. It was from Wu Liqian, the deputy head of Chongping County. She had not been in contact with Xia Ruofei for a while. "Little Xia, you're getting stronger and stronger." He added a speechless emoji at the end of his sentence. Xia Ruofei was confused and replied with a string of question marks. Wu Liqian replied quickly. This time, she didn't send anything, only a link. Xia Ruofei clicked on the link with a hint of curiosity. This link was actually a piece of news that had just been posted on the official websites of the Sanshan Commission for Discipline Inspection and the Special Inspector Bureau. The title was Lin Wanshui, the Deputy Secretary General of the Three Mountains Municipal Party Committee, is under investigation for serious violation of discipline and law. The content of the message was very simple. The Deputy Secretary General of the Three Mountains Municipal Party Committee, Lin Wanshui, at the current position, is suspected of serious violation of discipline and law. He is currently under investigation. Behind it was Lin Wanshui's resume. Secretary Tian was so fast. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be a little speechless. However, he knew that Lin Wanshui himself was definitely not clean. He knew Tian Huilan quite well. If Lin Wanshui only violated the rules and didn't break the red line of the law, Tian Huilan would definitely not have fabricated evidence and directly caused him to fall from his position. Xia Ruofei just didn't expect Wu Liqian to be so well informed. She actually knew that he was the one who had caused this. So he replied with a blushing emoji and then typed, "Sis Wu, it's his own but that's not clean. Nauseanity." Wu Liqian replied, "It's all your fault. You're the nemesis of all the officials." Wu Liqian had personally experienced it once. Last time at the Linhai Town Police Station, Xia Ruofei had caused a ruckus and sent the deputy director of the county public security bureau and the director of the police station to prison. This time, Lin Wanshui would not be able to escape either. According to what Wu Liqian knew, the investigators had already found out that Lin Wanshui had used his position to benefit others and received a large amount of bribes through his family and children. It was said that the amount of money involved in the case was close to 10 million. Moreover, the information consulting company opened by Lin Wanshui's son, Lin Feng, was also found to have a lot of problems, including false invoices, tax evasion, forged contracts, and so on. In fact, Lin Feng's company was an important channel for Lin Wanshui to receive benefits. The investigators had already taken coercive measures against Lin Wanshui and his son, and they would soon be sent to the legal authorities. That's why Wu Liqian was so emotional. Xia Ruofei was in a good mood. He took out a cigarette and lit it up. Then, he chuckled and sent a message to correct her. Sis Wu, please mind your words. If you say that I'm the nemesis of corrupt officials, I can still reluctantly accept it, I'm telling you, young Xiao was also scared out of his wits this time. Wu Liqian replied. Xiao Mei had called Wu Liqian after the incident and asked her some questions humbly. That was how Wu Liqian had found out about the incident that Xia Ruofei had caused a few days ago. Xiao Mei had wanted to ask about Xia Ruofei the most, so she had told Wu Liqian everything about her low-level mistake. Ha ha ha. Secretary Xiao was obviously not as capable as Sis Wu. But I don't blame her. Xia Ruofei replied. She told me. She also said that if it wasn't for you speaking up for her, she might have become the shortest serving secretary in the history of the Municipal Party Committee. Wu Liqian replied. Wu Liqian probably didn't have any important work to do at the moment, so the two of them started chatting on WeChat. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and sent a message. Sis Wu, you promised to come over to my place on the first day of the new year. Why haven't you come after so many days of work? I'll go in a few days. However, he's either inspecting and guiding them as the deputy head of the county, or just hanging out with them as friends. Wu Liqian replied. Xia Ruofei smiled and typed on his phone, sure. Bring brother-in-law with you, I'll treat you guys to a real rural tourism experience. I guess you'll have to wait a few years, what's wrong? I'm not married yet. Where are you going to find a brother-in-law? Xia Ruofei was stunned when he saw the message. He really didn't know that Wu Liqian was not married. He noticed that Wu Liqian used the word not married instead of no husband. Not married meant that she was not married, and if she did not have a husband, she might have a history of marriage. It was possible that she was divorced or had lost her husband. Wu Liqian should be at least 30 years old, and she was a leader with real power. In general, it was rare for a female cadre of this age to be unmarried, because it was likely to be regarded as an anomaly, and even affect the growth and progress of their career. Besides, Wu Liqian was definitely a beautiful woman. She was well-to do in all aspects, so Xia Ruofei had always thought that Wu Liqian had a family and even a child. He sent a series of fainted emojis over. Then, he directly sent a voice message. Sis Wu, you're not joking with me, are you? Are you really not married yet? Xia Ruofei let go and sent the voice message. It's true, Wu Liqian replied with 3 words. Xia Ruofei quickly typed on his phone, no way? Why? Is it because you're too busy with work and don't have time to find one? You haven't met a suitable one, have you? Xiao Xia, I'm going to have a meeting soon, let's talk when we're free. Obviously, Wu Liqian didn't want to talk too much about this topic. Xia Ruofei responded with a smiley face. The incident with Wu Liqian was just a small interlude, and Xia Ruofei put it aside very quickly. He turned on his computer and withdrew the sales funds from Taoyuan Roti into his bank card, and another 200,000 yuan was deposited. Then, he browsed the news online for a while. It was almost lunchtime. Xia Ruofei didn't sleep well last night, so he went back to his room to catch up on some sleep after dinner. Just as he laid down, his phone rang. Xia Ruofei reached for the phone on the bedside table. He picked it up immediately when he saw that it was a call from Song Jingping, Elder Song's eldest son and the chief judge of Xiongnan province. Hello, Chief Judge Song. Little Xia, I didn't disturb your rest, did I? Song Jingping asked very kindly. Oh, no, Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, what's the matter, Chief Judge Song? Xiao Xia, I really do have a matter that I need to trouble you with. Song Jingping said, the old man's body has been recovering well recently. He's a little restless, and he wants to go out for a walk in a few days. Oh? It's good to go out for a walk. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Chief, you are in good health now. Proper traveling and exercise will be good for your recovery. Since you've said so, I'm relieved. Song Jingping smiled and said, but I'll have to trouble you with this. My father doesn't want to alert the local comrades. And he doesn't like to be surrounded by people, so he's preparing to travel in plain clothes. Can you spare a few days to accompany him? With you by the old man's side, if there's any health problem, you can also deal with it in time. Xia Ruofei pondered for a while and asked, Chief Judge Song, when will the bureau chief be leaving? How long have you been out for? We'll leave in a week. Song Jingping said, he wants to go to Mount Wuyi to visit a few old friends and have some fun. It shouldn't take too long. He'll be back in 3 or 4 days at most. Xia Ruofei did some calculations. It should not be a conflict with Liang Qichao's matter. By the time Liang Qichao's United States cousin returned to the country, he should have already returned to the Three Mountains. He would not delay the sale of the Orium ore. Hence, Xia Ruofei said, no problem, Chief Judge Song. I'll go with the chief. That's great. Song Jingping was overjoyed. Little Xia, thank you. You're too polite. Xia Ruofei said in a neutral tone. He didn't have the intention of relying on the Song family for his own benefit, so when he was with Song Jingping and Elder Song, he was always calm and peaceful. He wasn't as respectful as most people were when they were with the Song family. Oh right, Xiao Xia. Song Jingping continued. The old man won't be bringing many people with him. So, other than medical care, I'd like to ask you to help me with some security matters. When Xia Ruofei was fighting a group of scouts, Song Jingping also lived in a small courtyard in the mountains in Hangzhou, so he had a deep impression of Xia Ruofei's superb skills. Moreover, Song Jingping had found out about Xia Ruofei's military service history, which was why he had asked Xia Ruofei to help out with security. Xia Ruofei was very familiar with the job of protecting the bureau chief. He smiled and said without hesitation, all right. Since you trust me so much, then I'll help you. Thank you. Song Jingping said happily, Old Lu will contact you for the details. You can directly contact Staff Officer Su for the security matters. No problem. A week passed by in the blink of an eye. Xia Ruofei had settled some matters in advance, including the supply of vegetables and some daily affairs of the company. He had explained everything to Yi Lingyun and Peng Hao. Ling Xiaotian had already worked out the specific plan to acquire the winery. Xia Ruofei had even gone to their company to sign the cooperation contract a few days ago. Xia Ruofei did not ask about the rest of the acquisition matters. Anyway, Ling Xiaotian had arranged a special team to do it. Xia Ruofei even called to ask about the barbed wire fence he had ordered and learned that it was half complete. He told the factory not to deliver the goods for the time being after they were done and to contact them when he returned from abroad. He also called Ling Qingxue to explain the situation. This girl had been quite busy recently, other than meeting once when Xia Ruofei flew to the headquarters of Lingji Restaurant to sign the contract a few days ago. They had not seen each other since. They had only spoken on the phone or WeChat. Ling Qingxue had absolute trust in Xia Ruofei, so she only told him to be careful over the phone. Xia Ruofei bade farewell to Yi Lingyun and Peng Hao, then left the farm in his night 15 and headed straight for Elder Song's Gu Ling courtyard. Manager Lu personally welcomed Xia Ruofei in front of the building and led him into the building with great enthusiasm. "Dr. Xia, I'll have to trouble you this time," Manager Lu said politely. "You're too kind, Manager Lu." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Don't worry. Since I promised Chief Judge Song, I'll do my best in terms of healthcare and security." "Thank you. Thank you." Manager Lu said, "Dr. Xia, we're traveling in plain clothes this time and we didn't inform our comrades in the local area, so the security work is under a lot of pressure. You should go and contact Xiaosu first. I'll slowly tell you about the rest later." "All right. I'll go find staff Officer Su myself," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Xia Ruofei found Su Wu's office very quickly. He knocked on the door, but there was no response. "That's strange. Was he not here?" Xia Ruofei had a question in his mind. Xia Ruofei casually twisted the ball lock and the office door opened. Xia Ruofei thought that since Su Wu did not lock the door, he should not have gone too far. He might be back soon. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided to wait in the office. With this in mind, Xia Ruofei walked into Su Wu's office. As soon as he entered the room, Xia Ruofei suddenly felt a sense of danger and a chill ran down his spine. Xia Ruofei twisted his body without thinking. A gust of wind blew in his face and a fist brushed past the tip of his nose. In a flash, Xia Ruofei reached out and accurately grabbed the attacker's wrist. Then, he turned around, lowered his body, and did a standard over-shoulder throw, easily throwing the attacker to the ground. Then, Xia Ruofei flipped the attacker over and pressed his knee against his spine, twisting his hand to the back. The entire process only took 1 or 2 seconds. His actions were quite coherent and could be said to be done in one go. This was a completely subconscious reaction. At this moment, he saw that the ambusher was wearing a black hood and the handle of a gun was faintly visible at his waist. Xia Ruofei's expression changed abruptly. This was Elder Song's courtyard. How serious was the situation for an armed attacker to appear? He pulled the gun out of the attacker's waist with lightning speed, then loaded the bullet with one hand and pointed the muzzle at the back of the attacker's head. From the moment the ambusher attacked to the moment he was subdued by Xia Ruofei, he had no way of resisting. By the time he could react, a cold gun was already pointed at the back of his head. Ruofei, Ruofei, don't shoot. He shouted in fear. It's me. Xia Ruofei heard the sound. And frowned. He moved his hand that was holding the gun and took off the man's hood. Staff Officer Su? Seeing this, Xia Ruofei let go of his hand and frowned. What are you up to? He asked. Suwu grimaced. In pain as he stood up. He rubbed his wrist and smiled bitterly. Ruofei, your strength seems to have improved. Greatly again. I can't even resist when I'm in your hands. I could at least exchange a few moves with you in Hangzhou. In fact, Suwu did not know that this was because he did not have any intention to kill Xia Ruofei. Otherwise, with Xia Ruofei's sharp senses, he would not even need to make a move. He would have already sensed the danger and attacked decisively. You haven't answered my question, Xia Ruofei said calmly. Su Wu's expression was a little awkward as he said, Ruofei, I'm just afraid that you've been away from the army for so long, and your vigilance, so you're using this method to test me? Xia Ruofei said with a frown. I'm sorry, Suwu said carefully. Staff Officer Su, Xia Ruofei said calmly, I hope this will be the first and last time. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing you any respect. In fact, Xia Ruofei had a good time with Su Wu during the days in Hangzhou. The two of them called each other brothers. After all, their similar military experiences made them naturally close in such an enclosed environment. However, Su Wu's way of testing him today made him very unhappy. This was a lack of trust in his ability, and at the same time, it was very impolite. I see, Su Wu smiled awkwardly. Ruofei, I hope you don't take it to heart. I made this decision on my own. Even Manager Lu didn't know about it. It's mainly because the security mission this time is very important. I personally feel very stressed and can't feel at ease, Suwu explained. Seeing Suwu's sincere attitude, Xia Ruofei's face softened. He nodded and said, forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's just turn the page. All right. Suwu nodded with a smile. They were all men in the army. Both parties were not petty people. After Suwu's apology, Xia Ruofei's unhappiness naturally disappeared. He did not have to keep such a small matter in mind. Xia Ruofei asked, Staff Officer Su, Manager Lu asked me to come and find you as soon as I arrived. You said that the security was under a lot of pressure. Tell me, what's the situation? Suwu smiled bitterly and said, this time, the bureau chief is going out in plain clothes. Strictly speaking, there are only the two of us as personal guards. When we arrived at Mount Wuyi, because we didn't inform the local government, some of the security outside was arranged by the Song family. It's definitely not professional enough, so it's mainly the two of us. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, I understand. Suwu continued, also, the bureau chief insisted on taking the bullet train. A train? Xia Ruofei was stunned. Elder Song's identity was very special. Such an important person would usually travel by private plane. If it was close, it would definitely be a bulletproof car. Even if there were public transportation, the carriage would be cleared. Those who looked no different from ordinary passengers were actually professional security personnel. If Elder Song wanted to take the train, it wouldn't be like this. He didn't want to attract so many people, so he chose to travel in plain clothes. If he chose the train, he must be with the ordinary passengers. It couldn't be a special train. Otherwise, wouldn't it attract even more people? As a result, the pressure on the security was much greater. Yeah. Su Wu forced a smile and said. The situation at the station would be complicated, and there might be unknown dangers on the bus. All these needed to be prepared. That's why I'm under a lot of pressure right now. Xia Ruofei's expression was still very relaxed as he said, I know. Elder Song must have wanted to empathize with the people. That's why he chose to travel by train. Su Wu was stunned for a moment. Before he asked, don't you feel nervous, Ruofei? Don't you feel the pressure? I don't feel anything. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, anyway, security is your job. I'm just your assistant. If there's any problem, I don't have to bear the responsibility. Why should I be nervous? Su Wu's eyes widened and he said with grief and indignation, you. How can you be so irresponsible? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, how can I not be responsible? I'll seriously fulfill my duty as your assistant. I've really met a bad person, Su Wu said with a bitter face, no, you have to help me revise the plan again. I'm worried that there's something missing. Alright, go ahead. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Su Wu asked Xia Ruofei to sit down and poured him a glass of water. He sat opposite Xia Ruofei and said, the bureau chief will set off early tomorrow morning. There will be comrades from the military unit at the front line, from Guling to the south train station. There will be sentries arranged on the mountain road. When you enter the station, Xia Ruofei listened to Su Wu's proposal seriously and gave his own opinions and suggestions from time to time. Xia Ruofei had a lot of experience in this area. The things he put forward were all details that Su Wu had not considered thoroughly. Su Wu nodded and wrote down Xia Ruofei's opinions with a pen. Very quickly, the two of them studied the plan from beginning to end. In the end, Su Wu sighed and said, Ruofei, it's a pity for a talent like you to leave the army. Why don't I look for the bureau chief and specially recruit you back? Our guard bureau is in need of an all-rounder like you. Xia Ruofei quickly said, come on. Come on. I don't know how comfortable I am now. Su Wu was just saying. He knew that everyone had their own aspirations and could not be forced. Besides, Xia Ruofei had just left the army and the possibility of him returning was almost zero. Su Wu stood up and walked to the safe in the corner. He skillfully entered the password to open the safe and took out a small box. He walked to Xia Ruofei. This is for you. You have to help me keep it safe. Su Wu said. What is it? Xia Ruofei asked. You'll know when you open it. Su Wu said with a smile. With a trace of doubt, Xia Ruofei reached out to take the box and placed it on the coffee table. Then, he unlocked it and lifted the lid. Xia Ruofei's eyes lit up when he saw the contents of the box. The box was filled with shiny metal parts. Xia Ruofei could tell at a glance that it was a pistol. He could even tell that it was a Type 92 pistol, as this was the standard equipment for commanders and special forces. The Type 92 pistol bullets he used in the Lone Wolf assault team could be counted in boxes. It was no exaggeration to say that Xia Ruofei could assemble these parts in the shortest time even with his eyes closed. Xia Ruofei reached out and grabbed a gun part. After a series of dazzling movements, a complete Type 92 pistol appeared in his hands. The whole process only took 4 to 5 seconds. Sure. I didn't stop. Su Wu said with a smile. Xia Ruofei said proudly, I'm a little rusty. When I was in the army, I only needed 9 seconds to disassemble and combine them. Alright, stop showing off. Suwu said, no one can compete with you lone wolf when it comes to playing with these standard equipment. Xia Ruofei waved the gun in his hand and asked, what's the meaning of this? This is the gun I've specially applied for special approval from the higher UPS for you to use during this mission, Ruofei, said Suwu with a serious face. However, you must immediately take it back after the mission is completed. Xia Ruofei whistled and turned the gun around in a carefree manner. I didn't expect to have the chance to touch the Type 92 after leaving the army. It seems that helping you guys on this mission was not in vain. I hope you won't have the chance to use live ammunition, said Suwu with a bitter smile. If Xia Ruofei were to use this gun during this trip, it would be a very serious threat to his safety. As the first person in charge of Elder Song's safety, Suwu naturally did not want to encounter such a situation. There was also a leather holster and a spare magazine in the box. The spare magazine was also filled with live ammunition. Each magazine had a capacity of 25 bullets. With one magazine and a spare magazine in the pistol, there were a total of 50 bullets. Xia Ruofei took off his jacket and skillfully put on the holster. Then, he meticulously checked the gun, turned off the safety, and put the Type 92 pistol back into the holster. After putting on his coat, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Sukan, you're too stingy. Since you've already applied for special approval, why don't you just get a more powerful weapon? I'm not used to this small gun. Then what gun are you used to in the army? Suwu asked, don't tell me that you lone wolves are worthy of the Desert Eagle? JS-05. I used it the most in the army. Xia Ruofei chuckled. Sukan, why don't you go and apply for one? Swish. Suwu was shocked and quickly said, stop it. Did he really think this mission was a cross-border decapitation operation? I'm telling you, there's only the 92 form, nothing else. And I only have 50 bullets. The full name of the JS-05 that Xia Ruofei mentioned was the JS-05 12.7mm sniper rifle. It was the only large-caliber anti-armor rifle in China that could fire a secondary, armor-piercing shell. Currently, it was only equipped to some special forces. Xia Ruofei's lips twitched. I knew it. Sukan, the JS-05 is a special equipment for special forces. I guess you've never played with it before? Xia Ruofei was right. Although Suwu was an elite of the Guard Bureau, he had no chance to touch this kind of long-range destructive equipment that was specially equipped for special forces. The Guard Bureau also had specialized snipers and sniper rifles, but they were all relatively light models. Suwu pushed Xia Ruofei out of the room angrily and said, let's go. Hurry up and leave. I've given you the gun and we've discussed the plan, so don't stay here. Su Shen, you're killing the donkey when the grinding is done. Xia Ruofei laughed. Get lost, Xia Ruofei laughed heartily. After leaving Suwu's office, he went straight to Manager Lu. Manager Lu then talked to Xia Ruofei about the rough schedule for this trip. After all, Xia Ruofei had to take care of security work as well, so he had to know the schedule. After the two finished their conversation, Manager Lu brought Xia Ruofei to Elder Song's room. This was the largest suite in Guling Courtyard. It had a bedroom, a study, a living room, and a small dining room. Manager Lu knocked on the door and brought Xia Ruofei into Elder Song's room. Elder Song had specifically instructed that Xia Ruofei did not need to report to him. Elder Song was wearing reading glasses and reading the newspaper in his study. Even though he had retired, he was still concerned about the country's affairs. Reading newspapers and documents was something he did almost every day. Moreover, retired leaders of different levels also enjoyed the same treatment. Naturally, people like Elder Song could even read high-level internal journals such as the Red Star Internal Reference. In today's highly developed information network, only these old chiefs still maintained such a traditional way of obtaining information. There were very few young people who read the newspapers, and they were used to obtaining information on the internet. Manager Liu and Xia Ruofei did not disturb Elder Song. However, Elder Song's hearing was very sharp. Even though the two of them had tried to be as light as possible, he could still hear their footsteps. He looked up and immediately put down the newspaper in his hand. He took off his reading glasses and put them on the desk. He stood up and said with a smile, "Little Xia, I'll have to trouble you again. This time. It's my honor to be able to serve you, Chief." Xia Ruofei replied in a manner that was neither humble nor overbearing. Then, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Besides, there's a free tour if I stay with the chief. If other people knew about this, they would be so envious of me." Eccentric Song laughed heartily and said, "Little Xia, come over and sit." The two went to the living room outside the study and sat down. Manager Liu immediately started to make tea for them. He had been working with Elder Song for more than 10 years and knew Elder Song's habits like the back of his hand. Therefore, Manager Liu always made the tea by himself and never asked the other service staff to help. Elder Song often said that Manager Liu's tea was the best among the same tea leaves. "Chief, let me take your pulse again," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "All right." Elder Song laughed and reached out his hand. Little Zhou and Little Shu's test reports said that they'd basically recovered, but I'm only at ease. After you, the little miracle doctor, have examined them. The Xiao Zhou and Xiao Su that Elder Song was talking about were the newly appointed medical team leader, Zhou Jiaming, and the deputy team leader, Su Xiaohong. Xia Ruofei took Elder Song's pulse and said with a smile, "Chief, the situation is very good. You can stop taking the medicine after another month or so of consolidation." In fact, Xia Ruofei did not know how to feel the pulse, but he had absolute confidence in the petals of the wondrous flower. In the Chinese medicine that Elder Song had taken, there were almost 2 petals of the wondrous flower. Although the final stage of cancer was dangerous, 2 petals of the wondrous flower was enough to cure it. Of course, Xia Ruofei was so sure because he had the Western medical examination report as evidence. As for the consolidation that he said would take about a month, the petal solution he added into the Chinese medicine during this period would naturally be less, because there was no need to waste it. Good, good, good. Elder Song laughed and said, "I'm even more relieved to hear that. I thought that I would have to go down and play the bridge card with the old general, but it seems that the old general will have to wait a little longer." "Chief, you're still alive and healthy," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "Ha ha ha. It's all thanks to you, little guy," Elder Song said happily. Xia Ruofei chatted with Elder Song for a while and then left. The journey would start early the next morning. Xia Ruofei could not stay for too long in case he disturbed Elder Song's rest. As soon as Xia Ruofei walked out of Elder Song's room, he heard a surprised voice behind him. "Ruofei, you're here." Xia Ruofei turned around immediately when he heard her voice. He smiled and said, Song Rui? You're here too, kid. The person who called out to Xia Ruofei was the eldest young master of the Song family, Song Jingping's son, Song Rui. He was very close to Xia Ruofei during the days they spent in Hangzhou, and they even called each other brothers. The last time Xia Ruofei flew back to the Three Mountains, Song Rui even thought that elder Song was there to act as a vanguard and fly back with Xia Ruofei. Nonsense. This is my grandfather's place, why can't I be here? Song Rui laughed and scolded, my main mission in the Three Mountains is to accompany Grandpa. Come on, you. Xia Ruofei exposed him mercilessly. Your main mission is to accompany the various beauties in Sanshan City, right? This is definitely pure slander. Song Rui said righteously, how can a good young man with ideals and moral integrity like me linger around beautiful women? Xia Ruofei rolled his eyes and said, I seem to remember someone boasting about poison dragon and double resonance, Ruofei. That. You must be tired. I'll take you to your room to rest. Song Rui quickly changed the topic and said to manager Liu, who was standing beside Xia Ruofei, Uncle Liu, leave Ruofei to me. You don't have to worry about him. Sure, Song Rui, manager Liu said with a smile. Dr. Xia's room is on the easternmost end of the third floor. I'll have to trouble you to bring him there. No problem, no problem. Song Rui said repeatedly, Uncle Liu, you can go and do your work. After manager Liu left, Song Rui complained in a low voice, be careful with what you say, kid. If Uncle Liu heard you, my dad would have called in a few minutes to yell at you. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, it seems that the fearless young master Song has a weakness. Nonsense. My dad is kind to everyone, but he's fierce when it comes to lecturing me. Song Rui said, then mumbled, sometimes I wonder if I'm his biological child. Xia Ruofei was speechless. This young master Song was really a blabbermouth. He just opened his mouth and said everything. The two of them chatted as they walked towards the room manager Liu had arranged for Xia Ruofei. Song Rui suddenly thought of something and said with a smile, Ruofei, I almost forgot to tell you. Do you know what's going on with that bastard Liang Haitao? Ha ha ha. I can't help but want to laugh 3 times when I think about it. This grandson was severely reprimanded by his family's old man, and then, speaking of this, Song Rui couldn't help but laugh a few times before he continued, then, he was transferred from the military's most awesome general hospital to the health center of a missile brigade in the Gobi Desert in the northwest. Oh, really? It's a little tragic, Xia Ruofei said and then smiled evilly. But why don't I feel sorry for you? Ha 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 ha. Song Rui also laughed and said, he deserves it. What the fuck? You even dared to delay my grandfather's illness. If the Liang family wasn't sincere this time, our family would definitely not let this go. Song Rui continued, but this grandson is lucky. If he continues to stay in the capital, I will definitely beat him to death the next time I return to the capital. Come on. Xia Ruofei rolled his eyes and said, if you really do that, your father will beat you up even more miserably than Liang Haitao. Song Rui shrank his neck and said dejectedly, this old man's life is really bitter. To have such a tyrant for a father. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, your reincarnation skills are good enough, aren't they? He was born as a young master of one of the top red family clans in China. If that's already a tough life, then what are the lives of people like me? Song Ruofei sighed. An illustrious family background. Hee hee. To quote a saying in Fortress Besieged, this aristocratic family is also like a fortress besieged. The people outside the city want to enter, but the people in the city. Xia Ruofei didn't wait for Song Ruofei to finish acting cool and said, people outside the city want to go in. You people in the city really know how to play. Song Ruofei was stunned for a moment. Then he couldn't help but burst into laughter. After a long while, he held his stomach and said, Ruofei, I feel that you have the potential to be a comedian. Who told you to pretend to be depressed? Xia Ruofei rolled his eyes and said, all right. I can go to the room on the east end of the third floor by myself. I don't need a young master like you to send me off personally. Song Ruofei rolled his eyes and said, are you au fait? It's still early and you're already going back to your room to sleep. The nightlife has just begun. Nonsense. Do you think I'm like you? Xia Ruofei said, I still have an important mission to protect your grandfather tomorrow. You must make sure you sleep tonight. Then, Xia Ruofei looked at Song Ruofei and said, besides, don't tell me you dare to go out and have fun in the middle of the night? Brother, life is hard, Song Ruofei said gloomily. Xia Ruofei laughed out loud. He patted Song Ruofei's shoulder and went straight to his room. Xia Ruofei boiled a kettle of water, hung his coat and gun on the hook, and went to the bathroom to take a shower. After taking a shower, he changed into cotton pajamas and made a pot of tea with boiled water. He sat on the chair and drank tea while thinking about tomorrow's schedule in his mind. After going through all the details that he needed to pay attention to, Xia Ruofei went to the balcony to smoke a cigarette. Then, he went to bed and told Song Ruofei that he was not being perfunctory. It was a habit that he had developed over the years. Before an important task, he must ensure that he had enough sleep. Xia Ruofei closed his eyes and his mind entered the space. He didn't necessarily go into the space every day, but he would check it with his mind before going to bed. If there was anything wrong with the plants and animals in the space, he would be able to notice it immediately. It was just a routine check, but Xia Ruofei actually found a small problem. When his mind swept through the new space, he found that there were 2 or 3 hornets flying in the space. Xia Ruofei had covered the entire hornet's nest with iron. It was unknown if the metal window was damaged or if the joint was not tight enough, but 3 hornets' nest had escaped. Furthermore, the hornets were chasing after Xiaohei and the rest. Xiaohei and the rest must have suffered a loss. They could not do anything to the hornets in the sky, so they could only escape in all directions. Xia Ruofei's expression changed slightly as he subconsciously ordered. Under the effect of the invisible spatial force, the few wasps instantly disappeared from the new space. The next moment, they appeared in this room. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned. He had not summoned the spirit map from his palm just now. Instead, he had been using his mind to contact the space to patrol. When he ordered the hornet to move to the outside world, it was a subconscious reaction. He did not consider that he had not summoned the spirit map. In the past, he had to summon the spirit map scroll from his palm to take out or put items into the space. He had tried many times but failed to store and withdraw items without summoning the spirit map scroll. That was why it had always been very inconvenient. If he wanted to put things into the space or take things out, he had to summon the scroll from his palm first. The scroll was quite big and obvious, so he had to find a relatively hidden place. There was no way to do it without anyone knowing. Could it be that this was a change after the upgrade of the realm, and he had not noticed it? Xia Ruofei was overjoyed. The 3 hornets were not used to the sudden change in environment, but they quickly found their target and flapped their wings towards Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei did not panic and directly gave the hornets an order with his mind. The 3 hornets immediately circled around Xia Ruofei like obedient babies, without any offensive power. After a week, Xia Ruofei could now control nearly 50 hornets. 3 hornets was nothing to him. Xia Ruofei was still thinking about what had just happened, so he decided to use his mind, and the 3 hornets disappeared again. This time, Xia Ruofei had been observing the situation in the new space with his mind. He could clearly sense that the hornet had returned to the new space and had appeared in the iron cage according to his instructions. It really worked. Xia Ruofei was surprised and happy. Then, his eyes widened as he suddenly realized something else. Xia Ruofei recalled that when he sent the 3 hornets into the spirit map space, not only was the spirit map scroll still in his body, but his body did not come into contact with the hornets. In the past, when Xia Ruofei wanted to send things into the origin space, he had to be physically in contact with the item. Xia Ruofei's reaction just now was a subconscious one. Although he could control the 3 hornets with his mind, he was still a little afraid of the fierce hornets. So he didn't touch the hornets, but focused on the hornets and gave the order to send them into the realm. The 3 hornets were directly sent into the space. Could this also be a change after the space was upgraded? Xia Ruofei was pleasantly surprised and couldn't wait to try it out. The first thing he saw was the coat and pistol hanging on the coat hook not far away. Xia Ruofei focused his mind, and with a thought, the jacket and the pistol in the holster disappeared into thin air. His mind also sensed that they had appeared in the all-terrain vehicle in the new space. Ying followed Xia Ruofei's instructions and landed on the passenger seat of the all-terrain vehicle almost exactly. Xia Ruofei was no longer sleepy and kept trying. In the end, he finally confirmed the change that he had not noticed since the last upgrade of the space. Now, Xia Ruofei could store and retrieve items directly from the spirit map space without summoning the spirit map scroll. Moreover, he didn't need to physically touch the item. He could put it into the space with a thought. After repeated attempts, Xia Ruofei also realized that this function had a distance limit. For now, as long as the weight and size of items within a 2-meter radius of him were not beyond his control, he could put them into the space with his mind. Once it was beyond 2 meters, Xia Ruofei would not be able to control it. Even so, it was a huge surprise for Xia Ruofei. These 2 changes made Xia Ruofei's spirit map's concealment get a qualitative improvement. Unless he needed to enter the spirit map space himself, he did not need to summon the spirit map from his palm. The spirit painting was hidden in his palm, and even the most powerful detection instrument in the world could not find it. Furthermore, he could store items in the space without physical contact. This made it much easier for Xia Ruofei to do things in special situations. Xia Ruofei thought of the hornet that had suddenly flown out of the cage and decided to enter the new space to check it out. He checked the door and windows. At the same time, he checked the room. Although the possibility of listening and monitoring devices being installed in the room in Guling Courtyard was very low, Xia Ruofei would be very careful when it came to the secret of the spirit map and painting. After confirming that there was no danger, Xia Ruofei summoned the spirit map scroll from his palm. Then, he pulled the blanket and stuffed the scroll under it. With a thought, he entered the new space. As soon as Xia Ruofei appeared in the new space, Blackie and the rest barked and ran over. Blackie bit Xia Ruofei's pants and pulled him in the direction of the giant hornet's nest. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Xiao Hei, don't pull. I already know." "By the way, Blackie, did any of you get hurt by the hornet?" he asked after some thought. Blackie immediately barked twice. Then, the pitiful Mao and Mao walked in front of Xia Ruofei and barked a few times. Xia Ruofei took a look and saw that the two unlucky dogs had 2 or 3 swollen spots on their bodies. With a thought, Xia Ruofei retrieved a bottle of diluted flower petal solution from the original space. Then, he applied the flower petal solution on Mao and Mao's wounds. The swelling subsided after a short while. Mao and Mao wagged their tails at Xia Ruofei gratefully. They even stuck out their tongues to lick Xia Ruofei's feet from time to time, making Xia Ruofei laugh. These puppies had lived in the spirit map space for a long time. Their spiritual intelligence had long surpassed that of ordinary puppies. They were even stronger than Lightning, who had been guarding Xia Ruofei's house in the outside world. After all, even Lightning couldn't last as long as they could in this space. Xia Ruofei was also thinking of raising them a little more so that they could live in the outside world. In this way, there were a total of 7 dogs on Taoyuan farm, including Lightning. Moreover, each of them was much more ferocious than an ordinary dog, so the safety of the farm was even more assured. After treating Mao and Mao's wounds, Xia Ruofei ordered Blackie and the rest not to get close to the cage and walked straight to it. Xia Ruofei looked around the cage and quickly found a small gap at the joint of the 2 metal curtains. If a small hornet accidentally flew into this gap, it could pass through. Xia Ruofei immediately took out some thin iron wires from the original space. These were the leftovers from when he tied the cucumber racks in the space. He used a thin wire to fill up the gap and checked it again to make sure there were no other holes, in case these dangerous hornets came out again and hurt Blackie and the others. Since he had entered the medium, Xia Ruofei decided to take a look around. The oak tree that had been transplanted into the new space was flourishing. It had already taken root in the new space. Other than the oak tree, Blackie, the dogs, and the hornet's nest were the only other creatures in the new space. Xia Ruofei quickly looked around. He returned to the stone tablet and tried again, and the result was the same as the previous times. He could see the small golden figure demonstrate 9 sets of movements, but when his mind left the stone tablet, he could still only remember the first set. Xia Ruofei sighed. He knew that it would be useless to try again. To unlock the second set of movements, he might need to practice the first set of movements to a certain level, or he might need space to level up again. Xia Ruofei returned to the original space. The young red dragon had already grown to more than 30 centimeters. It was estimated that it would be able to be sold directly in a while, because red arowana had a hair color process. Before this process was completed, it was impossible to accurately judge the quality after the hair color was completely completed. Therefore, they had to wait until they had grown to a certain extent, and it was best to maximize the benefits after the hair color was basically completed. The ginseng and the Phoebe trees were growing well as usual, and Xia Ruofei did not have to worry about them. Xia Ruofei did not waste the branches left behind from cutting down the big Phoebe trees. He planted all of them into the soil in the space. Now, they had all survived and grown new branches and leaves. The Phoebe Jeannot big material was also lying quietly on the soil in the space, completing the process of weathering and drying. Finally, Xia Ruofei came to the place where the iron-skinned dendrobium was planted. After a week in the outside world and more than 7 months in the medium, the iron-skinned dendrobium had naturally all survived and grown a lot. Iron-skinned dendrobes could only be harvested 2 to 3 years in the outside world to be used to make the priceless iron-skin maple dipper. However, this process only took about a month in the medium. Xia Ruofei didn't plan to make the iron-skin maple stem right away. Instead, he planned to start cutting again after a month to expand the scale of the planting. By next month, he would be able to harvest a large number of high-quality iron-skinned dendrobium strips. At that time, he would be able to start making the iron-keyed bucket. However, there was a problem with the production of iron maples. It was not easy to find a skilled master. In the future, he would be able to produce a batch of iron maples every month. It was best to have someone who could work on the farm for a long time. Of course, there was still plenty of time. Xia Ruofei could think of a solution after he returned from Mount Wui. After a round of inspection, Xia Ruofei left the spirit map space with a peace of mind and kept the spirit map scroll in his palm. He was so excited that he tossed and turned in bed for a long time before he fell asleep. The next morning, Xia Ruofei, Song Ruwei, and manager Lu accompanied Elder Song for breakfast. Then, the group of people got ready to set off. Manager Lu's ticket for the high-speed rail was at around 9 a.m. It would take at least 40 to 50 minutes to get to the North train station in the city. Manager Lu arranged for a modified bullet-proof GMC RV. Manager Lu followed Elder Song into the car. Just as Xia Ruofei was about to get into the car, he saw Song Ruwei get into the RV with a bag. Song Ruwei, you are also going to Wui Mountain? Xia Ruofei asked in surprise. What are you saying? My mission is to accompany Grandpa. Song Ruwei smiled and said, Grandfather is going to Wui Mountain. Of course, I have to follow him. What's the matter? Song Ruwei asked. It's nothing, Xia Ruofei said indifferently. You're just adding on to my workload. TSK. It's obviously to reduce your workload, okay? This young master is highly skilled in martial arts. Not only can I take care of myself, but I can also protect my grandfather. Song Ruwei scoffed at Xia Ruofei's contempt. Xia Ruofei and Suwu looked at each other and rolled their eyes at the same time. Song Ruwei was not convinced and said, Don't doubt me. I have a few good friends there. When Grandpa went to Mount Wui this time, I coordinated and arranged a lot of the local schedule. Hee hee. Xia Ruofei said. Let me tell you, with me around, you don't need to worry so much. Do you know how powerful my friend is in the local area? Hee hee. Hee hee, your sister. Can't you change the words? Huh. Song Ruwei was so angry that he wanted to fight with Xia Ruofei. At this time, Elder Song, who was sitting in the car, said calmly, Xia Ruofei, are you getting in the car? Don't block the door if you're not getting in. Xiao Xia and Xiao Su still want to get in. I'm coming, Song Ruwei quickly responded. Then, he bared his teeth at Xia Ruofei and quickly got into the car. Xia Ruofei and Suwu looked at each other, shook their heads, and smiled. They also got into the car. The bullet-proof RV started steadily and drove out of Guling Courtyard. It drove down the steep mountain road and then entered the city through the exit near the north train station on the winding express. They arrived at the north train station and got off the train. Xia Ruofei's mission had officially begun. The bus that sent them to the station returned, and the five of them went straight to the station. Other than Elder Song and Song Ruofei, manager Lu was in charge of all the arrangements and coordination of the trip. Su Wu was in charge of security. Xia Ruofei was in charge of security and was also Elder Song's doctor. Although the market took public transport, manager Lu had booked business class seats, so they went straight to the VIP waiting room at the station after they got off. Suwu was very nervous when he got off the car. Because the square in front of the station was full of people from all walks of life, it was too much pressure to protect the bureau chief's safety in such a complicated environment. However, he soon realized that Xia Ruofei was still very calm. Suwu also noticed that Xia Ruofei's positioning was very particular. Although he was not very close to Elder Song, he could tell that Xia Ruofei always stood in the most suitable position. Suwu was an expert himself, so he naturally had this insight. Xia Ruofei had chosen the best position to deal with emergencies. For example, there was a high point behind him when he got off the car. Xia Ruofei's position was just enough to block Elder Song's back. Even if there was a sniper on the roof, he would not be able to lock onto the target. Elder Song's position was constantly changing, and Xia Ruofei could also make adjustments at the right time. When they were walking up the steps of the square, a naughty child rushed over from the side and almost hit Elder Song. Xia Ruofei was the first to step forward and held the child back. Xia Ruofei smiled and reminded the child to be careful. He then handed him over to his parents. Even during this process, Xia Ruofei still maintained a very good position. If there were any other situations, he could still handle them with ease. Su Wu, who had been silently observing, couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration. Lone Wolf's elite team members really lived up to their reputation. Su Wu thought to himself. Seeing Xia Ruofei's calm and composed performance, Su Wu's slightly nervous mood quickly eased. The group of people successfully entered the VIP waiting room. Su Wu's hanging heart was also half relieved. He took a look at the terrain and personnel situation here. It was much simpler than the square before the station. Soon, it was time to check the tickets and board the train. The price of a high-speed rail business class ticket was even higher than an air ticket, so there were generally not many passengers who would buy business class tickets, and business class passengers also had their tickets checked in advance. Therefore, the whole process of entering the station was quite smooth, and the group quickly got on the Harmony train. The business class coach was very spacious. There were a total of 8 rows, and each row only had 3 seats. Each seat was a sofa type, very soft, and the seats could be rotated. There were special buttons on the seats that could adjust the inclination of the seats and could be stretched to become a recliner. Manager Lu had reserved seats in the first and second rows. There was a glass partition in front of the first row. After it was powered on, it became transparent, allowing one to clearly see the situation in the cockpit. According to Su Wu's plan, Elder Song naturally couldn't sit by the window for safety reasons. Hence, Xia Ruofei sat in the first row by the window, while Elder Song sat beside him. In the same row, there was an individual seat across the aisle, and Su Wu sat there. Manager Lu and Song Ruofei were seated in the second row. Such an Arrangement would ensure safety to the greatest extent. Soon, the train slowly left the north train station of Sanshan City and headed north. In contrast to Suwu's nervousness, Elder Song had been very calm. It had been a long time since he had experienced such freedom. Every time he went out, he would be surrounded by security and people. After a long time, he felt that he had lost all freedom. This trip was also a very special experience for Elder Song. From the moment he got on the car, he touched and looked around with interest, feeling that everything was new and fresh. Xia Ruofei, who was sitting beside Elder Song, kept observing the situation around him. He only relaxed a little when the train picked up speed. On the high-speed train that was traveling at 300 to 400 kilometers per hour, the external threats were almost negligible. He only needed to pay attention to the situation inside the train. The business class was isolated from the other cars, and there were only a few passengers in this car, so the security pressure was relatively low. It was obvious that Elder Song was in a good mood and was even a little excited. He was very talkative along the way and talked about the local customs of Wui Mountain. Xia Ruofei guessed that Elder Song must have a deep relationship with Wui Mountain. A short while after the train set off, a beautiful and tall female attendant came to the first row. Suwu subconsciously sat up straight and looked alert. This was his professional habit. Almost reflexively, as long as a stranger approached the target to protect him, he would first assume that the person was a threat to the target and had to react at any time. Since they were traveling in civilian clothes, it was naturally impossible to review the train attendants in advance, let alone arrange for reliable service personnel in advance. All of this could only be judged by Su Wu and Xia Ruofei's risk prediction. Although Xia Ruofei did not seem to move, he reacted even earlier than Su Wu. He tensed up his muscles immediately. The flight attendant naturally didn't know that if she showed any signs of being disadvantageous to the old man in front of her, the two masters would both attack her. She squatted down slightly to keep her height at the same level as Elder Song and Xia Ruofei. She smiled and asked, "Gentlemen, what kind of drinks and snacks would you like? Also, what set meal would you like for lunch and what time would you like to have it?" Elder Song smiled kindly and asked, "There's no need for lunch. We'll get off at Mount Wui. The business class seats provided free meals, but the train dining car was not open all day long. Lunch sets were only provided at fixed times. Elder Song and the others only took a little more than an hour to get to Mount Wui. They could arrive at the destination at around 10 o'clock, so they naturally did not need to eat lunch on the train. In fact, even if they wanted to eat in the car, there was no lunch provided in the dining car at this time. The beautiful flight attendant smiled and nodded. She then asked, "What kind of drink would you like?" "We have coffee, Coke, black tea, green tea." Elder Song thought for a moment and smiled. "How about a cup of black tea? I'll also experience the meals of our China's high-speed rail." Hearing this, Suwu's expression changed slightly. He reminded in a low voice, "Chief, we have prepared our own food and drinks." According to the rules, a bureau chief like Elder Song was not allowed to eat any food that had not been tested. Especially since they were traveling in plain clothes this time, there were many procedures that could not be strictly checked. There was no guarantee that the drinks provided on the train were absolutely safe. Most of the people who could buy business class tickets were either rich or powerful. The train attendants did not have much reaction to the term chief. After all, the term chief was actually very common in China, especially in the army. Company and battalion chiefs were actually just basic cadres of the company and battalion positions. Therefore, the flight attendant only smiled and waited for Elder Song's answer. Elder Song was also a little hesitant. It wasn't that he was too timid to even drink a drink on the high-speed rail, but he didn't want to put the staff around him in a difficult position. However, it could be seen that Elder Song's low-key trip this time was actually more to understand the people's feelings. He had the intention to experience some things that were usually difficult to come into contact with. Sir, since you want to experience it, then choose a drink to try, Xia Ruofei said. Ruofei, Su Wu was shocked. I'm fine. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, I know what I'm doing. Good, good, good. Eccentric Song chuckled. Since Xia has approved it, then. Little comrade, give me a cup of black tea. Black tea is good for the stomach. All right, he said. The flight attendant smiled and asked. Xia Ruofei, sir, what would you like to order? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Coke. I'll have to trouble you. All right. The flight attendant said. Without waiting for the flight attendant to ask, Su Wu said directly, I don't need it, thank you. Elder Song and Xia Ruofei had ordered drinks from the high-speed rail. According to the work procedure, Su Wu would definitely not order any more. After the flight attendant left, Su Wu said worriedly, Bureau Chief, the safety of the food on the high-speed rail can't be guaranteed. Xia Ruofei interrupted Su Wu with a smile and said, Su Can, don't worry. With me around, even if there's something wrong with the drink, nothing will happen. Elder Song laughed and said, Su, have you forgotten what Xia's job is? You don't need to worry with a little divine doctor like him around. But, Su Wu said, we don't have to take this risk, Xia Ruofei said with confidence, Su Can, I know what you're worried about. In fact, the possibility of this flight attendant being suspicious was extremely low. First of all, the bureau chief's trip this time was strictly confidential, and the scope of knowledge was very small. The possibility of the enemy forces setting up a trap in advance was not high. Secondly, from the moment we got on the train, this train attendant has come into contact with 8 train and station staff, including the train conductor, the train police, the station dispatch, and other train attendants. I've also observed her working condition and found no flaws. In other words, the possibility of this flight attendant being planted by an enemy force is extremely low. In that case, the risk of poisoning the food is almost negligible. Su Wu was dumbfounded. He had been focusing on safety issues since he got in the car. He did not expect Xia Ruofei to be so meticulous and analyze all the possibilities. Xia, it looks like you haven't forgotten anything about your professional skills after leaving the army. Elder Song laughed. Professional habits can't be changed in a short time, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Su Wu forced a smile and said, Ruofei, are all lone wolf's men this perverted? It's a good thing you've left the army. Otherwise, I'm really worried that you'd steal my job. Elder Song couldn't help but burst out laughing. Xia Ruofei said humbly, actually, all the analysis and judgments can't be 100% accurate. The reason why I have the confidence to let the chief come into contact with food of unknown origin is that I'm confident. Even if there's a problem with the food, I can guarantee the chief's life, health, and safety through traditional Chinese medicine. Su Wu touched his forehead and weakly said, it's already abnormal enough, okay? I really don't know which of us is the professional security guard. Elder Song laughed and teased, Lil Su, you've seen the difference. Take this opportunity to learn from Lil Xia. In any case, he won't be able to use his skills in the future, so you should give him some benefits and let him teach you everything. Yes. We must carry out the bureau chief's instructions. Su Wu immediately said. Half, jokingly, Ruofei, the chief has already given instructions. You can't hide your strength. The chief even said that you'll give me some benefits. Xia Ruofei rolled his eyes and said, I'll see how sincere you are then. Ha ha ha. Eccentric Song laughed heartily. In fact, Su Wu was like most of the bureau chief's personal guards. He was a man of few words. However, he got along very well with Xia Ruofei. In addition, he had been working for Elder Song for several years. This time, it was a mission in plain clothes, so he rarely joked around. As the three of them chatted, the flight attendant served the drinks that Elder Song and Xia Ruofei had ordered. Thank you, Elder Song said to the flight attendant kindly. Then, he looked at the steaming hot black tea and said with a smile, then I'll have a taste of the drinks on our China's high-speed rail. Elder Song picked up the cup holder and took a sip. Very good. The taste is very good. In fact, Elder Song had tasted all kinds of tea before. What kind of expensive tea could there be on this high-speed train? But what the old man was experiencing was this kind of novelty. After listening to Xia Ruofei's analysis, Su Wu was not as nervous as before. However, he still stared at Elder Song, worried that there was something wrong with the black tea. It turned out that he had worried too much. Elder Song drank the entire cup of black tea as he chatted leisurely. He didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Elder Song looked out of the window at the fields and rivers that flashed by quickly and said with emotion, our country's development is really changing with each passing day. Nowadays, there are already world-class high-speed railways and high-speed trains. In the past, it would take a day to travel from the Three Mountains to the Wui Mountains by train. Now, the high-speed train can reach it in more than an hour. Yep. Xia Ruofei nodded in agreement. China's high-speed rail technology was indeed world-class. They had already built high-speed railways and sold high-speed trains for many third-world countries. As Chinese, they were full of pride. Elder Song continued, back in the days when our army went south, we didn't even have enough trucks, let alone high-speed trains. Most of the soldiers had to rely on their legs to get there. When our army entered Min, the first county we liberated was Mount Wui. At that time, it was still called Chong'an County. As Eccentric Song spoke, his eyes revealed a look of reminiscence. Xia Ruofei was even more certain that Elder Song had a deep relationship with Wui Mountain. Ever since he left the Guling courtyard, he had been feeling a little impatient. Xia Ruofei and Su Wu tactfully remained silent and did not disturb the old man. The train headed north. At around 10 o'clock, the streamlined Harmony arrived at the Wui Eastern Railway Station on time and slowly stopped on the platform. In terms of administrative division, the location of the Wui Mountain East Station was not under the jurisdiction of the Wui Mountain Range. There was still a distance of 50 to 60 kilometers from the Wui Mountain Range to the Wui Mountain Scenic Area. It was only because of the reputation of the Wui Mountain Range that it had this station name with Chinese characteristics. In fact, there was also a Mount Wui North Station, which was only 3 kilometers away from the scenic area. However, Mount Wui was the largest, high-speed rail hub station in northern Min. So there were many train choices. That was why Director Liu had chosen this station when he booked the ticket. The group left the station smoothly. As Elder Song had specifically ordered them not to alert the local government, no one knew that a former core leader of China had come to this small county-level city. Elder Song and the other 4 left the station through the exit gate with the other passengers. The entire process of leaving the station was naturally the stage where the security pressure was the highest. However, Suwu was no longer as nervous as when he left for the north train station of Sanshan City. He felt much more confident working with Xia Ruofei. The 2 of them cooperated very well when they left the station. Although the 5 of them walked out of the crowd, they were able to put Elder Song under their protection and made their way to the train station square without any trouble. There was no splashing of clean water on the street, no paving of dirt. There was no grand welcome from the leaders of the provinces, cities, and counties. There were no flowers or red carpets. A black Mercedes-Benz business car was parked quietly on the road beside the square. It was the pick-up vehicle arranged by the Song family. Not far from the front and back of the Mercedes-Benz, there were also black Mercedes-Benz sedans. These were all vehicles under the name of the Song family's company, Huatian Group. The men in black beside the 2 cars were also employees of the Huatian Group's security department. The vehicles were all bulletproof and had been transferred from the capital to Mount Wui in advance. They were also the elites of the security department of the Huatian Group, led by Huang Feng, the head of the security department of the Huatian Group. This head, Huang, used to be a regiment officer, and before his retirement, he served as the captain of the special forces in the army group where Elder Song had once served. Old Commander Huang Feng puffed out his chest and shouted. Although he was wearing a black suit, he still subconsciously saluted. His back was straight as a pine, and he exuded a strong military aura. Little Huang, thank you for your hard work. Elder Song smiled. His original intention was to keep a low profile as much as possible, but at his position, how could he really keep a low profile? For his trip in plain clothes, the Huatian Group had rented a transport plane to transport the bulletproof vehicles to Mount Wui. They had also transferred over a dozen elite security personnel from the Capital Group's headquarters to act as the vanguard. Even the head of the security department, Huang Feng, had personally come to coordinate the security matters. This in itself could be considered as mobilizing a large number of people. However, in order not to alert the local leaders, Elder Song had no choice but to accept his family's arrangement. He knew that if he didn't agree to this, his children would definitely not agree to this travel plan. Old Commander, please get in the car. Huang Feng extended his hand and made an inviting gesture. Elder Song nodded and took the lead to get into the Mercedes-Benz. Manager Liu and Xia Ruofei instinctively sat in the last row. Suwu sat in the front passenger seat. Xia Ruofei was still in the seat with the highest safety responsibility, tidying up the seat next to Elder Song. The 3-vehicle convoy quickly left the Wui Mountain Station and headed for Huaishan City. Along the way, Elder Song was very excited. He pointed at the scenery outside the window from time to time and told Xia Ruofei about the time when he followed the army to the south. It could be seen that this piece of land must have left many memories for the old man. The car drove for more than an hour before they entered the city. This was a county-level city famous for its tourism and tea leaves. Its development was much better than other counties in the same area. highways and railways passed through this place. There was even a small airport. The buildings outside the window looked much better than those in ordinary small counties. The most obvious was that there were many tea shops. It was no exaggeration to say that half of the shops on the street were in the tea business. According to Elder Song's request, their accommodation was not arranged at the Wui Mountain Resort. Instead, they had booked a hotel in the city. The Fulong Hotel was the only 4-star hotel in the city. Manager Lu went to check in and the group went to the hotel room. Elder Song's room was the only large suite in the Flirting Hotel. Su Wu and Xia Ruofei's rooms were on the left and right side of Elder Song's room. Manager Lu's and the others' rooms were also on the same floor. Huang Feng and the others had booked them in advance. In Elder Song's room, the old man sat in the middle while Xia Ruofei and the others sat on the sofa in the living room. Eccentric. Song said with a kind smile, "Little Xia, you've had a hard time along the way. I'm just an old man. And I've tormented the people around me. Chief, you're welcome." "It's not hard work," Xia Ruofei said. "It's a lie. If it's not hard, your work is tiring." Eccentric Song sighed. Then, Elder Song said to Manager Lu, "Xiao Lu, let's have lunch at the hotel and try out the local delicacies. In the afternoon, you guys will accompany me to a place." "Yes, Chief," Manager Lu replied. Since Huang Feng and the others were already there, Manager Lu didn't have to worry about the food and beverage arrangements. In fact, the ingredients were all flown in advance and had all undergone strict inspections. The Huatian group even hired a chef to follow Huang Feng's team and arrive in advance. In fact, they had only borrowed the kitchen of the Flirting Hotel. As long as they had the money, it would not be a problem. Of course, since Elder Song wanted to taste the local food, the hotel chef would have to cook it. However, the people from Huang Feng would definitely monitor the entire process to ensure food safety. It was already past 11 o'clock when they arrived at the hotel, so after Manager Lu made the arrangements, the group quickly went to the private room on the second floor of the hotel for dinner. After the meal, Manager Lu was going to arrange for Elder Song to rest, but Elder Song suggested that they leave immediately. So everyone had to change their plans at the last minute. After a series of busy but calm preparations, Elder Song and the others got into the car and left the hotel. There was still a Mercedes-Benz at the front and back, and a commercial car in the middle. The seating arrangement was exactly the same as in the morning. The convoy quickly drove out of the city and headed in the direction of the scenic area. However, their destination was not the world-famous Wui Mountain scenic area. Elder Song only gave the driver a name: Xuanji Shanking Village. Along the way, Xia Ruofei was also very curious. Elder Song had even cancelled his usual lunch break and went straight to this place after eating. What made this old man so eager? The convoy soon arrived at the remote village. Elder Song got out of the car to check and then instructed the convoy to drive forward for 1 or 2 kilometers. At the end of the road, the car could no longer drive on the road in front of them. Elder Song got out of the car and looked at the nearby terrain. A trace of excitement appeared on his face. He greeted everyone and walked forward. The road in the mountain was not easy to walk on. Song Ruofei quickly went up to support his grandfather. Xia Ruofei, Su Wu, and the rest were on guard as they quickly followed. After walking on this path for a while, eccentric Song stopped and observed for a long time. The place he was looking for had not been here for many years. With the passage of time and man-made development, the terrain near the village had also changed, so he needed to look carefully. Eccentric Song walked forward a little more uncertainly. When he saw a large pine tree between two hills, he finally showed a trace of joy and said to himself, "Looks like we're in the right place." After saying that, Elder Song sped up a little. Soon, the group had walked about a mile into the mountain along the path. Then, Elder Song found a narrow path that was almost covered by weeds. Huang Fong saw that Elder Song was about to walk into the small path, so he quickly motioned for his two subordinates to open a path in front. This small path could only accommodate two people walking side by side, and it was overgrown with weeds. If a snake or something were to hide inside, it would be big trouble. Song Ruofei carefully supported Elder Song and asked, "Grandpa, why did you bring us to this barren mountain?" Eccentric Song's eyes revealed a trace of nostalgia. "You'll know when we get there." This narrow and winding path was not easy to walk on, and everyone's speed was much slower. After walking for about 10 minutes, Elder Song also showed a trace of fatigue. "Chief, please take a seat and rest for a while," Xia Ruofei said hurriedly. "It's all right, I can do it." Eccentric Song waved his hand and said, slightly breathless. Manager Lu also showed a helpless expression. Along the way, not to mention Elder Song, even he himself, who was a little older, felt that it was a bit too much. However, since the old man had spoken, everyone could only obey. Xia Ruofei took out a mineral water bottle from his bag and said, "Chief, have some water. Since we're already here, there's no need to rush." Elder Song took the bottle of mineral water with a smile and said, "All right. Then we'll listen to little Xia." The bottle contained a solution of flower petals that Xia Ruofei had prepared in advance. It was diluted with a large amount of water from the spatial pool. Although the flower petals were very rare, it was enough for the old man to recover some of his strength. Elder Song returned the bottle to Xia Ruofei. After he finished half of it, he stood up and said, "Let's go. I'm not even tired. You guys shouldn't have any problems with that, right?" "No problem," Manager Lu quickly said. "Chief, please pay attention to your feet." Thus, the group continued to walk into the mountain. After walking for another 10 minutes, Elder Song finally stopped and said, "This is the place." Everyone stopped and saw that this place was overgrown with wild grass. There was nothing special about it. However, Elder Song had already walked into the bushes. After Elder Song pushed aside the weeds, everyone saw a modeled gravestone. "Chief, this is," Manager Lu couldn't help but ask. Eccentric Song looked at the grave that was completely covered by weeds and sighed, "One of my comrades is sleeping here." Everyone was stunned. This small grave hidden in the weeds was actually a martyr's grave? Xia Ruofei was the first to react. He quickly walked forward and said, "Everyone, let's help." Manager Lu and the others quickly came forward to help clean up. There was strength in numbers. Soon, the weeds around the wild grave were cleared, and a clean open space was cleared in front of the grave. It was a mottled stone tablet that had been through a lot of wind and rain, and behind it was a small grave. If not for Elder Song, no one would have thought that a martyr was buried here. The words on the stone tablet were still barely discernible. The words "Martyr Yan Xiaodong's grave" were written on it in large font. Next to it was a line of small characters with a series of army codenames and martyr. Yan, Xiaodong's hometown Donggao village, Xinghua County, Gan Province. This Yan Xiaodong actually came from the famous Jiangjun County. Eccentric. Song stared at the gravestone for a long time before turning back and saying, Xia Ruofei, take out the things I asked you to prepare. Song Ruofei quickly took down his backpack and took out cigarettes, white wine, yellow paper, candles, and other items. It was only then that he realized that his grandfather had asked him to prepare these items when he was in Sanshan City. It turned out that it was to pay respects to his comrades. Elder Song personally placed the offerings in front of the grave one by one and lit the incense. He also lit 3 Huaxia brand cigarettes and stuck them into the soil in front of the grave. Then he poured 3 glasses of wine and silently sprinkled them on the ground. Song Ruofei was helping to burn the paper money. Everyone stood silently to the side and did not disturb the old man who was reminiscing about his comrades. After a long while, Eccentric Song sighed and stared at the gravestone. Back then, after the army liberated Chong'an County, they continued south. Although the enemy's main force was defeated, the terrain in this area was complicated, and the mountains were high and the forests were dense. So, a small group of troops entered the mountains to become bandits. Thus, our troops were left behind to clear out the remaining enemies. Elder Song's gaze was very distant as he spoke, as if he had traveled back in time and returned to the smoke-filled years. Xiaodong was only 19 when he died. He was my guard. Elder Song said, at that time, I was escorting more than a dozen soldiers to transport supplies. We were ambushed here by the remaining enemies. Xiaodong blocked the fatal bullet for me. Everyone was silent. Xia Ruofei looked at the old tombstone silently. In those days of war, countless martyrs had fallen on the road to war. As their descendants and former soldiers, Xia Ruofei had always held high respect for these martyrs. He's only 19. Elder Song continued. There were only 8 enemies that day, and a cheap bullet had taken his life. I still remember what he said to me before he died, Company Commander, help me tell my mother that my son can't be filial to her anymore. At this point, Elder Song's eyes couldn't help but tear up. A general success was built on 10,000 bones. Elder Song had experienced the deaths of many of his comrades in his life, but this experience had become an indelible mark in his life. Chief, how come there's no one to take care of this martyr Yin Xiaodong's resting place? Manager Lu couldn't help but ask. This monument was rebuilt 30 years ago when I came to pay my respects to Xiaodong, Elder Song said lightly. Back then, there was only one wooden board to mark this position. There used to be a garrison nearby, and people would come to visit the tomb every year. Later, the defense of the troops might have been adjusted and transferred away. It seems like Xiaodong's grave has been abandoned for many years. What is the local government doing? Manager Lu said indignantly, Chief, I'll call the relevant comrades in the southeast province immediately. This is too outrageous. There's no need for that, Xiao Lu. Elder Song waved his hand. Once you appear, things will change. When that time comes, a large group of people will be walking on thin ice and come to apologize one by one. Maybe in order to please me, they will even start a big construction, rebuild the grave, and set up a statue. This will go against my original intention, and I don't think Xiaodong wants this to happen. But, Manager Lu found it hard to understand. I believe that Xiaodong would rather watch over the mountains and rivers that he once fought for, Eccentric Song said lightly. Elder Song continued, I'm also responsible for this. I didn't want things to turn out this way, so I didn't come out to greet you. I've been wanting to come and see you all these years, but I couldn't get away because of various things. That's why my brother's grave is so deserted. Xia Ruofei was also very touched by Elder Song's decision to be the leader of this generation. It could be said that he had no selfish thoughts at all. If it were a few of the current officials, this would be simply unimaginable. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, Chief, I suggest that we privately fund the repair of this martyr's tomb without alerting the local government. Also, we can hire a villager nearby to come over and maintain it regularly. That's what I'm thinking, eccentric Song nodded. Grandpa, leave this to me. Song Ruofei immediately said, a few of my buddies are here. What's the difference between you and me? Eccentric Song asked, indifferently. In a few days, the outside world will know that it's our Song family's business. Song Ruofei laughed awkwardly. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Chief, let me do it. In addition, every year around the Qingming festival, as long as there's nothing particularly urgent, I can come over and burn some paper money for the martyrs on your behalf. Alright, thank you for the trouble, Xia. Elder Song nodded, pleased. You're welcome, Chief, Xia Ruofei said. It's my honor to be able to do something for a martyr. Besides, it's as easy as lifting a finger. Xia Ruofei continued, then it's settled. Chief, after this trip, I will find time to come back to Mount Wui. Don't worry. I will handle this matter properly. Good. Thank you. Xia. Elder Song said kindly. The group of people waited for the candles to finish burning before they began to pack up and prepare to return. Chief, are we going back to the hotel directly or do we have other arrangements? Manager Lu asked. There's someone else I want to see. But we haven't been in contact for 30 years. I don't know if he's still alive. The group packed up their things and began to return the way they came. Although Elder Song was old, he had consumed a lot of the petal solution recently. On top of that, Xia Ruofei had given him a mineral water just as he was about to return. Hence, he was still in good shape. He walked on the mountain path as if he was flying. Soon, everyone returned to the parking lot, and the 3 cars drove out along the small road. At the entrance of Shocking Village, Elder Song stopped the car. Chief, the person you're looking for is in this village? Xia Ruofei asked. He lived here 30 years ago. I'm not sure now. Let's go in and take a look. Elder Song said. I don't think so. Many people need to go to the village, Elder Song said after they got out of the car. Xia, come with me. Old Commander, the head of security, Huang Fong, said with some difficulty. So many of us entered the village together. People who don't know would think that something happened. Elder Song said, Little Xia can accompany me. Alone. Supervisor Huang, since the chief has spoken, let's carry it out. Xia Ruofei said, Don't worry. I'll guarantee the chief's safety. Naturally, Huang Fong did not trust Xia Ruofei. He could not help but turn to Suwu for help. Unexpectedly, Suwu only muttered to himself for a moment before saying, Okay, Chief, we'll be waiting for you here. Staff Officer Su, Huang Fong was shocked. Manager Huang, it'll be fine with Ruofei around. Suwu said. With a smile. Then it's decided. Elder Song chuckled and said, Little Xia, let's go. All right. Xia Ruofei accompanied Elder Song. As they walked into the village, Su Wu, Huang Feng, and the rest of the group stayed behind to wait. Looking at the disappearing figures of Elder Song and Xia Ruofei, Huang Feng said worriedly, "Staff Officer Su, your decision is too rash. The old commander only brought one attendant with him. If anything were to happen, the responsibility would be huge." "Don't worry, Manager Huang," said Su Wu easily. Ruofei's professional ability is much better than mine, and his skills are even more abnormal. Even when I was planning to ambush him, I was still knocked down by him in one move. Hiss. Huang Feng took a deep breath and looked at Xia Ruofei's back in surprise. "Staff Officer Su. Could it be that this little brother is from some special force that specializes in protecting the old commander? He used to be an excellent special forces elite, but he's retired," said Su Wu with a smile. "This time, it's completely out of friendship." When Huang Feng heard this, he felt even more incredulous. He repeatedly exclaimed that he had misjudged Xia Ruofei. From the first time they met at the pick-up station, he had always thought that Xia Ruofei was just an ordinary security guard, perhaps a soldier like Su Wu. Xia Ruofei's resume was highly confidential, so Su Wu naturally did not talk much and quickly changed the topic. On the other side, Elder Song and Xia Ruofei had entered the village. The small mountain village was in a remote location. All he could see were low and dilapidated houses, which was very different from the high-rise buildings and heavy traffic outside. It was as if time had stopped here. However, when Elder Song saw the scene in front of him, he quickly recalled the village in his memory. In fact, many of the old houses were still there. There were very few people in the village. Some elderly people were sitting on the stone bench at the village entrance, basking in the sun. A few children were playing under the trees at the village entrance. This was also the general situation of the rural areas in China. The entire country's rural areas were withering. Shaqing village was no exception. Most of the young adults in the village had gone out to work, leaving only the elderly and children behind. Of course, many of the villagers in Shaqing village did not go to other places. Many of them worked in the tea gardens, tea shops, and scenic spots in the city. It was rare to see a stranger in such a dusky village. Hence, when Xia Ruofei and Elder Song walked into the village, many curious eyes immediately fell on them. A few children even walked over timidly and sized them up. Elder Song nodded at the children with a kind smile on his face. However, the two of them did not stop and walked straight into the village. The layout of the entire village should not have changed much in the past few decades. Elder Song quickly found a dilapidated house based on his memory. When he saw the old house, Elder Song's face froze. Because this house had been in disrepair for a long time and no one had lived in it for a long time. Through the half-broken wooden door, he could see that the weeds in the courtyard were already half the height of a person, and a part of the courtyard wall had collapsed. "Chief, the person you're looking for lives here?" Xia Ruofei asked carefully. "He lived here 30 years ago," eccentric Song said, frowning. "It seems that he has moved away, or he is no longer alive. Let's ask around nearby," Xia Ruofei said. "N." Elder Song nodded. The two of them walked back along the path they came from and happened to see a villager carrying a hoe passing by. "Chief, what's the name of the person you're looking for?" Xia Ruofei asked. "He's Li Jifu," Elder Song said. "All right." Xia Ruofei nodded and walked towards the villager. Uncle, I want to ask you something. Do you know where Li Jifu from your village is now? Li Jifu? The villagers were at a loss. Xia Ruofei pointed at the dilapidated house, not far away, and said, he should have lived in that house before. Realization dawned on Suanming as he said, oh. You're talking about Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu? Xia Ruofei was also a little stunned. The villager in front of him looked to be at least 60 years old. If Li Jifu was the Uncle Fu he mentioned, how old was he? At this time, eccentric Song also walked up and said, fellow townsman, if the Uncle Fu you mentioned used to live in that house, then he should be the person we're looking for. May I ask if you know his current situation? Uncle Fu moved away 8 years ago, the villager said. I heard that he's getting old and his daughter took him away for retirement. Eccentric Song revealed a trace of joy and said, so, Brother Fu should still be healthy? Xia Ruofei was shocked. Again. It seemed that Li Jifu was not young anymore. Even Elder Song called him Brother Fu. Elder Song was already in his 80s. I'm not too sure about that, the villager said, but he was still quite strong before he moved away. He could even go up the mountain to pick tea himself. Eccentric Song's expression was somewhat excited. As he asked, fellow townsman, do you know where Brother Fu's daughter lives? The villager scratched his head. I'm not too sure about that. I remember that before Uncle Fu moved away, his daughter would often come to visit him. I don't think he married out of town, but I really don't know where he lives. Oh. Then do you know if Brother Fu has any relatives in the village? Elder Song asked. I don't think so. I've never heard of Uncle Fu having any other relatives in the village, the villager said with uncertainty. I see, Elder Song said disappointedly, thank you, my fellow townsman. You're welcome. The villager asked, by the way, are you also here to ask Uncle Fu to make tea? I think there was a group of people from the city who came to the village to look for him some time ago, making tea? Elder Song was stunned for a moment, then he muttered to himself, Brother Fu's tea making skills were really good back then. Was he that famous now? Even the people outside came to look for him. Uncle Fu's tea making skills are well known in the surrounding villages, especially in his control of the heat of the baking process, the villager said. You can say that no one in the entire Mount Wui is better than him. The tea that he baked himself would at least double his net worth. But Uncle Fu hasn't made tea for many years. If you're here to ask Uncle Fu to make tea, you should go back. Even if we do find him, he won't do anything. Why? Eccentric Song asked, puzzled. I'm not sure about that. Uncle Fu stopped making tea for people about 10 years ago. At first, many bosses came to ask him to come out of retirement, but he refused, no matter how much money they offered. Gradually, people stopped coming. The villager said. Oh. I see. Thank you, fellow townsman. Elder Song said. The villager carried his hoe and left. Eccentric Song frowned slightly, deep in thought. Chief, why don't we ask around? In the village? Xia Ruofei asked. Maybe someone knows where Mr. Li Jifu's daughter lives. I guess this is the only way. Eccentric Song sighed. Xia Ruofei remembered that there were many people sitting at the entrance of the village and chatting. Most of them were elderly people, so he walked towards the entrance with Elder Song. After asking, there was really an old lady in her 60s who knew the general situation. It turned out that Li Jifu's daughter had not been married yet when the old lady had just married into Shanking village. The two were good friends. According to the old lady, Li Jifu's daughter, Li Guizhi, was married to Yongdun town, which was 30 kilometers away. She didn't know the exact address, but Li Guizhi mentioned that her family opened an electrical repair shop in the town when she returned to her mother's house. However, this news was from 8 years ago. After Li Jifu moved to his daughter's house, everyone lost contact. Even though the information was vague, it was very useful to Elder Song. He kindly expressed his gratitude to the old lady. Although the villagers did not know Elder Song's identity, everyone could feel Elder Song's superior bearing, so the old lady was very polite. Elder Song smiled and nodded at the villagers. Then, he left with Xia Ruofei. The villagers were still talking about these two strangers with extraordinary bearings. They would never have dreamed that the silver-haired old man was actually a famous legendary general star in China, one of the core members of the leadership. Xiao Xia, you must be very curious as to how I know an old man from this remote mountain village, right? Elder Song said with a smile. I'm indeed curious, Xia Ruofei said, but I'm guessing it has something to do with the troops you left behind to exterminate the bandits. We were stationed in this small pit village back then, said Elder Song with a nod. I also lived in Brother Fu's house. After Xiaodong's death, I've been in a very low mood. Coupled with the humidity in the mountains, I had a high fever within 2 days, and it didn't go down even after 2 days. Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows. He knew how dangerous it was to have a high fever in such a remote mountain village. Elder Song continued, it was Brother Fu who risked being attacked by bandits to gather herbs in the mountains. In order to avoid the bandits, he almost fell off the cliff. It was very dangerous. If he wasn't caught by a crooked tree, he would have lost his life. Even so, he still broke an arm. As he walked, Eccentric Song revealed a nostalgic expression and continued, it was these herbs that Brother Fu picked that saved my life. My fever went down after 2 days. Chief, did you guys stop contacting each other after that? Xia Ruofei could not help but ask. Elder Song used to be in a high position in the core leadership. Even in such a remote mountain village, Elder Song could be seen on TV. Did that old man Li Jifu not contact Elder Song? I came back once 30 years ago, said Elder Song. It was the time I erected the monument for Xiaodong. I also saw Brother Fu. At that time, it wasn't as convenient to communicate as it is now. I wrote a few letters to Brother Fu, but I didn't receive a reply. Later, we gradually lost contact. Xiaodong used to live with me at Brother Fu's house, and he was very diligent, often helping Brother Fu with chopping wood and fetching water. So after his death, his grave was taken care of by Brother Fu until it was later handed over to the local garrison. Eccentric Song paused for a moment and continued, I'm sure Brother Fu will continue to take care of Xiaodong's grave after the garrison was withdrawn. That's why when I saw Xiaodong's grave covered in weeds today, I was mentally prepared. Maybe Brother Fu has already passed away, or maybe he's too old to do anything. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, Chief, since we have a lead, let's go to Yongdun town. It's only been 8 years since we moved out. This old Mr. Li Jifu might still be healthy. Good. Let's go to Yongdun town. Eccentric Song said with a hint of excitement. Even with Su Wu's confident assurance, the head of security, Huang Feng, was still a little uneasy. It was only when he saw Elder Song and Xia Ruofei's figures at the intersection that the stone in his heart was lifted. He quickly brought two subordinates to welcome them. "Old commander, did you find the person you wanted to see?" Huang Fong stepped forward and asked respectfully. "He's already moved away," said Elder Song. "But we found some clues." "Little Huang, let's go to Yongdun town next." "Yes." Huang Fong puffed out his chest and said. The group got into their respective cars, and the convoy restarted, driving toward Yongdun town, which was more than 30 kilometers away. Along the way, Elder Song's mood was a little agitated. He looked out of the window at the fields that flew past, and his thoughts were complicated. Xia Ruofei and the others kept quiet and did not disturb Elder Song. The car was equipped with advanced navigation equipment, so the driver found Yongdun town easily. It was a very ordinary town, similar to the thousands of small towns in China. There was only one main street in the entire town, and the houses on both sides were at most 3 or 4 stories. There were some snack shops, hardware stores, small supermarkets, and tea shops that were everywhere on Mount Wui. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said to Elder Song, "Chief, I'll go and check on the situation later. How about you rest in the car?" Xia Ruofei's main concern was that the town was not as remote as Shanking. If Elder Song showed his face in public and went around to ask for information, it was inevitable that he would be recognized. By then, it would go against the old man's original intention of traveling in plain clothes. Eccentric Song had obviously considered this point as well. He pondered for a moment before nodding. "Sure, Xiao Rui will go with you." "All right," Song Rui said happily. He was already feeling uncomfortable from sitting in the car, and he wanted to go out for some fresh air. The car stopped by the roadside, and Xia Ruofei and Song Rui got out. Huang Fong, who was in the black Mercedes, Benz in front, also got out of the car. After asking Xia Ruofei, he arranged for 2 men to accompany Xia Ruofei and Song Rui. The town wasn't big, and it had a name. The information was very clear. He even knew that Li Guizhi's wife ran an electrical appliance repair shop on the streets of the town. Unless this shop had closed down in the past few years, it would be easy to find out. It turned out that Xia Ruofei's luck was not bad. After asking 2 people, he had already found the exact location of Li Guizhi's shop. The electrical appliance repair shop was not far away. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not return to the car. Instead, he gestured to Huang Fong to follow them. Then, Xia Ruofei and Song Rui led the 2 men in black and walked forward. After walking for about 30 to 40 meters, Xia Ruofei saw the electrical appliance repair shop that the passerby had told him about. There was an old sign with the words Yusheng Electrical Appliances Repair Shop on it. The paint on the sign had peeled off a little, and the words were barely recognizable. The shop was very small. There was a small counter at the outermost area, which sold some small electrical appliances. There was a key matching machine next to the counter. It should be a derivative business of the repair shop. Further in, there was a row of shelves, on which were some disassembled old electrical appliances. Next to the shelf was a workbench, which was scattered with some electronic components. An old man in his 60s was holding an electric soldering iron under the table lamp, welding an electronic board. "Excuse me. Is this Li Guizhi's family shop?" Xia Ruofei asked. The old man in blue overalls heard the sound and put the electric soldering iron back on the shelf. He then took off his reading glasses and turned around. When the old man saw Xia Ruofei, Song Ruei, and the two men in black, his expression changed slightly. His eyes flickered as he said, "I don't know any Li Guizhi. You've come to the wrong place." "How is that possible?" Song Ruei immediately asked. "We just asked the townspeople, and they all said that this Yuxing electronics repair shop was opened by Li Guizhi's lover." The old man frowned and said, "I don't know, I don't know. You guys can leave." Xia Ruofei looked at the old man thoughtfully and smiled. "You should be Li Guizhi's lover, Mr. Niu Yuxing, right? Was there some misunderstanding here? We're not bad people. We're here to visit old Mr. Li at the request of an old friend of Mr. Li Jifu." When the old man heard Li Jifu's name, his face changed. He said, "Why are you so strange? I already said that I don't know any Li Guizhi or Li Jifu. You guys should leave. Don't disturb my business." At this time, the innermost door of the shop was pushed open, and an old woman in her 60s came out and asked, "Yuxing, what happened? I could hear your loud voice from the second floor. Dad had just fallen asleep and was almost woken up by you. This is none of your business, go back," the old man said with a frown. The 60-year-old woman also saw Xia Ruofei and the others. When she saw the two burly men in black behind Xia Ruofei, her expression changed and she shouted, "What are you guys doing here? My dad was so scared of you guys, and you still haven't given up? Auntie, when did we scare your dad?" Song Ruei was confused. "Did you make a mistake?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "This must be Madame Li Guizhi? I think you might have misunderstood. We are not bad people. We are here to find Mr. Li Jifu. I know you're looking for my dad." Li Guizhi said angrily, "Aren't you guys annoying? My dad already said that he won't be coming out of retirement. Why are you guys still shamelessly coming to my door? You've misunderstood. We're not here to invite old Mr. Li to come out of retirement." Xia Ruofei said patiently, "We were asked by an old friend of old Mr. Li to come and visit him." "A new trick again?" Li Guizhi glanced at Xia Ruofei and said, "Young man, you look like a talented person. Why don't you walk the right path? If you want to make tea leaves, just do it. Why do you have to involve my dad?" Xia Ruofei saw that Li Guizhi seemed to have determined that they were bad people and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He thought for a while and said, "It seems like you have misunderstood me. How about this? You can tell Mr. Li Jifu that Mr. Song from the capital is here to visit him. He should know." "What elder Song from the capital?" Li Guizhi obviously didn't believe her. "My dad has never left the southeast province in his life. How could he know people from Beijing? Young man, can't you make it more believable when you're lying? Auntie, why can't you tell good from bad?" Song Ruei couldn't help but frown. "We already said that we're old Mr. Li's old friends. Won't you know if you ask him? My dad was shocked the day before yesterday and has fallen ill." Li Guizhi said coldly, "He just fell asleep. Do you think I'll wake him up again for you?" At this moment, the door at the back of the shop was opened again, and a white-haired old man walked out with a cane. Li Guizhi's expression changed slightly. She quickly went over to support him and said, "Dad, didn't I tell you to rest upstairs? Why did you come down on your own? What if I fall down again?" The old man ignored his daughter and looked at Xia Ruofei. His voice trembled as he asked, "Who did you say was from the capital?" "Dad, don't believe their nonsense," Li Guizhi said hurriedly. Hurry up and go rest. We'll take care of this. Li Zhifu still ignored his daughter and looked at Xia Ruofei with excitement. Seeing this, Xia Ruofei already had an idea. He smiled and said, "You must be Mr. Li Zhifu. I think you still remember Company Commander Song, who was staying at your house that year, right?" Sure enough, Li Zhifu couldn't help but tremble after hearing Xia Ruofei's words. His cloudy eyes shone with a strange light. Little Song? Li Zhifu's lips trembled as he spoke. Dad. Do you really know an elder song from Beijing? Li Guizhi asked in disbelief. In her impression, her father was an old farmer who had to face the earth and the sky all his life. Other than the tea-making skills passed down from his ancestors, there was nothing special about him. Moreover, Li Zhifu had never left the southeast province in his entire life. How could he know someone from the capital? In fact, Li Zhifu had a daughter at an old age. When the army was stationed in Shocking Village, Li Guizhi wasn't even born yet. When elder Song returned 30 years ago, Li Guizhi was already married. Li Zhifu had always kept a low profile, especially when elder Song's status was getting higher and higher. Li Zhifu didn't even mention that elder Song had stayed in his house for the night, let alone contact elder Song. Hence, Li Guizhi knew nothing about it. Seeing the old man's reaction, Xia Ruofei had an idea. He turned his head and said in a low voice, "Song Ruofei, you can go out and let the chief in." "All right." Song Ruofei responded and quickly walked out. When the two of them walked over just now, a few cars were following them slowly. Therefore, Song Ruofei walked a few steps back and reached the car. "Grandpa, I found it," Song Ruofei said excitedly. "What did you find?" Elder Song repeated subconsciously. "Mr. Li Zhifu found it," Song Ruofei said happily. "He lives here with his daughter and son, in law. Grandpa, Mr. Li Zhifu is in the shop now. Let's go," Elder Song immediately said. Elder Song stepped out of the car and Manager Lu, who was sitting in the back, quickly called out, "Chief, slow down. Xiao Ruofei, quick, quick, quick. Hold on to him." "All right, Uncle Lu, don't worry," Song Ruofei said with a smile. As he spoke, Song Ruofei reached out his hand to help Elder Song. However, Elder Song gently shook Song Ruofei off and walked toward the store not far away. In the small shop, Li Zhifu's lips trembled as he asked, "Young man, did little Song really send you?" "Old Mr. Li, you'll know soon enough if it's true or not," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. At this moment, a series of powerful footsteps could be heard. Elder Song appeared at the entrance of the store, followed by Song Ruofei, Huang Feng, and the others. The two old men's eyes met, and their bodies trembled slightly. Eccentric Song took 2 steps forward and called out in a trembling voice, "Brother Fu." Li Zhifu's eyes were also wet. He opened his mouth and after a long time, he walked up shakily. He looked at Elder Song up and down and said, "Little Song. You're old too." Elder Song grabbed Li Zhifu's hand and said, "Brother Fu. It really is you. We haven't seen each other for 30 years. Yup. 30 years, Li Zhifu was also filled with emotion. "Little Song, I didn't expect to see you again before I die. Brother Fu. I'll go to Shocking Village to find you." Elder Song said, "I saw that the old house was abandoned. My fellow villagers told Me that you moved out of the village 8 years ago. I asked around and finally found this place. Brother. Fu, why didn't you reply to my letters all these years? Elder Song continued. Little Song, your position is getting higher and higher. I'm just a farmer. So I thought I shouldn't disturb you, Li Jifu said slowly. Big brother Fu, no matter how high my position is, I'm still your little brother, said eccentric Song angrily. Back. Then, if it wasn't for you and our fellow villagers, I might not even be alive. Li Jifu smiled and didn't say anything. As the two old men spoke, their wrinkled hands were tightly held together. It was clear that they were very excited. Li Guizhi, who was at the side, had been sizing up Elder Song. She opened her mouth slightly and exclaimed, Your Song. Song. It was obvious that Li Guizhi had already recognized Elder Song. A few years ago, before Elder Song retired, he would appear on the news every day, so there were very few people in China who didn't know him. However, Elder Song had left his leadership position in recent years. In addition, there was no need to consider the country's image when it came to his personal image, so he appeared much older than he was in the past few years. Li Guizhi didn't react for a moment, but she quickly recognized him. At this moment, she was extremely shocked. She never thought that her honest farmer father would know a leader who played an important role in China. Her old father even called this leader Little Song, and Elder Song himself also called himself Little Brother. This was simply beyond her expectations. Li Jifu looked at his daughter indifferently and said, This is your Uncle Song. Li Guizhi, who was already over 60 years old, called out cautiously, Uncle Song, how are you? Brother Fu, this must be your daughter, Guizhi, right? Elder Song smiled kindly. When I came back 30 years ago, you told me that you had a daughter who was already married. At that time, I was busy with work and didn't have time to meet her. Yeah, I'm living with my daughter and son, in law now. Li Jifu nodded. Eccentric Song nodded. After a moment of silence, he turned to Huang Feng and the others. Huang, I'm going to stay behind to catch up with Brother Fu. You guys go back to the hotel. Xiao, Xia, Xiao Lu, and Xia Ruofei will stay. You guys can just leave the car here. Old Commander, this. Huang Feng revealed a difficult expression. He was mainly doing this for safety reasons. Carry out the order. Elder Song said, leaving no room for doubt. What are so many people doing here? It's fine as long as little Xia is here. All of you, go back. Xia Ruofei gave Suwu a look. Suwu immediately understood and pulled Huang Feng's sleeve. He said in a low voice, Supervisor Huang, listen to the chief. There won't be a problem with Ruofei around. Huang Feng had already seen Elder Song and Suwu's blind confidence in Xia Ruofei. Seeing Elder Song's firm attitude, he could only nod helplessly and say, Yes. Old Commander, we'll be going back first. Go. Go. Eccentric Song waved his hand. Huang Feng brought his subordinates and drove away with Suwu. They left the Mercedes-Benz car behind and handed the car keys to Xia Ruofei. After Huang Feng and the others left, the shop suddenly became much quieter. However, Huang Feng and the others had surrounded the store just now, and this was the main street of the town, so they had already attracted some people to watch. Yuxing, close the shop. We're not open for business today. Li Jifu said to his son-in-law. All right, Dad. Niu Yuxing hurriedly responded and went over to pull down the rolling curtain door. Little Song, let's go upstairs and have a seat. Li Jifu said, I'll make you some tea. All right. Elder Song laughed and said, it's been 30 years since I've had Brother Fu's tea. Then, Elder Song said to Xia Ruofei and the rest, Little Xia, you guys are in for a treat today. Brother Fu's tea making skills are top notch. The tea at his house can't be bought outside even if you have money. This is all thanks to the bureau chief. Then we'll have to have a good taste. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Everyone, let's go upstairs and sit. Li Guizhi greeted him enthusiastically. All right, let's go. Li Jifu turned around and led the way. When Elder Song saw the back of Li Jifu's head, his face couldn't help but change slightly. Elder Song's face changed when he saw the white gauze on the back of Li Jifu's head, and some blood was faintly visible. From the moment Elder Song entered the shop, the two of them had been standing face to face. In addition, the light in the shop was not very bright. The only light source was the old table lamp on Niu Yuxing's work desk, so Elder Song did not notice it at first. Li Jifu turned around and walked a few steps. There was a street lamp on the door that led to the stairs at the back of the shop. Elder Song saw it clearly. In addition to the white gauze, Elder Song also found some small bruises on Li Jifu's face and arms. He frowned slightly and asked anxiously, Brother Fu, what's wrong? Why are you injured? Li Guizhi's eyes turned red when she heard that. She couldn't help but say, Uncle Song, my dad, Little Song. I accidentally fell down yesterday. Li Jifu interrupted Li Guizhi and said, it's not a big deal. They're just external injuries. After saying that, he looked at Li Guizhi sternly. Li Guizhi bit her lower lip and didn't say anything in the end. Elder Song had been in the system all his life and had reached the top position of a civil servant. How could he be bad at observing people? He could tell at a glance that Li Jifu was hiding something. However, Elder Song didn't point it out. He looked at Li Jifu and Li Guizhi thoughtfully, then said, Brother Fu, you must be careful. You're over 90 this year, right? Hee, my virtual age is 93. Li Jifu said. With a smile. Yup. He's already in his 90s, and his body can't be compared to a young man's. What if something bad happens to him from the fall? Elder Song said. I see, Little Song. I'll be careful. In the future. Li Jifu chuckled. Let's go upstairs and sit. The group of people went upstairs. This shop belonged to Niu Yuxing's family. It was a 3-story building. The first floor was used as a shop, while the second and third floors were for people to live in. There was a small living room and a bedroom on the second floor. For the convenience of the elderly, Niu Yuxing and Li Guizhi gave the master bedroom on the second floor to Li Jifu, while the two of them stayed on the third floor. Li Jifu happily asked everyone to sit down. Then, he personally opened the box and took out a tin can from the bottom of the box. He smiled and said, Little Song, I'll treat you to a taste of my handmade Da Hong Pao. All right. Elder Song said happily, Brother Fu, I haven't tasted the tea you made in 30 years. I can't stop thinking about it. Then you'll have to taste it today. Li Jifu said, I can't even bear to drink this tea myself. Little Song, although my Da Hong Pao didn't come from one of the 6 mother trees, it was the first generation of Da Hong Pao, which was grown by cutting from the branches of the mother tree. It's still very precious. Elder Song laughed and said, Brother Fu, no matter how precious the tea is, it's not as precious as your craftsmanship. This high-quality tea leaves, when matched with your ancestral tea-making skills, that's called bringing out the best in each other. Li Jifu chuckled. He carefully took out some tea leaves from the tin can and began to make tea with great familiarity. Xia Ruofei watched from the side and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Old Mr. Li, these tea leaves are curved and look a little like dragons. However, why is it that the tea leaves are all black in color, but why is it called Dahong Pao?" Before Li Jifu could say anything, Elder Song laughed and said, "Little Xia, the red in Dahong Pao doesn't refer to the color of the tea leaves. There's a story behind it." Then, Elder Song said to Li Jifu, "Brother Fu, why don't you tell Xia about it?" Li Jifu nodded and began to explain. It turned out that there was a rumor that a scholar had gone to the capital to take an examination. When he passed by Mount Wuyi, he fell ill. He was coincidentally met by an abbot who brought him back to the temple to be treated. The abbot plucked the leaves of the tea tree from the jiolong nest and made tea for the scholar to drink. After a few days, the scholar recovered and entered the capital to take the examination for being the top student in high school. Therefore, he came back to repay his abbotship. At the same time, he brought tea leaves to the capital to offer to the emperor. It just so happened that the emperor was sick at this time and couldn't be cured no matter what. Later, he drank this tea and his illness was cured. So the emperor bestowed a red robe and asked the scholar to wear it on a tree. At the same time, he gave it the title of imperial tea and offered it as tribute every year. Later on, this tea was known as Dahong Pao. Xia Ruofei and Song Rui were both fascinated by the story. When Li Jifu finished, Xia Ruofei sighed. "I didn't expect the Dahong Pao tea leaves to have such a story." Elder Song laughed and said, "There is no way to verify the authenticity of this legend. However, Dahong Pao is extremely precious. When the chairman met the American president who visited China, he once gave 4 taels of Dahong Pao as a gift. At first, the American thought that the chairman was stingy. He only gave 4 taels of Dahong Pao tea. Later, the prime minister explained that this high-quality Dahong Pao only produces 8 taels a year, and giving him 4 taels is equivalent to giving him half of the country. Although Elder Song had not been a high-ranking official in the past, he was very familiar with these anecdotes, which were very fascinating. Li Jifu also smiled and said, "Speaking of Dahong Pao, it was a tribute tea in the past. It's also said that in one of the Go Na Qianlong's gift lists, there was a record of Biluakun 20 jin, Longjing 30 jin, and Dahong Pao 8 taels. From this, we can see how precious Dahong Pao is." Although Li Jifu was an old farmer who didn't speak much, when he talked about his ancestral tea business, he could speak like a river. Xia Ruofei chimed in. "Old Mr. Li, I've also heard that a few years ago, a 20-gram Dahong Pao was auctioned for a sky-high price of 208,000 yuan. That's right." Li Jifu nodded with a smile. However, the Dahong Pao tea leaves we are talking about are the true Dahong Pao parent trees. After 2007, in order to protect the 6 parent trees, the government had ordered a stop to harvesting them. Therefore, we can no longer drink such high-quality tea leaves. But Brother Fu's Dahong Pao was the first generation of Dahong Pao, which was reproduced asexually from the mother tree. With Brother Fu's own handiwork, I'm sure it's not much worse than the mother tree's Dahong Pao. Elder Song said with a smile. We can't compare, Li Jifu said modestly. While everyone was chatting, Li Jifu's hands didn't stop. Soon, the tea was ready. He poured a small cup for everyone, then smiled and said, Come, have a taste. If you taste it carefully, you will find that the tea of our Wui mountain has a rock rhythm, which other tea leaves don't have. At that moment, there was a sudden knock on the door downstairs. Li Jifu slightly frowned and said, Yuxing, can you go down and see what's going on? All right. Niu Yuxing immediately stood up and went downstairs. Come, let's drink tea. Li Jifu continued to greet him. Xia Ruofei and the others picked up their teacups and took a sip. Even if he didn't know much about tea, he could still feel that this De Hong Pao was extraordinary. It was slightly bitter in the mouth, but the sweetness returned very quickly. And it was quite rich. Just as everyone was tasting the tea, the sound of quarrels came from downstairs. Niu Yuxing's angry and loud voice was especially obvious. Elder Song could not help but frown when he heard the commotion below. Xia Ruofei stood up and said, Chief, I'll go down and take a look. All right, he said. Elder Song nodded. I'll go with you. Song Rui quickly said. This kid was someone who craved for the world to be in chaos. He would definitely not miss the opportunity to join in the fun. Xia Ruofei and Song Rui went downstairs and saw a fierce-looking man in a black suit and sunglasses strangling Niu Yuxing's neck. He said fiercely, Old man, you'd better call Li Jifu out immediately and make him cooperate with us obediently. Otherwise, the day before yesterday was just an appetizer. We won't be so polite in the future. Xia Ruofei's expression turned cold and he shouted, Stop. Let him go. With that said, Xia Ruofei rushed forward and grabbed the man's wrist. With a slight shake, the man immediately lost all feeling in his arm and let go of his hand. Xia Ruofei snorted coldly and swung his arm. The man in black immediately took a few steps back. His arm drooped limply and there was a sharp pain in his joints. The black-cloaked man's expression changed. He cried out in pain and asked, You. What did you do to me? Xia Ruofei didn't even look at the burly man in black. Instead, he turned to Niu Yuxing and asked with concern, Uncle Niu, are you all right? I'm fine, Niu Yuxing replied while rubbing his neck. Xia Ruofei furrowed his brows and asked, Who are these people? Why did they come to your shop to make trouble? Niu Yuxing's eyes were filled with anger. As he said, this is a group of hoodlums. They're here to find my father-in-law. The burly man in black saw that he was being ignored by Xia Ruofei and was already fuming with anger. In addition, Niu Yuxing called them hoodlums and scoundrels. He couldn't help but glare at Xia Ruofei and shouted fiercely, Old man, be careful with your words. Believe it or not, I'll bring my men and smash this little shop of yours tomorrow. This black-clothed burly man was aggressive, but one of his arms hung limply by his side, which made him look less imposing and instead looked a little comical. Seeing this, Song Rui picked his nose and said, You're so fierce even when your hand is dislocated, you're really big-hearted. Xia Ruofei coldly glanced at the man in black and his men. He took 2 steps forward and said, If you don't want your other hand to be crippled, then get lost immediately. The black-clothed man snorted and said, Little brat, I don't see your face. You must be a foreigner. It's best not to meddle in some other people's business, or else you'll get into trouble. Xia Ruofei's face revealed a mocking smile. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and asked, "Oh? Then can you teach me what I should do?" Song Ruofei also stood beside Xia Ruofei with a smile on his face, as if he was watching a good show. Although this kid's combat strength was weak, he was not nervous at all. He had personally seen Xia Ruofei challenge 10 scouts and easily win, so he knew that these 3 to 5 hooligans in front of him were not enough to deal with Xia Ruofei. The big man in black said proudly, "Kid, you listen clearly. We are brotherhood's people. If you don't want your body to be exposed in the wilderness tomorrow, you'd better kneel down and apologize to me now. Then, compensate me with 50,000 yuan for medical expenses. Then, this matter will be over. Otherwise..." Humph. Xia Ruofei and Song Ruofei looked at each other and laughed. Xia Ruofei pretended to be surprised and said, "So your brother does man?" Humph humph. "Are you afraid now?" The man in black said, "If you're afraid, kneel down. Obediently pay for my medical expenses." After saying that, the man in black said to his underling proudly, "See? As long as you mention brother's name, no one will not be afraid." The 3 or 4 underlings also nodded and held their heads high. It was as if they also felt honored because of their relationship with Brother De. Xia Ruofei and Song Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. "What are you laughing at?" the black-robed man asked with a dark expression. "Who is Brother De after all this talk?" Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "I don't even know if he looks like a pig or a monkey. Why should I be afraid of him? I even have to kneel down and apologize to you, and compensate you with 50,000 yuan? I think your brain was either kicked by a donkey or caught by the door." "It must have been caught in the door." Song Ruofei chimed in and laughed. "Where do you get donkeys from in the south?" "That makes sense." The black-clothed man's expression became extremely unsightly. He gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, are you playing with me?" "Yeah. I'm just toying with you." Xia Ruofei looked at the man in black and said sincerely, "Motherfucker." The man in black was furious. He waved his hand that had not dislocated and shouted, "Brothers, beat him to death. If something happens, Brotherhood will cover for you." The burly man in black had a total of 4 underlings with him. Then, he took a steel pipe from one of his underlings and went to battle with injuries. A total of 5 people rushed towards Xia Ruofei. Seeing this, Niu Yuxing's expression changed drastically. This 60-year-old man subconsciously picked up a bench in the shop and was about to rush over to help. Song Ruofei quickly pulled Niu Yuxing back and said in a relaxed manner, "Uncle Niu, quickly put it down. They're just a few small fries, not even enough for Ruofei to take care of. This. Will he be able to do it?" Niu Yuxing clearly didn't quite believe it. Xia Ruofei didn't look very strong, especially after absorbing the petals of the strange flower and practicing the strange posture demonstrated by the little golden man in the stone tablet. His body had discharged a lot of impurities and he looked even whiter and purer, a little like a weak scholar. No matter how Niu Yuxing looked at Xia Ruofei, he didn't seem like the kind of person who could fight. "Uncle Niu, you can just remove the MO," Song Ruofei said with a smile. As the 2 of them spoke, Xia Ruofei's expression turned cold, and he took the initiative to welcome them. The man in black, who was at the forefront, felt his vision blur and Xia Ruofei's figure disappeared from his sight. Then, he heard a loud crack. He felt a sharp pain in his intact left arm, and the steel pipe fell to the ground with a clang. Then, he found that he had lost feeling in his left arm. Then, the man in black heard screams one after another. When he came back to his senses, his 4 underlings were already lying on the ground and wailing. He was the only one standing, but his 2 hands hung limply by his side. He looked rather comical, just like a servant in the Qing court. Xia Ruofei looked at the man in black indifferently and took a step towards him. The man in black was so scared that his face turned green, and he couldn't help but kneel on the ground. "Brother, don't come over. I was wrong. Please spare me." The black, clothed man's face was ashen as he repeatedly begged for mercy. "Who's your brother?" Xia Ruofei asked, coldly. "Big brother." "You're the big brother." The man in black hurriedly changed his words. "Big brother, please let me go. I don't dare to do it." Again, Xia Ruofei's eyes flashed with disdain. He asked, "Tell me, why are you looking for Mr. Li Jifu?" "Big brother, it's Brother De who wants to cooperate with that old man." "Oh, no, with Mr. Li Jifu. Brother De wants to invite Mr. Li to be the technical consultant of our Yuanshan tea factory," the man in black quickly said. "Oh?" Xia Ruofei pursed his lips and said, "Then your way of inviting people is really unique." "Big brother, I was wrong," the man in black said with a long face. "But I'm only following orders. Old Mr. Li was unwilling to cooperate, so Brother De asked me to bring some people to scare him. We really didn't want to hurt old Mr. Li. Brother De also said that if old Mr. Li is willing to come out of the mountain, he will give him an annual salary of 100,000 yuan. Xia Ruofei's face turned cold and said, "You didn't want to hurt old Mr. Li? Then what's with the wound on his head?" Not only did Elder Song find out that Li Jifu's injury had a hidden story, Xia Ruofei also saw it clearly. Combined with the fact that these hooligans had come to threaten him, it was easy to analyze that Li Jifu's injury was definitely related to these people. "I really don't know about this, big brother," the black, clothed man quickly replied. "The night before yesterday, Brother De asked us to warn this family. We only broke a piece of glass in his house and did nothing else." Xia Ruofei stared coldly at the man in black. The man in black did not even dare to breathe. He lowered his head and no longer had the arrogance he had earlier. After a long while, Xia Ruofei said calmly, "Get lost. Tell your brother De that if he doesn't want to die, he better restrain himself. If he dares to harass old Mr. Li again, he will regret being born into this world." Yes, the man in black said. Only then did he dare to stand up from the ground. However, because both of his arms were dislocated, it was hard to maintain his balance, so his entire body swayed. The burly man in black called out to a few of his underlings to help each other and left in a sorry state. Xia Ruofei walked back and asked, "Uncle Niu, have these people been harassing old Mr. Li for a long time?" "It's been a while. At first, they didn't know that the old man lived here, and even went to the village to ask around. Later on, they found out and came to visit almost every day. In the beginning, Brother De was more polite, but my old man refused to give in, so he began to call some little punks to threaten us. The glass of our house was smashed the day before yesterday. The old man happened to be beside the window and was a little frightened. He even fell down, then." "Why didn't he tell my grandfather about his injury?" Song Rui asked curiously. The old man is afraid of troubling Song. Bureau chief. Niu Yuxing said. He had always been like this. He would rather carry everything on his own, afraid of causing trouble for others. Yesterday, he said that he wanted to move out. He said that those people had caused a ruckus and I couldn't do business here anymore. He's already over 90 years old, and he only has Guizhi as his only child. How can we be at ease and let him live outside? This old man. He really has a character. Song Ruofei said. Xia Ruofei looked at Song Ruofei and said, Song Ruofei, didn't you say that you have a lot of friends on Mount Wui? You have to help old Mr. Li solve this matter completely. No problem. Song Ruofei said without thinking, I'll contact my friend later. I guarantee that Brother De will come to apologize tomorrow. I won't dare to harass old Mr. Li anymore. Then, thank you. Niu Yuxing said, but don't tell the old master that I was the one who told him about this. Otherwise, he's going to nag at me again. Niu Yuxing was also an old man in his 60s, but he still respected and feared his father-in-law. It could be seen that Li Jifu's daughter and son-in-law were quite filial. The three of them talked as they walked into the shop, and Niu Yuxing pulled down the curtain door. In the beginning, the burly man in black didn't even dare to turn his head and ran forward with all his might. After running for some distance, he slowly stopped and gathered his courage to turn around. Seeing that Niu Yuxing's electrical appliance repair shop had already closed, his eyes revealed a bit of resentment and hatred. He gritted his teeth and said, Brat, you're dead. You even dare to hit Brother De's people, just wait to suffer Brother De's anger. Then, the man in black said to his lackeys, let's go. Go to Brother De. Boss, don't you want to go to the hospital to check your arm first? One of the lackeys asked. Idiot. Is Brother De's matter more important than my injury? The man in black cursed, why aren't you getting the car? Ah? I'll go? The underling's entire body trembled as he spoke. Their car was parked next to Niu Yuxing's electrical repair shop. The underling couldn't help but feel scared when he thought about going back to drive his car. Nonsense. If you don't go, I'll go. The man in black said angrily, can I still drive like this? After saying that, the man in black raised his foot and was about to kick him. The younger brother quickly shouted, Boss, I'll go, I'll go. Then, he carefully walked back and quickly got his car. The underlings helped the man in black into the car. And the car left Yangdun town. When Xia Ruofei and the others went upstairs, Elder Song and Li Jifu were chatting and drinking tea. The two of them laughed happily from time to time. Seeing Xia Ruofei, Elder Song asked, Little Xia, you've settled it? Chief, it was just a few hooligans who caused trouble and I chased them away. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Eccentric Song nodded and smiled. Let's sit down and have tea together. Brother Fu's tea is really good. It's even better than those specially supplied tea leaves. Little Song, if you like it, you can take some with you. Li Jifu said with a smile. All right. Brother Fu, then I won't be polite with you. Elder Song said happily. Hey. What's there to be polite about our home-made tea? Li Jifu said. Xia Ruofei and Song Ruofei also sat down and drank tea. One had to admit that Li Jifu's tea making skills were superb. Even Xia Ruofei, who didn't know much about tea, could clearly feel the difference from the tea he had drunk before. Perhaps he couldn't understand the rock charm that Li Jifu mentioned, but he could taste the unique taste of this de Hong Pao. Everyone drank tea and chatted. Soon, the sky gradually darkened. Li Jifu called Li Guizhi to prepare dinner. Then, he smiled and said, "Little Song, we haven't seen each other for so many years. Why don't you stay for a meal?" Eccentric Song didn't decline politely and said with a smile, "All right." Then, he asked manager Lu to call Su Wu and Huang Feng to inform them that he would not be returning to the hotel for dinner. Just as everyone was having a good chat, the big man in black and a few of his underlings drove back to the Yuanshan tea factory in the suburbs. As soon as he got out of the car, the man in black rushed into the general manager's office of the tea factory and cried, "Brother De, you have to make the decision for me." A middle-aged man in his early 40s was sitting behind the large desk in the general manager's office. His figure was a little thin, and his high cheekbones had a pair of small eyes that revealed a trace of shadow. He was wearing a beige tang suit and was rubbing 2 walnuts in his hands, looking quite sanctimonious. This middle-aged man was the brother De that the burly man in black had mentioned. Brother De's full name was Wu De. He had only started his tea business in recent years. Previously, he started from scratch as a street gangster. He had accumulated a lot of wealth by relying on swindling and cheating. He also had a group of underlings under him. Therefore, although Wu De was new to the tea business, he relied on some unconventional means to suppress his competitors, and his business quickly flourished. With money, Wu De could naturally raise more thugs. Gradually, his reputation in the suburbs and several tea-producing towns became more and more famous. Many people couldn't help but be afraid when they mentioned Brother De. Even if some children and their families were disobedient, they would scare them and say, "If you don't be obedient, Brother De will take you away." Wu De also became more and more arrogant. This year, when Wu De heard of Li Jifu's fame in the tea-making industry, he had the idea of inviting Li Jifu to his tea factory to guide the tea-making process. Of course, Wu De's intention was to make use of Li Jifu's craftsmanship and reputation to occupy a place in the high-end tea market. He had thought that Li Jifu would not refuse his high salary of 100,000 yuan and his famous name as Brother De. He didn't expect Li Jifu to be as stinky and hard as a stone in a latrine pit. He tried to persuade Li Jifu in any way possible, but it didn't work at all. He was determined not to come out of the mountain. Wu De had his own way of doing things, and he believed that his way of doing things would be effective wherever he went. Therefore, he continued to send those punks to threaten and harass them. Today, he had just fought 300 rounds with the voluptuous female secretary in the office. When he was sitting in the chair and reminiscing about the taste of ecstasy, the black-shirt man rushed in, which made him feel a little unlucky. "Get out, knock on the door," Wu De said with a frown. The man in black trembled and quickly said, "Swish." He turned around and took 2 steps out, then turned back and said with a sad face, "Brother De, I can't knock on the door like this." Only now did Wu De notice that the 2 arms of the big man in black were dislocated. His eyes revealed a sharp light as he asked, "What's going on?" The man in black quickly told him what had happened that day. He inevitably added some embellishments, especially Xia Ruofei's disdain for Brother De. Wu De's face grew gloomier and gloomier as he listened. In the end, he asked indifferently, "Do you know who this person is?" "I'm not sure." Brother De, he looks unfamiliar, and his accent is different from ours. He should be a foreigner. The man in black said. He came out of old Nyo's shop. I guess he might be a relative of his. Wu De's eyes were filled with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, this kid is quite bold. You even dare to hit my Wu De's underling. Humph. I'd like to see how he'll make me regret being born into this world. After that, Wu De stood up and threw 2 walnuts into the drawer. He said, go. Come with me to meet this little brat. Wu De walked out and then quickly stopped. He frowned and looked at the black-clothed man and said, forget it. You'd better not go. Help me gather all the people I can find, and then you can go to the hospital to check your arm. Good, good, good. Brother De, I'll go get people now. The black-clothed man quickly said. Wu De nodded with a gloomy expression. Yangdun Town. Li Jifu's family, Elder Song, Xia Ruofei, Song Ruofei, and manager Lu were sitting around the dining table. They were eating and chatting. The atmosphere was very harmonious. The dishes were all home-cooked dishes from the countryside. Since Elder Song had a serious liver disease before, they didn't drink. However, Elder Song and Li Jifu were reunited after a long time, so they were in a good mood. Everything they ate was delicious. While they were eating, Xia Ruofei curiously asked Li Jifu about Dahong Pao. He was especially interested in the 6 mother trees. This was because Xia Ruofei was still thinking about whether he could take advantage of this trip to Mount Wuyi to obtain a few stalks of the 6 mother trees and plant tea trees in his interspace. Xia Ruofei believed that as long as he had the ear planting technique, he would definitely be able to successfully breed tea trees in the unique environment of the spirit map. Furthermore, once the cutting was successful, the tea trees in the interspace would not only be the first generation of the Dahong Pao mother trees products from cutting. The spirit qi in the interspace was extremely rich, and the environment was suitable for the growth of almost all plants. Therefore, in theory, Xia Ruofei could even cultivate tea trees of higher quality than the Dahong Pao mother tree. With this thought in mind, Xia Ruofei was naturally very concerned about the 6 mother trees, Dahong Pao. After chatting with Li Jifu for a while, Xia Ruofei had obtained a lot of information about the 6 mother trees, Dahong Pao. For example, after 2007, the mother tree Dahong Pao stopped harvesting, and there were professional organizations that maintained the environment around these 6 Dahong Pao trees. In addition, the parent tree, Dahong Pao, was managed by the Huaishan City's Tea Bureau, which was also an uncommon branch, and had been upgraded from the previous Tea Bureau. From this, it could be seen how much importance the local government placed on the 6 Dahong Pao parent trees. The Huaishan City government had even bought a huge amount of insurance for the parent trees. Just as everyone was eating and chatting, the sound of banging came from the first floor shutter door again. It was mixed with the sound of shouting and scolding. When they heard it, they knew it was not something good. Elder Song put down his chopsticks and frowned. What's going on? She couldn't even have a peaceful meal with Brother Fu. Why is the security in this place so bad? Chief, do you want me to call the relevant leaders in the Southeast Province? Manager Lu asked immediately. The public security in this town is really outrageous. Elder Song waved his hand. Forget it, forget it. If you're not in your position, you shouldn't meddle in politics. Besides, there's no need to call the provincial leader for such a small matter. Okay. Manager Lu said. Song Ruofei stood up and volunteered, "Grandpa, I'll go down and take a look. This bunch of grandsons just need to be taught a lesson. I'll just teach them a lesson. Xia Ruofei, it's good for you to go and take a look first," Elder Song said, "but you must be careful." "All right. Don't worry, you can." Song Ruofei said with confidence. Then, he got up and went downstairs. There happened to be a window on the side of the stairs facing the street. When Song Ruofei passed by, he inadvertently glanced out of the window and was stunned. He rubbed his eyes, opened the window, and stuck his head out to take another look. He was so scared that he immediately shrank back. Song Ruofei's face was slightly pale. He looked at Xia Ruofei and asked, Can you go down with me?" Xia Ruofei saw that Song Ruofei's face had turned pale and couldn't help but laugh. "Yo! What's wrong?" As he spoke, he stood up and walked to the window to take a look. He immediately frowned, and his eyes revealed a sharp light. He saw that there were more than 100 men in black on the street, surrounding the door of the shop. These people were holding steel pipes and even machetes in their hands. They all looked fierce, and several of them were smashing the rolled-up curtain door downstairs with steel pipes. Xia Ruofei's expression changed. "Chief, there are a lot of people outside. The situation is a little complicated. For your safety, I suggest you evacuate first." "Uncle Nyo, do you have a back door here?" Xia Ruofei asked immediately. Yes. Nyo Yushing hurriedly said, "Young man, quickly escort the bureau chief out from the back door." Unexpectedly, eccentric Song snorted and said, "I'm not leaving." "Chief." "Grandpa." Xia Ruofei, Song Ruofei, and Manager Lu couldn't help but shout. "Xiao Xia, I can't leave," Elder Song said calmly. "We're leaving, what about Brother Fu?" "Then let's go together." Xia Ruofei made a prompt decision. "We'll settle the score with them later." At this moment, Li Guizhi came up the stairs with a pale face. "The back door is also blocked. We're surrounded by people now, we can't get out." Xia Ruofei's expression turned ugly. If it was just him, he would be able to escape safely even if there were twice the number of people. However, there were 2 old men and Song Ruofei and the others. Other than himself, they had no other combat power. There were more than 100 people outside, armed with weapons. No matter how good Xia Ruofei was, he couldn't fight against so many people. If a conflict broke out, it would be difficult for him to protect Elder Song in such a chaotic situation. The sound of knocking on the door was getting louder and louder. Xia Ruofei knew that the rolling curtain door would not last long. He pondered for a moment and made a prompt decision, "Go. Everyone, go downstairs." The group of people followed Xia Ruofei to the shop on the first floor. Xia Ruofei took a look and realized that the back door was made of metal and looked quite secure. Moreover, those people were mainly focused on the front door, and there were only a few people guarding the back door. There was no movement at the back door. Hence, Xia Ruofei said, "Uncle Nyo, you and Xia Ruofei will guard the back door. If anything happens, you must inform me immediately. If they really want to smash the door, you must try your best to block them." "All right, don't worry," Nyo Yushing said. Nyo Yushing and Song Ruofei stood guard at the back door while Xia Ruofei brought Elder Song, Li Jifu, Manager Lu, and Li Guizhi to the shop. Xia Ruofei asked Li Guizhi to find a stool for the 2 old men to sit down. Elder Song and Li Jifu still looked very calm. The two old men seemed to have the spirit of not changing their expressions even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of them. Of course, as a man who had been through mountains of corpses and seas of blood all his life, he wasn't afraid of such a small battle. Li Jifu's life was full of ups and downs. He had also experienced the era of bandits. At his age, he was naturally not timid. Xia Ruofei asked Li Guizhi to take care of the two elders and then said to Manager Lu, immediately call Su Wu and Huang Fong and ask them to come over for reinforcements. Also, immediately inform the local government. This group of people is really lawless. I don't think this matter can be settled peacefully today. Manager Lu's face was also livid. He didn't expect that someone in the local area would be so rampant. They didn't care about the law at all. He looked at Elder Song and saw that Elder Song had no intention to object. He immediately said, "All right. I'll make the call." Immediately after Xia Ruofei was done with the arrangements, he walked to the shop's rolled-up curtain door. He knew that hiding in here was not a good idea. This group of people was extremely daring. Now that they had already started to smash the door, they would break in sooner or later. Elder Song looked at Xia Ruofei and said, "Little Xia, be careful." Xia Ruofei turned around and smiled. "Don't worry, Chief." A cold light flashed in Xia Ruofei's eyes as he finished speaking. He skillfully pulled out a Type 92 pistol from the holster under his arm, loaded the bullet with a click, and strode towards the store. This bunch of lawless people dared to surround one of the core members of the organization, Elder Song. Even if they killed a few of them, it would be for nothing. Just then, Xia Ruofei heard the commotion outside getting louder. "Brat, hurry up and obediently come out on your own. We won't be so polite when we smash the door open. Those who dare to hit Brother Da's people are really looking for death in the toilet." Xia Ruofei said lazily, "What are you shouting for?" It called for his soul. "Your grandpa is coming out." Xia Ruofei unlocked the door on the roller shutter and dashed out. He then quickly locked the door again. Li Jifu watched as Xia Ruofei rushed out alone. He couldn't help but worry, "Little Song, this young man, Brother Fu, don't worry." Elder Song smiled calmly. "He'll be fine." Manager Lu walked over and said, "Respectfully, Chief, I've already contacted the relevant responsible comrades in the Southeast Province. The local government of Mount Wui should be making an emergency response immediately. In addition, Su Wu and Huang Fong are also rushing over as soon as possible." Elder Song nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. Outside, Xia Ruofei walked out of the shop and saw that the street was filled with big men in black suits, all looking at him fiercely. In the middle was a middle-aged man in a rice-colored tang suit. He was like a moon surrounded by stars. One look, and you could tell that he was the leader of this group. This middle-aged man was Wu Da. When he saw Xia Ruofei coming out of the shop, he squinted at him and asked, "Is it him?" Beside Wu Da stood a lackey with a bloody nose and a swollen face. He was one of the hooligans that Xia Ruofei had taught a lesson to in the afternoon. He immediately said, "Brother Da, it's him. He's the one who hit us." Wu Da's eyes flashed fiercely. He raised the cigar in his hand and pointed at Xia Ruofei. He said, "Lightly, break both his hands first." "Yes." The black-robed men responded loudly. Then, more than a dozen people grabbed steel pipes and looked at Xia Ruofei with ill intentions. They surrounded him step by step. Xia Ruofei's face revealed a mocking smile. He slowly raised his hand and raised the gun. He said in a relaxed manner, "If you're not afraid of death, then come up and try." The men in black then saw that Xia Ruofei had a gun in his hand. They were so scared that they stopped in their tracks and looked hesitant. Wu De could not help but raise his eyebrows and stare at the gun in Xia Ruofei's hand. After a moment, he revealed a mocking smile. "Little friend, you can't possibly think that you can scare people with a toy gun, right? Do you really think we're scared of you?" Wu De's underlings also came back to their senses and ridiculed him one after another. "It's a toy gun." Fortunately, Brother De's eyes are sharp. "You don't say, this toy gun is quite realistic." Hee hee. It's a pity that this kid met Brother De. Ordinary people might really be intimidated by him. When the men in black heard this, they felt relieved. They thought it was impossible. Gun control in China was very strict. How could this young man take out a gun so easily? Unless he was a desperado, but even so, he wouldn't dare to pull out a gun in public. Thinking of this, the men in black flew into a rage out of humiliation. They felt embarrassed that they had been intimidated by Xia Ruofei's toy gun. They greeted him and quickened their pace. Some even raised the steel pipes in their hands, wanting to teach Xia Ruofei a lesson. Pa! A clear gunshot was heard. Then, with a clang, a steel pipe fell to the ground, and a terrifying bloody hole appeared on the knee of one of the black-shirted men. At such a close range, the kneecaps of the man in black were shattered, and he fell to the ground from the impact. A moment later, the intense pain was transmitted to his brain through his nerves. He let out a heart-wrenching scream and rolled on the ground while holding his already crippled leg. Xia Ruofei's expression was still calm. Wu De and the others were shocked to see that the barrel of the Type 92 pistol in Xia Ruofei's hand was emitting a faint green smoke. The scene suddenly became deathly silent. Except for the black-shirted man who was shot, everyone else was silent. Xia Ruofei took control of the situation with a shot without hesitation. A cold smile hung on the corner of his mouth as he slowly raised his hand again. The black muzzle of the gun was pointed at Wu De, who was in the crowd. This guy was wearing a beige tang suit, and he was too obvious a target among a group of black-clothed men. Wu De was so scared that he quickly hid behind his two underlings, and shouted, "Don't mess around. You have to pay with your life for killing someone." The two underlings' faces turned green. They were also afraid of death. How could they not be afraid when they had to face the dark muzzles of the guns and act as shields for their boss? However, the two of them did not dare to move away because they knew how ruthless Brother De was. If they moved away at this time, they would definitely be tortured by Brother De after this matter was over. The two men's faces were as pale as paper. They looked at Xia Ruofei with trembling bodies and pleading expressions. Xia Ruofei sneered, "A life for a life? This old man has killed many people, but no one has ever made me pay with my life." Xia Ruofei was telling the truth. In his 7 years in the military, he had killed many people. However, most of them were drug dealers or terrorists who deserved to die. However, to Wu De, these words had another meaning. This kid was really a desperado. This thought emerged in Wu De's mind at the first moment. He cursed in his heart, "Why am I so unlucky? How did that old Manly know such a ruthless person? Old Manly has no background at all. His relatives and friends are all ordinary people. Where did this kid come from? At this time, Xia Ruofei's hand that was holding the gun moved slightly. Once the gun was pointed at the men in black, they immediately dodged to the side in fear. In an instant, these men in black felt threatened and wanted to turn around and run. Xia Ruofei said indifferently, "Back off, all of you. Why are you surrounding his shop?" As soon as Xia Ruofei finished speaking, the group of men in black immediately retreated far away. However, without Wuda's order, they did not dare to escape. Wuda had several underlings as meat shields, and his heart was a little more at ease. "Brother, we don't mean to offend you. We just want to ask old Mr. Li to cooperate with us," he shouted at the top of his voice. Xia Ruofei pointed at the deformed rolling curtain door behind him and sneered. "Is this how you invite people to cooperate?" Then, Xia Ruofei picked his nose and said leisurely, "I think I heard someone say that the person who beat up his little brother should come out and die. I'm the one who beat him up, and now that I'm out, I'm ready to die." Wuda's face alternated between red and white. He felt extremely embarrassed. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Brother, we're all from the underworld. Tell me your name. Maybe we have some history." Xia Ruofei laughed, "From the underworld? That Dao? Is it Jiangwo Avenue or Red Star Avenue?" Wuda snorted coldly and said, "A straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. Today, I, Wuda, have failed to recognize Mount Tai. What do you want, brother? Just lay out the rules." "I don't want anything." Xia Ruofei smiled innocently and said, "I just heard someone bragging that there's a super cool brother to here. I really want to get to know him. I'm Wuda. Friends in the underworld, please give me some face and call me Brother Da." Wuda said, "Brother, do you have any advice for me? Why am I the one looking for you? Didn't you bring your men here to teach me a lesson?" Xia Ruofei said calmly, "Brother Da, you're so awesome. Why don't you come out and have a fight with me? I promise I won't use a gun." Wuda's expression turned even uglier. The gun in Xia Ruofei's hand was extremely glaring to him. As long as the gun was in Xia Ruofei's hand, he would not dare to go out. If Xia Ruofei was a hothead, wouldn't he be dead if he shot him? Bullets don't have eyes. Wuda had been in society for so many years, and it was not easy for him to have his current wealth and status. Naturally, he cherished his life more and more. "Brother, since you don't have any advice, we'll go back." Wuda said with a cold face, "We admit defeat for today's matter. I won't bother old Mr. Li anymore. Let's go." Wuda waved his hand and said. At this moment, Xia Ruofei said indifferently, "Did I let you go?" Although his voice was very calm, it carried a cold killing intent, causing the hearts of the men in black to tremble. Wuda's heart also inexplicably palpitated. He was even more certain that this young man in front of him was a desperado. Only people whose hands had been stained with blood would have this kind of murderous aura. Wuda gritted his teeth, turned his head and said, "Brother, I advise you not to go too far. Leave a line in your work, and we'll meet in the future. I'm not glass. I have no interest in meeting you." Xia Ruofei said, "Since you're here today, don't leave. Just stay here obediently." Wuda's expression changed drastically, and his voice turned cold. He said, "Brother, don't tell me you think you're invincible just because you have a gun in your hand. I have more than 100 brothers here. Don't tell me you have an endless supply of bullets? Wu De's threat was very obvious. He meant that if Xia Ruofei continued to force him, he would have to fight to the death. If it really came to that, with more than 100 people rushing at him at the same time, even if Xia Ruofei hit every single one of them, he would not be able to hit many of them. After all, there was a limit to the number of bullets. However, Xia Ruofei's expression did not change. He still had a relaxed smile on his face and said, "You can try." "What do you want?" Wu De asked angrily. "Are your ears covered in shit?" Xia Ruofei said rudely, "I want all of you to stay where you are. Whoever dares to move, my bullets have no eyes." Wu De's eyes were filled with smoke. "I advise you to stop while you're ahead. It looks like you've taken a few lives. If the police call you, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it, right? You don't have to worry about this," Xia Ruofei said indifferently. In fact, Xia Ruofei was still worried. If so many people rushed over recklessly, he would not be able to control the situation and Elder Song might be in danger. However, he, who had a strong psychological quality, still showed a relaxed and casual expression. Wu De could not see it at all. However, Wu De's casual remark just now reminded him of something. He immediately gave a look to one of his underlings next to him and made a phone call gesture with his hand. The underling immediately nodded slightly in understanding. Under the cover of the men in black, the underling quietly took out his phone and dialed 110. At the same time, the atmosphere in Songping City and the city of Huaishan City became extremely tense because of what had happened in this remote town. Manager Lu's phone call was directly to the relevant leaders of the Southeast Province. The news that Elder Song went to Mount Wui in plain clothes and was surrounded by more than 100 hooligans in Yongdun town caused 1,000 ripples. Secretary Lin of the Southeast Provincial Party Committee had personally instructed the Songping and WYS municipal governments to immediately activate the emergency mechanism to deal with the situation, ensure the personal safety of the chief, and punish the rioters. At the same time, the Political and Law Secretary personally led the team from the Provincial Party Committee to rush to Songping City with the relevant comrades from the Provincial Public Security Department. Of course, the people in the province were far away, so they had to deal with the follow-up matters. What was really getting nervous was that Songping City and WYS City's Mount Wui was a county-level city that was under the jurisdiction of the prefecture-level city, Songping. The order reached WYS City in the shortest time possible, and the only city that had the time to deal with it was the first-tier city. When Du Xiaohai, a member of the Standing Committee of the Songping Municipal Party Committee and the Secretary of the WYS Municipal Party Committee, got the news, he was also shocked. As a world-famous tourist city, Mount Wui had many opportunities to receive leaders of various levels. However, leaders at Elder Song's level were still very rare, especially when this former big shot had come to Mount Wui without any notice. What was even more ridiculous was that he was now surrounded by more than 100 gangsters in a small town. Du Xiaohai broke out in a cold sweat in an instant. This was a real feeling of coldness from head to toe. His first thought was that his prospering official career would come to an end today. As the first person in charge, he couldn't absolve himself from the blame for such a big incident. However, Du Xiaohai was the first to calm down. He knew that his top priority was to deal with the emergency. If he delayed any more time and caused Elder Song to be hurt, he was afraid that it would not be as simple as ending his political life. He might even have to be put in jail. Du Xiaohai, who quickly calmed down, began to issue a series of orders. He didn't have time to hold any meeting, nor did he have time to communicate with the leaders of the branch. He directly passed the order to the specific unit. The Public Security Bureau quickly took action, and a large number of police forces were dispatched urgently. Du Xiaohai considered the fact that there were so many hooligans surrounding Elder Song, and the police force of the Public Security Bureau must be severely lacking. Therefore, he immediately asked for help from the local garrison. WYS City didn't have any other garrison troops. It was just a regular county-level armed police squadron and fire brigade. The armed police squadron was led by 2 people. Therefore, after Du Xiaohai's call, the entire squadron immediately assembled. Everyone quickly collected their equipment. Soon, armed police soldiers boarded the trucks and rushed in the direction of Yongdun town. The leaders of the Southeast Province and Songping City were all on their way to Wui Mountain, but Du Xiaohai couldn't care less about welcoming and sending them off. He followed the first batch of Public Security Bureau vehicles and rushed to Yongdun town. In fact, there was another group of people who had arrived in Yongdun town earlier. They were the security team led by Su Wu and Huang Fong. Manager Liu called the leaders of the Southeast Province. The order was passed down layer by layer, so it would take some time. Su Wu and the others received the call directly and immediately rushed over. Therefore, Su Wu and Huang Fong were ahead of the armed police and Public Security Bureau. On the way, Su Wu and the others were burning with anxiety, but Xia Ruofei was still calm and composed in Yongdun town. As for that Wu De, he had also calmed down at this time and stood in place with a sullen face. Because under Wu De's instructions, the underling had secretly taken out his mobile phone to call the police, and said that someone with a gun wound was likely to be on the run. The control of guns in China was extremely strict, and the police would definitely pay special attention to gun-related cases. Wu De could foresee that a large number of police officers would arrive at the scene soon. He said hatefully in his heart, "Kid, aren't you very powerful? Let's see how you're going to act when the police come." Later, the 2 sides were in a stalemate for more than 10 minutes. The roar of an engine came from the old street of the small town, and 2 black Mercedes-Benz sped over. Su Wu and Huang Fong's expressions changed drastically when they saw so many men in black surrounding Elder Song's small shop. They immediately drove towards the men. The men in black were so scared that they dodged to the sides, leaving a passage. The Mercedes-Benz drove straight to the entrance of the electrical appliance repair shop before stopping. Su Wu and the others quickly got out of the car. When he saw Xia Ruofei holding a gun and guarding the door of the store, he was slightly relieved. When Xia Ruofei saw Su Wu and the others, he grinned and said, "You're quite fast." "Not bad, not bad, your emergency response is pretty good." How could Su Wu still be in the mood to joke? "Ruofei, is the chief all right?" he asked anxiously. "In the house," Xia Ruofei said casually. "Supervisor Huang, take your men inside to protect the chief. Staff Officer Su and I will be enough." "All right," Huang Fong hurriedly replied. He and his security guards opened the small door on the curtain door and entered the shop. Then, Xia Ruofei said to Su Wu, "Su Can, keep a close eye on him. Don't let those bastards get away." Seeing this, Su Wu also took out his gun and glanced at the hooligans, then asked, "What's going on?" What are these people doing? They're just a motley crew. Xia Ruofei looked at them contemptuously and said, I think he's the local tyrant here, called Brother De or something. He wanted to ask old Mr. Li to be a technical consultant for their tea factory. After he was rejected, he came here every day to threaten and scare him. Today, a few more came and I taught them a lesson and chased them away. I didn't expect them to be so bold. They directly pulled a few truckloads of people over and blocked the shop. Fuck. This is too lawless. Suwu was also dumbfounded. Isn't that so? Xia Ruofei said, it was an emergency. I shot them immediately. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to stop them. Then Xia Ruofei laughed evilly and said, Su Kan, when we get back, you'll have to write the report on the use of guns. I don't care about these things. When they used guns during the mission, they had to write a report, including the time, place, reason, what equipment was used, how many bullets were fired, what the consequences were, etc. All of it had to be clearly explained, and all the shells had to be collected for inspection. Naturally, Suwu did not care about this. If Xia Ruofei had not been so fearless, he would not have been able to bear the consequences if anything happened to Elder Song. In comparison, what was the point of writing a report? On the other side, when Wu De saw Su Wu and the others rushing over, his expression became even more uncertain. The other side's support was definitely extremely disadvantageous for their side, especially when Su Wu also took out his pistol. Wu De's heart sank. Moreover, although Xia Ruofei was a little far away from them and he could not hear the conversation between Xia Ruofei and Su Wu very clearly, he could vaguely hear the words chief and so on. This made Wu De start to feel a little suspicious. Wu De, who had originally been greatly relieved after reporting to the police, was now a little uneasy. He began to think of escaping. Wu De slowly moved back without a trace, but Xia Ruofei noticed him immediately. Wu Dezai had only taken 3 or 4 steps back when Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows and fired a shot without thinking. Pa! The crisp sound of a gunshot rang out. The bullet accurately passed through the gap between several big men in black and then pierced through Wu De's calf. Wu De let out a blood-curdling screech and fell forward to the ground. Whoever dares to take one more step will end up like your awesome brother De, Xia Ruofei said emotionlessly, and I'm not a good marksman. I can't guarantee where I'll hit. I might accidentally hit the heart or the head. Don't blame me for not warning you. We wouldn't dare, we wouldn't dare. We definitely won't move, big brother, please spare me. When the little punks saw that Brother De had been shot to death, they did not dare to resist or escape. One by one, they began to beg for mercy. Xia Ruofei's expression was cold as he scanned these people over and over again with his gun. They were also as silent as cicadas in winter, not even daring to breathe loudly. More than a kilometer away from Yongdun town, a convoy of public security and armed police dispatched by the city was also moving at lightning speed. When the gunshot was heard, Du Xiaohai, the secretary of the municipal government in car number 1, couldn't help but change his expression. Not good. They've already fired. Increase the speed. Du Xiaohai ordered, burning with anxiety. Yes, said the policeman who was driving. He immediately sped up. The director of the Public Security Bureau also quickly informed the cars behind them to speed up through the walkie-talkie. The speed of the convoy suddenly increased as they drove toward Yongdun town at lightning speed. On Xia Ruofei sighed. He and Suwu held their guns and looked coldly at the hooligans in front of them who kept quiet out of fear. Wude covered the wound on his calf with his hand. His eyes revealed an extremely vicious look as he cursed in his heart, "You can continue to be arrogant. When the police arrive, you won't even have time to cry." It was a great irony for an old gangster who used to be a fighter to hope that the police would appear soon. It was as if the heavens had heard Wuda's wish. Soon, the shrill sound of police sirens came from far away. Police cars rushed into the old street of Yongdun town. Wuda's eyes immediately lit up. He revealed a somewhat crazy smile and shouted, "Ha ha ha! The police are here. You can't run away. Just wait to be imprisoned and shot." Seeing Wuda's reaction, Suwu asked, somewhat baffled, "Ruofei, is there something wrong with this grandson? He's still so happy when the police are here?" Xia Ruofei naturally knew what Wu De was planning, so he smiled and said, "Who knows? Maybe his brain was damaged." "Su Kan, do you think we should give him another shot before the police arrive? I think we should just let him be completely free. It's a pain for a mental patient like him to live. Let's be merciful and help him." Wuda was so frightened that he shouted, "No. Don't shoot. You guys, come and protect me." When the men in black beside Wu De heard this, they were shocked and subconsciously dodged to the side. Xia Ruofei's shot had pierced through the crowd and hit Wu De directly. Those men in black were still afraid. If it had been slightly off target, they would have been the ones lying on the ground. When Wu De saw the performance of his underlings, he was even more furious. He thought ruthlessly in his heart that if nothing happened this time, he must teach these blind things a good lesson when he returned. In just a short while, the police car had already rushed to the side of the shop. Wu De looked as if he had seen his own mother who had not been seen for many years. He shouted with tears and snot, "Police! Help me! Help me!" More than half of the city's police force had already been gathered. The police quickly surrounded them as soon as they got out of the car. Each of them was armed, and the police officers at the front were all wearing bulletproof vests, looking very nervous. In Wu De's opinion, this was very normal. He urged his underling to call the police and said that there were armed thugs here, and they had shot and injured people. In response to such an emergency, the police would definitely be on guard. However, when Wu De saw a group of armed police jumping out of a few military trucks behind the police cars, he could not help but be stunned. There were dozens of armed police, and the soldiers were all equipped with Type 95 automatic rifles. They gathered in front of the truck and quickly began to divide and surround the crowd. Wu De's mouth was wide open. He thought to himself, "This is too big of a commotion. Did the person who picked up the call hear it wrong? There was only one armed thug here. Even if they included the one with the gun, there were only two of them. Why are there so many armed police here? They've mobilized all the armed police in the city, right? Could it be that these two people were extremely dangerous terrorists?" The more Wu De thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. When Xia Ruofei had fired the shot, his indifference to life and the monstrous murderous intent made him tremble. When the armed police saw that Xia Ruofei and Suwu were holding guns, they became nervous. With a clatter, they loaded the bullets and aimed their guns at Xia Ruofei and Suwu. "Don't move. Put down your gun," the armed police soldier shouted. Seeing this, Wu De was very excited and shouted, "Police comrade, it's them. They were the ones who Injured people with guns. The one in black said that he had taken several lives. It must be a wanted order. Before Wu De could finish his sentence, a cold muzzle was pointed at his head. An armed police soldier shouted, "Put your hands behind your head and don't move." Wu De was so scared that his whole body trembled. He quickly and obediently covered his head with his hands and explained, "Comrade, we are the victims. We were the ones who called the police. Shut up." The armed police soldier glared and said. Wu De quickly shut his mouth. Xia Ruofei and Suwu cooperated and lowered their guns, then slowly put them on the ground. They knew that the police and armed police must have rushed over after Manager Lu informed the local government. Wu De, a local snake, might have some friendship with some basic police, but it was absolutely impossible to call so many armed police. Not to mention Wu De, even some of the local officials with real power could not do it. In particular, the use of the armed police force must have been an emergency order issued by the higher UPS, and then the local leaders directly coordinated it to be possible. Hence, Xia Ruofei and Suwu put down their guns without worry. Brothers of the armed police, those are the ones who attacked the bureau chief. We are the bureau chief staff, Xia Ruofei said in a relaxed tone. Do you have any identification? An armed police officer asked. In fact, when he saw that the two of them were using standard equipment, he had already believed 70 to 80% of Xia Ruofei's words. However, this was an important matter and he did not dare to relax. Of course I do. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Su Can, show him your identification. Suwu nodded and then said, Brothers, I'm going to show you my ID now. Don't be nervous. He was really worried that when he took out his ID, the new recruit from the armed police would think that he was taking out a weapon and his hand would shake in nervousness, causing the gun to go off. That would be a tragedy for him. So Suwu told them in advance, then slowly put his hand down and put it into the inner pocket of his clothes. Then, he slowly pulled out his military ID. When the officer saw that Suwu took out a red document, he was slightly relieved. He came forward to take Suwu's officer's card and opened it to check carefully. Then, he closed the ID and saluted Suwu, saying, Good day, Chief. Suwu's rank was Major, which was higher than the captain and instructor of their armed police squadron. He was worthy of being called Chief. The armed police officer motioned for the soldiers to lower their guns and said, Please wait a moment, Chief. I still need to report to my superiors. I understand. Go. Suwu nodded slightly. At this time, Du Xiaohai, the secretary of the municipal government, also came over, accompanied by the director of the Public Security Bureau and Zhang of the armed police. The sergeant ran over and saluted, then handed Suwu's officer ID to Du Xiaohai and said, reporting to the secretary. The two people over there claim to be staff members of a certain chief. This is one of their identification documents. Du Xiaohai raised his eyebrows, took the officer's ID, and opened it. When he saw the words, Guard Bureau on it, he quickly said, Let's go. Du Xiaohai and the others quickly walked to Xia Ruofei and Suwu. The captain of the armed police waved his hand, signaling the armed police who were still on guard around Xia Ruofei and Suwu to withdraw. Du Xiaohai walked straight to Suwu and returned the military officer's certificate to him. Then, Du Xiaohai asked nervously, Major Su, I'm the secretary of the Huaishan City's municipal committee. Is the chief all right? Suwu had arrived later and did not know much about the situation, so he turned to look at Xia Ruofei. The bureau chief is very safe, Xia Ruofei said, calmly. Upon hearing these words, Du Xiaohai suddenly heaved a long sigh of relief. Since he received the call from the leader of the Songping Municipal Party Committee, Du Xiaohai had been in a state of high tension. Now, he had suddenly relaxed. This deputy department director level cadre, who had seen many big scenes, actually felt like he was about to collapse. That's good, Du Xiaohai said. Xia Ruofei's expression was cold. He frowned and said, Secretary Du, I think the most important thing now is to catch all these thugs. Du Xiaohai couldn't help but shiver and quickly said, yes. We'll definitely punish him severely. After saying that, Du Xiaohai turned around and ordered, Director Gua, Captain Xiang Zhong, immediately order our comrades to arrest all these thugs. If any of you escape, I'll hold you guys responsible. Yes. Yes. The director of the Public Security Bureau and the captain of the armed police responded at the same time. Then, they saluted Xia Ruofei and Su Wu, and immediately went to command the police to arrest all the hooligans who were under the control of the police and armed police. Wu De had been in Wis City for so many years and was now considered to have some status. Naturally, he could recognize Du Xiaohai at a glance. Wu De saw that Du Xiaohai was so polite to the two young men with guns, even with a trace of respect, and they repeatedly mentioned the chief in their conversation. How could he not know that he had caused a big disaster this time? The armed police behind him clipped his hands behind his back and handcuffed them. The cold handcuffs made Wu De quiver. He also recovered from his daze and quickly shouted, Big brothers, I didn't intend to besiege the chief. I didn't know that the bureau chief was there. I'm being wronged. Xia Ruofei strode over and looked at Wu De coldly, saying, It doesn't matter if you know it or not. The truth is that you led more than 100 people in an attempt to attack the country's leaders. Don't be too arrogant. If you walk at night too much, you'll eventually meet a ghost. Of course, the prerequisite is that you can save your dog life this time. How could Wu De still have the prestige of a local tyrant at this time? Big brother, I was wrong. He cried bitterly. I really don't know. At this moment, Wu De's intestines were really green with regret. If he could turn back time, he would never choose to threaten and tempt Li Jifu. He wouldn't even open a tea factory at all. He already had enough money. Even if he didn't do anything, it was enough to live a carefree life. But now, it was too late to say anything. Because of his arrogance, he had fallen into the abyss of eternal damnation. Xia Ruofei looked at Wu De coldly and turned around to leave. Du Xiaohai's eyes were about to spew fire as he said loudly, handcuff them all and take them away. Du Xiaohai hated these hooligans to death. Perhaps because of today's incident, his position as the secretary was over. Du Xiaohai was only in his 40s this year. He was considered very young among the deputy department directors. He was also the youngest member of the standing committee of the Songping Municipal Party Committee. It could be said that he had a bright future and was a rising star in politics. However, because of the stupid behavior of these hooligans, this new political star was likely to fall. The armed police soldiers and police officers handcuffed all the gangsters in an orderly manner. Under the watch of the armed police with Type 95 automatic rifles, these little punks were all very well behaved, not daring to even breathe loudly. They all obediently allowed themselves to be captured. Comrade, may I ask where the chief is now? Du Xiaohai asked carefully. Can we meet the chief? I have to personally reflect on what happened. Today to the bureau chief, Secretary Du, please wait for a moment. I'll go ask for instructions, Xia Ruofei said calmly. All right, sorry for the trouble, Du Xiaohai quickly said. Xia Ruofei nodded slightly and turned to walk towards the door of the shop. He didn't have a good impression of Du Xiaohai. As the head of the local government, Du Xiaohai had managed his jurisdiction so badly. First of all, he was not a competent secretary. Even if Du Xiaohai had no direct relationship with Wu De, the secretary would always be the first person responsible. As long as there were any problems in the jurisdiction area, the secretary must take the leadership responsibility. Xia Ruofei left Du Xiaohai behind and walked to the door of the shop. He opened the small door on the rolled up curtain and bent down to get into the shop. He closed the door as soon as he entered, blocking Du Xiaohai's uneasy and inquiring gaze. Little Xia, what's the situation outside? Why do I hear gunshots? Eccentric Song asked calmly. The situation is under control, Xia Ruofei said. The local government has sent out police officers and armed police to arrest all the hooligans and ruffians who were causing trouble. Then, Xia Ruofei continued, Chief, I was the one who fired the gun just now. There were more than 100 people surrounding the shop and someone was even smashing the door. I had no choice but to fire the gun to establish my authority. Otherwise, the situation would have gotten out of control and this place would have been in danger. You did the right thing. Elder Song smiled and nodded. Little Xia, are there any casualties? I shot down 2 of those hooligans, Xia Ruofei said. The others are fine. Elder Song looked at Xia Ruofei approvingly and nodded. Xia Ruofei then asked for further instructions. Chief, Du Xiaohai, the secretary of the municipal government of WYS City, is outside with the comrades from the Public Security Bureau and the Armed Police Squadron. Do you want to meet them? Elder Song pondered for a moment and turned to manager Liu. Xiao Liu. Did the Southeast Province send someone down as well? Chief, Manager Liu replied immediately. According to the feedback from the General Office of the Southeast Provincial Party Committee, the team is led by the Southeast Provincial Party Committee's political and legal secretary, Comrade Lei Yong. He's on his way to Mount Wui along with related comrades from the Provincial Political and Legal Committee and the Provincial Public Security Department. In addition, the main leaders of the Songping Municipal Party Committee are also on their way to Mount Wui. Elder Song nodded and said to Xia Ruofei, Little Xia, I won't be meeting the leaders of the local party committee and government for the time being. Let's go back to the hotel after we're done dealing with the matters outside. Otherwise, when Comrade Lei Yong arrives later, we'll have to meet him again. Elder Song had originally been afraid of trouble, so he had hidden from everyone and come to visit in plain clothes. But after today's incident, everyone in the Southeast Province's officialdom knew that he had come to Mount Wui. It was no longer possible to ask for plain clothes. The secretary of the Political and Legal Committee of the Provincial Party Committee had come from the provincial city 300 to 400 kilometers away in person. It was reasonable for Elder Song to meet him, so he thought that they might as well just be together. It must be known that the leaders of all levels set off as soon as they received the news, which meant that their arrival time was different. If Elder Song met Du Xiaohai now, he would have to meet him again when the main leaders of the Songping Municipal Party Committee arrived later. He would have to meet him again when Lei Yong led his team to Mount Wui. This was too troublesome. Xia Ruofei immediately replied, understood. Chief, I'll go out first. Please. Rest here for a while. We can return to the hotel after the area outside is cleared. Little. Xia, you've worked hard. Eccentric Song said with a smile. Xia Ruofei opened the door again and Du Xiaohai quickly went up to him, looking at Xia Ruofei with hope in his eyes. Secretary Du, I've asked the chief. Xia Ruofei said indifferently. The chief has instructed you to focus on dealing with the aftermath here first. When Secretary Lei of the Provincial Party Committee of Political and Legal arrives, he will meet you all. Hearing this, Du Xiaohai's face suddenly turned pale, and he seemed to have lost his soul. Du Xiaohai still had a glimmer of hope, but Elder Song didn't meet him, so his hope was shattered. With such a big incident happening in his jurisdiction, he felt that he had really come to an end as the secretary. Xia Ruofei frowned slightly and looked at the dazed Du Xiaohai. He couldn't help but say, Secretary Du, you should take care of the aftermath here first. The bureau chief is still waiting to return to the hotel. After this place is cleared. Du Xiaohai suddenly came back to his senses and quickly said, all right, the situation had already come to this. Du Xiaohai also realized that all he could do was to deal with the aftermath as beautifully as possible. As for the rest, he could only do his best and leave it to fate. At this moment, the back door of the shop opened again. Manager Lu walked out and asked, which one of you is the leader of WYS City? Du Xiaohai shivered and quickly said, hello. I'm Du Xiaohai, the secretary of the WYS City government. Manager Lu nodded slightly. Hello, Secretary Du, my surname is Lu. I'm the chief secretary. Du Xiaohai quickly came forward and slightly bowed, so it's Manager Lu, hello. The personal secretary of a bureau chief like Elder Song was at least at the level of a department head. Du Xiaohai looked at Manager Lu's age and knew that Manager Lu was probably a vice minister leader. Moreover, Manager Lu was an employee of Elder Song, so Du Xiaohai had to lower his attitude. Secretary Du, Manager Lu said, the bureau chief asked me to pass you a message. He asks you not to feel too much pressure. Just focus on your current work. Du Xiaohai suddenly felt refreshed, as if he had just drunk iced sour plum soup in the hot summer. He said with a happy expression, yes. Thank you for your concern, Chief. Please tell the chief that I will definitely deal with the aftermath and ensure that these rioters will be severely punished. I'll definitely tighten security management in the future to ensure that the city's atmosphere is clean and positive. Okay, Secretary Du, I won't disturb you anymore. Manager Lu said indifferently. Xia Ruofei watched from the side and sighed in his heart. It seemed that Elder Song still couldn't bear it. With Xia Ruofei's temper, he would never let it go so easily. However, since Elder Song had made the decision, Xia Ruofei would not question Jia. It was none of his business anyway. Du Xiaohai was full of energy again, and the work efficiency here was much higher. It didn't take long for more than 100 ruffians to be handcuffed and escorted to military trucks. Each truck was guarded by more than a dozen armed police officers with live ammunition. The rest of the armed police gathered on the street and prepared to rush back to the city on foot. It was only a dozen kilometers from the city. For these armed police soldiers, it was just a very easy training. The police officers also got into the car. Du Xiaohai came over to report to Manager Lu, Xia Ruofei, and the others, then they got into the car and left. Du Xiaohai still had a lot of work to do. He had to personally monitor the follow-up interrogations of these people. In addition, there was another urgent matter, which was to rectify the social atmosphere. A city-wide operation to crack down on the underworld and evil would soon be fully launched, and he, as the secretary, would need to take charge of all these. The town's old street regained its peace. Only the neighbors in the neighborhood were still secretly watching from not far away. The big commotion that Gong Jia had caused today was already known to everyone in this small town. It could be predicted that in the future, all kinds of rumors about Niu Yusheng's electrical appliance repair shop would be popular in the small town. Xia Ruofei and the others also returned to the shop. After Elder Song knew that the crowd had been cleared, he smiled and said to Li Jifu, "Brother Fu, I didn't expect to cause such a big commotion just by coming to see you. It's all because of me." Li Jifu sighed. "It's a good thing you're fine, little Song. Otherwise, I'd be in deep trouble." "Brother Fu, what are you saying?" Elder Song said, "You should have told me about this in advance. If it wasn't for this today, I wouldn't have known that you were injured because of the threats and harassment of those hooligans." At this point, eccentric Song's expression turned stern. Some people in the local area are really lawless and too arrogant. He must be severely punished. Song Rui asked, curiously, "Grandpa Li, I heard that the reason why those people threatened and bribed you was to ask you to be the technical advisor of their tea factory." Putting aside their character, this is actually a good thing. Why don't you agree to leave the mountain? I haven't made tea for anyone for more than 10 years, except for the tea I drink myself. Li Jifu shook his head. Then, Li Jifu explained the reason why he didn't want to show his face in public. It turned out that the market for tea leaves had been on the rise in recent years. Some local tea farmers didn't pay much attention to their business, and it was very common for them to set prices at random. Some people asked Li Jifu to make a move once, and then they dared to announce that their tea factory had hired a tea master, Li Jifu, and that all the high-end tea leaves were made by him. In fact, the quality of the tea leaves sold by these people varied. They could sell them at a sky-high price under Li Jifu's name, but in the end, it would damage Li Jifu's reputation. After this happened 2 or 3 times, Li Jifu, who had always paid attention to his reputation, directly announced to the public that he would quit the tea-making industry and would no longer make tea for any tea factory. Li Jifu didn't care about material enjoyment. He valued the inheritance of tea culture more, but he regarded tea as his love. Therefore, over the years, there were many people who offered him attractive high salaries, but he firmly refused all of them. Until this time, Wu De had also set his eyes on Li Jifu's golden signboard and wanted to invite Li Jifu to come out of retirement. Li Jifu still refused with a very firm attitude. He simply disdained Wu De's offer of 100,000 annual salary, accommodation, car, and other favorable treatment. It was just that he didn't expect that Wu De was not a proper businessman. Once the soft temptation failed to achieve his goal, he began to use the threatening method. In the end, the matter was finally blown up and out of control. After hearing Li Jifu's words, Xia Ruofei and the others looked at him with admiration. This old man, who was nearly 100 years old, could be said to be the leading figure in the tea-making industry, but he still adhered to his professional ethics. Everyone sincerely admired him. "Brother Fu, you're still the same old Brother Fu who couldn't stand a grain of sand in your eyes." Elder Song sighed. It's been so many years, and you haven't changed at all. I can't change my bad temper for the rest of my life. Li Jifu said with a smile. Brother Fu, I'm going back to the hotel now. Elder Song stood up and said, why don't you come to the hotel with me? There are several rooms in my suite, so we can have a good chat tonight. Li Jifu shook his head and said, little Song, such a big thing happened today. So many leaders are coming. You must have a lot of things to deal with. I won't go and join in the fun. If you haven't left Mount Wui by tomorrow, I will go to the hotel to see you. That's fine. Elder Song smiled. Brother Fu, you should rest early today. After he finished speaking, Elder Song also bade farewell to Niu Yuxing and Li Guizhi before walking out. As soon as they stepped out, Huang Feng and the others protected Elder Song tightly. After what had happened just now, Huang Feng was still very afraid, and now he was even more cautious. Before Elder Song got into the car, he saw that Li Jifu had also come out with Niu Yuxing and his wife to send him off. He quickly said, Brother Fu, you don't have to see me out. It's windy outside, go in quickly. I'm fine. I'm fine. Li Jifu said with a smile. Li Jifu couldn't help frowning as he said that. He pressed his hand on his stomach, and his face turned pale. What's wrong, Brother Fu? Elder Song asked. Li Jifu's expression quickly returned to normal as he said, it's okay. Recently, my stomach hurts sometimes, but it's only for a while. I'll be fine after that. Elder Song looked at Li Jifu and found that he was indeed fine, so he said, all right, Brother Fu, I'll take my leave first. If you're not feeling well, you should go for a checkup as soon as possible. After all, you're already so old, and you can't take any problems with your body lightly. I know, hurry up and get in the car, Li Jifu said. Elder Song then got into the car. Xia Ruofei and the others also got in the car. Li Jifu's family stood at the door and waved goodbye to them. The three cars started up slowly and left the electrical repair shop, heading towards the city. Xiao Lu, Elder Song said calmly in the car, when we reach the hotel later, there's something you need to do first. Call the relevant leaders in WIS City and ask them to arrange for the best doctor to do a full physical examination for Brother Fu. When they returned to the hotel, the security level had been raised a lot. The floor where Elder Song was staying was also cordoned off. Elder Song's schedule was no longer confidential, so Director Lu didn't hide the hotel where Elder Song was staying from the southeast province. Before everyone returned to the hotel, the local police and armed police had already implemented the highest level of security measures. It was back to the familiar rhythm, no longer as leisurely as when he first arrived. Elder Song felt a little helpless. They had not rested for the whole day. They took the train, went to Shocking Village to pay their respects, looked for Li Jifu. And finally, they had experienced a farce played by ignorant and fearless local ruffians. Everyone felt a little tired. Eccentric Song was an old man in his 80s, so he was naturally a little dispirited. Therefore, after returning to the hotel, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Song Ruwei was staying in Elder Song's suite. The suite had a master bedroom and 3 secondary bedrooms. This arrangement made it easier for Song Ruwei to take care of his grandfather. Xia Ruofei and Su Wu's rooms were on the left and right side of the suite. They returned to their own rooms. Now, That the security level of the hotel had been raised to the level where national leaders stayed, Xia Ruofei and the others could rest in peace. Only manager Lu was busy with the Southeast Province and Songping City's relevant leaders, who were still on their way to Wui Mountain. Elder Song could take a rest and wait until tomorrow, to meet the relevant leaders. After all, his rank was there, and he had encountered such a big incident today. In addition, he was already old, so no one would think that he was putting on airs. However, as Elder Song's secretary, manager Lu had to meet with the relevant leaders today and report the situation to the Southeast Province authorities. Both sides had to exchange some opinions. After Xia Ruofei returned to his room, he first used his mind to check to make sure that there were no problems with the animals and plants in the space. Then, he began to practice the first set of movements demonstrated by the little golden man in the stone tablet. This time, he had learned his lesson and did not practice on the bed. Xia Ruofei was wearing long johns as he sat on the floor of the room. Opposite him, there was a clock on the wall where he could conveniently count the time. He was very familiar with that strange-looking pose. The familiar pain hit him again. He felt as if all the meridians in his body were burning. However, it was this pain that stimulated the activity of every cell in his body. Every part of his body was experiencing a nirvana rebirth. 3 minutes. 5 minutes passed. 6 minutes. This time, Xia Ruofei persisted for a full 7.5 minutes. It was 2 minutes. Longer than the time when he was practicing in Ling Qingshua's room. Of course, for the past week, Xia Ruofei had been practicing diligently every day. The amount of time he could persist was gradually increasing, and it was not achieved overnight. In the beginning, Xia Ruofei could extend the time for each practice. However, as the number of practices increased, the improvement decreased. For example, today's practice was only 10 seconds longer than yesterday's. However, Xia Ruofei was clear that 10 seconds on the basis of 7 minutes and half a minute on the basis of 5 minutes were completely different. This action was undoubtedly more difficult the longer he persisted, and the more his body was trained. He had a faint feeling that if he continued to practice, he would soon reach a bottleneck. Perhaps when that time came, the time he could hold on would reach a limit, and he might not even be able to hold on for a second more. However, once he broke through this bottleneck, it might mean that he had completed the first set of movements. At that time, it was very likely that he would be able to come into contact with information about the second set of movements. Xia Ruofei had always felt that the 9 sets of movements were in his mind, but for some reason, the later ones were blocked. Xia Ruofei stood up and realized that the amount of impurities discharged from his body had decreased. Of course, he knew that this didn't mean that the effect of the practice had decreased, because he knew his body best. Every time he finished practicing, he felt as light as a swallow, and the feeling of his body being filled with explosive power made him feel that he had improved. The fact that there were fewer impurities meant that his body had already been purified to a certain extent, close to the limit of what the first set of movements could purify. As soon as he got out of that weird position, the pain in his body would disappear without a trace. It would be replaced by a lazy and comfortable feeling, which made Xia Ruofei feel addicted. He went to the bathroom to take a thorough shower. Then he washed his long johns that were stained with black impurities and changed into clean pajamas. After Xia Ruofei hung the clothes on the balcony, he gave Ling Qingxua a call. The two of them talked a lot of sweet nothings. Xia Ruofei naughtily said that after returning from Wui Mountain, the two of them would have a good chat. Ling Qingxue could naturally understand what Xia Ruofei meant and was extremely shy for a moment. After Xia Ruofei returned to his room, he immediately went to bed and quickly fell into a deep sleep. That night, the leaders of the Southeast Province and Songping City rushed to Mount Wui. However, Xia Ruofei had already gone to bed. Manager Lu was the one who received them. The next morning, after breakfast, Elder Song met with the Southeast Provincial Party Committee's political and legal secretary, Lei Yong, and the others. This time, Xia Ruofei was also present. When Lei Yong and the rest arrived, Xia Ruofei was taking Elder Song's pulse. As soon as Lei Yong entered the room, he immediately reflected on his actions. Du Xiaohai, the secretary of Songping City and the secretary of Wui Mountain, came in. With him, the others didn't even have the right to be met by Elder Song. Elder Song had been very magnanimous about the fact that they had been attacked. He didn't say anything harsh, but he had made a clear request to punish those lawless ruffians. When it came to Li Jifu, Elder Song wasn't as calm. Elder Song explained in detail what Li Jifu had encountered during this period of time, then said, a 90-year-old man, who was also a master in tea-making, was threatened by a group of hooligans. I feel that the local government is not doing their job well. This isn't just a problem of social security, it also involves the inheritance of tea culture. Elder Song took a sip of tea and continued, it can be said that Li Jifu is definitely a representative of the rock tea of Wui Mountain. His unique tea-making skills are an extremely valuable, intangible heritage. Such a person took the initiative to withdraw from the tea industry for as long as 10 years. Because of the environment. Is there a phenomenon of inaction in our party committee and government? Is there any chaos in our tea industry that needs to be dealt with? This is worth thinking about, comrades. By the time Elder Song finished speaking, Du Xiaohai's back was already drenched in cold sweat. After Elder Song finished speaking, Du Xiaohai immediately said sincerely, Chief, your criticism is right. We must correct it immediately and start from grasping our work style. We will firmly play the two cards of tourism and tea culture. As for the chaos in some industries, we will immediately come up with effective measures to rectify it. Although Lei Yong was the leader of the provincial party committee, he was mainly in charge of political and legal affairs. The purpose of his visit this time was only to deal with emergencies, so he didn't say much about the deeper problems raised by Elder Song. He only expressed his position on behalf of the provincial party committee. Songping City's secretary of the Committee of Judges also made a similar statement. After Elder Song heard this, he calmly nodded. It's good that you have such an attitude. Our party's cadres must calm their hearts and truly do practical and good things for the common people. Their views on achievements cannot be biased, otherwise, the achievements they make will only be bright on the outside, but unbearable on the inside. Yes, Chief. We will definitely remember your teachings. Du Xiaohai said. The atmosphere eased up a lot after they were done talking about business. Lei Yong and the others also heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, Du Xiaohai gathered his courage and reported, Bureau Chief, after the sudden interrogation last night, the crimes of Wu De and the rest are basically clear. After saying that, Du Xiaohai handed over the report that he had personally written overnight. Elder Song waved his hand. I won't read the report. I believe that you will use the law as a guide and deal with this matter fairly and appropriately. Yes. We will definitely follow the instructions of the bureau chief and severely punish the people involved in the case, Du Xiaohai said. Lei Yong also reported, Chief, our provincial party's political and legal committee and the provincial public security department have also specially mobilized capable personnel to guide the trial of this case in Mount Wuyi. In addition, I have also instructed the relevant leaders of the provincial procuratorate and provincial high court to guide the follow-up prosecution and trial work. We will definitely handle this case with irrefutable evidence. Elder Song nodded slightly and said, yes, a rigorous working attitude is good. We can't blindly be serious and fast just because this case involves me and my friends. Governing the country according to law must be implemented in every detail. Everything must be based on the law. I understand. Don't worry, we'll definitely carry out your instructions. Lei Jun immediately said. He was also secretly glad that he had made sufficient preparations. He had also understood Elder Song's nature and characteristics in advance. He knew that Elder Song was an old general who hated evil as if it were his enemy and was full of righteousness. Therefore, he did not make any harsh words about how to punish him. Instead, he reported it from the perspective of procedural justice. The facts proved that this was exactly in line with Elder Song's philosophy. After talking about the case, Du Xiaoyu said, Chief, there are two things I need to ask you. The first is that our municipal government hopes to hire Li Jifu as a senior consultant for the tea culture industry in Wuyi Mountain. Regarding the tea of our city, I don't think so. Elder Song waved his hand. Based on my understanding of Li Jifu, he won't agree to such an honorary position. Elder Song continued, if you really want Li Jifu to make full use of his talents, I suggest that he be a teacher. As far as I know, there's a tea-making major in your city's vocational school. Comrade Jifu's tea-making skills have been passed down from generation to generation. If we can invite him to the school to give a lecture, it would be a very good inheritance. That's a good idea, Chief. Du Xiaohai was overjoyed. We can also choose a few students with better comprehension and let them follow Mr. Li Jifu, just like a master teaching his disciples in the old society. At the same time, they can also take care of Mr. Li's daily life. It can be said to be killing two birds with one stone. That's a good idea, said eccentric Song with a smile. However, it's hard to say whether Comrade Jifu will agree to it. I'll mention it to him. Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Du Xiaohai said excitedly. You just said you have two things to ask. What else? Eccentric Song asked with a faint smile. Oh. Du Xiaohai hesitated for a moment and said, Chief, I was thinking. Since you've come to our Wuyi Mountain, I'd like to invite you to inspect and guide us in our city, especially some of the iconic locations of the tea culture industry, such as the Jiolong Ridge. Xia Ruofei, who had been silent all this while, could not help but ask, Secretary Du, is the 9-dragon carriage where the 6 Dahong Pao parent trees are located? When Du Xiaohai asked for permission, he was worried that Elder Song would reject him. Now that Xia Ruofei was suddenly very interested, Du Xiaohai quickly nodded and said, yes, yes. The 6 most famous Dahong Pao parent trees in Wis City are located in Zhelanjiao, west of Yongla Zen Temple, in the northeast of our city. The older generation of revolutionaries also had a lot of praise for the Dahong Pao grown from the parent trees. Old Chief Zhu even wrote poems for them. Elder Song had almost blurted out his rejection. He didn't like welcoming and sending people off, especially after retirement. Every time they went to a place, the local officials would always ask the chief to inspect and guide them. In comparison, he preferred to walk around without being disturbed. This way, he could see more of the real situation. However, Master Song saw that Xia Ruofei seemed to be very interested in the mother tree, De Hong Pao. Du Xiaohai's story about Master Zhu's poem also piqued his interest. He had been in the military for his entire life, so he was naturally full of respect for the highest commander in the army. The place where the commander-in-chief had been to and praised the tea, he also had the idea of going to take a look. Seeing this, Du Xiaohai quickly struck while the iron was hot. Chief, we have an ecological tea plantation and a tea art school near Jiulong district. We would like to ask for your guidance. I'm just a layman, what guidance can I give you? Elder Song couldn't help but laugh. Du Xiaoyu smiled awkwardly and didn't dare to answer. Just when he thought Elder Song was going to refuse, Elder Song said, since you're here, there's no harm in taking a look. However, I can go and take a look. But you guys are not allowed to do anything ostentatious, such as police cars clearing the way, road intersections sealing, scenic spots clearing, etc. You are not allowed to do anything. We can't disturb the residents, so let's go there quietly and not alarm the local people and tourists. Yes. Du Xiaohai said happily, we'll definitely follow the chief's instructions. Du Xiaohai then asked tentatively, Bureau Chief, then, do you think we should invite Mr. Li Jifu? He's an expert in this area, and he can give us more guidance. Forget it, Elder Song muttered, Comrade Jifu hasn't been feeling well recently. Oh right, since we've come to this point, Secretary Du, please personally arrange for a full body examination for Comrade Jifu at the best hospital in the city. Alright, I'll get it done immediately. Du Xiaohai quickly said. Well, since we're going to the 9-dragon carriage, let's set off in the morning, said eccentric Song with a nod. He looked at the people in the room and said, there's no need for too many accompanying personnel. Don't make a big fuss. Xiaolu will stay here and accompany Comrade Jifu to the hospital. Xiao Xia and Xiao Ruofei will accompany me. The rest of you will be on standby at the hotel. Then, Elder Song turned to Lei Yong and said kindly, Secretary Lei, I think one of you three can be my guide. What do you think? No problem, Lei Yong quickly said, then let little Du go. He's the secretary here, so he's more familiar with all aspects. Secretary he and I will stay behind to deal with the case from yesterday. Secretary he was the secretary of the Songping City Committee. In fact, both Lei Yong and Secretary he wanted to show their faces to Elder Song, but since the bureau chief had spoken, they naturally didn't dare to force their way in. After all, objectively speaking, Du Xiaohai was the most suitable candidate. Du Xiaohai was overjoyed. He secretly decided that even if he had to give it his all, he would make Elder Song's trip to the 9-dragon carriage perfect and complete, to make up for the bad impression he had left in the leader's heart because of his previous failure. Thus, the group set off immediately. Before they left, Su Wu, who had stayed at the hotel to write a report, even gave his gun to Xia Ruofei. He was still worried about what had happened the day before. Although the local government leaders were with them this time, he was still a little worried. The car was still the Mercedes-Benz, which was a specially made bulletproof vehicle. No car in the city was as safe as this one. The chauffeur was a capable man specially selected by Huang Fong. Du Xiaohai sat in the front passenger seat. This was not only a humble gesture, but also convenient for him to guide the driver. Xia Ruofei was still sitting beside Elder Song. This way, he could ensure the safety of the general. As for Song Ruofei, he could only sit in the back row again. After the car left the hotel, they first went out of the city in the northeast direction according to the navigation instructions. On the way, Du Xiaohai kept explaining the situation to Elder Song. It was obvious that he was very familiar with the situation. Wherever the car passed, he explained it to Elder Song, and some data was at his fingertips. Elder Song also listened with interest. Sometimes, he would ask a question or two, to which Du Xiaohai answered very calmly. Xia Ruofei, who was sitting at the side, did not care about what Du Xiaohai was talking about. His mind had already flown to the nine-dragon carriage. It was the location of the 6 mysterious De Hongpao parent trees. Xia Ruofei had always wanted to plant top-grade tea trees in the spirit map space, and the mother tree, De Hongpao, was naturally the best choice. He didn't know if he could get 1 or 2 tea tree branches this time. Xia Ruofei mumbled in his heart, it doesn't matter even if it's not the standard ear-cutting method. As long as it's a branch from the mother tree, the spirit map space will definitely be able to succeed. It'd be best if each of the 6 trees had 1 or 2 branches. This was because Xia Ruofei had checked the information. The 6 mother trees were not of the same species. Their leaf-shaped leaves and germination stages were all different. If he could collect all of them, he could replicate 6 different species of De Hongpao tea trees in the origin space. The quality could even surpass the mother tree on the Jiulong carriage. Xia Ruofei was very excited just thinking about it. The car quickly arrived at the scenic area of Mount Wuyi. Although Elder Song had instructed them not to make things special, they couldn't just walk around like ordinary tourists. They couldn't let Elder Song get off at the entrance of the scenic area, line up with the ordinary tourists to buy tickets, and then wait for the bus. In the scenic area, right? Out of safety considerations, Xia Ruofei would not agree to this. Therefore, Elder Song acquiesced to Du Xiaohai's arrangement and drove directly into the scenic area. The Mount Wuyi scenic area was made up of many parts, and each part had its own system. Everyone's destination today was the De Hongpao scenic area. Inside, the Mercedes-Benz business car drove directly to the entrance of the De Hongpao tourist area. If they went any further, they would have to walk, and the 6 De Hongpao parent trees were at the end of the road. It was a good thing that Elder Song was full of energy now, and the De Hongpao scenic area wasn't that big, so walking for a while wasn't a problem. Everyone alighted from the car. The air in the mountain was filled with the fragrance of the earth and the faint fragrance of tea leaves, making people feel relaxed and happy. 2 or 3 people who looked like government officials were already waiting at the entrance of the scenic area. They quickly walked up to them. Du Xiaohai introduced them to Elder Song. One of them was the director of the city's tea industry bureau, another was the director of the city's tea research institute, and the last was the director of the scenic area's management committee. Eccentric Song smiled and nodded at them very kindly. He took the initiative to extend his hand to them and said, "You've worked hard, comrades." These few people were only section-level cadres. When had they ever seen a big chief like Elder Song? All of them were very excited and came forward to shake hands with Elder Song. "Chief, this is our De Hongpao scenic area. There's our ecological tea garden and an experimental nursery of the Tea Research Institute," said Du Xiaohai. "Let's go." Elder Song smiled. Let's go in and take a look. Please, Chief. The group of them passed through the Dahong Pao attractions ticket gate and entered. After entering the scenic area, there was a stone path. This path passed through tea gardens, and along the way, there were green tea trees. Chief, this year's tea leaves have already been picked. A new batch of tea will be released after the spring festival. That's why the tea garden is currently in a recuperating stage. Du Xiaohai smiled and explained, these tea gardens are owned by the local tea farmers. When the scenic area was built, the tea farmers all moved to the foot of the mountain, but the management rights of the tea gardens are still reserved for them. Elder Song nodded. It's a good thing for the government to engage in development and construction, but you can't invade the interests of the people and fight for benefits with them. You've done well on this point. You're too kind, Chief, Du Xiaohai said modestly. Along the way, the fresh smell of soil and the faint fragrance of tea leaves assailed their nostrils. All that entered their eyes was a lush green scene. It contrasted with the layers of strange peaks and rocks in the distance, making one feel a lot more open-minded. Du Xiaohai also introduced the situation of the tea plantations in the Dahong Pao scenic area. The focus of his introduction was, of course, the ecological tea plantation of the City Tea Industry Bureau and the experimental nursery of the Tea Research Institute. Du Xiaohai was very familiar with the business. The director of the Tea Bureau and the director of the Tea Research Institute basically didn't need to be supplemented. Elder Song also nodded frequently and asked one or two questions from time to time. Obviously, he was quite interested in what Du Xiaohai was introducing. Du Xiaohai was naturally overjoyed. He carefully organized his words and answered Elder Song's question. The group walked and talked, and soon reached the end of the road. From afar, he could see the three red words, Dahong Pao, on the rock wall. Beside the stone carving, there were 6 tea trees growing in the cracks of the steep cliff. Chief, there are 6 famous Dahong Pao parent trees up ahead. The stone carvings on the rock wall were carved by the monks of Tianqing Temple during the Republic of China, Du Xiaohai introduced. Eccentric Song listened with great interest. Suddenly, he saw a shop under the cliff in front of him. The signboard was quite eye-catching. Elder Song laughed and pointed to the front. The world's #1 egg. That's an interesting name, Chief. They're actually selling herbal tea eggs, but the tea leaves used to make the herbal tea eggs are Dahong Pao. The shop sign is just a gimmick, Du Xiaohai said, a little embarrassed. The Scenic Area Management Committee Director came over and said, Chief, this shop has been open for many years and is one of our old tenants. Although the signboard is a little exaggerated, we still run it with good faith. 1 herbal tea egg is only 3 yuan. After hearing that, Xia Ruofei asked with interest, a tea egg that costs 3 yuan. It's not made from the Dahongpo tea leaves from the mother tree, right? Otherwise, wouldn't we lose all our capital? The administrative committee director laughed. You must be joking. The Dahong Pao parent trees have stopped being harvested since 2007. However, the tea leaves used in this shop are also quite authentic. They are the Dahong Pao tea leaves produced in our tea garden in the scenic area. Then let's go and try the world's first egg. Eccentric Song nodded. All right. Do. Xiaohai quickly said. Chief, there's a tea house up ahead, we can go and have some tea. All right. Elder Song said heartily. Xia Ruofei, go buy a few herbal tea eggs and bring them to the tea house. All right. Xia Ruofei replied. Chief, we'll go by it, Du Xiaohai said hurriedly. Elder Song waved his hand. No need, no need. It's good to let Xia Ruofei run the errands. My grandson is usually too lazy. It's not easy for him to come out. I have to order him around. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Xia Ruofei pulled a long face and didn't dare to refute. As for Du Xiaohai and the others, they wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to. They could only laugh awkwardly. As the group walked forward, the smile on Elder Song's face gradually disappeared, and his brows furrowed. Because his view was blocked by the shop, Elder Song only saw a whole team of armed police standing at the bottom of the cliff after he got closer. Secretary Du, what's going on? Elder Song's tone was a little bad. Didn't I tell you not to make a big scene? Why did you transfer the troops over? You're mistaken, Chief. Du Xiaohai quickly explained. Today is the day for the Tea Research Institute to carry out routine maintenance and trimming of the 6 Dahongpao parent trees. These armed police soldiers are also here to maintain order. Every time we carry out maintenance on the parent trees, we will ask the armed police force to send a squad of soldiers to help maintain order. Eccentric Song's face brightened a little and asked, is that really the case? Yes, Du Xiaohai said, Chief, at first, the comrades in the team were asking if we should postpone the inauguration. But I said there was no need. What you want to see is our real situation, so I made the decision to let the comrades in the Tea Leaves Bureau and the Tea Research Institute work as usual. Eccentric Song finally smiled and nodded. Du Xiaohai was secretly relieved. Xia Ruofei's heart started to beat faster when he saw this. Along the way, he had been thinking about how to get some branches from the mother tree. He didn't expect that today would be such a coincidence. The staff was trimming and maintaining the branches, so some branches would definitely be cut off. The opportunity was right in front of him. Xia Ruofei took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Then, he asked in a calm tone, Secretary Du, I'm very interested in these 6 tea trees. May I go up and take a look? Don't worry, I won't affect the work of my comrades. No problem. Du Xiaohai quickly replied. But the mother trees are all on the cliff, and the path up is very narrow and steep. It's not easy to walk. I'm fine with it, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Xia is very good, Elder Song said with a smile. Climbing the mountain won't be a problem. Hearing Elder Song's words, Du Xiaohai quickly instructed the director of the tea bureau beside him, Director Yi, take Mr. Xia up for a tour. Make sure to keep him safe. All right. Director Yi said immediately. Sorry to trouble you, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. You're welcome, you're welcome. Xia Ruofei followed Director Yi and walked down the cliff. The spring festival had just ended, and it was the off-season for tourism. There were not many tourists in the scenic area. Besides, there was a whole squad of armed police soldiers next to the tea house. Besides, Xia Ruofei had only left for a short while, so he did not have to worry about Elder Song's safety. Several staff members of the tea bureau were under the cliff, maintaining order with the armed police. Their main purpose was to prevent people from breaking in and causing security risks. They naturally wouldn't stop Director Yi from personally bringing people over. There was a narrow path under the cliff. Director Yi took the lead and stepped on the stone steps. Slow down and watch your step, he said as he turned around. Xia Ruofei nodded with a smile and also stepped onto the stone steps. This path was very steep, and there were many places that required both hands and feet to pass through. Moreover, one had to stick close to the cliff to pass through. The cliff was right next to them, and they might fall down if they tripped. Therefore, if an ordinary person came over, their legs and stomach might really tremble. However, Xia Ruofei walked as if he was walking on flat ground. To him, this kind of road was not difficult at all. After a short steep slope, the two of them passed by the stone carving with the words De Hong Pao and came to a slightly protruding platform. There were 4 tea trees growing here. A little further ahead of this platform, there was an even smaller platform with a tea tree growing there. Further down, there was another tea tree, a total of 6. These 6 trees are the famous De Hong Pao parent trees. The one closest to us is of the same origin as the one on the middle platform. The second tree on this side was of the same origin as the tea tree on the farthest lower platform. The De Hong Pao tea leaves that are currently being sold in the market are all from the asexual reproduction process of these 6 trees. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. He walked towards the tree closest to him. The staff had already finished trimming the 4 trees and moved them to the middle and lower platforms. The branches that had been trimmed from the 4 trees had been gathered by the staff and stacked under their respective trees. When he left, he must have taken these branches with him. Director Yi, can I go over and take a closer look? Xia Ruofei asked. Of course you can, but the ground there isn't very flat. You must be careful. Director Yi said quickly. If it was someone else who made this request, Director Yi would definitely not agree. Yingluo's mother tree De Hong Pao was too precious, and the city government had insured it for hundreds of millions of Chinese dollars. Furthermore, a professional technical team was maintained all year round to do the technical maintenance of these 6 mother trees, including trimming the branches and maintaining the ecological environment. However, Xia Ruofei was Elder Song's man. How could he reject Director Ye's request? As long as he did not destroy the mother tree, he could look at it for as long as he wanted. Xia Ruofei smiled and expressed his gratitude. Then, he walked to the first De Hong Pao tree and observed it carefully. In fact, his mind was already locked on the pile of trimmed branches under the tree. These branches were piled up together. Xia Ruofei intentionally or unintentionally blocked Director Ye's view. Then, with a slight thought, the thicker branch at the bottom of the pile disappeared into thin air and reappeared in the space. Because these branches were all piled together, one branch missing at the bottom could not be seen from the outside. At this moment, Xia Ruofei was very excited. At the same time, he was secretly glad that he had enough space to upgrade in time. It was only after the space had been upgraded that he could store items directly in the space without summoning the spirit map scroll. And it was also because of the upgrade of the space that he could directly store the target object into the space without touching it with his hand, provided that the target object was within 2 meters of him. It was because of all these factors that Xia Ruofei was able to store the branches into the medium without anyone noticing. Xia Ruofei took a total of 3 branches. After he was done admiring one tea tree, he turned to the next one. Soon, Xia Ruofei stayed under the 4 tea trees for a while. From Director Ye's perspective, Xia Ruofei was only here to take a closer look at the legendary mother tree, De Hong Pao. After all, young people were more curious. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei had been very well behaved the entire time. He had not touched the tea tree at all, so Director Yi was very assured. In fact, Xia Ruofei had already successfully cut off some branches from the 4 trees and secretly stored them in his space. To be on the safe side, he took 3 branches from each tree. Xia Ruofei was also very careful. He used his mind to control these branches and directed them to the iron cage that was used to cover the hornet's nest in the new space. Firstly, the branches would not come into direct contact with the soil. In the medium, anything that did not come into direct contact with the soil would be kept fresh. It would not rot or go bad with the passage of time. Xia Ruofei had confirmed this after many experiments. Secondly, the hornet's nest was now a restricted area for Blackie and the others. After being attacked by the 3 hornets' nest, Blackie and the others didn't dare to get close to the iron cage. Therefore, the Dahong Pao branch was the safest place to be. There was no need to worry about it being torn and destroyed by the naughty little dog. The biggest goal of this trip had been achieved. Xia Ruofei could not suppress his joy. He tried to control his emotions and tried to appear calm. As for the 2 tea trees further away, Xia Ruofei did not plan to go there. First of all, the staff was concentrated on trimming the branches, so it was impossible to remove the branches without anyone knowing. Secondly, Director Yi had already introduced that the 2 tea trees over there were of the same origin as the first and second tea trees over here, which meant that they were of the same species, so there was no need for him to take a few more branches. After watching for a while, Xia Ruofei expressed his gratitude to Director Yi, and the 2 of them went down the same way. Down the rock wall, Xia Ruofei saw Elder Song and the others sitting in the pavilion called Jiulong Tea House, making tea and talking. He walked straight over. They were all sitting around the antique tea table. A young woman in a cheongsam with a blue and white porcelain pattern was making tea for everyone. Her green and jade fingers were holding the tea set, and her movements were smooth and natural. It looked very pleasing to the eye. There were a few brown herbal tea eggs on the coffee table. They must be the #1 egg in the world. That Song Ruofei bought. Master Song saw Xia Ruofei and asked with a smile, "Little Xia, how do you feel after seeing the Dahong Pao parent trees?" "Bureau Chief, how can a layman like me see anything?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I feel that they are similar to the tea trees in the tea garden, but they are a little older." "There's a need to pay attention to this," said eccentric Song with a laugh. "I'm definitely particular about it, but I'm an amateur." "It's just something new," Xia Ruofei said as he sat down. The pretty lady who was brewing the tea immediately handed Xia Ruofei a cup of tea. "Thank you," Xia Ruofei said. He picked up the teacup and took a sip, then asked, "Bureau Chief, how do you feel after walking all the way?" "Gillen's mountains and rivers are the best in the world, not as good as a small hill in Wui." This is not an exaggeration. Although it was just a cursory view this time, one can see the whole picture with just a glimpse. The Wui mountains and rivers are truly beautiful and fragrant. It was obvious that Elder Song was in a good mood today. Du Xiaohai was naturally very happy. He struck while the iron was hot and asked, "Bureau Chief, why don't we sit on some bamboo skewers next? If you go down the 9-winding stream, you can basically see most of the scenic spots on Mount Wui." Elder Song was a little tempted, but before he could say anything, Song Rui's phone rang. Song Rui answered the call and said a few words before handing the phone to Elder Song. "Grandpa, it's Uncle Lu." Elder Song raised his eyebrows and took the phone. Hello, Xiao Lu, Manager Lu. Said something on the other end of the phone, but Dr. Song's face changed slightly. He stood up and slowly walked out of the tea room. Is the situation serious? Du Xiaohai looked at Elder Song nervously, his heart beating like a drum. He didn't know if there was another problem in the city. After listening for a while, Elder Song said, Xiao Lu, contact the relevant comrades in the southeast province and arrange for a better hospital in Sanshan City. Also, get a few experts to do a consultation for Brother Fu. Soon, Elder Song finished the call and exchanged the phone with Xia Ruofei. Secretary Du, thank you for your kind invitation, he said to Du Xiaohai. But I won't be sitting on the bamboo raft this time. Li Jifu has a small health problem, so I want to go back and see him. Alright, this way please, Chief. Du Xiaohai quickly said. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, there wasn't any problem in the city. They walked out of the scenic area. Xia Ruofei walked beside Elder Song and asked in a low voice, Chief, is old Mr. Li's condition very serious? The doctor said that it might be a kidney stone that caused the abdominal pain, said Elder Song. It shouldn't be life-threatening. But I think it's better to arrange a hospital for Brother Fu in Sanshan for treatment. After all, the medical conditions and experts in the provincial capital are better than here. Okay, let's go to the Three Mountains for treatment. Xia Ruofei nodded. Soon, everyone arrived at the entrance of the Dahong Pao attraction. The group got on the car and left. Du Xiaohai was tactful and did not follow them into the car. Instead, he waved goodbye to Elder Song and the others at the entrance of the attraction. After getting in the car, Elder Song told the driver to drive to Yongdun town because Li Jifu had already returned home. When they arrived at the Yuxing electrical appliance repair shop in Yongdun town, Niu Yuxing was fiddling with a broken TV. When he saw Elder Song and the others, Niu Yuxing quickly stood up and greeted, Chief, you're here, Yuxing, where's Brother Fu? Elder Song asked kindly. Dad is upstairs. Niu Yuxing said, this way, please. Elder Song and the other two followed Niu Yuxing upstairs. Li Jifu was sitting in the living room, making tea and talking with manager Lu. Dad, the chief is here to see you, Niu Yuxing said. Little Song, you're here. Li Jifu seemed to be in good spirits. Come and have some tea. Manager Lu also quickly stood up and greeted Elder Song. Elder Song walked over and sat down beside Li Jifu. Brother Fu, I heard from Xiao Lu that you found kidney stones? Come back to the Three Mountains with me. I've asked Xiao Lu to contact a hospital in Sanshan City. Song, there's no need to go through stomach trouble. It's not a big problem. The hospital here can treat it all the same. Li Jifu said. The conditions here aren't good. Elder Song said, Brother Fu, you should come back with me. Niu Yuxing also advised, Father, since the chief has said so, you should go to Sanshan for treatment. The hospital in the provincial city has better facilities and the doctors are highly skilled. It's much better than this small place. I'm not going. There's nothing wrong with it, Li Jifu said stubbornly. Brother Fu, I've arranged a good job for you, but if you don't come back with me for treatment, I'll have to cancel it, Elder Song said after some thought. Li Jifu looked at Elder Song and asked, You're giving me an assignment? That's right. Elder Song laughed. Haven't you always been worried that your tea-making skills would be lost in your hands? Today, I've spoken to the leaders of your local government to invite you to the vocational college's tea making major to give lessons to the students. In addition, you can also find a few excellent students to take in as your disciples and let them follow you. To learn tea making skills, Li Jifu's eyes lit up when he heard that. Elder Song also smiled. He knew that although Li Jifu had announced his retirement for more than 10 years, his love for this industry had not diminished. He had always hoped that someone could pass on his tea-making skills. Thus, he struck while the iron was hot and said, "Brother Fu, it's not easy to preach and teach. It was not good to be in poor health. And school has already started. The faster you recover, the earlier you can go to school. Right? You little Song," Li Jifu said with a bitter smile. He has grasped my pulse. It seems like I have to go back with you. Elder Song laughed and said, "Yuxing, pack up Brother Fu's things. We'll go back to Sanshan after having lunch here." "Good. Thank you, Chief," Niu Yuxing said hurriedly. Everyone had lunch together at Li Jifu's house. After that, Niu Yuxing and Li Guizhi sent Li Jifu to the car. Li Jifu even brought along his precious tea leaves, saying that they were for Elder Song. Since he wanted to treat Li Jifu's illness, Elder Song decided to take a taxi on the way back. The Huaishan North Station, which was the closest to the city, had very few trains, and the Wui SD station was far away. It would be faster to drive back to Sanshan. The Mercedes-Benz MPV met up with the two Mercedes-Benz sedans led by Huang Fong at the intersection. The three cars formed a small fleet and went directly onto the highway from outside the city, heading in the direction of Sanshan City. Xia Ruofei, who was sitting in the passenger seat of the business car, was also eager to go home. He wanted to go home as soon as possible and then cut the branches of the Dahongpao parent trees in the medium. 3 hours later, the car exited the highway at the east exit of Sanshan City. Just then, Xia Ruofei's phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was Liang Qichao calling. He could guess the purpose of the call. Xia Ruofei answered the call with a hint of excitement. "Brother Liang. Ruofei, my cousin, grandfather is leaving for home today. He'll probably be in Sanshan City tomorrow or the day after. How's the situation with the Phoebesian non-material?" Liang Qichao asked impatiently. "I'm ready," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "Aya, that's great," Liang Qichao said excitedly. "Ruofei, thank you so much. I owe you a big favor." "You're welcome," Xia Ruofei chuckled. "Brother Liang, do you want to come over and take a look at the material first?" "No need. I trust you," Liang Qichao said. "My family has to go to Shunqing to welcome the old man today, so I don't have time to come over. Tell me the rough data of the Phoebesian non-material." "I'll tell the old man, no problem, I'll send it to you on WeChat later," Xia Ruofei said readily. "All right," Liang Qichao said, hee. "Even my father doesn't know about this. He had been depressed for the past few days. I'm really looking forward to his expression when he hears that I've also found a big scoop in 2 days." After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei was very excited. Good things keep happening recently. He had just successfully obtained the branches of the Dahongpao parent tree, and the Phoebesian non-material was about to be sold. He felt great just thinking about how he could earn a large sum of money. It was already evening when the car got off the highway. So, the convoy went straight back to the villa in Guling. Elder Song asked Manager Lu to arrange for Li Jifu to be hospitalized the next day. Xia Ruofei's car was parked at the Guling courtyard. He was eager to go home, so he politely declined Elder Song's invitation to stay for dinner. He drove away from the courtyard and returned to Taoyuan farm. When Xia Ruofei's car drove into the gate of the farm workers were getting off work and walking out. The moment Chow Taishu saw Xia Ruofei, he immediately stopped the car and excitedly told him that the vegetables on the farm could be harvested. Xia Ruofei couldn't resist Chow Taishu's enthusiasm. He parked the car at the side and followed him to the vegetable greenhouse. Chow Taishu pointed at the green vegetables in the greenhouse and said, "Boss, I've grown vegetables for half my life, but this is the first time I've seen such good growth and such high-quality vegetables. That high-tech seed is really powerful." Xia Ruofei looked at the vegetables and felt a sense of achievement. He smiled and said, "Old Chow, this is also because of your good work." Chow Taishu chuckled. "We were just taking care of the vegetable field on a daily basis. We didn't do anything. Besides, these vegetables are too worrying. There's no need to prevent pests at all. We don't have much to live after a day." Xia Ruofei took a closer look. This vegetable really did not have a single wormhole. The green color of the leaves was very pure, and there was a faint feeling of crystal, clear, as if it was carved out of jade. It even felt unreal. This had completely reached the standard of growing vegetables in the space. Xia Ruofei said happily, "Old Chow, well done. How about this, from tomorrow onwards, we'll supply the vegetables to Shijiangyu Club and Lingji Restaurant from the vegetable greenhouse. I'll get Little Fatty to give you the specific data later." "No problem." Chow Taishu laughed. After working for a few months, they had finally achieved some results. Chow Taishu had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Otherwise, with such a high salary and an easy job, the few workers would feel bad. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "From tomorrow morning, arrange for the workers to take turns to pick the vegetables. They have to come over at about 5 o'clock. Then, prepare the vegetables according to the demand of each family. Generally, they will send a car over to pick up the vegetables before 6:30. "All right. Boss, don't worry," Chow Taishu said. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Yes. For the workers who came to pick vegetables in the morning, we'll pay you overtime." "You'll be paid overtime." No need. Chow Taishu hurriedly said, "There's not much work in the day anyway. We, the older people, all get up early in the morning. Why do we need overtime pay?" "That won't do," Xia Ruofei said. "This is an additional task. After the cold storage is built, you can pick the fruits a day earlier. Before that, you have to come here early every day. Besides, it's only temporary that you're not busy with work. When the fish ponds and orchards are built, you'll have more and more work to do. But you don't need to be paid for overtime either." Chow Taishu said very firmly, "Our current salary is already high enough. Everyone feels that they have energy but no place to use it. We are sorry for the salary that the boss gave us." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but find it funny. These villagers were really simple and honest. They didn't even want extra money. He saw that Chow Taishu's attitude was very firm, so he could not be too insistent. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "How about this, Old Chow? When the time comes, make a schedule. And everyone will take turns picking vegetables in the morning. As long as the workers come in the morning, they can take half a day off in the morning. This way, everyone will have time to deal with any work at home. Chow Tai-shu grinned and said, "Deal. Then we'll do as the boss says." "Boss, you have to prepare the next batch of seeds in advance. After the vegetables are harvested, we will immediately start to grow the seedlings and plant a new batch of vegetables," Chow Tai-shu said. This constant temperature greenhouse could be planted all year round. When the mature vegetables were harvested, they would start to grow seedlings. This way, new vegetables could keep up and form a virtuous cycle. Xia Ruofei nodded. "Calculate the required amount and report it to Chubby Boy. I'll go and prepare it in a day or two." "All right." Chow Tai-shu said, "Boss, it must be this kind of high-tech seed." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Don't worry. If we're going to do it, we'll do it with high-tech." Chow Tai-shu couldn't help but chuckle. Chow Tai-shu then thought of another matter and said, "Boss, it's going to be spring soon, so we have to prepare the fruit trees in advance. I think we should be able to plant them in a month or so. If we miss it, it will delay us for a year." There was still a fish pond that was still empty. Our hearts ache when we see this. "When are you going to get some fish?" Xia Ruofei couldn't help but have a headache. There were indeed many things to do, and these things couldn't be passed on to others. He had to do it himself. No matter if it was fruit or fish, they had to be transformed by the spatial spirit pond water or the petal solution of the wondrous flower before they could be planted. If he wanted to take the high-quality route, these were necessary. Otherwise, he might as well not do it. "I know. I'll be in the Three Mountains for the next few days, so I'll focus on dealing with these things." Xia Ruofei said, "Old Chow, you'll be busy when the time comes. If you don't have enough manpower, you have to tell me in time, so I can go and recruit more people." "I know, boss." Chow Tai-shu said, "Then I'll go back first. I still have to cook for my wife." "Go back quickly." Xia Ruofei said, "Say hello to sister-in-law for me." "All right." After Chow Tai-shu left, Xia Ruofei strolled around the vegetable greenhouse once more before he came out and drove back to the villa. As soon as the car stopped, Lightning, who had not seen Xia Ruofei for a few days, immediately pounced on him affectionately, shaking its head and wagging its tail. Xia Ruofei hugged Lightning and rubbed its smooth fur while shouting, "Little fatty." Swish! Pang Hao came out of the house when he heard the noise. "Ruofei is back." Xia Ruofei told Pang Hao about what Chow Tai-shu had just said and asked him to give Chow Tai-shu a copy of the supply data tonight. In addition, Xia Ruofei also asked Pang Hao and Chow Tai-shu to calculate how much surplus there was in the vegetable greenhouse other than the two food and beverage companies, and how many extra vegetables they could provide each day. Xia Ruofei was considering that the vegetable greenhouse had basically entered a virtuous cycle and it was time to start supplying to the M.A. Family's Hingfeng group. Both parties had already signed the contract and were just waiting for the vegetables to arrive. After he was done, Xia Ruofei let Lightning play on her own. Then, he bade farewell to Pang Hao and Yi Lingyun, took his little bag, and went upstairs in a hurry. He couldn't wait to go into the medium and cut out the precious branches of the big red-robed mother tree. Xia Ruofei returned to his room and locked the door and windows impatiently. Then, he summoned the spirit map scroll from his palm and disappeared from the room with a thought. In the next moment, he was already next to the iron cage in the new space. There was a faint sweet smell in the air, because Xia Ruofei had placed some ripe fruits in the cage as temporary food for the hornets. Blackie and the rest were overjoyed at Xia Ruofei's appearance. Although the space was very spacious, it was still too quiet at the moment. For the lively dogs, it was a little boring. Hence, every time Xia Ruofei appeared in the medium, Blackie and the rest would rush over to play with him. However, this time, Xia Ruofei appeared next to the hornet's nest, which they were terrified of. They hesitated and stopped halfway, as if they were having a mental struggle. Xia Ruofei laughed and waved his hand to let them play by themselves. Then, he focused his attention on the dozen or so tea tree branches at the top of the iron cage, and his eyes became a little heated. With a thought from Xia Ruofei, 12 tea tree branches were lifted by an invisible force and floated into Xia Ruofei's hands. Now that Xia Ruofei's control of space had improved, he could do things like this with ease. Xia Ruofei looked at the branches of the tea tree carefully and realized that the leaves were still green as if they had just been cut from the tree. In fact, when Xia Ruofei obtained these branches, they had just been cut from the big red robe mother tree by the technicians. After Xia Ruofei put them into the space, they were kept in their original state without any direct contact with the soil. There were no changes. Xia Ruofei took these branches and moved them to the original space with a thought. If he wanted to quickly form a certain scale of planting, he had to make use of the time flow in the original space. Therefore, he had to plant the tea trees in the original space in the early stages. Now, the original space had already formed a plantation area. In the distance was a forest formed by Phoebe-Jiannan trees, and ginseng was planted all over the side of the forest. The part near the spatial spirit pool, where the vegetable field used to be, was now planted with thousands of iron skin dendrobes. Xia Ruofei brought the tea tree branches to the other side of the ginseng field. He was going to cultivate a tea tree forest here. Xia Ruofei put down the branch and had a thought. The shovel, hoe, watering can, tidying box, and other tools that were neatly placed next to the spatial spirit pond were all carried by the invisible force of the space and directly flew over. Then, the water in the spatial spirit pond was also sucked up by an invisible force. It drew a beautiful arc in the air and accurately fell into the plastic tidying box, filling it just enough. Xia Ruofei's control of space was getting better and better. He felt like he was in control of the creator, and he enjoyed this feeling. Of course, Xia Ruofei had also deliberately used every opportunity to practice, so that he could be more familiar with the use of space power. He believed that as long as the space continued to upgrade and he continued to become stronger, one day, he could even move mountains and fill seas in the space. The cutting process was very simple. Xia Ruofei dug a hole in the ground and inserted the branches of the tea tree into it. Then, he filled the space with soil and watered it with the space spirit pond water. In the end, Xia Ruofei directly sucked out a tidying box that contained the diluted petal solution and watered the leaves and roots of the tea tree with some petal solution. This was a great success. Then, Xia Ruofei went to the iron skin dendrobium. After a few days, the iron skin dendrobium had grown a lot. Xia Ruofei cut down the mature branches again and used the free vegetable field for cutting to further expand the planting scale. Previously, Xia Ruofei had cut the 20-odd iron skin dendrobes into about 1,000 pieces. This time, he continued to cut and increased the planting scale to about 5,000 pieces before stopping. This was because he had been working for nearly 20 hours. During this time, he would drink some spirit pool water when he was thirsty and the petal solution when he was tired. Moreover, he had used his space force as an aid, so he had been working at a very high efficiency. This was also the longest time Xia Ruofei had stayed in the medium ever since he obtained the spirit map. Even after taking the petal solution and the spatial spirit pool water, Xia Ruofei still felt very tired. Hence, he decided to stop working for the time being. His goal was to plant 10,000 stalks of iron, skin dendrobes in the medium. At the moment, it was definitely enough to plant ears, but he couldn't keep up with the tedious and repetitive work alone. Therefore, he decided to cut about 1,000 plants in batches. In the outside world, it would take 2 to 3 years for the iron, skin dendrobium, to mature and be harvested, but in the original space, it would basically take about a month. Xia Ruofei dragged his exhausted body out of the spirit map space. As for the old silkwood, Xia Ruofei kept it in the medium for the time being. Firstly, it was safer. Secondly, every day that passed in the outside world was equivalent to a month in the medium. In this way, he could leave it for 2 more days to let it weather more thoroughly, and the quality of the material would naturally be higher. After returning to the bedroom, Xia Ruofei looked at the time. It had only been less than an hour in the outside world. Xia Ruofei took a hot shower in the bathroom and drank some flower petal solution. She felt a little better and went downstairs for dinner. Peng Hao didn't return to the city either. Starting from tomorrow, the greenhouse would be providing vegetables. It was the first time Chow Tai-shu and the others were in charge of this work, so Peng Hao was a little worried. Thus, he decided to stay behind and keep an eye on them the next morning. Xia Ruofei's villa had a few guest rooms anyway. It would not be a problem for Peng Hao to stay the night. After the 3 of them had dinner, Xia Ruofei returned to his room, saying that he was tired from the journey. He gave Ling Qingxue a call. After the 2 of them chatted for a while, Xia Ruofei went to bed. After working for more than 20 hours, Xia Ruofei soon fell asleep. When Xia Ruofei woke up the next day, the greenhouse had already completed the first supply of vegetables. It could be said that the vegetable planting was on the right track. Peng Hao and Chow Tai-shu were calculating the current daily output of the vegetable greenhouse and how much surplus there was after supplying it to the 2 catering companies. Xia Ruofei gave the number of Hengfeng Group's office manager in Rong City to Peng Hao. He asked Peng Hao to contact the other party for the specific supply plan. Now that there were more and more things to do on the farm, Xia Ruofei was starting to let go. This was also a form of training for Peng Hao. Xia Ruofei's position in him was not only to manage the finances. After breakfast, Xia Ruofei left the farm in his pickup truck. There were still a lot of things waiting for him to do today. Xia Ruofei first drove to the warehouse that he had rented. The barbed wire fence with metal curtains that he ordered from the factory last time was already ready. When Xia Ruofei returned, he had informed the factory to send the goods to the warehouse. This was to build a living area for the hornet. The iron cage was too narrow now, so it could only be used temporarily. Not long after Xia Ruofei arrived at the warehouse, the goods from the factory arrived. It took the 3 workers a while to unload the whole truck. Xia Ruofei checked the number according to the order and paid the rest in cash. After the workers left, Xia Ruofei locked the warehouse door and kept all the barbed wire fences in his interspace. Xia Ruofei was very careful when he was collecting them. He controlled the barbed wire fence and stacked it neatly on the open land in the new space, to avoid hurting Xiaohe and the others. After keeping it, Xia Ruofei did not have the time to enter the medium to build a fence. The time flow in the new space was the same as the outside world. He would need a lot of time to build a fence. He could only wait until night time. After he left the warehouse, he drove to the seed company. According to the dozens of seeds he bought last time, he bought 20 kilograms of each. The 200 to 300 kilograms of seeds were all loaded into the back of the pickup truck. These seeds should be enough to last for a long time. Xia Ruofei returned to the warehouse and drove the pickup truck there. Then, he stored the seeds in the medium. As for the work of soaking the seeds, he could only wait until he got home. Then, Xia Ruofei drove to the Anhua district on the outskirts of the city. Xia Ruofei was familiar with this area because Liang Qichao's succulent food stall was also located in this area. There were many nursery bases in this area. Xia Ruofei's trip this time was to settle the matter of fruit tree seedlings. To be more precise, he wanted to buy the lychee sapling. After careful consideration, Xia Ruofei decided to plant 2 types of fruit trees, lychee and cherry, in the 15 mu of land behind the mountain. There were more lychee trees in the southeast province, and there were many high-quality varieties. They could be bought directly from the local area. As for the cherry trees, Xia Ruofei wanted to plant the large, SD, type cherries. This type of cherry tree was not suitable to be planted in the southeast province, so the corresponding saplings could not be bought under normal circumstances. However, e-commerce was very convenient now. You could contact the SD seller directly on the internet. As long as you were willing to pay, you could naturally buy it. Xia Ruofei had come here to buy the lychee sapling. He drove around a few times and finally chose a nursery base called Verdant Fields. The nursery base looked pretty good in scale. From the outside, the rows of nursery gardens were well arranged and looked very refreshing. This gave Xia Ruofei a good first impression. Xia Ruofei drove to the entrance and told the old man that he was here to buy saplings. The old man picked up the phone and informed the people inside. Soon, a young man in his late 20s walked out quickly. The young man was wearing a brown casual suit and had a crew cut. He looked very energetic. "Boss, thank you for choosing our wild seedling base," the young man said very enthusiastically. "My name is Lu Bo, the boss of this seedling base." "May I know your name, boss?" "Hello, Boss Lu, my surname is Xia," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "Boss Xia. It's a pleasure to meet you." Lu Bo handed him a business card and asked, "What kind of sapling do you want to buy, Mr. Xia? Do you have lychee seedlings, Boss Lu?" Xia Ruofei asked directly. "Of course. The sapling base in the southeast province rarely doesn't have lychee seedlings." Lu Bo smiled and said, "Boss Xia, please come in. We'll talk while we watch." "Alright, Boss Lu, get in my car," Xia Ruofei said. "I can't just block your door with my car." Lu Bo laughed and got into Xia Ruofei's car. Under Lu Bo's guidance, Xia Ruofei drove to a small building and stopped. "Boss Xia, come in and have a cup of tea," Lu Bo said after getting off the car. "There's no need for tea," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "Boss Lu, just take me to see the saplings." "That works too." "This way, Boss Xia," Lu Bo said readily. Lu Bo brought Xia Ruofei to the nursery that was specially used to cultivate lychee seedlings and introduced, "Boss Xia, we have several varieties of lychee seedlings here. Which one do you need? Boss Lu, please recommend one. I want something of good quality," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "Then let's come over here," Lu Bo said after some thought. Lu Bo led Xia Ruofei to a nursery not far away. He pointed at the lychee seedlings and said, "Boss Xia, this is the Fizixio variety that we introduced from Guangdong this year. Compared with the local variety in southeast China, this variety of lychees has big fruits, thick meat, beautiful color, small pits, sweet taste, and other characteristics. Its quality and taste are excellent, and it is one of the high-quality breeds of lychees that mature early in the middle of the Guangdong province." Riding on red dust, the concubine laughs. "No one knows it's lychee." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "That's a good name. You're a gentleman, Boss Xia." Lu Bo laughed and said, "This species of lychees got its name from this ancient poem. It's also a very famous breed in Guangdong province." In fact, Xia Ruofei had searched for relevant information on the internet and knew that the breed of Fizixio was very good. However, it was mainly grown in Guangdong province and was relatively rare in the southeast province, so he had not considered it at the beginning. Since Fizixia's lychee seedlings were for sale at Lu Bo's seedling base, Xia Ruofei quickly decided to use it. Hence, he said, "Boss Lu, I'll take this one. My orchard isn't big, and the area for planting lychees is about 8 mu. It's mountainous, so can you help me calculate how many I need?" Lu Bo said without hesitation. In general, the distance between the trees in the mountain is 6 times 5 meters, and 30 plants per mu is more suitable. If Mr. Xiao's land is 8 mu, 240 plants will be enough. Of course, if you want dense planting, you can plant up to 60 to 70 per mu. Xia Ruofei said, "If you don't need dense planting, then let's set it as 30 per mu. Boss Lu, I'll buy 260 of them and keep the remaining 20 for my own use." "That's indeed enough." Lu Bo nodded. Then, he took the initiative to say, "Boss Xia, we sell the Fizixio lychee seedlings at 20 yuan each. I see that you are a forthright person. I'll give you the real price. How about 18 yuan each?" "All right." Xia Ruofei said readily, "Boss Lu, please prepare the saplings for me now. I want to ship it back today." Lu Bo was stunned and asked in surprise, "You're shipping it back today?" "Boss Xia, although we don't have strict requirements on the planting time of lychees, the weather is still quite cold now. If you plant them now, the survival rate will be lower. I suggest you wait for about half a month and wait for the weather to get warmer before you plant them. Mr. Xia, even if we can provide the saplings in half a month, our price will not change." Lu Bo quickly added, "It's the same as having these saplings in our seedling base for half a month. You don't need to pay a single cent." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Boss Lu, thank you for your kindness, but I still have to bring the saplings back today. As for the survival rate, you don't have to worry about it, Boss Lu. Even if these saplings don't grow well, I won't come to you for trouble." This Lu Bo felt somewhat helpless. He had always been very particular about his business and was very considerate of his customers. If it had been an ordinary boss, he might not have even mentioned it and would have just followed whatever the customer said. However, he had already tried to persuade Xia Ruofei. He had no choice if Xia Ruofei did not listen to him. All right then. Boss Xia, I'll get the workers to prepare the saplings. Lu Bo said helplessly, I'll ask them to choose the thicker saplings. Sigh. I hope the survival rate is relatively high. Thank you, Boss Lu. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. By the way, Boss Lu, can you help me deliver the goods? Xia Ruofei asked again. Boss Xia, Lu Bo said with some difficulty, we're running a small business. Besides, there's no special delivery vehicle at the Miao Miao base, so we don't provide delivery services. However, there's a small truck nearby that's waiting for work. I can help you contact it, and the price won't be very high. All right. Then, Xia Ruofei said, then please help me call a taxi. A trip from the city to Chongping would cost at most a few hundred yuan. Xia Ruofei didn't want to haggle over this issue. All right. Lu Bo called some workers over to prepare the saplings. He even specifically asked the workers to pick the thicker saplings. Then, he called Xia Ruofei to call a car. Xia Ruofei walked to the side, picked up a small bucket, and filled it with water from the tap. Then, he used his body to block the view of Lu Bo and the others. Then, a small bottle appeared in his palm. Xia Ruofei quickly poured the flower petal solution into the bucket and kept the bottle back in the medium. He carried the bucket and walked towards the lychee saplings that the workers had dug up. Xia Ruofei carried the bucket and started to water the saplings that the workers had dug out. He especially sprinkled more water on the roots. Lu Bo, who was watching from the side, also shook his head secretly. What he was worried about before was not that the seedlings would wither, but that the temperature was too low. It would not be easy to grow them in this season. Hence, Lu Bo felt that Xia Ruofei's actions were amateurish and that it was a futile attempt. However, since Xia Ruofei was so insistent, he naturally did not say anything more. Instead, he walked to the side to help Xia Ruofei contact a truck. Soon, the workers had prepared 260 saplings. And a white van that Lu Bo had called over also arrived at the nursery. Xia Ruofei and the chauffeur had agreed on the transportation fee, which was 500 yuan. Lu Bo asked the workers to start loading the cars, while Xia Ruofei took out cash from his bag to pay for the saplings. The 260 saplings came to a total of 4,680 yuan. Lu Bo took the initiative to round it down and took 4,600 yuan from Xia Ruofei. After loading the truck, Xia Ruofei drove in front to lead the way while the truck driver followed behind. Along the way, Xia Ruofei controlled the speed of the car. The pickup truck and the small truck entered Taoyuan Farm, one after another. When they passed the vegetable greenhouse, Xia Ruofei stopped the car and shouted, Chow Taishu and the rest walked out of the shed quickly. Seeing Xia Ruofei with a small truck, Chow Taishu couldn't help but ask, Yo, sir, what did you buy this time? A lychee sapling. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, Old Chow, gather everyone and bring the tools to the orchard at the back of the mountain. We'll plant the fruit trees today. Thank you for your hard work. Hearing this, Chow Taishu turned pale with fright and said, Boss, it's too cold now. It's not easy to grow lychee trees. After he finished speaking, Chow Taishu couldn't help but say in annoyance, It's all my fault for not making things clear yesterday. Boss, I only asked you to set the tree seedlings yesterday. You can only plant the trees in the beginning of spring. This is really a waste of money, Xia Ruofei said in a relaxed manner. It's okay, old Chow. This is a high-tech sapling that I've specially contacted. It has strong resistance to the cold. It will definitely survive. High-tech sapling. Chao Tieshu's eyes lit up. Right now, the word high-tech had already become a synonym for magic in Chao Tieshu's mind. High-tech vegetable seeds had already completely conquered Chao Tieshu. Hence, he believed Xia Ruofei's words without a doubt. He immediately turned around and said, "Guys, stop what you're doing and let's go to the orchard at the back of the mountain to plant trees. Boss, bring the saplings back with you and your tools." The workers took out their tools, such as shovels, pickaxes, and hoes. Xia Ruofei asked them to place the tools on the back of the pickup truck. Some of the workers got into pickup trucks, while others got into small trucks. It wasn't far anyway, so they just had to squeeze in. When he was building the farm, Xia Ruofei had considered the future development problems. Hence, the roads in the farm were accessible in all directions. A cement road could lead directly to the orchard in the back of the mountain. The two cars drove directly to the hillside. As soon as Chao Tieshu got off the car, he began to call the workers to unload the cars. With more than a dozen people working together, it didn't take long for them to unload all the fruit tree seedlings. After Xia Ruofei paid the transportation fee, he sent the small truck away. Chao Tieshu had already started to assign tasks. Xia Ruofei walked over to Chao Tieshu and said, "Old Chao, plant lychee trees on the east side of the hill." Chao Tieshu made a rough estimation and said, "Boss, are these saplings not enough? This hillside was at least 8 mu. You only have around 200 saplings." Xia Ruofei smiled. According to the standard planting pattern of 6 by 5 meters, there should be enough. There should be some surplus. It's so wide. Wouldn't that be a waste of land? Chao Tieshu said hesitantly. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "It's fine. These are high-tech saplings, and we're taking the high-end route. Moreover, these saplings will definitely grow bigger than the average lychee tree, so we won't feel sparse anymore." Chao Tieshu thought about it and felt that it made sense. In any case, the boss would definitely know more than him. Before the vegetable greenhouse officially started to produce vegetables, the vegetables that Xia Ruofei provided to the two restaurants every day were not something that Chao Tieshu, a farmer who had grown vegetables for most of his life, could grow. Therefore, Chao Tieshu naturally would not question Xia Ruofei's decision. He immediately called the workers to start working. Xia Ruofei couldn't help much with planting the trees. It was almost noon and he couldn't finish it before lunch, so he called Peng Hao to order some food and wine from the county and have them delivered to the orchard at the back of the mountain. Then, Xia Ruofei walked to the tree saplings. Without Chao Tieshu and the others noticing, he secretly took 2 lychee tree saplings into the origin space. He wanted to plant 1 or 2 more in the origin space so that he could have lychees to eat at any time. Xia Ruofei watched for a while and decided that he could not help much. So he decided to walk up the mountain. He came to the water tower and looked around to make sure no one was around. Then, he took out a porcelain bottle containing the petal solution from his space. The concentration of the petal solution in the bottle was quite high, containing almost 1/3 of the composition of a strange flower petal. Xia Ruofei poured all the solution from the porcelain bottle into the water tower. The orchard had also been buried with an irrigation system, and the water used was also from the water tower on the mountain top. After all the fruit trees were planted, they would have to water them. Xia Ruofei believed that with this bottle of petal solution, all the lychee trees would survive. He put the porcelain bottle back into the medium and strolled down the mountain. It was almost lunchtime when the workers had planted half of the saplings. Peng Hao sent the food he ordered from the county restaurant up the mountain, and everyone sat on the ground to have a simple lunch. Xia Ruofei also had lunch with the workers. After eating, they rested for a while. Chow Tai-shu was worried that the saplings would not be good if they were dug out for too long. After a while, he stood up and asked everyone to continue working. Xia Ruofei greeted Chow Tai-shu and drove down the mountain in his pickup truck. Back at the villa, Xia Ruofei gave Yi Lingyun and Peng Hao some instructions. He told them to prioritize Chow Tai-shu's safety if he needed anything. Then, Xia Ruofei went upstairs to his room. After Xia Ruofei locked the door and windows, he entered the spirit map space. He first took out a portion of the seeds that he had bought today according to Chow Tai-shu's demands. Then, he divided them into different categories and stuck their labels on the sorting boxes. He poured in the diluted flower petal solution and began to soak them. After soaking all the seeds, Xia Ruofei thought that he would be able to harvest the petals of the exotic flower again. Today, he walked towards the nameless plant. When Xia Ruofei got close to the nameless plant, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Then, he revealed a look of joy. He saw that the spiritual fruit seemed to have fully matured. Xia Ruofei took quick steps and jogged to the nameless plant to take a closer look. Finally, he confirmed that the spiritual fruit had really ripened. With the previous two experiences, Xia Ruofei was very clear that once a spiritual fruit ripened, it would emit a fragrance that was far more fragrant than before. There was also a detail: there would be a light green mark around the fruit stem. These characteristics were all in line, which meant that the spiritual fruit was indeed ripe. Xia Ruofei happily took the container that contained the spiritual fruit and carefully picked the spiritual fruit as well. He placed it in the container. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but sigh. The maturity cycle of spiritual fruits was too long. He roughly calculated that it had been almost 3 months since the last time he picked them. One had to know that 3 months in the outside world was equivalent to 7 to 8 years in the space. Even if the time flow in the original space was not so fast, at least 5 to 6 years had passed. A fruit that only ripened once every 5 to 6 years should be very precious. Xia Ruofei thought to himself. In the entire spirit map space, the thing that amazed Xia Ruofei the most was the wordless stone tablet in the new space, followed by the nameless plant. The petals of the strange flowers from the nameless plant had helped Xia Ruofei in his cultivation, and even as a doctor. As for the spiritual fruit, which was obviously more precious than the petals, Xia Ruofei was full of anticipation. What made Xia Ruofei feel even more amazed was that time passed so quickly in the original space. It could be said that no matter what was planted, it would grow rapidly. Staying in the outside world for a day before coming in would be completely different. However, this nameless plant did not seem to have changed much. It might have grown a little, but it was so small that Xia Ruofei could not feel it. Xia Ruofei resisted the urge to try a spiritual fruit and put the container back. Then, he took another container with the petals of the wondrous flower and skillfully plucked the 5 newly grown petals. Although he had been using the petals of the strange flower in many places recently, Xia Ruofei had stopped absorbing The petals after he started practicing the strange posture demonstrated by the little golden man. This was because he felt that his body was becoming saturated as he continued to absorb the petals of the strange flower. The effect of absorbing the petals was becoming less and less obvious. In addition, after he practiced the posture demonstrated by the little golden man in the stone tablet, the strengthening and transformation effect on his body was even better. Under such circumstances, there was no need to waste any more petals. Hence, in the past few days, Xia Ruofei had accumulated 28 petals. These strange flower petals were the foundation of Xia Ruofei's life. Looking at the petals in the safe box, Xia Ruofei felt much more at ease. After picking the petals, he went to the new space. Xia Ruofei first gave Blackie and the rest some food. Then, he drove the all-terrain vehicle to an open area with the 2 lychee saplings. He planted the saplings and watered them with some diluted flower petal solution. Naturally, Xia Ruofei had used his mind to connect with the space and obtained the petal solution from the original space. Now, it could be said that his control of space was becoming more and more comfortable. The next step was the most tedious work. Xia Ruofei had to rely on his own strength to build a home for the hornets that was isolated from the other creatures in the space so that they could rest and recuperate. The barbed wire fences ordered from the processing plant were neatly stacked near the hornet's nest. Xia Ruofei rolled up his sleeves and started to work after he set the table. He decided to directly surround the hornet's nest and the small iron cage. The first thing he had to do was to install the bottommost layer, which was a full circle of wire fence. These bottom fences were different in design from other fences. Each fence had a long steel stake sticking out from the bottom, which could be deeply inserted into the soil of the space. In addition, the bottom of the fence was welded with a triangular base, which ensured that the fence was firmly established on the ground. Fortunately, they were inside the space. Xia Ruofei could use the invisible force of the space to assist his work. With a thought, an entire piece of barbed wire fence flew over. Xia Ruofei reached out and grabbed the fence. Then, he aimed at the boundary that he had just drawn on the ground and slammed it down with force. Then, he used the iron hammer to hit it. The soil in the space was soft to begin with, and Xia Ruofei could control it with his mind. Soon, the barbed wire fence was fixed on the ground. Xia Ruofei shook it slightly and felt that it was still very firm. He bent down to check carefully. The place where the fence was in contact with the ground was also tightly sealed. Xia Ruofei was very satisfied. He waved his hand and used the invisible power of space to move the second barbed wire fence. The joint between 2 barbed wire fences was specially designed. A part of the barbed wire on one side would grow out to form a structure similar to a latch. Therefore, the barbed wire fence was first wrapped around the first barbed wire from the top, and then, slowly, lowered. After placing it in place, he slightly adjusted its position and smashed several steel rods into the soil with an iron hammer. Then, the part of the wire mesh that grew out was tightly locked with the first fence. Through buckles, the 2 fences were completely connected together. Xia Ruofei's movements were getting more and more skilled. Soon, he had formed a wire fence around the hornet's nest. The range was about 30 meters by 30 meters, which was relatively wide. The next thing Xia Ruofei had to do was to increase the size of the fence and lay some steel bars on the top. Finally, he had to install metal gauze on the top to create a fully Enclosed space. Xia Ruofei had designed it to be 10 meters tall. It would be dangerous to operate it in the outside world, but it was completely non-existent in space. In theory, Xia Ruofei could even float in the air, provided that he was willing to consume his mental strength to use the invisible spatial force to lift himself up. Hence, even if there was a small accident during the installation process, Xia Ruofei would not be injured. The installation work lasted for more than 4 hours, and this was with the help of the invisible spatial force. Otherwise, just the wire mesh hanging from the ground to a height of 10 meters was enough to give Xia Ruofei a headache. After everything was installed, Xia Ruofei checked it again carefully. He even reinforced the gaps with metal curtains to ensure that the hornet's nest would not escape. Xia Ruofei had left 2 doors on the enclosed fence. One was a cover at the top. He could move the cover with a thought. This was to ensure that if he needed to use the hornet in the outside world, he could easily operate it and let the hornet in and out through the hole. The other door was on the lowest fence, which was convenient for him to enter and exit. After completing this complicated project, Xia Ruofei did not rush to let the hornets out. Instead, he opened the door on the fence and went in. Then, he opened a bag. Inside were the grasshoppers and other small insects that he had bought in advance, all alive. This area was originally covered with grass, and after these insects came out, they quickly hid in the grass. Xia Ruofei had basically built a small ecosystem here to ensure that the insects would be able to reproduce quickly in this unique environment. Of course, their fate was to become food for the hornet's bees. After releasing the big bag of insects, Xia Ruofei then connected to the space and used an invisible force to bind the hornet's nest and restrict the hornet's movements. Then, he used a part of his mind to control the small iron cage that covered the hornet's nest. He opened it and moved it outside the enclosed fence. In the end, Xia Ruofei left the fence and carefully locked the door. Then, he removed the restraint on hornet's nest. Through the wire mesh screen, Xia Ruofei saw many hornets immediately fly out of the hive. They had been flying around in the enclosed space and had been comfortably trapped in the small iron cage for a while. Now that they had regained their freedom, they were naturally very happy. Xia Ruofei also realized that these hornets were much bigger than when they were first captured. Each of them was at least 6 to 7 centimeters long and looked very scary. However, the more powerful the hornet was, the happier Xia Ruofei would be. These hornet might become a surprise force in his hands in the future. Xia Ruofei observed the barbed wire fence for a while. After making sure that there were no holes in the fence, he told Blackie and the rest to stay away from the fence. Then, he returned to the original space. According to the difference in the flow of time, a few days should have passed in the original space. The seeds soaked in the petal solution could be picked up by now. Xia Ruofei returned to the original space and fished out the vegetable seeds from the petal solution. He separated them and poured them on different plastic sheets to dry. Then, he left the spirit map space with a thought. It was almost 5 o'clock in the evening when he arrived outside. Xia Ruofei flew to the bathroom to wash off her stinky sweat, changed into clean clothes, and went downstairs. He drove the pickup truck around the orchard. Chow Tai Shu and the rest had already planted the fruit trees. Xia Ruofei looked at the sparse rows of lychee trees. He could almost see the scene of the next summer when the rows of lush lychee trees would be covered with red lychees. After he got out of the car, he walked around the orchard and saw that the leaves of The lychee sapling were dripping with water. He knew that Chow Tai Shu must have followed his instructions and turned on the irrigation system after planting the tree to water the lychee sapling. Xia Ruofei was also relieved and drove back to the villa. Yi Lingyun had already prepared dinner. Seeing that Xia Ruofei had returned, he quickly called for him to eat. Seeing Yi Lingyun in an apron, Xia Ruofei thought that it was not good to keep asking Yi Lingyun to be a chef. It was better to hire a nanny. Otherwise, not only would Yi Lingyun have to prepare 3 meals a day, but he would also have to consciously and diligently clean the villa. One must know that the villa was not small, and it was quite tiring to clean it once. Moreover, he had invited Yi Lingyun over to be in charge of security, not to take care of his daily needs. However, Xia Ruofei was not used to living with other people. Besides, he had a secret that he could not let anyone know about. His spirit map. He thought that it would be better to wait for a while and hire a nanny after the staff apartment was built. Anyway, the villa was not far from the employee's apartment. It would be convenient for the nanny to come over to clean and cook when the time came. The two of them sat facing each other. Xia Ruofei asked as he ate, "Lingyun, how's the progress regarding the matter of me asking you to look for a few security personnel?" "Brother Xia, there's not much work to do now. I can handle it on my own," Yi Lingyun said. Xia Ruofei put down his bowl and said seriously, "Lingyun, this isn't a matter of being busy. The company is currently developing very quickly, and the security department can't just be a bare-handed commander forever. Sooner or later, we'll have to recruit more people. We should start training the core members now. In the future, other than you, there should be some capable middle-level backbones in the security department, so it's necessary to recruit a few trustworthy and capable people. It's best if they're retired soldiers." Hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Yi Lingyun said in embarrassment, "I know, Brother Xia. After you told me last time, I contacted a few of my comrades, but I thought I could handle this alone, so I didn't rush them. Then you better hold on tight." Xia Ruofei said, "Let's not delay this matter." "Yes." Xia Ruofei knew that Yi Lingyun was trying to save money for him and did not mean to delay the dinner on purpose. Hence, he did not reprimand him and continued eating. After dinner, Xia Ruofei went back to his room and turned on his computer to search for the Shandong cherry sapling. He was going to buy a batch of saplings online. In addition, he also had to look up some information and carefully consider what fish to raise in the fish pond on the farm. In principle, he still wanted to go for the high-quality route, so he had to choose fish that were relatively difficult to raise and had a high market price. Just as Xia Ruofei was searching for information on the internet, Liang Qichao and his family had arrived at the Shanghai Pudong International Airport. Today, the international flight that Liang Qichao's grandfather took would arrive at Xinqing International Airport. Liang Qichao's father, Liang Weiman, also took it very seriously. The whole family of 3 was there to receive him. In fact, Liang Qichao's family was not the only one who had come to pick them up. There were more than a dozen relatives from his family, including Liang Qichao's uncle, Liang Weihua. His family of 3 was also at the airport. Among the group of people who were there to pick him up, Liang Weihua was the most satisfied one. He couldn't help but smile. He was the relative that Liang Qichao had told him about, who had found a piece of Phoebe Zhennan material for the old man. This time, the old man had decided to rush back to China after seeing the photo of the Phoebe Jiannan material that Liang Weihua had sent. From this, it could be seen how much importance the old man placed on this material. If the old man was satisfied after seeing the real thing, Liang Weihua would undoubtedly gain a lot of points in his heart. The old man's name was Tang He. He was a cousin of Liang Weimin and Liang Weihua's grandmothers. Tang He's father was their grandmother's cousin. Speaking of which, this family relationship was actually a little distant, but elder Tang didn't have any other relatives in his generation. Only Liang Weimin's family was more prosperous. In addition, although elder Tang had gone overseas, he had always supported his only relative in the country financially, so they were much closer than ordinary distant relatives. Elder Tang had worked hard in the United States for decades and built up a huge family business. He was also a little famous in the Chinese circle in North America. He even married 3 wives, but because of his health, he had no children. Now that his 3 wives were no longer alive, he was all alone. This made him value these relatives in the country even more. In other words, from a legal perspective, elder Tang's assets worth tens of billions of dollars would be inherited by his distant relatives in China after he passed away. Elder Tang didn't hide anything. He even publicly announced that he wouldn't learn from some rich people in the United States and donate their huge assets to charity organizations. The old man's exact words were, "Why should I donate my hard-earned family business to those foreigners?" These relatives in the country were also well aware of this, so they all thought of ways to please the old man, because in the end, who could get the money and how much money could be divided was completely decided by the old man. If the old man could add his name in his will, it would definitely be a huge fortune that could guarantee a lifetime of prosperity. Moreover, when the old man returned to the country this time, he had specifically said that he wanted to see if there were any outstanding relatives and juniors in the country. He seemed to have the intention of bringing a junior of the family to the United States to train and slowly take over the company in the future. It should be known that the US dollars could be divided, the real estate could be divided, and the shares could be divided, but the company could not be divided. Although it could be entrusted to a professional manager to manage, if the child of any family could be valued by the old man and enter the company's management, it would undoubtedly have a huge advantage in the future. This was also one of the important reasons why Liang Weimin, Liang Weihua, and the others valued the old man's return trip so much. They also brought their children with them. Liang Weihua's son, Liang Xiaojun, graduated from a famous university and went to the United States to study. He obtained an MBA from his studies in business and administration. During his time in the United States, Liang Xiaojun and elder Tang naturally came into contact frequently. Thus, he still had an advantage over elder Tang. Furthermore, Liang Weihua had gotten ahead of Liang Weimin this time and had found the material of Phoebe Jiannan that the old man had been dreaming of for a long time. This made Liang Weihua even more smug. As the group of people waited at the airport, Liang Weihua had a victorious look on his face as he chatted with his relatives. Liang Xiaojun also smiled as he spoke to his relatives. It was as if he had already become elder Tang's choice to go to America. From time to time, Liang Xiaojun would look at Liang Qichao arrogantly, as if he was a winner. He obviously thought that he had a high chance of winning this time. In contrast, Liang Weimin's face was full of worry, and he frowned. From time to time, he felt like he was falling behind by one step. Especially when he saw his son Liang Qichao's nonchalant and heartless look, Liang Weimin was even more furious. However, in front of so many relatives, Liang Weimin, who cared about his reputation, couldn't scold his son. In the end, he could only sulk by himself. In reality, Liang Qichao was not completely unconcerned about these things. It was just that he had a big secret that even his father, Liang Weimin, did not tell him. Xia Ruofei had helped him find a bigger and better quality piece of aged Phoebe Zhennan material. He believed that with this piece of Phoebe Zhennan, Liang Weihua's family's so-called advantage would be gone. Time passed by. Finally, the large dynamic screen of the airport showed that the international flight from New York to Shenzhen had landed. At the same time, the broadcast of the international departure hall sounded. The Liang family members who were waiting for them at the airport suddenly perked up. They clearly knew that it would take a long time from the time the plane landed to the time they exited customs, especially for international flights, which took even longer. However, they all walked to the yellow prohibition line and waited in unison. Especially Liang Weihua's family, who was stretching their necks to look into the restricted area, looking very eager. Liang Qichao looked on coldly from the side and couldn't help but find it funny. Elder Tang was still on the plane, so what could he see at this time? The group waited for more than 20 minutes before they finally saw the old man in a white Tang suit walking out of the restricted area. Behind him was an assistant pushing a luggage cart, and two other bodyguards, with cold expressions on their faces, were tightly protecting the old man on both sides. "Uncle!" Liang Weihua immediately shouted. After that, he took 2 steps forward, but was immediately stopped by the airport security. Elder Tang smiled and waved his hand at everyone. Very quickly, Elder Tang arrived in front of everyone. "Uncle! Grandpa!" Everyone greeted Elder Tang, and Elder Tang also smiled and nodded to everyone. It was obvious that he was in a good mood after returning from his long journey. On top of that, he was about to be able to buy the rare Phoebe Zhennan material that he had been searching for a long time. It was hard not to be in a good mood. "Grandpa!" Liang Xiaojun came forward and greeted him respectfully. A smile of approval appeared on Elder Tang's face as he said, "Xiaojun, we haven't seen each other for 2 years since you returned to the country. Not bad, not bad. You still look as energetic as before. Grandpa, it's a great regret that I didn't get to be by your side and listen to your teachings after I returned to the country." Liang Xiaojun said, "It's a good thing that you're back in the country now. You have to give me more guidance." Liang Weihua also laughed and said, "Uncle, thank you for taking care of Xiaojun while he was abroad for a few years. He's changed a lot since he came back and is much more sensible than before. It's all thanks to your teaching. Ha ha ha. We're all family, so don't say such things," Elder Tang said with a laugh. Liang Weimin watched from the side as Liang Weihua's family interacted with Elder Tang warmly. Liang Xiaojun's performance was especially outstanding. In contrast, Liang Qichao was hiding at the side and didn't even take the initiative to greet Elder Tang. Liang Weimin was even angrier, blaming his son for not being able to live up to expectations. Liang Weihua smiled and said, "Uncle, you've had a long journey. Let's go eat first. I've already booked the place. We'll rest in Shenzhen City tonight." "You're still staying overnight in Shenzhen?" asked Elder Tang. "I think we should just fly to the 3 mountains. That piece of material, Uncle, don't you worry about the material. I've already bought it, and there's someone watching over it 24 hours a day. There won't be a problem. Liang Weihua smiled and said, you just had a long flight. I'm afraid that you won't be able to take the night flight. We've even booked a hotel, so you can stay in Shenzhen for the night. All right then, I'll follow your arrangements, Elder Tang said with a smile. The group left the airport and took their respective buses to the Hengfeng Jiehua Hotel, which they had booked earlier. It was also the hotel where Xia Ruofei had auctioned the white truffle. The Ma family's Jiehua hotel chain was one of the best hotels in Shenzhen. Naturally, Liang Weihua had to choose the best one to receive Old Master Tang. After arriving at Hengfeng Jiehua, everyone went to the banquet hall to have dinner. Naturally, Liang Weihua's family was in the limelight during the meal. The other relatives almost all became foils, especially Liang Xiaojun. He was sweet-tongued and studied business administration. He was able to follow up on many of the topics that the old man talked about. And his performance was very eye-catching. On the other hand, Liang Qichao lowered his head and continued eating, which made Liang Weimin frown, and the meal became tasteless. After the banquet, Liang Weihua invited the old man back to his room to rest. Liang Weihua had taken charge of arranging old master Liang's accommodation this time. No one else could interfere. He had booked the best presidential suite in Hengfeng Jiehua. That's right, it was the house that Xia Ruofei stayed in when he came to Shenzhen City last time. The suite was huge and had many rooms. The two bodyguards naturally stayed in the same suite as the old man. The others were assigned to their rooms on other floors. Liang Weihua's family sent Elder Tang upstairs to rest, but Liang Weimin didn't follow. He glared at Liang Qichao and said in a low voice, "Come with me." Liang Qichao's mother, Yuan Shan, frowned and said, "Old Liang, why are you so fierce? Little Chow didn't do anything wrong, right? You're still speaking up for him." Liang Weimin said angrily, "What did I tell you before I came? Ah? Let him show off in front of Uncle and try to be chosen by Uncle to go to the United States with him, Dad. I don't want to go to United States. Isn't it good in China?" Liang Qichao asked. Liang Weimin was so angry that he raised his hand, wanting to hit his son. Yuan Shan quickly pulled him back and said, "Old Liang, what are you doing? So many people are watching." Yuan Shan continued, "I think little Chow is right. You're doing well in China, why did you go to United States? I'm not familiar with this place." Liang Weimin was so angry that he couldn't even speak properly. "You really are a spoiled child. Little Chow doesn't strive for progress all day long. I think you've spoiled him. Why is it my business again?" Yuan Shan was not willing to back down. "You didn't have the ability to find the Phoebe Zhenan and let Liang Weihua steal the limelight, so you're taking it out on us. Is that how you do things? What do you mean by venting my anger on you guys?" Liang Weimin said anxiously, "What's wrong with me disciplining my son? You're the one who's harming the child by spoiling her without any principles." Liang Qichao saw that his parents were about to argue, so he quickly said, "Mom, Dad, stop quarreling." His relatives hadn't even gone far. "Don't let others see you as a joke," Liang Weimin coldly snorted and said, "You still care about your reputation? Just now, Liang Xiaojun completely beat you. Why didn't you feel embarrassed? Also, how many times have I told you? I told you to put in more effort to find the old material. Of Phoebe Zhennan, did you turn a deaf ear to my words again? I'm being wronged, Dad. Liang Qichao quickly said, I'd been trying my best to find some good material for the old Jinsnan. And, Liang Qichao looked around warily, then lowered his voice and said, and I already have some clues. If I didn't come to Shinqing in a hurry, I might have already gotten the gold Phoebe Zhennan material. And from my friend's description, our Phoebe Zhennan is even better than the one we found at Liang Xiaojuan's house. He saw that his father was about to go crazy, so he didn't dare to hide anything. He decided to tell his father about asking Xia Ruofei to find a Phoebe Zhennan material. Liang Weiman's eyes went wide when he heard that. He looked at Liang Qichao in disbelief. Lil Chao, this is no joke. Liang Weiman said sternly, can you be sure of that? Let's go back to our room and talk, Liang Qichao said with a smile. There are too many people here, yes, let's go. Back to the room. Yuan Shan quickly said. Just now, when the family of three was quarreling, the other relatives were looking at them from afar. It would be bad if they heard him talking about the big news of the Phoebe Zhennan. Let's go. Liang Weiman nodded and said. Back to the room. The family of three took the elevator to the floor where their rooms were. As soon as they entered the house, Liang Weiman asked impatiently, Lil Chao, what's going on? Tell me clearly. Dad, Liang Qichao chuckled, I was planning to give you a surprise tomorrow, but I think you can't hold it in any more today. I'll tell you in advance. Yuan Shan laughed and said, you child, what's with the surprise? Your dad's hair is turning white from all the worrying, Dad. Actually, I've been asking my friends to help me look for the big and old materials of the Phoebe Zhennan. Liang Qichao didn't beat around the bush and said, a few days ago, my friend finally confirmed that the material has been found. The quality is much better than the one at Liang Xiaojuan's house. Really? Liang Weiman was a little skeptical. The material that Wei Hua's family found is already very good. I went to take a look. That Phoebe Zhennan has a diameter of 1 meter, and the proportion of the core is also very high. The core diameter is at least 90 centimeters. You can find a better one? Is it so easy to find the best material of golden Phoebe Zhennan nowadays? Liang Qichao said. Unhappily, what do you mean by easy to find? I spent a lot of effort, okay? Dad, Mom, Liang Qichao continued, my friend found this old Phoebe Zhennan material. It's 1.25 meters in diameter, and the core is 1.1 meters in diameter. It's a very good quality too. Don't you think it's better than the one at Liang Xiaojuan's house? What? Liang Weiman was shocked. His first reaction wasn't surprise, but a deep suspicion. He frowned and said, Little Chao, is this friend of yours reliable? Dad, what are you saying? Liang Qichao said unhappily. No. It's not impossible to find a 1.25 meter diameter Phoebe Zhennan material, but, Liang Weiman said, are you sure your friend said that the core diameter was 1.1 meters? Did you hear it right? This was obviously impossible. How can the ratio of core material be so high? Just because you've never seen it before doesn't mean it's impossible. Liang Qichao said unhappily, my friend wouldn't lie to me. Liang Weiman expressed his deep suspicion, and even Yuan Shan said with uncertainty, Little Chao, this friend of yours. Don't tell me you met him while you were out eating and drinking, right? Society is complicated now. You can't just do whatever others say. Liang Qichao said, amused and annoyed, Mom, Dad, what are you thinking? Do you look down on your son that much? So the friends I make are all scoundrels? Then tell me, what do I get from him lying to me? Didn't they still have to see the goods in the end? Can we pay for the bad stuff? That's right, old Liang, our son has a point. Yuan Shan immediately changed her stance. It's not that simple. Liang Weimin shook his head. What if Wei Hua had deliberately arranged this? It's a good thing little Chow didn't rush to tell Uncle about this, otherwise if we can't get the Phoebe Jianan material, then Uncle's impression of our family, especially little Chow, will definitely be extremely bad. The more Liang Weimin thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense. Little Chow, you can't tell anyone about this. Liang Weimin said, I think it's probably fake news. Liang Qichao smiled bitterly and said, Dad, I really admire your imagination. Let me put it this way. It's impossible for Ruofei to be someone arranged by Uncle Wei Hua, and it's absolutely impossible for him to harm me. Seeing Liang Weimin frown, Liang Qichao quickly said, how about this? I'll call Ruofei right now, and ask him to take a few photos of the big stone and send them over. Is that okay? This is a good idea. Yuan Shan's eyes lit up as she said. Liang Weimin's expression also eased a little, and he said, that's fine. As long as this is true, we'll definitely thank him. Liang Qichao shook his head helplessly. He took out his phone and called Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei was surfing the internet in his room. When his phone rang, he saw that it was Liang Qichao calling and picked it up immediately. Brother Liang, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Ruofei, I hope I didn't disturb your rest. Liang Qichao asked. I didn't sleep so early. Xia Ruofei smiled. Brother Liang, you should be in Xinqing City now, right? It's so late. What's the matter? Liang Qichao said, a little embarrassed, Ruofei, can you please take a few photos of that golden Phoebe Jianan and send them to me? After all, it's a serious matter, and my dad is a little worried, Xia Ruofei replied, no problem. But the material isn't with me. It's so late now, I'll go shoot it tomorrow morning, okay? No problem, no problem. Liang Qichao quickly said, I'll have to trouble you then. Hey, what's the trouble? Xia Ruofei said, Brother Liang, when is your cousin, grandfather coming over? I'll be able to prepare in advance. He should be back at the Three Mountains tomorrow. Liang Qichao said, I'm going to tell the old man after he's seen the material at my uncle's house. After all, he was the one who found it first. I'm guessing it'll be at least tomorrow noon or afternoon. All right. Then I know what to do. Xia Ruofei said. Shenzhen, Hengfeng Jiehua Hotel. After Liang Qichao hung up, Liang Weimin immediately asked, how is it? Little Chow, what did your friend say? No problem. Liang Qichao said casually, he said he'll go take photos tomorrow morning. Why is it tomorrow morning? Liang Weimin asked, frowning. Then why not? Liang Qichao said, it's already so late. Are you going to let him make a trip in the middle of the night? It's not like that piece of material is in his house. I see, Liang Weimin muttered, that's fine too. Then Liang Weimin said in a very serious tone, Little Chow, before you confirm this information, you absolutely cannot mention the golden Phoebe material, understand? I know, Liang Qichao said impatiently, I'll listen to you, okay? Dad, Mom, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to my room. Go. Liang Weimin said, waving his hand. Liang Qichao's newsmaid. Liang Weimin destined to have another sleepless night. The next morning, the Liang family gathered around the old master. For breakfast. Liang Weimin pulled Liang Qichao to the side and asked quietly, "Little Chao, did your friend send the photo?" Over? Grinning, Liang Qichao took out his phone and showed the photo to Liang Weimin. After Xia Ruofei received Liang Qichao's call last night, he knew that Liang Qichao's father must have been feeling uneasy. Hence, he woke up early this morning and drove to the warehouse that he had rented in the city. He took out the Phoebe Zhennan material from his storage space. Now that Xia Ruofei's spiritual power and control of space were much stronger than before, it was not difficult for him to take out the Phoebe Zhennan material. He took a few photos with the SLR camera, and 2 of them even had a ruler measuring the cross-section diameter, so they were very clear. Xia Ruofei even placed the camera on the tripod and took a photo with the Phoebe Zhennan material with the timed camera function. Then, he took out his laptop from his interspace and extracted the photos from the SD card. He saved them on his phone and sent them to Liang Qichao through WeChat. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not wait in the warehouse after taking the photos. Instead, he put the Phoebe Zhennan material back into the spirit map space, locked the warehouse, and left. He could use his free time today to visit the seafood market and think about what kind of fish was suitable for raising in the farm's fish pond. Shenzhen, Hengfeng Jiehua Hotel. Liang Weimin took Liang Qichao's phone and started to look at the photos. He looked at his phone, and his eyes brightened. The joy on his face grew, especially those photos with a tape measure. He even zoomed in and looked at them carefully a few times. Liang Weimin pointed at his phone and asked, "Little Chao, is this your friend?" "Of course." Liang Qichao smiled and said, "Dad, you should be relieved now." Liang Weimin laughed so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. He said, don't worry, he said. These photos captured the Phoebe Zhennan material from various angles and even had the size. There was even a photo of Xia Ruofei with the wood. This was enough to prove that Xia Ruofei had indeed found the highest quality Phoebe Zhennan wood. These photos could not have been found online. Liang Weimin continued to ask, "Lil Chao, why didn't you say so earlier?" "I've been worried for nothing." "Hasn't it always been uncertain?" Liang Qichao said, "I'm afraid that if I tell you, my friend won't be able to settle the matter. Won't you be more disappointed the more you wish for it?" "Does your dad look like he has such a bad mental fortitude?" Liang Weimin asked with a smile. "Yes." Liang Qichao and Yuan Shan said in unison. "You guys," Liang Weimin laughed bitterly. He thought for a moment and said, "Lil Chao, you've done a great job this time. I'll reward you well when we get back. By the way, no matter what, you still have to do your best in front of Uncle. If you can go to the United States, follow Uncle, it will be a great training and improvement for you, whether you can enter the company's management or not." "I see," Liang Qichao said with a lack of interest. Liang Weimin shook his head helplessly. He knew that his son was lazy by nature and had no interest in doing business. This time, Liang Xiaojun was trying his best to show off in front of Elder Tang, but Liang Qichao was hiding in the crowd. Liang Weimin couldn't do anything about this. The family of 3 had been talking for a while, but they were already far behind the rest, so they quickly caught up. After having breakfast at the Jiehua Hotel's restaurant, they checked out and headed to the airport. 3 hours later, Elder Tang and the Liang family's flight landed at the Shan City Chongping International Airport. Liang Weihua had already arranged for a car to drive them out of the airport. They got into the car and headed straight to one of his warehouses in the city. The aged Phoebe Zhennan material that Liang Weihua had spent so much time and effort to find was stored in that warehouse, and someone was on duty 24 hours a day. Liang Weihua's warehouse was located in the eastern suburbs of Sanshan City. It used to be a factory, but Liang Weihua rented it out after it closed down. It was usually used to store some of the company's goods. 4 to 5 cars drove into the dilapidated yard outside the warehouse. A few workers immediately came up to him. Liang Weihua respectfully invited Elder Tang out of the car and said, "Uncle, the wood is in the warehouse. This way, please." Elder Tang smiled and nodded as he walked towards the warehouse with Liang Weihua. Liang Weihua's wife and Liang Xiaojun followed closely behind. The other relatives looked on with envy, but Liang Weiman's family looked calm as they followed closely behind with smiles on their faces. The workers opened the door of the warehouse, and a line of people walked into the warehouse. As soon as Elder Tang entered, his gaze was immediately attracted by a large log placed in the middle of the warehouse. This Phoebe Zhennan material was about 6 meters long and about 1 meter in diameter. It looked dark brown on the outside, but the cut surface was very bright, and traces of golden silk could be seen faintly. Elder Tang took a few steps forward and examined the wood carefully. He was slightly excited. He walked around the wood and looked back and forth for a long time, before he raised his head and said with a happy face, "Weihua, this is authentic Aurelia wood, and there are more than 10 tumors on the tree. If you cut it open, it might form water ripples." Liang Weihua had a smug look on his face as he smiled and said, "Uncle, you have good eyes. When I first bought this Phoebe Zhennan material, the other party charged me an extra 500,000 yuan for the tumor on the tree. Not bad. Not bad," Elder Tang praised. "This material is really good. Uncle, I wonder if this material is to your liking?" Liang Weihua asked. "Although it's a little small to be used as a longevity material, it should be enough." Elder Tang said, "It's very hard to find good quality Phoebe Zhennan nowadays. Weihua, it's already very rare for you to find such a whole piece of material." "Thank you. Uncle, you're too polite. It's an honor for us juniors to share your burden," Liang Weihua said. "How much did you spend on this?" Elder Tang asked. "About 8 million. Liang Weihua said, "This kind of material is very popular. I added some money to the market price. Otherwise, the other party might not be willing to sell it." Elder Tang nodded his head and gestured to his assistant. The assistant immediately took out a checkbook from his briefcase and handed it to him. When Liang Weihua saw this, he quickly asked, "Uncle, what are you doing? How can I take your money?" "Of course I have to pay," Elder Tang said with a smile. "That's not right." Liang Weihua said, "Uncle, this is a little filial piety from me as a junior. I definitely can't accept this money. You can't possibly deprive me of my right to fulfill my filial duties. You child." Elder Tang couldn't help but laugh. "All right then. I accept your kind intentions. Thank you, Weihua." Only then did Liang Weihua reveal a look of joy and said, "Uncle, don't be so polite. This is what we, the younger generation, should do. And it's all thanks to Xiao Jun that we were able to find this material this time. After he found out that you needed the gold silk Phoebe material, he went around looking for it. As soon as I heard news of the Phoebe Jinan, I immediately put down my work and rushed over. Xiao Jun was the one who found this material first and informed me to buy it. Elder Tang smiled and nodded, Xiao Jun's a good kid, he's got great potential. Liang Xiaojun was secretly happy and quickly said, "Thank you for the compliment, Grandpa." After he finished speaking, Liang Xiaojun even glanced at Liang Qichao with a smug look on his face. Wei Hua. There are still some procedures to be done before this material can be transported out of the country. In addition, I have to arrange a cargo ship, so for the time being, the material will still be with you. You have to find someone to look after it," said Elder Tang. "Uncle, don't worry," Liang Weihua said, "I'll be guarding this place myself. There won't be any mistakes." Elder Tang nodded his head in satisfaction. At this moment, Yuan Shan saw the smug look on Liang Weihua's family of three's faces and couldn't stand it anymore. She couldn't help but gently tug on Liang Weiman's sleeve. Liang Weiman nodded in understanding. He organized his words in his mind, cleared his throat, and walked forward. He said, "Uncle, little Chow has also found a piece of golden nan material for you. It's also a big and old material. We would also like you to take a look." When Liang Weiman said this, Elder Tang couldn't help but be taken aback. Since when did Phoebe Jinan and Chinese cabbage become common? He couldn't find it after searching for so long, and now he found two. After Liang Weihua heard this, he revealed a mocking smile and said, "For the people, are you sure it's really big news? I heard that you've been trying hard to find one through all kinds of channels this year, but you still couldn't find one. I just found one here and you immediately found one too. Is there such a coincidence?" When Liang Qichao heard this, he didn't wait for his father, Liang Weiman, to speak. He pouted and said, "Uncle Weihua, isn't this just a coincidence? The golden Phoebe Jinan material that I found is not only a big material, but also an old material. It seems to be of a higher quality than yours." Liang Xiaojun, who was at the side, immediately laughed and said, "Qichao, are you blind?" Now that the price of the Phoebe Jinan was rising, many illegal merchants were using yellow heart Phoebe Jinan or even maple wood to fake it. This piece of material that our family found is already very rare. To say that there's something bigger than this. TSK. I don't think it's possible." After Liang Weiman heard this, he said in a slightly displeased tone, "Xiao Jun, you didn't even see anything. Isn't it too early to make a conclusion?" "Uncle, I'm just worried that Qichao might be cheated." Liang Xiaojun said, "I know that you guys are more anxious. This will inevitably lead to mistakes in judgment. If you make a wrong judgment, the losses will be huge. Xiaojun, you don't have to worry about this." Liang Qichao snorted. Liang Weihua chuckled and said, "Qichao, you can't say that. Uncle is so busy. If you ask him to make a trip for a fake you found randomly, wouldn't that be a waste of time?" Then, Liang Weihua asked again, "Brother Weiman, the material you mentioned just now, have you all personally appraised it? Did you get an expert to examine it?" Liang Weiman furrowed his brows and said, "I didn't see it, but I've seen the photos. It's indeed a Phoebe Jinan. And the quality is very high." "A photo?" Liang Xiaojun immediately said exaggeratedly, "Uncle, can photos still be trusted these days? Photoshop software can create anything, what's the use of just looking at photos?" "Xiaojun, be careful with your words," Liang Qichao said unhappily. "It wasn't easy for my friend to help me find this material. He had even gone over to take some photos early in the morning. My friend isn't that kind of person." "Qichao," Liang Weihua said with a smile, "your friends aren't very reliable." Liang Weimin snorted coldly and said, "Weihua, I don't like what you're saying. Why don't you tell me why Lil Chao's friends are so unreliable? It's not good to make irresponsible remarks. Brother Weimin, you should know very well what kind of people Qichao's friends are, right?" Liang Weihua pouted and said. Liang Weimin's expression was very unsightly. He snorted coldly and said, "I'm too lazy to talk to you guys. Let Uncle make his own decision." Then, Liang Weimin turned to Old Master Tang and respectfully said, "Uncle, you make the decision." This piece of material had also been found by Little Chow with great difficulty, and it had now been transported to Sanshan City, which was not far from here. "If you're interested, let's go and have a look. If you don't think it's necessary, then just pretend I never said anything about it." Elder Tang chuckled. He had lived for more than 70 years. How could he not see the infighting between the younger generation? However, he naturally wouldn't show his inclination. After all, Liang Weihua had already found an old material of Phoebe Jinan that barely caught his eye, which could be considered a great achievement. However, Liang Weimin's family was also sparing no effort in this matter, so of course, they had to be fair. So, even though Elder Tang didn't have much hope for the golden Nan material that Liang Weimin was talking about, he still smiled and said, "Then let's go together. For the people, Qichao, it's been hard on you this time, Uncle, you're too polite." Liang Weimin said excitedly, "It's our honor to be able to help. Uncle. Then, when do you think we should go?" When Liang Weihua heard this, he immediately said, "It's almost mealtime. We can't let Uncle go on an empty stomach, can we? Besides, I've already booked a restaurant. Uncle, why don't we go and eat first?" Of course, he didn't want Elder Tang to see the Phoebe Jinan that Liang Weimin was talking about. Even though he didn't think the possibility was high, he was still a little worried, so he tried to delay it as much as possible. However, Elder Tang smiled and said, "There's no hurry to eat. Let's go and take a look first." Liang Weihua's expression froze for a moment, then he smiled awkwardly and nodded. Liang Weimin, on the other hand, was extremely excited. He quickly asked Liang Qichao to contact Xia Ruofei. The group of people got into the car and headed towards the warehouse that Xia Ruofei had rented. The relatives of the Liang family also followed them. They were not willing to miss out on such a lively event. Liang Weihua's family even got into their cars, waiting to see Liang Weimin and Liang Qichao make a fool of themselves. As the car drove on the road, Liang Weimin's heart started to race again. This big talk had been released, but if there was really something wrong with the gold Phoebe material, it would be really embarrassing. Little Chow, that material. Is it really fine? Liang Weimin asked, frowning. Elder Tang and Liang Weihua were in the same car, and Liang Weimin's family was in it, so he didn't hold back when he spoke. Dad, didn't you see the photos this morning? Liang Qichao asked. What problems could there be? I've seen the photos, but I still feel a little uneasy. Liang Weimin said. He was indeed a little worried. If he did this well, he would undoubtedly gain a lot of points in the old man's heart. However, if he messed it up, he would lose a lot of points. Liang Qichao said, Dad, don't you worry. Although I have some friends who are not very reliable, Xia Ruofei is definitely not one of them. He is still very reliable. Liang Weimin nodded, but the worry between his brows still hadn't disappeared. In the warehouse that Xia Ruofei had rented in the northern suburbs of Jining district, Xia Ruofei had already taken out the Phoebe Jinan material from the medium and placed it in the middle of the warehouse. He took out a recliner from his interspace and was lying on it leisurely, playing games on his tablet. There was a small coffee table beside him with a cup of hot tea on it. After going to Wui Mountain, Xia Ruofei also started to taste the tea. He felt that the tea seemed to contain all the flavors of life. The more he drank, the more the taste, and the more he tasted it, the more he felt. Xia Ruofei only returned to the warehouse after receiving Liang Qichao's call. He had been shopping at the seafood market, hoping to find fish that were suitable for Taoyuan farm. However, after shopping for half a day, Xia Ruofei still did not have any clues. He felt that the fish in the market were too ordinary and could not reflect the quality of Taoyuan farm. However, this matter was not very urgent. He had plenty of time to slowly look for one. After about half an hour, Xia Ruofei's phone rang again. It was Liang Qichao. He knew that old Master Tang should be arriving soon. He stood up unhurriedly, and with a thought, the recliner, the coffee table, and the teacup on the coffee table disappeared into thin air. They were directly stored into the spirit map space. Everything was placed firmly on the floor of the medium, not even a drop of tea spilled. It was clear that Xia Ruofei's control of the medium was getting better and better. Xia Ruofei picked up the phone as he walked towards the entrance of the warehouse after he had kept everything. Xia Ruofei, we're almost there. Is everything ready? Liang Qichao asked. Don't worry. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I'm already waiting for you in the warehouse. You can just drive over to the location I shared on WeChat. All right. Liang Qichao said. Xia Ruofei opened the warehouse door and walked out. Not long after, he saw a row of cars turning in from the intersection. Soon, the first car arrived at the entrance of the warehouse. Liang Qichao, who was sitting in the front seat, lowered the window and waved at Xia Ruofei. The car drove a few meters past the warehouse before stopping. This way, the second car could park at the entrance of the warehouse. Liang Qichao quickly got out of the first car and walked back. At this time, the second car had just stopped. Liang Xiaojun, who was in the front seat, got out of the car and quickly walked to the back seat to open the door. Xia Ruofei saw a silver-haired old man in a rice-colored Tang suit get out of the back seat of the Mercedes-Benz. He knew that this must be Liang Qichao's cousin, Old Master Tang. As expected, Liang Qichao walked over and introduced them. Grandpa, this is my friend Xia Ruofei. He was the one who helped me find the Phoebe Jinan material. Ruofei, this is my United States cousin, whom I've told you about before. It's a pleasure to meet you, Elder Tang. Xia Ruofei smiled. He had already found out from Liang Qichao that the old man's surname was Tang. Tang he laughed and took the initiative to shake hands with Xia Ruofei, saying, Mr. Xia, I've troubled you with my matter. Thank you. You're too polite. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Then, Xia Ruofei's gaze fell on Liang Weimin and Yuan Shan, who were standing beside Liang Qichao. He said, "Brother Liang, these two must be uncle and auntie." "Right." Liang Qichao nodded and said, "Dad, Mom, this is my good friend, Xia Ruofei." "Hello, little Xia," Liang Weimin said with a smile. "Hello, uncle and auntie." Then, Liang Qichao asked impatiently, "Ruofei, that piece of Phoebe Jinan material is in the warehouse, right?" Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Yes, I'm ready." "Elder Tang, please come in." "Ha ha ha. Good, good, good," said Elder Tang. Xia Ruofei made an inviting gesture and led Elder Tang into the warehouse. Liang Qichao and the rest followed behind. As soon as they entered the warehouse, everyone's eyes fell on the Phoebe Jinan wood in the middle of the warehouse. They had all seen Liang Weihua's raw material just now, so when they looked at this one again, they naturally had an intuitive comparison. First of all, this piece of material was obviously much thicker than Liang Weihua's. The difference between a diameter of 1.25 meters and a diameter of 1 meter was still very obvious. Besides, Xia Ruofei's piece of material was at least 10 meters long, almost twice the length of Liang Weihua's, regardless of whether it was real or fake. Just his size alone was already very visually impactful. Elder Tang's eyes also lit up as he quickly stepped forward to take a closer look. Liang Weimin's expression was a little apprehensive, but at the same time, his eyes revealed a hint of anticipation. Liang Weihua and Liang Xiaojun both frowned slightly. They were very nervous at the moment. They didn't believe that Liang Qichao could be so lucky to find a piece of Phoebe Jinan that was better than their one at the last moment. However, when they saw the piece of material, they were extremely worried. Both father and son clenched their fists secretly. Everyone's eyes fell on Elder Tang. Elder Tang, on the other hand, examined it very slowly and carefully. He circled the wood several times to examine it, especially the cut section. Finally, the old man's face revealed a trace of excitement. He raised his head and announced, "This is indeed gold silk Phoebe. And it's a top-grade old material." As soon as the old man finished speaking, Liang Weihua and Liang Xiaojun's expressions changed, while Liang Weimin and Liang Qichao cheered in their hearts. Especially Liang Weimin, who had been worried about his personal gains and losses, finally smiled as if he had been relieved of a heavy burden. Liang Weihua frowned slightly and said, "Uncle, you might not understand the situation in China. The level of forgery by illegal businesses these days is very high. It's almost as if they're passing off the fake as the real thing. This piece of material is different from the one I have. I've specially asked an expert in the industry to appraise mine. I can guarantee that it's Weihua." "What do you mean by that?" Liang Weimin glared at him and interrupted Liang Weihua, saying, "Are you doubting Uncle's judgment?" Liang Weihua snorted and said, "Liang Weimin, stop twisting my words. I'm just worried that Uncle doesn't know the chaos in the domestic market of Phoebe Jinan and has fallen into the trap of someone with ill intentions. Especially if some people collude with each other and help others, it's really impossible to guard against." Liang Weihua, you better explain yourself. Liang Weimin's face immediately fell, and he said angrily, "Who are you calling a traitor? It's better to be safe than sorry." Liang Weihua put on a fake smile and said, "I know you want to perform well in front of Uncle, but you didn't find it earlier or later. When you found a Phoebe Jinan material on my side, you suddenly found another one. And it happened to be bigger than mine. This is too much of a coincidence. I can't help but be suspicious. Xia Ruofei was watching coldly from the side. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but turn around and ask, "Brother Liang, is this the relative who found the Phoebesian nun? Was there something wrong with his brain? Persecutory delusion?" Liang Qichao could not help but shake his head and laugh. "Ruofei, this. I don't know much about Uncle Wei Hua's health, so I can't rule out the possibility you mentioned." Xia Ruofei did not lower her voice on purpose, and Liang Qichao did not hold back when he saw that Liang Weihua had already fallen out with his father. Hence, everyone in the room could hear their conversation clearly. The Liang family's relatives had come to watch the show, and when they saw this, they all looked at Liang Weihua, as if they wanted to see the world in chaos. Liang Weihua's face turned ashen. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Xia Ruofei. "Young man, you should watch your mouth, so as to avoid trouble from the mouth." "Nonsense," Xia Ruofei said rudely. "Who are you? You're pointing fingers at my things in my warehouse, and you're putting basins of dirty water on my head. Do I have to be polite to you? I'm not that cheap." Liang Weihua was so angry that he was trembling. Liang Xiaojun also glared at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei turned a blind eye to the father and son's murderous gazes. He turned to Elder Tang and said, "Old man, since your junior has doubts, then I'll keep this golden nan material for myself. I don't want to become a swindler who colludes with people from the inside before I even do business. It just so happens that a boss from Jiangsu and Zhejiang province has begged me several times. If it wasn't for brother Liang, this piece of material wouldn't have been left until now. I might as well just sell it to him." Elder Tang wasn't angry. He only smiled and said, "Mr. Xia, I didn't say I wasn't buying. I'm the one who needs the Phoebesian nun, so I should be the one making the decision, shouldn't I? Besides, although I'm old, I'm not so old that I can't see clearly. I can still tell if the material is real or fake." After speaking, Elder Tang looked at Liang Weihua with a half-smile. Liang Weihua broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly said, "Uncle, I don't doubt your judgment." Elder Tang waved his hand and said kindly, "Weihua, I know this." Meanwhile, Liang Weiman's heart was practically blooming with joy. He put on a humble expression and asked, "Uncle, tell us about this material. It'll also broaden our horizons." The Liang family's relatives all agreed, each of them looking for knowledge. Liang Weiman looked at Elder Tang with eager eyes. He naturally hoped that Elder Tang would say as much as he could. He wanted to use Elder Tang's words to refute Liang Weihua, but he didn't even dare to say a word. What could be more satisfying than this? Liang Weihua's family of three, on the other hand, remained silent with dark expressions. "There's no trace of artificial forging on this piece of wood," Elder Tang said with a smile. "Many details show that it's a pure wild, top-grade Phoebesian non-material. For example, the golden threads that appear at the cut surface will appear different when observed from different angles. This kind of shifting effect is usually only seen on cut, open Jinsei Namu wood. This is only a cut surface, but it has such an effect. This shows that the golden threads of this wood are very sufficient." He paused and continued, "If it's Huang Xinan, it will have the same effect as the golden thread. But no matter from which angle, it's the same. There's basically no change, so it's relatively easy to judge." Liang Weiman looked like he had been lectured, and then he asked, "Uncle, what if the golden threads on this surface are all artificial? Wei Hua just said that the level of fraud by illegal businesses in the country is getting higher and higher, and almost all of them can pass off fake as real. After he finished speaking, Liang Weimin looked at Liang Weihua with a smile. These were almost all Liang Weihua's original words, and now that Liang Weimin had said it like this, the sarcasm in his words was obvious. Liang Weihua snorted coldly, his face ashen, and he didn't say anything. It's not easy to create the shape-shifting effect. Elder Tang laughed. In addition to the golden silk, there were many other ways to judge, such as the texture of the wood. The golden silk nanmu was much finer than ordinary nanmu wood. In addition, the authentic Phoebe Jinnan will exude a very pleasant fragrance, similar to the smell of medicine and fruit, but the smell of Sinan is completely different. It has a fishy smell and is quite unpleasant. Then, Elder Tang pointed at the golden nan material and said, and look, I just counted. There are 37 bumps and many cracks on it. If it is cut out, it is likely to form a very good pattern. If we are lucky, it may even form water ripples, which will make the value even higher. Liang Weimin said with admiration, Uncle, after your explanation, I finally realized that there are so many details to the Phoebe Jinnan. Your eyes are so sharp, you definitely won't be wrong. Elder Tang couldn't be wrong. This meant that the Phoebe Jinnan that Liang Weimin and his son had found this time was way better than the one that Liang Weihua and his son had. So, Liang Weimin naturally praised him. He was obviously complimenting himself, but he could still act so self-righteously. It was simply too satisfying. Elder Tang smiled at Xia Ruofei and said, Mr. Xia, I never doubted the authenticity of this Phoebe Jinnan material from the beginning, and I'm very sincere in buying it. What do you think? State your price. Xia Ruofei smiled. Elder Tang, too. Be honest, you know more about the Phoebe Jinnan than I do. So, you can name the price. Elder Tang gave Xia Ruofei a meaningful look and said, since Mr. Xia has said so, then I'll give you a price. If you think it's too low, we can still discuss it. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Wei Hua's piece was bought for 8 million yuan. Mr. Xia, your piece is better than the one I saw before. In terms of diameter, length, and quality, it's better. I'll pay 10 million yuan for it. Elder Tang said after a moment of silence. What do you think of this price? Liang Weihua's face twitched when he heard this. The price he had just told the old man was just a fake price. In reality, he had only spent about 6 million yuan. He didn't expect the old man to use it as a reference price. The more valuable this piece of material was, the more credit Liang Weimin and his son would have earned. However, Liang Weihua definitely didn't want to see this. However, this price was personally set by Elder Tang, so he didn't have the guts to refute it. Liang Weihua suddenly had an idea. Before Xia Ruofei could agree, he quickly said, Uncle, wait a moment. Elder Tang furrowed his brows slightly as he looked at Liang Weihua and asked, Weihua, are there any other questions? He was already a little displeased. When Liang Weihua had jumped out to question his judgment without any basis, but Liang Weihua had been at his beck and call ever since he had returned to the country. Furthermore, it had indeed taken him a lot of effort to find the Phoebe Jinnan, so he did not hold it against Liang Weihua. However, old Master Tang saw that he had already explained his reasoning in detail and had already started negotiating the price with Xia Ruofei, yet Liang Weihua still came out to stop him. This made old Master Tang feel that Liang Weihua was a little Insensible. Even Liang Xiaojun looked at his father worriedly, thinking that he was a little reckless. Liang Weihua naturally knew that the old man wouldn't like it, but he couldn't care too much about it. He quickly said, "Uncle, I'm not questioning your previous judgment. It's just that according to the usual practice in our country, the whole piece of Phoebe Zhenan material is generally opened for sampling when trading. There are so many bumps and cracks on this piece of material. Many bumps not only can not form ripples on the material, but will also destroy the harmony of the whole piece of material. Therefore, if he were to buy it based on his experience, the risk was still very high. If you spend 10 million to buy a piece of junk, you'll suffer a huge loss." Open window was also a term in this industry. It was to use a machine to open a window on wood, and then apply some paint or water to make the pattern appear. In fact, open the window was a gamble on luck, mainly to see if there were any beautiful patterns in the raw materials, and whether the patterns could penetrate the wood in a large area. It was similar to stone gambling. Liang Qichao, who had been silent the whole time, couldn't hold it in any more when he heard Liang Weihua's words. He couldn't help but say sarcastically, "Uncle Weihua, it seems that the material you bought didn't have an open window either. Why does Ruofei have to have another set of standards?" Liang Weihua said shamelessly, "That's different. Mine doesn't have that many tree lumps. I even had an expert verify it. But the risk of this material is obviously much higher. How can there be no risk in buying wood?" Liang Qichao sneered. After open the window, if the quality was not good, he would not take it. All the risks would be borne by Ruofei. What kind of logic is this? When Liang Weihua heard this, he immediately caught on to the flaw in Liang Qichao's words, and said quickly, "Qichao, you're wrong. The person who wants to buy wood now is uncle. Whose position are you standing on? Ruofei is my friend. He spent so much energy to find the Phoebe Zhenan material, and he has already helped me a lot. Why should he take the risk?" Liang Qichao said, unwilling to be outdone. Liang Weimin couldn't help but frown when he saw this. He quickly said, "Little Chao, don't say any more." In his opinion, Liang Qichao was still too inexperienced. Liang Weihua had obviously set a trap for him, but he had fallen right into it. Now that the topic had been brought up, Liang Qichao was speaking for Xia Ruofei, and it would be easier for Elder Tang to misunderstand. Liang Xiaojun couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile, and he was secretly happy. Only old Master Tang remained calm and did not express his opinion. He allowed the younger generation to engage in a verbal battle. Xia Ruofei had been watching coldly from the side for a while now. He could clearly see that Liang Weihua was not willing to be outdone by Liang Weimin. So he made such a shameless request. Liang Qichao's words were a pleasant surprise for Liang Weihua. Of course, Xia Ruofei still felt warm inside. It seemed that he had good taste. Liang Qichao was indeed a worthy friend. When he saw Liang Weihua and Liang Xiaojun's proud smiles, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Xia Ruofei was 100% confident about this material, so Liang Weihua's little trick was destined to fail. Furthermore, Liang Weihua had been making things difficult for him time and time again, treating him as a source of income. Even if he was a clay Buddha, he would still be angry, so he naturally couldn't just let it go. Now that Liang Weihua had made this request, Xia Ruofei suddenly had an idea. Hence, he decided to help Liang Weimin and Liang Qichao once again and completely step Liang Weihua into the pit. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Old Master Tang, what do you think about the matter of opening the windows? Mr. Xia, the decision is in your hands. Elder Tang chuckled. Of course, even if you don't want to open the window, I'll still buy this material for 10 million. Based on its current appearance, it's worth the price. Xia Ruofei's impression of Elder Tang improved. Of course, he knew that this amount of money was nothing in the eyes of this elder. Even if it was eye-catching, it was not a big deal. Xia Ruofei replied without hesitation, I've always been honest when I do business. Since someone has suggested to open the window, I'll open one. But, Xia Ruofei suddenly changed the topic and continued, if the quality of the car is not good, I won't say anything if you just leave. However, if the quality is far beyond our imagination, then the price of 10 million is not very appropriate. Elder Tang laughed and said, You're so straightforward, Mr. Xia. However, I don't like to take advantage of others. Even if the quality of this piece of material is very bad, as long as it is a Phoebe Jinan, I will still buy it for 10 million. If the quality is very good, then we will give you as much as you deserve. Uncle, this Liang Weihua quickly said. According to Elder Tang, Xia Ruofei was basically undefeatable. No matter what the result was. As long as the Phoebe Jinan was real, they could earn at least 10 million yuan. Weihua, this is my final decision. Elder Tang said indifferently. It's Uncle. Liang Weihua quickly said. His expression was a little unsightly. But he thought about it again. If the material was bad, it would mean that Liang Weiman and his son had messed up the matter, and Elder Tang had wasted money for nothing. His goal of suppressing Liang Weiman and his son would have been achieved. Thinking of this, Liang Weihua's mood improved. He rolled his eyes and immediately said, Uncle. Since I'm the one who suggested this, I'll also express my stance. If the quality of this material is really very good, then I will pay the extra difference. Elder Tang only gave a slight smile and did not say anything. Xia Ruofei's eyes brightened and he immediately said, Then it's decided. Xia Ruofei then looked at Liang Weiman and said, Uncle Liang, I'll have to trouble you to arrange for a master to bring the equipment and open the window for this material. Sure, no problem. Liang Weiman nodded. Liang Weiman took the phone to the door to make a call to the carpenter, while Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Please sit, Old Master Tang. I hope you don't mind that the warehouse is a little shabby. There were only 4 plastic stools in the storage unit, so Elder Tang didn't mind. He smiled and nodded his thanks, taking the plastic stool from Xia Ruofei. Then, Xia Ruofei gave Yuan Shan and Liang Qichao a plastic stool each. Naturally, Xia Ruofei kept the last one for himself. As for Liang Weihua and the others, Xia Ruofei could not be bothered. Just let them stand. Liang Weihua's cold eyes swept across Xia Ruofei. He did not say anything and just stood quietly behind Elder Tang with a cold smile on his face. I can't believe this kid has fucking luck. Humph. It would definitely be trash. Liang Weihua said to himself. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the carpenter that Liang Weiman had contacted arrived with the tools. Very quickly, everyone had gathered around that piece of material. After consulting with Xia Ruofei and Elder Tang, the carpenter quickly plugged in an electric plane and got ready to start working. If Elder Tang were to buy this piece of material, he would have to transport it back to be used as a longevity material, so he had to ensure that the entire piece of material was intact. Therefore, the carpenter only removed a part of the bark, and then used a plane to cut off the edge material little by little. Soon, the proportion of the core material, which occupied 95% of the entire material, was close to 95%. With the sound of the electric plane, the thin outer layer of the Phoebe Jeannon was quickly cut off, revealing the core of the Phoebe Jeannon, which was also where it was really sold. After the core was exposed, the carpenter was even more careful. After all, this was a precious material made of gold Phoebe wood. Soon, the carpenter also removed a small part of the outermost core, revealing a flat cut surface of about 25 centimeters wide and about 1.5 meters long. In order for Old Master Tang to better judge the quality of this expensive wood, the carpenter had specially made 3 burls on the cut. The carpenter put down the electric plane and picked up a wet cloth that he had prepared earlier to wipe off the wood shavings on the window. After repeatedly wiping it clean, he took out a small jar of lacquer from his bag and brushed a thin layer evenly with a brush. Since it was only to test the quality of the wood, the carpenter didn't pay too much attention to it. After applying the colorless lacquer, he took out a hairdryer and dried the paint. Then, he gestured to Liang Weimin, packed up his tools, and left. As soon as the carpenter left, Elder Tang and the others immediately surrounded him. Liang Weimin and Liang Weihua, who were following closely behind the old man, were especially nervous. Of course, the two of them were hoping for the opposite result. Xia Ruofei remained calm. He didn't even follow them. He just sat on the plastic stool and smiled. Elder Tang took the lead and was the first to approach the Phoebe Jeannon wood. When his eyes fell on the window of the material, the experienced old man couldn't help but gasp and let out a hiss. Liang Weimin and Liang Weihua, who were following closely behind, stood there in a daze, their mouths agape. The Liang family's relatives' reactions were similar. Each and every one of them was stunned on the spot, their faces filled with disbelief. For a moment, no one in the warehouse spoke, only the sound of heavy breathing. What entered everyone's eyes was the dense patterns on the window. These patterns emitted a little golden light under the light, and this golden halo would change shape and shadow with the change of perspective. The patches of golden patterns gave people a dreamy feeling. Top grade. This was definitely a top-grade Phoebe Jeannon. Everyone was screaming in their hearts, and the way they looked at this piece of wood became somewhat different. The person with the most interesting expression was undoubtedly Liang Weihua. He was also stunned by the quality of the material at first, but then he came back to his senses and realized what it meant for him to have such a good quality. His face turned pale. Liang Xiaojuan's eyes were also filled with unwillingness. He stared at the golden nan material, wishing that a fire would suddenly fall from the sky and burn this wood to ashes. There was no doubt that this Phoebe Jeannon material was definitely not a fake. The golden patterns inside were in pieces, indicating that the quality of this material was extremely high. It was probably impossible to buy it for 10 million yuan. The Liang family's relatives had been searching for Aurelia wood for the Tang family's grandfather for the past 2 years, so they were more or less familiar with the appraisal of wood. As such, they looked at Liang Weihua with a gloating gaze. Liang Weihua had just said that if the quality of the window was very good, he would pay for the extra money. These past few days, Liang Weihua had found the Phoebe Jeannon material and tried to please the old man, which had long made these relatives secretly jealous. Even though it was Liang Weiman's turn to be in the limelight now, and they had nothing to do with it, they still felt very relieved. Elder Tang stared blankly for a long time. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he leaned in even closer. He didn't even care that the paint had yet to dry as he used his hands to hold on to the material. His entire body was about to lie on it. Elder Tang looked at it carefully for a long time before he stood up with a happy expression. "Uncle, this piece of material performed well, right?" Liang Weiman asked with a smile. He had already made up his mind. Elder Tang nodded with a smile. Liang Weiman lowered his voice a little and sighed. I could have gotten it for 10 million, but now that the window's open, I'm afraid the price will be much better. Liang Weihua's face turned red and white. After he heard that, he said angrily, "Liang Weiman, this is how opening windows are supposed to be. Anything can happen. I've already said that no matter how high the price is, I'll pay for it." Elder Tang chuckled. "Weihua, you don't have to pay for it. It's not like I'm short of money. It's rare for me to come across such a good material. It's no big deal to spend a little more money. You don't have to take it to heart." "Uncle, how can we do this?" Liang Weihua hurriedly said, "It's all because of me that you." Elder Tang waved his hand with a smile. He had made up his mind and was not willing to talk about this matter anymore. Elder Tang walked up to Xia Ruofei and smiled. "Brother Xia, you're really patient." Old Master Tang had changed the way he addressed Xia Ruofei to Brother Xia. The relatives of the Liang family couldn't help but gasp. Even Liang Weiman couldn't help but take a few more glances at Xia Ruofei. Liang Weihua and his sons' faces naturally turned even uglier. Everyone could tell that Elder Tang had a good impression of Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei just smiled and said, "That's because I'm confident in what I have. If I don't even dare to open the window, I won't sell that kind of material. Brother Liang is my good friend. I can cheat anyone but my own friend. This is the bottom line of my principles." Ha ha ha. Elder Tang laughed heartily. "It's Lil Chao's good fortune to have a friend like you. The old master is too kind." Xia Ruofei said neither humbly nor arrogantly. He wasn't flattered by the world's richest man's high evaluation of him. In fact, Xia Ruofei had met too many big shots since he retired from the army. Be it Master Song or Ma Xiong, their wealth and status were not inferior to Elder Tang. Besides, Xia Ruofei was a quiet person and did not like to suck up to people. He had no desires, so he naturally could hold his own. On the other hand, Liang Weiman and Yuan Shan were both surprised and happy. It was obvious that most of the credit for today's incident was given to Liang Qichao. They looked at Xia Ruofei with gratitude. Elder Tang sat down beside Xia Ruofei with a smile. "Brother Xia, I'm determined to get this material. We can discuss the price again." "Haha, old man, the old rules are still the same. You can name your price." Xia Ruofei said, "As long as the price is right, this piece of material is yours." Elder Tang laughed and looked into Xia Ruofei's eyes. "What if I offer another 10 million? Xia Ruofei replied without hesitation, "As long as you think it's a good price, then that's fine." "Who asked you to be Brother Liang's maternal grandfather?" Elder Tang was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Brother Xia, I can only offer you 10 million for this piece of material," he said seriously. Liang Weiman couldn't help but widen his eyes when he heard this. This wasn't his uncle's style. He knew that his uncle had always been very forthright when it came to money. When he saw something he liked, he would be even more generous. He would not care about the price at all. The value of this material was obviously more than 10 million yuan. How could the old man go with the flow and really offer 10 million yuan? After Liang Weihua was stunned for a moment, he quickly revealed a hidden look of joy. Could there be a problem with this material? Or did uncle not want to pay more? He didn't even consider the fact that Elder Tang had flown all the way from the United States just for a piece of material. Why would he care about a small amount of money that was nothing to him? Liang Weihua was praying that Xia Ruofei would reject him immediately. It would be best if the two of them fell out and parted on bad terms. However, no one expected that Elder Tang had only finished half of his sentence. Elder Tang paused and looked at Xia Ruofei with a smile. Xia Ruofei's expression remained the same, even with a faint smile on his face. He was not affected by the price he had offered. Elder Tang nodded in approval. Elder Tang smiled and continued, but the 10 million I'm talking about isn't Chinese dollars, it's US dollars. Everyone in the Liang family was shocked by Elder Tang's words. Even Xia Ruofei could not help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. Elder Tang's original price was 10 million Chinese dollars, but it was suddenly changed to 10 million US dollars. This was a six-fold difference. Although this piece of Phoebe Jiannan material looked to be of extremely high quality, was it really worth that much money? 10 million US dollars, how many people could not earn that much money in a few lifetimes? Even Liang Weimin couldn't help but say, "Uncle, the price you offered, do you all think that I'm asking for too much?" Elder Tang interrupted Liang Weimin with a smile as he looked around at everyone. The Liang family didn't say anything, but from their expressions, it could be seen that they clearly felt that the price was a little too high. Elder Tang looked at Liang Weimin with a smile and asked, "For the people, it was your Lil Chow who helped me find this material. Tell me, how much do you think I should offer?" Liang Weimin looked at the Phoebe Jiannan and then at Xia Ruofei. Finally, he said, "Uncle, Ruofei's golden nan nan is indeed of high quality and can be considered a top-grade old material. What's rare is that it's a whole piece. But even so, I think 20 million Chinese dollars should be more appropriate." Hee hee. 20 million? Elder Tang smiled. "For the sake of the people, I'll pay 30 million. As long as it's of this quality, I'll take as much as you have." Xia Ruofei stood up and smiled. "Elder Tang, it seems like I'm not as simple as I look." Liang Weimin also came back to his senses, and he quickly asked, "Uncle, is there something more to this material? Please give me some pointers." The other relatives of the Liang family also looked at Elder Tang, hoping that he would give them some advice. Elder Tang smiled and walked up to the Phoebe Jiannan. He pointed to the window and asked, "You guys should be able to tell that the texture of this material is very beautiful, right?" Everyone nodded in agreement. "Then tell me, what kind of pattern is this?" Elder Tang wasn't in a hurry to answer everyone's questions. Instead, he asked a question in return. Liang Weimin said with uncertainty, "Uncle, it should be the water ripples." At this moment, another relative of the Liang family frowned and said, "I think it's a little like Ingzi." In fact, whether it was the water ripples that Liang Weimin had mentioned or the galls that another person had mentioned, the fact that they had appeared on the Phoebe Jiannan was already very precious. This meant that The golden threads in the Phoebe Jiannan wood were distributed in patches, which was why they formed such patterns. Otherwise, there would only be sparse golden threads. However, neither the water ripples nor the galls were enough to increase the value of this material by more than 6 times. Elder Tang smiled faintly and said, "Both of you are quite close. But neither of you is correct." "Uncle, this is?" Liang Weiman asked. Elder Tang pointed at the patterns on the material and said, "First of all, this is definitely not a tumor. A tumor is formed by a lesion. However, this Namu was very healthy when it was growing and did not have any lesions at all. As long as you look at it carefully, you will know that these are all naturally formed veins." Elder Tang continued, "In reality, this is already a cloud pattern. Although it looks like a water ripple, its texture is smaller than the water ripple. It's like clouds, very irregular. Look at this position, doesn't it look like lightning and thunder?" Liang Weiman and the others looked at the spot that old Master Tang pointed at. After a careful look, they all nodded. Cloud patterned material is worth much more than water patterned material, Elder Tang said with a smile. "And this is only the tip of the iceberg." Elder Tang then pointed to the other parts of the wood and said, "There are more than 30 lumps on it, and the ones we've just cut out are the smaller ones. I have reason to believe that if the whole piece is cut out, it will give me a lot of surprises. There might even be a top-grade big wave." Liang Weiman and the others couldn't help but look aghast. If he really got the highest quality wave pattern, then $10 million was really not expensive. In fact, it was too cheap. This was because the big waves were the best of the gold Phoebe wood veins. It was shaped like a stormy sea, and the golden threads were fine and smooth like Jiangnan silk. It had the momentum of the waves, but also had a charming visual impact. None of the people present had ever seen such a top-grade material before because it was too rare. They had only seen it in pictures. However, just by looking at the pictures, one could feel the strong visual impact. In fact, such a large piece of material with high-quality patterns like the cloud-colored pattern was basically worth $10 million. Of course, this price could only be obtained in an auction. However, if the core hidden in the bark and the edges could be carved with more beautiful patterns, then the price that Elder Tang offered was really not too expensive. After listening to Elder Tang's explanation, everyone looked at Xia Ruofei with envy. Liang Weihua and Liang Xiaojun were so jealous that they were about to go crazy. Xia Ruofei had ruined their plan, and now he was going to make $10 million. How could the father and son be calm? At the same time, Liang Weihua felt a little scared. If Elder Tang had really gone with the flow and made him pay for the extra money, he would have really lost a lot of money. Xia Ruofei smiled. "Elder Tang, you're so honest. If you didn't tell us, we wouldn't have been able to tell what's so special about these patterns. You don't have to pay such a high price. Honesty is the most important thing in business," Elder Tang said. "I'm sure you're aware that I'm buying this gold thread Nan material to make a longevity material for myself, Brother Xia. If it was obtained through deceptive means, how could I lie in it in peace after 100 years? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. This old Master Tang was really an interesting person. "How is it? Are you satisfied with this price, Brother Xia?" Elder Tang smiled and said, "Of course. You can also choose to open a few more windows. If a higher quality rare pattern appears, we can discuss the price again." Xia Ruofei waved his hand without hesitation and said, "No need. If it wasn't for that little incident just now, I would have sold it for 10 million Chinese dollars. It's already very good that I can get 6 times the amount. One should be content with what they have." "I'm content." Elder Tang laughed. "Brother Xia has a good attitude." "Old man, it's decided then." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "From now on, this piece of material is yours." "Thank you." "Thank you." Elder Tang was overjoyed. After speaking, Elder Tang gestured for his assistant to bring the checkbook over. At this moment, Liang Weiman suddenly said, "Uncle, wait." Liang Weiman said, "Uncle, this piece of gold nan is a small gift from our family to you. You can't pay for it. I've already prepared it." 10 million US dollars was a lot. It was equivalent to more than 60 million Chinese dollars. Liang Weiman was a little tight on his hands to take out so much money all of a sudden. However, the real estate industry had been very profitable in the past few years, so it was not a big deal to take out this money. This was mainly because Liang Weihua had done the same thing before. Now that Liang Weiman had the upper hand, he naturally wouldn't let Liang Weihua take the lead in this matter. Elder Tang chuckled and waved his hand, "No need. I understand your company's situation. Taking out so much money at once will definitely affect your liquid funds. Uncle, let's do this. 10 million US dollars is not a lot of money for me." Elder Tang said decisively, not giving Liang Weiman any chance to continue fighting. He directly took the checkbook, scribbled down the amount, signed his name, and then tore off the check. However, Elder Tang did not pass the check to Xia Ruofei. Instead, he passed it to Liang Weihua, who had a complicated expression on his face, and said, "Weihua, here's 8 million Chinese yuan. I'll use your material to make some furniture. It's pretty good." Liang Weihua was stunned for a moment, but when he finally reacted, he quickly said, "Uncle, I gave that material to you as a token of respect. I can't take the money." "Take it." Elder Tang replied indifferently, "I didn't ask him to pay for the people's side. Of course, I can't ask you to pay for the people's side either. I can't favor one over the other." Elder Tang's words left no room for doubt, so Liang Weihua could only helplessly accept the check. He felt that the check was a little hot. He had made a false price before. He had actually spent less than 7 million on the Phoebe Jinan, but now the old man had given him 8 million according to the price he had set. If the old man knew about this, the nature of the matter would be completely different. It wouldn't be too much to say that he was scamming money. If Xia Ruofei had not helped Liang Weiman find this piece of Phoebe Jinan material, old Master Liang would definitely have used Liang Weihua's. Now that he had failed to please old Master Liang, he had even left a bad impression on him. When he thought about how this was all because of Xia Ruofei, Liang Weihua's gaze towards Xia Ruofei became even more venomous. Xia Ruofei felt something and glanced at Liang Weihua indifferently. Liang Weihua subconsciously avoided Xia Ruofei's gaze, because Xia Ruofei's casual glance had actually made him feel a chill from the bottom of his heart. Why is this kid's gaze so terrifying? Liang Weihua still had some lingering fear. The corners of Xia Ruofei's mouth curved up slightly, and he looked away. Elder Tang signed another 10 million US dollars check and handed it to Xia Ruofei with a smile. Xia Ruofei took the check and thanked her with a smile. At this moment, Liang Weiman came over and said, "Uncle, it's almost time, let's go eat." I've already reserved the place. Liang Weimin had already accepted the task of receiving Elder Tang. When he went to inform the master carpenter, he had also decided on a place to eat. Elder Tang nodded. For the sake of the people, you can rent a warehouse near the Chongping Pier and transport this piece of material there first. The cargo ship I've arranged will arrive in a few days. You don't have to worry about the procedures, my people will take care of it. You just have to ensure the safety of this piece of material within these few days. Don't worry, Uncle, I'll definitely send more capable people. There won't be any problems, Liang Weimin said. He then added, I'll have little Chow stand guard there 24/7. Liang Weimin naturally wanted to give his precious son more points, but Liang Qichao's face immediately turned bitter when he heard that. He didn't want to show anything in front of the old man. Wasn't it killing him to guard the warehouse for several days in a row? However, he didn't dare to refute his father's words, so he could only put on a pitiful look. Elder Tang nodded with a smile. Liang Weimin said to Xia Ruofei, Ruofei, leave the key to the warehouse to Lil Chow. I'll arrange for a car to come over and take the material away in a while. Have lunch with me this afternoon. Elder Tang immediately replied, yes, 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 Brother Xia, I still have to thank you properly. Let's have lunch together. For the sake of the people, Elder Tang said, please arrange a better place for us. I'll have a few drinks with Brother Xia. Liang Weimin smiled and said, don't worry, Uncle. I've booked a private room at the West River Moon Club. Although this club isn't considered very high-end in the country, it's very unique. They have a type of Taoyuan brand vegetable. Not only does it look very good, but the taste is also far better than ordinary vegetables. Uncle, it's not easy for you to come back to the Three Mountains. You must go and try it. Shi Jiangyu's paradise vegetables had always been sold in the form of an auction. President Xing knew that rare goods could be kept. However, as Xia Ruofei's vegetable greenhouse began to operate, the supply volume had also increased. With Liang Weimin's status in Sanshan City, it was not difficult for him to get to eat paradise vegetables even though it was a temporary order. Elder Tang's eyes brightened up as he said, Weimin, now that you've mentioned it, I really have to go and try this paradise vegetables. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, old man, if you want to try the taste of the Taoyuan vegetables, I have a better place to go. Oh? Brother Xia, do you have any better recommendations? Elder Tang asked with great interest. Liang Weimin also asked, curiously, Ruofei, are you Lingji Restaurant? As far as I know, although Lingji Restaurant also provides paradise vegetables, they're going down the path of mass food, so the exquisiteness of their dishes is far from being able to catch up with the 11 Jiangyu Club. Xia Ruofei laughed. Old master, Uncle Liang, I'm not talking about Shi Jiangyu. I'm not talking about Lingji Restaurant. Liang Weimin was even more curious now. He said, I'm a little ignorant about this. Is there a third place in Sanshan City where you can eat Taoyuan vegetables? Taoyuan vegetables had been on the market for some time and was very famous in Sanshan City. Almost everyone knew that only Shijiang Moon Club and Lingji Restaurant could have such expensive but delicious vegetables. Xia Ruofei smiled. I won't keep you in suspense. The place I'm talking about is my home. Your home? Liang Weimin was even more surprised. Old master, Uncle Liang, I opened a farm in the suburbs, Chongping County. I usually live there. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Lingji Restaurant and West River Moon Club's paradise vegetables are provided by my farm. So, if you want to eat paradise brand vegetables, the best place is naturally my paradise farm. I have an unlimited supply there. Taoyuan vegetables are actually supplied by your farm, Liang Weimin said in shock. Liang Qichao also called out, Ruofei, you're really good at keeping secrets. We've known each other for so long, and I've even been to your farm a few times, but you never told me that you're actually growing Taoyuan vegetables in your greenhouse. Xia Ruofei chuckled. It's not a big deal. It's just a little better looking than normal vegetables, tastes better, and is a little more expensive. It's more than just a little expensive. Liang Qichao said resentfully, it's been fine recently, but the price was sky high a while ago, okay? If I had known that you were growing Taoyuan vegetables, I would have gone home to show my filial piety to my parents. It's not too late to know now. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, if Uncle and Auntie want to eat Taoyuan vegetables in the future, feel free to come to my farm and get them. Ruofei, I won't be polite then. Liang Weimin chuckled and said, it's fine that Taoyuan vegetables are expensive, but the main thing is that there's too little of them. You can't eat them even if you have money. Elder Tang's interest was piqued after hearing this. He had always been a glutton, and he had never had any resistance to good food. Moreover, he was a world-class rich man and had basically tasted all the top food. Now, when he heard Liang Weimin and the others speak so highly of paradise vegetables, and even Liang Weihua was shocked. When he heard that Xia Ruofei was the supplier of paradise vegetables, the old man's appetite was also hooked. Brother Xia, it's a deal. We'll go to your farm for a meal at noon, said Elder Tang. We welcome you, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. The group walked towards the door. Liang Weihua's mood was a little low, and he said directly, Uncle, I'm not feeling well, so I won't be able to accompany you for lunch. Elder Tang chuckled and nodded. He didn't seem to be unhappy with Liang Weihua's behavior today. However, Liang Weihua was clear that the old man had long cultivated to the realm where he could not show his emotions. Today's incident would more or less leave a bad impression on the old man. Thinking about this, Liang Weihua's hatred for Xia Ruofei grew even stronger. Liang Weihua's family of 3 bade their farewells and left. The other relatives of the Liang family also tactfully bade their farewells. If they were at the 11 Jiangyu clubhouse, they would definitely not let go of the opportunity to be in close contact with the old man and would definitely go with him. However, now that Xia Ruofei had invited old Master Liang, no matter how thick-skinned they were too embarrassed to go and join in the fun. Liang Qichao was also forced to stay behind to arrange for the transportation of the Phoebe Zhennan materials, so only Liang Weihua and Yuan Shan were left to accompany Elder Tang. Xia Ruofei led the way in the pickup truck while Liang Weimin drove the Mercedes-Benz. Elder Tang and Yuan Shan were in the car while Elder Tang's assistant and 2 bodyguards drove another car and followed behind. Soon, the 3 cars arrived at Taoyuan farm. Xia Ruofei stopped the car at the shed. Elder Tang and the others got out of the car. The old man looked at the beautifully planned farm and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He took a deep breath of fresh air and said, Brother Xia, this place of yours really lives up to its name. It's like a paradise. Old master, you're too kind. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, these greenhouses are growing all natural and pollution-free peach garden vegetables. Xia Ruofei then invited Elder Tang to take a look. Elder Tang naturally agreed. Liang Weiman and his wife were very curious about the vegetable farm in paradise and followed closely. Xia Ruofei led the group into the vegetable greenhouse. Chow Tai-shu and the workers were not in this shed. There were several long sheds like this in Taoyuan farm, and now Chow Tai-shu was busy with the workers in other sheds. Hence, Xia Ruofei personally explained to Elder Tang. In reality, Elder Tang had been mesmerized the moment he stepped into the greenhouse by the rows of fresh and green vegetables. The greenhouse was filled with cabbages and had just been automatically watered. The cabbage's green leaves were all covered in droplets of water, just like a jade plate holding a clear pearl. It was a pleasing sight to the eye. Brother Xia, I'm getting more and more interested in your paradise vegetables. Elder Tang said, these cabbages are like a piece of art. It's hard to imagine how they'll look when they're served on the table. Xia Ruofei smiled. Today, I'll cook a table full of dishes for the old man and uncle and auntie. How about using all the ingredients from our Taoyuan farm? I'm really looking forward to that. Old Master Tang laughed. Old man, this way please. Xia Ruofei brought Elder Tang on a tour of the farm before heading straight to the villa. Yi Lingyun had already finished his lunch and brought Little Black out for a patrol. Xia Ruofei brought the few of them into the empty villa. As soon as they entered the living room, Elder Tang and the others were immediately attracted by the pair of blood dragons. This red arowana is too perfect. Liang Weiman couldn't help but ask, Ruofei, where did you find such a high-quality blood red dragon? And they were actually a pair. It's unbelievable. I'm lucky. A friend of mine is about to emigrate, so he gave me the red arowana. Xia Ruofei smiled. After that, Xia Ruofei made tea for the three of them and asked them to help themselves. He then went into the kitchen to prepare lunch. Xia Ruofei had stored some vegetables and fruits in his interspace. These were all produced inside the interspace and were of better quality than the vegetables in the greenhouse. Outside. After Xia Ruofei entered the kitchen, he immediately contacted the interspace with his mind and took out a large pile of ingredients. Other than vegetables and fruits, Xia Ruofei also used the invisible force of space to take out 2 big fish. Then, he started to get busy in the kitchen. Including Elder Tang's assistant and bodyguards, there were a total of 7 people eating today. Xia Ruofei had prepared 7 or 8 dishes, mainly Taoyuan vegetables, fish head, tofu soup, and braised carp. After a while, Xia Ruofei started to serve the dishes one by one. There was fried cabbage that looked like jade, tomato salad that exuded the fragrance of melon and fruit, and milky white fish head tofu soup. Each dish could make people have a strong appetite just by looking at it. Not to mention the waves of alluring fragrance. Soon, Elder Tang and the others couldn't help but walk into the dining room. Xia Ruofei returned to the kitchen and brought out the main dish. Other than the rice, he also prepared a large plate of dumplings stuffed with pork and cabbage. The cabbage was naturally produced in the realm. Xia Ruofei saw that there were noodles in the fridge that Yi Lingyun had woken up, so he made dumplings on the spur of the moment. In the kitchen, he also took out a few bottles of wine from the medium. These were also the ones he had gotten from the medium last time and stored in porcelain bottles in case of emergency. However, these few bottles of wine were just ordinary drunken eight immortals, without any added petals. Of course, after being stored in the spatial space for so long, these bottles of wine were much more mellow than the Ones he had given to Ling Xiaotian previously. They were definitely top-quality wine. Xia Ruofei carried the dumplings and the drunken ate immortal's wine out of the kitchen on a tray and went straight to the dining room. "Old man, uncle, auntie, please sit down," he said with a smile. "Thank you for your hard work, brother Xia." Elder Tang sat down with a smile. Xia Ruofei gestured for Liang Weiman and Yuan Shan to take their seats as well. Then, he sat down beside Elder Tang. He unscrewed the cap of the bottle and said with a smile, "Old man, have some wine for lunch." "Drink some." Elder Tang nodded. "I'm so happy today. Let's drink some wine to celebrate." Liang Weiman looked at the porcelain bottle in Xia Ruofei's hand and asked, curiously, "Ruofei, this wine of yours? I don't think I've ever seen it before." Liang Weiman was also a wine lover. With his net worth in the hundreds of millions, he had seen all kinds of good wine. However, he had never seen the wine in Xia Ruofei's hands, so he was a little curious. "This is my homemade white wine. Please have a taste." Xia Ruofei smiled. At this moment, Xia Ruofei had already opened the bottle and the strong aroma of the wine filled the restaurant. "This wine is so fragrant." Even Yuan Shan, who didn't drink much, couldn't help but sniffle and say in surprise. Old Master Tang and Liang Weiman's eyes lit up. These two were experts in wine country. Just by smelling the wine, they knew that the bottle of wine in Xia Ruofei's hand was not simple. Xia Ruofei personally poured wine for Old Master Liang Weiman, and his wife. Then, he raised his glass and said, "Old man, uncle, auntie, welcome to the farm. Come, let's go first. Cheers." "Cheers." Other than Yuan Shan, who only had a small taste, the three men raised their heads and drank the wine in one go. After drinking the wine, Elder Tang and Liang Weiman were both stunned. Then, they shouted in unison, "Good wine. Ruofei, this wine is sweet and rich with a long aftertaste." "It's really good wine," Liang Weiman said. "The years of Maotai I've drunk can't even compare to this. Brother Xia, you've really made me look at you in a new light." Elder Tang also praised, to be able to grow such delicious vegetables and brew such a fragrant wine. "I'm truly impressed. Old master, you're too kind." Xia Ruofei chuckled as he filled everyone's glasses. Come. Don't just drink. Try my food." Elder Tang looked at the beautiful Taoyuan vegetables and immediately picked up his chopsticks. He picked up a few pieces of cabbage and put them in his mouth. He chewed a few times and his eyes lit up. No wonder Paradise Vegetables is so famous. The taste of this cabbage is really good. It's crisp and sweet. And the fragrance of the vegetables itself is so strong. Liang Weiman and Yuan Shan had both eaten Taoyuan vegetables before, but after they tried Xia Ruofei's food, they still looked like they were enjoying it. "Ruofei, your cooking seems to be even more delicious than the Taoyuan vegetables I had at the West River Moon Club," Yuan Shan said. "It seems that Brother Xia's cooking skills are not bad." Elder Tang laughed. "Even the head chef of the club can't compare to him." Xia Ruofei only smiled and did not reply. He knew very well that Yuan Shan had that feeling mainly because of the difference in ingredients. The ingredients that Xia Ruofei took out this time were all watered with the petal solution and planted in the medium. They were originally kept for his own consumption, so the quality was much higher than the vegetables supplied to the two restaurants in batches. Moreover, because it had absorbed the components Of the petals of the strange flower, if ordinary people used it all year round, it would definitely be very beneficial to the body. Of course, the benefits that this little bit of petal brought to Xia Ruofei could be ignored. He had absorbed a lot of the petals. Following that, the three of them tried the other dishes. Naturally, they were all full of praise, especially for Elder Tang, who was eating the Taoyuan vegetables for the first time. He gobbled up the food and didn't even bother to drink the fine wine in front of him. After eating a few mouthfuls of food and a few dumplings, Elder Tang sighed, "Brother Xia, your paradise vegetables has really given me a big surprise. I'm very envious of you now. The old man's wealth is comparable to a country's, and his family's wealth is in the hundreds of millions. What do I have that's worthy of your envy?" Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. "You have a small farm of your own, facing the sea every day, leisurely and carefree. You can also eat such delicious delicacies and drink top-quality wine at any time. Even the gods wouldn't want to exchange for such a life." Elder Tang sighed. "Then you're welcome to visit us often, old man." Xia Ruofei smiled. "The gates of Taoyuan Farm are always open for you. I'm going back to United States a few days." Elder Tang smiled bitterly. "People in the business world can't do as they please. I'm already so old, and I have to make arrangements a long time in advance if I want to come home to see you. I have to count my schedule and deal with a lot of things after I go back. I have to make money every day, and this kind of life is actually quite boring." Xia Ruofei smiled. "Old man, you should train a successor as soon as possible. Then, you can live the leisurely life you want." Liang Weiman's and Yuan Shan's expressions changed slightly, and their eyes revealed a hint of anticipation and nervousness. Elder Tang didn't notice their expressions. He smiled and nodded at Xia Ruofei. Yup. As he got older, he felt that there were many things that he could not do with his heart. "I also wanted to see if there are any outstanding juniors in the family, so I'm going to bring them back to the United States to train them." When Liang Weiman heard this, he gathered his courage and asked, "Uncle, you see our little Chow?" Elder Tang looked at Liang Weiman with a half-smile and said, "For the people, little Chow's filial piety is commendable. You can say that he has done his best for my matter this time." Just as Liang Weiman's eyes lit up with joy, old Master Tang suddenly changed the topic and said, "But I think little Chow doesn't seem to have any interest in developing in the business world. Uncle, little Chow is still young and his heart hasn't settled down yet." Liang Weiman quickly said, "If you can take him by your side and teach him, I believe he'll gradually change." Elder Tang smiled non-committally and did not answer Liang Weiman directly. This made Liang Weiman feel a little disappointed. He and Yuan Shan looked at each other and saw a hint of frustration in each other's eyes. If Liang Qichao had been a little more positive, based on his performance in the search for the Phoebe Zhennan, there was a high chance that he would have been favored by Elder Tang. However, Liang Qichao didn't want to go to United States at all. Elder Tang thought for a while and suddenly said to Xia Ruofei, "Brother Xia, I have a suggestion. You can consider it." "Please speak, old man." "It's the Phoebe Zhennan material today. I wonder if you are interested in another way of trading?" Elder Tang said, "I bought a farm in Australia, but I haven't really taken care of it. If you're interested, I can give you 40% of the shares to offset the 10 million US dollars. A farm?" Hearing this, Xia Ruofei was also a little stunned by old Master Tang's strange thinking. Liang Weiman was the first to react. He said in surprise, "Uncle, are you talking about the big farm in Hunter Valley in New South Wales?" Elder Tang smiled and nodded. He looked at Xia Ruofei and said, "How is it? Brother Xia, would you consider it?" Xia Ruofei saw Liang Weiman's reaction and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Uncle Liang, is Elder Tang's farm very famous?" Liang Weiman was still in shock. He looked at Xia Ruofei and said with a complicated expression, "Ruofei, the Pad Inc. farm that Uncle bought is located in the Hunter Valley in New South Wales, Australia. It has an area of more than 6,000 hectares. Uncle spent 45 million Australian dollars to buy it. After that, he invested a lot of money to renovate the farm's facilities, improve the pastures, and so on. The total cost exceeded 50 million Australian dollars. Xia Ruofei was shocked. Elder Tang had said it so casually as if it was a business deal worth a few $100s. Xia Ruofei had thought that the farm Elder Tang was talking about would be a small or medium-sized one. He did not expect it to be such a huge one. Xia Ruofei quickly calculated in his heart. 50 million Australian dollars was almost equivalent to 38 million US dollars. The old man had directly offered him 40% of the shares. That was not 10 million US dollars, but 15 million US dollars. Xia Ruofei forced a smile and said to Old Master Tang, "Old man, you're really generous. However, based on the amount of investment you've invested, you'll suffer a huge loss if you give me 40% of the shares." Elder Tang laughed nonchalantly, "No, no, no. I didn't lose out at all. Brother Xia, 40% of the shares is only about 15 million US dollars. Other than this 10 million US dollars, the remaining 5 million can be considered as your investment. The fact that you can cultivate such vegetables and make such high-quality wine is definitely worth 5 million US dollars. Elder Tang paused for a moment, then continued in a seductive tone, "Brother Xia, my farm in Australia is a comprehensive high-quality farm, and all the fertile land is close to water sources. Not only can we develop planting, but we can also engage in animal husbandry. The return on investing in my farm will definitely be very high, especially if we introduce advanced technology from your side. The development will definitely be very good." Liang Weiman also looked at Xia Ruofei enviously and said, "Ruofei, as far as I know, the farm that Uncle bought now has more than 30,000 sheep and nearly 3,000 Angus cows. The profit situation is also very good." Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Old man, thank you for your love, but this is a big matter, and I can't make a decision in a short time. Please give me some time to think about it." In fact, other than the fact that the investment amount was relatively large, which made Xia Ruofei a little hesitant, he was more concerned about the issue of controlling the shares. If he only owned 40% of the shares, it would mean that he had no absolute say in the management of the farm. Xia Ruofei subconsciously rejected this. Elder Tang nodded his head and replied, "No problem. Brother Xia, you can take some time to go to Australia. I'll arrange for someone to take you to survey the place, and you'll know how suitable this investment is." "All right." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "I'll think about it." After that, they didn't talk about this topic anymore. They talked about all sorts of things. Almost all the delicious dishes on the table were eaten, and the three men drank nearly 3 caddies of white wine together. It could be said that the host and the guest were having a great time. After the meal, Elder Tang and the others bade farewell and left. Before he left, Elder Tang once again brought up the matter of investing in a farm. He urged Xia Ruofei to consider his suggestion carefully. Xia Ruofei naturally smiled and nodded in agreement. After sending off Elder Tang and the rest, Xia Ruofei cleaned up the table and went straight upstairs to his room. Elder Tang's suggestion indeed moved Xia Ruofei. He didn't know anything about farms in Australia, so after he went back to his room, he turned on his computer and looked up information. Xia Ruofei was even more impressed by Elder Tang's generosity. Australia was vast and sparsely populated, and its land resources were rich. There were many large and small farms for sale, with prices ranging from tens of thousands to tens of millions of Australian dollars. Elder Tang had spent 45 million Australian dollars to buy a farm of more than 6,000 hectares. The unit price was quite expensive. This also meant that the farm's geographical location, capacity per unit area, hardware facilities, and other things should be first class. There were many factors that affected the price of farms in Australia, one of which was the distance from big cities such as Sydney and Melbourne. For example, a farm 250 kilometers away from Melbourne would cost 3 million Australian dollars, while a farm 500 kilometers away with similar conditions might only cost 4 to 500,000 Australian dollars. Moreover, the government had also strictly regulated the livestock carrying capacity per unit area of different levels of farms, from south to north, from east to west. Based on the different rainfall and supply conditions of aquatic grass, it was decided that ranches could raise 2 cows per acre to 1 cow per 200 acres. If it exceeded the limit, it would be suspected of animal abuse and would immediately be fined by the government. According to Liang Weimin, Old Master Tang's farm had 30,000 sheep and 3,000 Angus cows. This meant that the land was very fertile, and the pastures and water sources were all very good. The more he read, the more tempted Xia Ruofei was. That was a 6,000 hectare farm. All lands Australia had permanent property rights and could be inherited by future generations. There was a saying, the wind can enter, the rain can enter, but the king cannot. The farm owner's ownership of land was sacred and inviolable. Xia Ruofei believed that with his spirit map space, if he could own such a large farm in Australia, he could create a paradise overseas. Of course, the only problem was the equity ratio. Xia Ruofei couldn't accept Elder Tang's proposal. His bottom line was that he had to control the company, which meant he had to have at least 51% of the shares. In reality, Xia Ruofei's idea was to solely own any farm-related business. He would not accept any shares or investments. However, the Australia farm was a little special. It was already acquired by Elder Tang, and he was only inviting Xia Ruofei to invest in it. On one hand, it was the temptation of quality overseas farms. On the other hand, it was the problem of equity proportion. Xia Ruofei spent 2 days hesitating, but still could not think of a way to get the best of both worlds. Elder Tang wouldn't be in China for long. Xia Ruofei knew that he had to make a decision as soon as possible. Just as Xia Ruofei was having a headache over the olive branch that Elder Tang had extended to him, he suddenly received a call from someone else. The caller ID showed that it was a local landline number. Xia Ruofei picked it up and said, "Hello, who is this?" Manager Lu's voice came from the phone. "Xia, the chief wants to talk to you. Please wait a moment." "Oh. Okay," Xia Ruofei quickly said. His heart skipped a beat. Under normal circumstances, Elder Song would pass on his message. Cure Manager Lu. Could it be that something big had happened? Just as Xia Ruofei's mind was racing, Elder Song's voice came from the phone. Little Xia. Hello, Chief. Xia Ruofei quickly greeted him. Xia, do you have any good ideas on how to treat colon cancer? Elder Song sounded anxious. Brother Fu's results at the provincial hospital are out. It's late. Stage colon cancer, ah? Xia Ruofei was shocked. How did this happen? Didn't they say it was kidney stones? Did the hospital on Mount Wui make a mistake? Elder Song sighed and said, it's not a misdiagnosis. Kidney stones are also common. It's precisely because kidney stones can also cause abdominal pain that the doctors were misled. This time, if it weren't for the rich experience of the experts from the provincial hospital, they might not have discovered it. Chief, what did the specialist say? Xia Ruofei asked. Brother Fu is getting on in years. His body might not be able to take the surgery or chemotherapy. Elder Song said in a low voice, so, the specialist judged that the prognosis is not very good, Xia, that's why I wanted to ask you. Is there any Chinese medicine that can treat mid to late stage colon cancer? Elder Song continued. Xia Ruofei pondered for a while. Chief, how about this? I'll go and check on old Mr. Li first. Oh right. Is he in the hospital or in Guling? Brother Fu is already in the Guling courtyard. He doesn't know about his condition yet. Elder Song said, thank you for your hard work, little Xia. Elder Song was not surprised that Xia Ruofei did not give him an answer immediately. Although Xia Ruofei had successfully cured his liver cancer, Li Jifu had been diagnosed with colon cancer. It was the same type of cancer, but the treatment was completely different. It would be abnormal if Xia Ruofei did not hesitate to give him an answer. You're welcome, Chief. I'll come over now, Xia Ruofei said. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei did not get up immediately. Instead, he sat on the chair and pondered for a while. Then, he took out the spirit painting scroll and entered the medium. After making some preparations, Xia Ruofei went downstairs and drove away from Taoyuan Farm. After half an hour, Xia Ruofei arrived at Guling courtyard. Manager Lu came down personally to welcome Xia Ruofei. Xiao Xia, the chief is with old Mr. Li. Let's go over directly, Manager Lu said. All right, he said. Xia Ruofei nodded. Manager Lu led Xia Ruofei into the building and said, Xiao Xia, be more careful when you speak later. Old Mr. Li doesn't know about his illness yet. The chief wants to hide it from him as much as possible. I understand, don't worry, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. The relatives of many cancer patients would hide their condition from their patients, because once the patients knew that they had a terminal illness, most of their conditions would deteriorate rapidly under great psychological pressure and fear, and they would soon die. Xia Ruofei had suffered from Lou Gehrig's disease before, so he was very clear about the mentality of a terminal patient. The two of them soon arrived at Elder Song's room. Manager Lu knocked on the door lightly, opened it, and led Xia Ruofei in. Elder Song and Li Jifu were sitting in the guest room. There was a chessboard in front of them, and they were playing Chinese chess. After seeing Xia Ruofei, Li Jifu laughed and said, Little Xia is here. Hello, old Mr. Li, hello, Chief. Xia Ruofei walked over and said with a smile. Elder Song smiled and nodded at Xia Ruofei. He put down the chess piece in his hand and said, Brother Fu, since Xiao Xia is here, Let's call it a draw. No, no, no. I've eaten your car, so you'll definitely lose this game. Li Jifu said. That might not be the case. Elder Song chuckled and said, your 2 horses are dead. I have all the officials here, so you can't kill me in a short time. Impossible. You've long lost the power to fight back. Li Jifu shouted. Fine, 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 Elder Song smiled bitterly, then you win this game. Brother Fu, let's go make some tea. Xia Ruofei and manager Lu both smiled. It was obvious that Elder Song enjoyed this kind of life. With his status, even Song Jingping's children had to be respectful to him. Only Li Jifu, who had been his old friend for many years, could communicate with him freely. They sat around the coffee table. Li Jifu took out some tea leaves and prepared to make tea. Elder Song stopped him and said, Brother Fu, let Xiaolu make some tea. Li Jifu looked at Elder Song with a puzzled expression. Elder Song chuckled. Xia came over today, and he can give you a check-up. Don't look at Xia's young age. He's very accomplished in Chinese medicine. Some of my old problems were cured by Xia's Chinese medicine. Xia Ruofei also said, Old Mr. Li, why don't I take your pulse? The elderly will have some minor problems with cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases, so it's best to take care of them in time. Li Jifu looked at Elder Song for a while, then looked into his eyes and asked, Song, tell me the truth, did I find something wrong with my body? Kidney stones are a little troublesome, but it's not a big problem. Now that medicine is developed, the stones can be removed outside the body, Elder Song said, with a normal expression. I'm not talking about kidney stones. Li Jifu said, Little Song, I didn't hear you say anything for the past 2 days. Why did little Xia come over to check my body when the report came out today? Brother Fu, don't think too much. Elder Song chuckled and said, Isn't it because Xiao Xia came to see me today? Xia Ruofei also smiled. Old Mr. Li, I'm just taking your pulse. Don't think too much. Li Jifu was silent for a moment before sighing, all right then. The old man had lived for more than 90 years, and his rich life experience made him keenly feel that his illness seemed to be very troublesome. However, since Elder Song chose to hide it out of goodwill, he might as well play dumb. Xia Ruofei walked to Li Jifu's side and sat down. He took his pulse carefully, looked at his tongue, and asked him some questions. He did the whole set of Chinese medicine treatment process methodically. How is it? Li Jifu asked, calmly. Xia Ruofei smiled. It's not a big problem. I'll give you some Chinese medicine later. You'll be fine. It's good that you're fine. Elder Song quickly said. It's good that you're fine. Come, Brother Fu, let's have some tea. Li Jifu smiled but didn't say anything. Everyone tacitly stopped talking about this matter and sat around the coffee table, drinking tea and chatting. After a while, Xia Ruofei excused himself and left Elder Song's room. He had something to discuss with Song Ruofei. He walked to the window in the corridor, took out a cigarette, and lit it. After taking 3 or 4 puffs, he saw manager Lu walking out of Elder Song's room. Xiao Xia, how's the checkup? Manager Lu asked impatiently. Is there any way to treat it? Xia Ruofei did not answer Manager Lu directly. Instead, he snuffed out the cigarette and threw it into the trash can in the corridor. Then, he asked, Manager Lu, is old Mr. Li's examination report here? I'd like to take a look. They're with the medical team. Manager Lu quickly said, I'll get them to send it over immediately. Manager Lu found an empty room for Xia Ruofei before calling the medical team to send Li Jifu's examination report over. Soon, a doctor from the medical team came into the room with a document bag and said, Manager Lu, you want the information. You've worked hard. Thank you. Manager Lu took it with a smile. The doctor politely bade him farewell and left. Manager Lu handed the file to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei took out the medical report and read it carefully. Manager Lu sat quietly at the side, feeling a little nervous. He was afraid that Xia Ruofei would suddenly say that he could not do anything. Manager Lu was the one who coordinated Li Jifu's treatment. He was also there during the expert consultation. He knew that if Xia Ruofei couldn't do anything, Li Jifu would have to undergo a resection. However, according to the experts, the success rate of the surgery was quite low. Xia Ruofei read the medical record very slowly, especially the expert consultation opinion and biopsy report. He read it word by word. Of course, Xia Ruofei was not just pretending. He wanted to know how serious Li Jifu's condition was through Western medicine's examination report so that he could control the pace of the whole treatment. He wasn't worried that he wouldn't be able to cure Li Jifu. He was worried that if he didn't control the rhythm well and let Li Jifu recover too quickly, it would easily arouse suspicion. In Manager Lu's eyes, Xia Ruofei was naturally thinking hard about a treatment method, so he had been very quiet. Even his breathing was suppressed, for fear of disturbing Xia Ruofei. It was only when Xia Ruofei gently put down the examination report and looked up that Manager Lu asked anxiously, Little Xia, how is it? Is there any way? Manager Lu, if Western medicine doesn't have a good treatment plan, I can try. Xia Ruofei said, but my personal suggestion is that if Western medicine is more competent, it's best to treat it with Western medicine. After all, I can only say that I'll try it out. I can't guarantee anything. To be honest, Xia Ruofei didn't want to treat people's terminal illnesses too often. However, Elder Song had asked him for help this time, so he couldn't refuse. However, he still hoped to stay out of it. If Western medicine could work, he wouldn't have to do anything. I understand. The current situation is that the medical experts in the province are somewhat helpless. Manager Lu said, it's precisely because they have no confidence that the chief asked you for help. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, I understand. Manager Lu, I'll think about the prescription. Thank you so much, Xia. Manager Lu was overjoyed. Xiao Xia, Manager Lu said hurriedly, you can rest in this room for a while and think about the treatment plan. I won't disturb you any longer. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. After Manager Lu left, Xia Ruofei took out his phone and searched for Chinese medicine prescriptions for colon cancer. The internet was very advanced nowadays. Xia Ruofei found many prescriptions very quickly. Ever since he had absorbed the petals of many strange flowers, not only had his physical fitness improved rapidly, but his memory had also been greatly strengthened. In addition, these prescriptions were not too complicated, so he could basically remember them after reading them twice. Xia Ruofei compared the information he had found through different online channels, hoping to find 2 or 3 more mature and reliable prescriptions. Although Xia Ruofei's treatment of his illness was mainly based on the effects of the petals of the strange flower, the best prescription was to treat the right symptoms. At least, it should not have any adverse effects. Just as Xia Ruofei had settled on the prescription, He heard a knock on the door. "Please enter," Xia Ruofei said loudly. The door was pushed open. Xia Ruofei looked up and saw Elder Song and manager Lu walking in. He quickly put away his phone and stood up to welcome them. "Chief, why did you come here personally? If there's anything you need, just ask manager Lu to call me," Xia Ruofei said. Elder Song waved his hand. "There's no need to mind these formalities. Xiao Xia. I've heard everything from Xiao Lu." "Thank you." "You're welcome, Chief," Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I will do my best. You don't need to feel any pressure. No one will blame you no matter if the treatment is effective or not," said eccentric Song with a nod. "Xiao Xia, what's your decision on the treatment plan?" Elder Song asked. "The prescription is basically fixed for now, but whether it will be effective or not depends on the situation after taking the medicine," Xia Ruofei said cautiously. Elder Song nodded and said, "If you need anything, just tell Xiao Lu. We will do our best to cooperate and ensure it. For now, I just need to prepare the medicinal herbs I need. I'll write a list for manager Lu," Xia Ruofei said. "Also, this treatment will take a long time. I hope that old Mr. Li can live in my farm. This way, I can observe his condition at any time and adjust the treatment plan in time. Also, old Mr. Li can change his environment." Another reason was that Xia Ruofei was afraid of trouble. He had to prepare Chinese medicine every day in the early stages. He had a lot of things to do at the farm, so it was not realistic for him to come to Guling Courtyard every day. Of course, Xia Ruofei would not say this. "Sure," Elder Song said after a moment of silence. "I'll find a reason to persuade Brother Fu to live at your farm for a while." Xia Ruofei said, "That's great. Chief, I'll prepare a few doses of Chinese medicine today. You'd better convince old Mr. Li to live in my farm in a day or two and continue the treatment for a month. If the effect is good, we'll continue the treatment according to my plan. If the intervention of Chinese medicine can't achieve the desired effect, then I suggest surgery combined with chemotherapy." "Sure," Elder Song said, "it's settled then." Hence, Xia Ruofei gave manager Lu a list. There was a Chinese medicine room in the Guling Courtyard and the medicinal herbs stored inside were quite complete. Very quickly, manager Lu prepared the medicinal herbs according to the requirements. Xia Ruofei locked the door and windows and personally brewed the Chinese medicine. He also took out the diluted flower petal solution from the spirit map space and mixed it into the medicinal soup. Then, he kept the amount for the first time and divided the rest into 3 portions. He put them in sealed medicine bags and asked manager Lu to keep them in the refrigerator. Then, Xia Ruofei bade farewell and left the Guling Courtyard. Xia Ruofei had just returned to the villa and parked his car when he received a call from Liang Qichao. He didn't get out of the car and directly picked up the phone. "Brother Liang." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "You must have been busy these few days." It's all right," Liang Qichao said with a dry laugh. Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows and asked, "What? Is it inconvenient to talk?" Based on his understanding of Liang Qichao, he would have complained about it if there weren't people around. He must have stayed in the warehouse for the past 2 days and couldn't go anywhere. For the lively Liang Qichao, this was definitely a torture. Sure enough, Liang Qichao said, "Ruofei, wait. Cousin, Grandpa wants to talk to you." Xia Ruofei laughed. So, she was with Elder Tang. No wonder Liang Qichao did not dare to complain. Brother Xia, I left in a hurry that day and didn't have time to exchange contact information with you. Elder Tang chuckled. I was with Lil Chao, so I asked him to call you. Did I disturb you? I won tea. Xia Ruofei said, testing the waters. Old man, is there something you need? It's still the same thing as last time. I'll be returning to United States in a day or two. Have you considered the matter regarding the Australian farm? Elder Tang asked. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, Old man, I've carefully thought about it these 2 days. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint your good intentions. Oh? Is it convenient for you to tell me the reason? Elder Tang asked, calmly. Actually, I've looked into your farm. It's indeed a very good asset. Xia Ruofei explained, but because of my personal reasons, if I were to invest in agricultural products, I hope that I can at least have absolute control of the shares. So, I'm afraid we can't work together this time. Xia Ruofei thought that Elder Tang would give up on the cooperation after hearing his words. After all, he must have done a lot of work in the early stages of this project that was worth tens of millions of US dollars. It was not easy to acquire it. How could he let others have the controlling shares? To her surprise, Elder Tang only laughed and said, Brother Xia, if you want to control my Australian farm, 10 million US dollars is not enough. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment. Could it be that there was still room for negotiation even if he wanted to control the shares? I know that, old man, he quickly said, and I can't come up with such a large sum of money for the time being. If you're willing to give up the controlling shares, you can give me a price, and I can think of a way to raise the money. In addition, you don't have to use the technology that you mentioned to exchange for 5 million US dollars. There's no hurry to get the money, Elder Tang said indifferently. It's just that. May I know the reason why you insist on controlling the shares? Xia Ruofei was a little embarrassed as he said, Old man, I'm very confident in my Paradise brand series of agricultural products, and I cherish this brand very much. So, if I invest in the agricultural product industry, I hope that I can have absolute control. This way, the farm's development ideas and strategies can be carried out according to my own will. I don't want the brand's development to take a wrong path and affect the brand image because of reasons I can't control. Of course, it's not that I don't trust you, you don't have to explain, I understand. Elder Tang chuckled, not angry at all. It's not impossible. If you want to control the farm, in fact, the farm in Australia was not as important to Elder Tang as Xia Ruofei had thought. Tens of millions of dollars might be a big number to Xia Ruofei, but to Elder Tang, it was not a drop in the bucket. At least, it was a small amount. In reality, the reason why Elder Tang bought the Australian farm was more or less for fun. He had bought many industries all over the world, and he rarely paid attention to them even after 1 or 2 years. This farm in Australia was the same. After Elder Tang acquired the farm, he entrusted it to a professional team to manage. In Elder Tang's eyes, the existence of this farm was only a good place to go during his annual vacation. In addition, because of Old Master Tang's love for horse racing, this farm happened to have an 1,800-meter grassland track, an all-weather track, a swimming pool for horses, a horse training ground that could accommodate 80 horses at the same time, and other facilities. This could help him cultivate high-quality horse racing. As for the farm's ability to grow and breed, Elder Tang didn't care much about it. It was only after he visited Xia Ruofei's farm 2 days ago and tasted the Taoyuan vegetables that he suddenly thought of cooperating with Xia Ruofei to run the farm. That was why Elder Tang did not reject Xia Ruofei's offer immediately when he heard that the condition for the cooperation was to have absolute control of the company. Xia Ruofei understood Elder Tang's meaning and quickly said, "Old man, if I can hold more than 50% of the shares, I can invest in proportion to the farm's current value. I don't have enough money at the moment, but I should be able to think of a way." Xia Ruofei considered borrowing some money from Ma Xiong. With his reputation, it would not be a problem to borrow $10 million from Ma Xiong. In addition to the $10 million he got from selling the Phoebe Jiannan 2 days ago, he had a total of $20 million. He would have no problem holding more than 50% of the shares. Elder Tang said seriously, "Xiao Xia, I've already said that the money is not important. As long as you agree to 2 of my conditions, I can allow you to hold 51% of the shares. You don't need to fork out a single cent. You only need to invest $10 million. The difference can be reduced from future dividends." Xia Ruofei was stunned when he heard this. There was such a good thing? This wasn't just a few $100s, it was a business worth tens of millions of dollars. He composed himself and said rationally, "Old man, tell me your condition first." "Actually, these 2 conditions shouldn't be too difficult for you," Elder Tang said with a smile. "The first condition is that I can guarantee that I won't interfere with the management of the farm, but you must also guarantee that your paradise vegetables will be introduced to the farms in Australia and that it will be successfully cultivated. In terms of vegetable planting, the farms in Australia must be in sync with the domestic farms. That is, once the domestic farms launch a new variety, they must also introduce it to the Australian farms as soon as possible." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "No problem. If I become a major shareholder of the farm, I'll naturally have to consider the farm's interests, which is beneficial to both sides. Old man, tell me about your second condition." Xia Ruofei continued. "The second condition is a part of the farm in Australia is to be used as a breeding base for purebreds." Elder Tang said, "I hope that this part of the operation and management will be relatively independent and I will be in charge. In addition, in the future, if you want to change the use of this part of the farm, you must get my consent." The most important thing to Elder Tang was the breeding base for purebreds on the farm. As for the rest of the cultivation and breeding, he didn't care at all. It was a good thing to be able to cooperate with Xia Ruofei and bring him some economic benefits, but even if he lost money, Elder Tang wouldn't care. Xia Ruofei replied without hesitation, "No problem. These 2 conditions could be written as hard terms in the share transfer agreement." "Old man, do you have any other requests besides these 2? "There's nothing else." "Oh, right," Elder Tang thought of something and added, "There are a dozen or so horses on the farm that I own privately. They're only under the name of the farm, so I have to make it clear to you that I'll transfer their ownership back to my own name before I transfer the shares." After Elder Tang finished speaking, he half-jokingly said, "This isn't a transfer of assets." The dozen or so horses were all the old man's treasures. Each of the world's top horses was worth a lot, and their combined value was definitely far more than the farm's value. Naturally, it was impossible to pack them up as the farm's assets. "Understood." Xia Ruofei smiled and Said, "Old master, I want to have the controlling rights, mainly because I want to be able to decide on the operations of planting and breeding on my own. As for the horse racing, you have full authority. Moreover, that horse race originally belonged to you, so it's only right that you transfer it away. Then there's no problem." Elder Tang said happily, "Brother Xia, I wish us a happy cooperation." Happy cooperation. Xia Ruofei also smiled happily. He was still very interested in the farm that Elder Tang owned in Australia. In the past 2 days, he had searched the internet for news of Elder Tang's acquisition of the farm. At that time, all the major web portals had reported about it, and the headlines were basically Chinese tycoon in Australia spends a lot of money to acquire a farm and so on. Hence, Xia Ruofei had a basic understanding of this high-quality farm in the Hunter Valley through the internet. Now that he could control such a large farm, Xia Ruofei was naturally very happy. Sooner or later, Taoyuan Farm would break out of China and enter the world. In that case, let this farm in Australia be Taoyuan Farm's first step to the world. After hanging up, Xia Ruofei got out of the car with his bag. "Brother Xia, you're back?" Yi Lingyun greeted him with a smile. "Lingyun, prepare 2 more dishes for lunch. Let's have a drink." Xia Ruofei nodded. "All right." Yi Lingyun agreed. "Brother Xia, I've contacted some of my former comrades about the recruitment you mentioned last time. There are about 5 or 6 people who are interested." "What do you think?" Yi Lingyun continued. "All right." Xia Ruofei said happily, "Let them all come over." "Aren't there too many people?" Yi Lingyun asked. "What's so much about 5 or 6 people?" Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Ask them to come over. As long as they are capable enough, our company will take them all." "Woof. Thank you, Brother Xia," Yi Lingyun said gratefully. The comrades he had contacted were Luo from poor families. If they had a good future after retiring from the military, they would not have chosen to work for Yi Lingyun. After all, Xia Ruofei was only hiring security guards. These comrades would not know the potential of the Paradise Corporation, even if they were just security guards. Now, their future would not be worse than working as white-collar workers in big companies. Xia Ruofei was willing to recruit all his comrades into the company. Their poor living conditions would soon improve. Yi Lingyun knew that. Xia Ruofei paid his employees a high salary. Yi Lingyun was naturally happy to be able to help his comrades who were in trouble. As for the problem of ability, Yi Lingyun was not worried at all. These comrades of Luo were the backbone of the army. Their military quality was first class, and 2 of them had even won awards in the group military competition. Yi Lingyun did not dare to take people of average quality to Xia Ruofei's company. Xia Ruofei was very happy that he had managed to settle the Australian farm today. In the afternoon, he drank a bottle of 8 Immortals drunk in the space with Yi Lingyun and went upstairs to rest, feeling a little tipsy. He slept until 5 in the evening. Xia Ruofei's phone rang and woke him up. He picked it up and saw that it was Manager Liu. He picked it up immediately. "Hello, Manager Liu. Xiao Xia, are you on the farm now?" Manager Liu asked. "He's here. It's like this, the bureau chief has already convinced old Mr. Li to come over to your place to recuperate for a period of time." Manager Liu said, "We'll leave now. Please prepare the room and dinner." Xia Ruofei sat up on the bed and looked at the clock on the wall. "No problem. I'll be ready soon, so you can come over at any time. Oh right, Manager Lu, will the chief come along? Xia Ruofei asked. The bureau chief won't be coming this time. I'll be accompanying old Mr. Li. Manager Lu said, you also know that the bureau chief is coming out. It's going to cause a huge commotion. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, sure. I got it. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei immediately got up and washed up. Then, he went downstairs to find Yi Lingyun and told him to prepare dinner for 2 or 3 more people. Then, Xia Ruofei started to prepare a room for Li Jifu. For the convenience of the elderly, it was naturally arranged to be on the first floor. The guest room next to Yi Lingyun's room was empty. But there were brand new bedsheets and blankets at home, so Xia Ruofei quickly tidied up the room. Not long after he finished tidying up the room, Manager Lu and Li Jifu's car arrived at the farm's entrance. After receiving Manager Lu's call, Xia Ruofei went out to greet him. Soon, he saw a blue Buick minivan driving over slowly. Little Xia, I'll have to trouble you during this time, Li Jifu said after he got off the car. You're welcome, old Mr. Li. I'm more than happy to welcome you, Xia Ruofei said. He then turned to Manager Lu and said, Manager Lu, let's go in and have a meal together. No, the chief can't do without me, Manager Lu shook his head and said, I'll go back now. Xiao Xia, I'll have to trouble you to take care of old Mr. Li. Before Xia Ruofei left Guling Courtyard, he had told them that if Li Jifu was willing to stay on the farm for a while, he could take good care of him. There was no need to arrange for a doctor or nurse. The main reason was that Xia Ruofei found it troublesome and inconvenient to live with so many people. Don't worry. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, old Mr. Li is with me. I'm sure he'll be fine. Then I'll be leaving first. Please take care of old Mr. Li's matter. Manager Lu nodded. After seeing Manager Lu off in his car, Xia Ruofei smiled at Li Jifu and said, old Mr. Li, let's go and eat first. Li Jifu didn't move. He stood in the courtyard and looked into Xia Ruofei's eyes. He asked calmly, Xiao Xia, tell me honestly, what illness do I have?